Chapter 1, The Seven Treasures Gourd. In the realm of Zhuantiang, at the Changxing Temple, the once vibrant Taoist temple has succumbed to desolation, devoid of incense and offerings. Its surroundings are characterized by dilapidation, with weeds sprouting from the cracks in the blue bricks beneath. This place, rather than a temple, resembles a squalid slum. Within a lonely courtyard of the temple, Hanzhou sits in a daze inside the building. He never anticipated that his life would devolve into such a state. A native of a place called Earth, he was orphaned as a child and taken in by an elderly Taoist priest, who raised him in the temple. The old priest taught him various arts such as geomancy, divination, talisman crafting, and the principles of Taoist meditation. However, to Hanzhou, these teachings seemed nothing more than mere tricks, mere means to earn a meager living. In his eyes, the concept of demons and spirits was laughable. Even the Taoist meditation techniques, which the old priest devoted his life to mastering, yielded no spiritual energy upon his death. After the priest's passing and the subsequent dismantling of the temple, Hanzhou was left to rely on these skills to survive. By night, he offered online divination services, and by day, he operated a repair shop, fixing household appliances. Life was frugal yet manageable, but 3 days prior, fortune smiled upon him as he won the lottery, a staggering 30 million. As the funds were deposited, Hanzhou, in his astonishment, discovered that the years of practicing Taoist meditation had finally awakened a thread of spiritual energy within. It was as if all his luck had converged upon that single day. However, with the emergence of this spiritual energy, darkness engulfed him, and when he regained consciousness, he found himself in this unfamiliar place. He had traversed realms. Frustration welled within him as he cursed the heavens for this cruel twist of fate. Just as his life was about to flourish with newfound wealth, he was thrust into this bizarre existence. "Master Uncle, have you finished yet? The assessment at the Taishan sacred land begins tomorrow. Is your spiritual treasure ready?" An anxious voice called from outside. Peering through the crack of the door, Hanzhou spotted 3 figures in the courtyard, 2 young men and a little girl. "Just a moment, I'm almost done," he responded, feigning nonchalance. Turning away, he felt a headache brewing. Although Changxing Temple was once a notable sect, it had fallen into utter ruin. The sect leader had vanished a year ago, leaving no trace behind. With the leader gone, Hanzhou, as the acting deputy sect leader, was burdened with the remnants of a once thriving community. The original owner of this body was a talentless gambler, devoid of any aptitude for cultivation. His rise to the position of deputy was solely due to being the sect leader's disciple. With the leader's absence, the original had squandered all valuable possessions of the temple, leaving only 4 disciples from the once hundreds. Now, they could scarcely afford to eat. Burdened with debts amounting to 800 taels of silver. In less than a week, they were to repay the debt, or else the creditors would come to break Hanzhou's hands. Recently, the Taishan sacred land held a grand competition for sect disciples, allowing those with 5 ranks of cultivation to participate. The top 1,000 would receive a reward of 1,000 taels of silver. With the sect leader absent and the primary disciple away, only the second disciple, Lu Dongyue, had barely reached the requisite 5 ranks. The original owner had deceived Lu Dongyue into participating, despite his lack of competitiveness and the risk of losing his life. Other disciples were equipped with weapons, elixirs, and spiritual treasures, while he was left with nothing but his wits. Ultimately, the original promised to craft a spiritual treasure for Lu Dongyue, who reluctantly agreed. However, the original unexpectedly perished while attempting to create the treasure, leaving behind a bewildered Hanzhou. Hanzhou marveled at the audacity of the original. In this realm, those capable of crafting spiritual treasures were revered as treasure masters, requiring immense spiritual strength. Without it, attempting to forge a treasure would lead to a fatal depletion of one's spirit. The original had no experience in treasure crafting, merely acquiring a commonly available guide and recklessly commencing the process. Drawing upon his past experience of repairing washing machines and fans, Hanzhou studied for 2 days, discovering that crafting a treasure entails shaping an exterior and inscribing runes with spiritual energy to activate it. Before him lay a red gourd, known as the Seven Treasures Gourd, capable of forcibly absorbing an enemy's weapons. However, the gourd's efficacy was contingent upon the spiritual strength of its creator. For 3 days, Hanzhou pondered various methods to return to Earth, yet found no viable solution. At this moment, he faced 2 choices: await the creditors to cripple him or send Lu Dongyue to the competition, where winning 1,000 taels could alleviate their financial plight. Either way, I'm doomed. I might as well give it a try. Hanzhou grasped the red gourd and focused intently, following the guide to inscribe the next runes with cinnabar. 2 hours slipped by as he meticulously worked. Upon completing the final rune, he emerged from his concentrated state. How curious, he pondered. The guide stated that treasure masters would experience headaches and dizziness from excessive spiritual expenditure, yet he felt nothing. How could he have completed the 7 treasure gourd in merely 2 hours? I'll test it, he mused, lightly touching the gourd. A thread of spiritual energy surged into it. In an instant, the Seven Treasure Gourd began to tremble, a faint green light radiating from it. Is this activation? Li Hanzhou exclaimed, astonished that he had indeed crafted a legendary treasure. Did this mean he was now a treasure master? Wait. Something feels off. Upon comparing his work to the guide, he noted that the gourd was supposed to emit a red glow upon completion. Yet, he distinctly recalled the green light emanating from his gourd. What had gone awry? He meticulously reviewed the runes, wondering if he had made a mistake. After 3 thorough comparisons, he found no discrepancies. Master Uncle, are you done yet? The outside voice urged once more. What's the hurry? Li Hanzhou pushed open the door to find the 3 individuals waiting anxiously. The one with the highest cultivation was naturally Lu Dongyue, the second disciple of the sect. The other 2 were the younger boy, Shi Ming, and the girl, Yun Qianzu. Here, Li Hanzhou tossed the 7 treasure gourd to Lu Dongyue. Lu Dongyue's eyes gleamed as he caught it. The 7 treasure gourd, it truly is the 7 treasure gourd. Shi Ming and Yun Qianzu exclaimed, their faces alight with excitement. For some disciples from larger sects or noble families, such a postnatal treasure might not be rare, but for the disciples of Changsheng Temple, it was an unattainable luxury. Li Hanzhou had recently contemplated selling the 7 treasures gourd, yet he realized that only artifacts crafted by renowned spiritual craftsmen held any value. The creations of an obscure artisan like himself would garner no recognition. Such inferior spiritual treasures were utterly worthless. Second senior brother, do give it a try, urged Shi Ming eagerly. What is there to try? Lu Dongyue replied, shaking his head. Artifacts of the 3rd rank have limitations on usage. They can only be employed 9 times. They are exceedingly precious, and it would be imprudent to squander them here. Brother, I wish to see it too. Yun Qianzu approached, her large eyes gazing longingly at Lu Dongyue. Typically, a little coaxing would soften her brother's heart, but today Lu Dongyue remained resolute. This artifact was hard-won and should not be carelessly utilized. In truth, Li Hanzhou also felt inclined to suggest a trial, as the recent green glow had hinted at something unusual about the artifact, yet he could not pinpoint the exact anomaly. Seeing Lu Dongyue's stubbornness, the 2 felt disheartened and turned to prepare dinner instead. Lu Dongyue expressed his gratitude to Li Hanzhou and, cradling the gourd, left with a cheerful demeanor. Observing the patched robes worn by the disciples, Li Hanzhou sighed. The original owner of this body had a dangerous gambling habit, having sold off nearly everything of value. Soon, the sect would be unable to afford rice. Before contemplating a return to Earth, he first needed to devise a plan to avoid starvation. Perhaps he should set up a fortune-telling stall tomorrow. The following morning, Lu Dongyue arrived to bid farewell to Li Hanzhou. Master Uncle, I hope you will take good care of the junior disciples after my departure. Lu Dongyue pondered for a moment. Please try to refrain from gambling excessively. As a junior member of the sect, he felt he lacked the standing to offer such counsel, yet he could not help but worry that Shi Ming and Yun Qianzu would suffer under Li Hanzhou's care. Rest assured, Li Hanzhou replied he was no longer the same person he once was and would not return to gambling. Then I shall take my leave. Wait, take this. Li Hanzhou handed Lu Dongyue a talisman. Lu Dongyue received it with surprise, murmuring, the diamond talisman, be cautious while you are away. I have no money to give you, but consider this a protective charm, Li Hanzhou explained. He had utilized some leftover vermilion from creating spiritual treasures to casually draw the talisman for Lu Dongyue's safety. The Longsheng Temple possessed talismanic arts, but with Li Hanzhou's mere 6th grade cultivation, the talismans he produced were rudimentary and lacked power, serving only as a token of goodwill. However, Lu Dongyue felt an unusual aura emanating from the talisman. The brushwork was particularly exquisite, and it seemed to exude a stabilizing force, akin to the immovable presence of a great mountain. Was it merely an illusion? Chapter 2, A Blood Disaster Awaits. Thank you, Master Uncle. Lu Dongyue tucked the talisman close and bowed solemnly to Li Hanzhou before departing. Second senior brother, do well. Yun Qianzu called out, waving enthusiastically. Once Lu Dongyue had vanished from view, Li Hanzhou inquired, did Song Yu mention when he would return? The first senior brother has gone down the mountain to exorcise demons. He did not specify a return date, Shi Ming replied. Ha, Li Hanzhou scoffed. Exorcising demons? Whenever trouble arose within the sect, the esteemed first senior brother Song Yu would descend from the mountain to confront demons, only to return once the crisis had passed. This time, having heard of debt collectors approaching, he had again gone down the mountain. Enough, Li Hanzhou sighed, surveying the meager supplies remaining in the 2 hungry disciples. He retrieved a stick and a piece of cloth from the Longsheng Temple to fashion a makeshift stall, preparing to venture out and seek sustenance. Having been here for several days, Li Hanzhou had not tasted meat even once. Back on Earth, though his life had been modest,
he at least enjoyed a meat dish at every meal.
Here, he was reduced to eating only vegetable leaves, which had turned his complexion a sickly green. Master uncle, where are you going? Shi Ming and Yun Qianzas asked anxiously upon seeing him prepare to leave. Their master had been absent for over a year. Could it be that Li Hanzhou would abandon them as well? Despite his often careless demeanor, his presence offered them a certain comfort. Understanding their concerns, Li Hanzhou smiled. I am going out to earn some money to buy meat for you. Stay here in the sect, and I shall return by evening. Earning money for meat, the two youngsters exchanged glances, doubtful that this was something their master uncle would do. They feared he might be heading down the mountain to gamble again. After an hour, he arrived at Baiyun City, the nearest town to Longqing Temple. This was Li Hanzhou's first venture beyond the temple's confines. The sights of the town captivated him, and as he felt the coins in his pocket savings gifted by Yun Qianzas for his lunch, was touched by her kindness. In a bustling street of Baiyun City, he set up a small stall in a corner, erecting his makeshift banner. Yet, after an hour of waiting, no customers approached. Li Hanzhou remained unfazed. He was seasoned in such matters and knew that it was time to take the initiative. Channeling his inner spiritual energy, a flicker of green light flashed in his eyes. This was the Qi observation technique he had practiced. On Earth, he had been unable to use it due to a lack of spiritual energy, but in this realm, he had cultivated enough to manifest it. Now, as he gazed upon the passers-by, he perceived various hues of energy above their heads, indicative of their fortunes. Li Hanzhou scrutinized the crowd, searching for a distinct target to commence his first endeavor. As noon approached, he bought 2 buns from a nearby vendor and, while savoring a vegetarian bun, reflected on the difficulty of human nature. Despite a busy morning, he had only earned 2 coins. Fortune-telling relied on tips, and one customer left after a simple thank you, while another woman had only offered 10 coins after scrutinizing his hands. Just as he pondered whether to pack up his stall, a lavish carriage gradually approached along the street. The carriage was exquisitely crafted, likely belonging to a person of high status. To his astonishment, dark clouds loomed overhead, shrouded in a crimson hue. Good heavens, Li Hanzhou gasped in shock. Such ominous signs, whoa! The coachman, noticing Li Hanzhou standing in the way, abruptly pulled the reins and scolded, Are you seeking death? What is the matter? A young man's head poked out from the carriage. Esteemed guest, you are in imminent danger of a blood disaster. Li Hanzhou approached the young man and stated earnestly. Preposterous! The coachman shouted, yet the young man's eyes lit up as he leaped down from the carriage, grasping Li Hanzhou's hand with excitement. You can see it? Li Hanzhou was taken aback by the boy's intense reaction. Esteemed senior, I must confess, my household has recently been troubled by a malevolent spirit. I never imagined you would discern this at a mere glance. Please, I implore you to assist me. The young lad gazed earnestly at Li Hanzhou. Li Hanzhou stood momentarily dumbfounded. He had prepared an elaborate ruse, yet before he could utter a word, the youth had already beseeched him for help. Was it truly so easy for one to place their faith in another? Master, this fellow is clearly a charlatan, is he not? The coachman remarked, bemused. The boy looked at Li Hanzhou with astonishment. Are you a fraud? Li Hanzhou hastily shook his head. Certainly not, I am no deceiver. You see, he claims he isn't, the boy asserted to the coachman. Li Hanzhou could only remain silent. The coachman sighed, cough, cough. Li Hanzhou, realizing he had stumbled upon a rather gullible individual, felt compelled to take advantage of the situation. However, while he possessed the ability to read omens, he was utterly inept at exorcising spirits. Although the Longqing Temple preserved numerous techniques, he had perused them and discovered that each required decades of rigorous practice to achieve even modest success. Li Hanzhou had no inclination to undertake such arduous training. The original owner of his body had also been woefully unskilled. Otherwise, he would not have been intimidated by those pursuing debts. In matters of fortune and misfortune, Li Hanzhou could devise some strategies, but the elimination of spirits was a challenge beyond his capacity. Yet, having encountered such a knave soul, he could not simply let him go. Fear not, for I shall assist you, Li Hanzhou declared as he seized a brush, dipped it in cinnabar, and deftly inscribed a talisman upon yellowed paper. This is a sacred incantation of my sect, designed to ward off evil. Affix it above your bed, and you shall remain unharmed. He handed the talisman to the youth. Marvelous! The boy treasured it as though it were a priceless gem. Li Hanzhou sighed inwardly, wishing him the best of luck. How much do I owe you? The boy inquired. Li Hanzhou waved his hand grandly, displaying 5 fingers. This lad clearly hailed from wealth. Charging him 5 taels of silver seemed reasonable enough, did it not? Only 500 taels? Such a bargain! Here you go. The boy promptly produced 5 silver notes and handed them to Li Hanzhou. Li Hanzhou was momentarily rendered speechless.
500 taels? Is money earned so effortlessly? Thank you, esteemed senior. Once I return to vanquish that spirit, I shall come back to express my gratitude, the boy beamed. If my father learns of this, he will surely commend me. Before Li Hanzhou could collect his thoughts, the youth had already boarded the carriage and departed. I struck gold. Li Hanzhou swallowed hard as he gazed at the 500 taels. At that moment, a nearby vendor selling sweet potatoes chuckled derisively.
Buddy, you're in trouble now. What do you mean? Li Hanzhou inquired, perplexed. Do you know who that is? The sweet potato vendor laughed. He is Yi Yun, the son of the lord of Baiyun City. While deceiving him may not pose much risk, he has a sister named Yi Ziying, a disciple of the Shangqing sect. She possesses a fiery temper and a deep-seated aversion to wrongdoing. Should she discover you have duped her brother, she will likely break at least 30 of your ribs. Li Hanzhou felt a cold sweat trickle down his back. With debt collectors threatening to break his hands, now he had the added concern of Yi Ziying potentially fracturing 30 of his ribs. Could he continue to live under such circumstances? Yet, gazing at the 500 taels, he resolved to take a gamble. If worse came to worst, he could simply refrain from returning tomorrow. After all, that sum would sustain him at the Longxing Temple for quite some time. Thus, Li Hanzhou hastily packed up his stall and made his escape. In Baiyun City, he procured an abundance of meat and rice, and before leaving the city, he casually picked up 2 candied hawthorns for Shiming and Yun Qianzu. As Li Hanzhou made his discreet exit, Yi Yun returned to the Lord's Manor. Master. The guards of the manor greeted him respectfully. However, Yi Yun was too exhilarated to acknowledge them and dashed excitedly into the main hall. Father, I've acquired something splendid. Upon entering, he spotted his father, Yi Qingbei, conversing with a young woman. How old are you, yet still rushing about like that? Yi Qingbei admonished. Did you not see that your sister has returned? Hurry and greet her. Sister. Yi Yun approached cautiously, calling out timidly. His sister had been a prodigy since childhood, joining the Shangqing sect at an early age, and had always been Yi Qingbei's pride. Yi Yun had often heard the words, look at you, and then at your sister. Why can't you be more like her? Where have you been playing this time? Yi Ziying frowned. With such significant matters at home, you've been gallivanting about, and at your age, you ought to be helping your father. I haven't. Yi Yun felt unjustly accused. I went out to find a solution for our family's troubles. Father mentioned he has been plagued by nightmares and suffers from severe headaches, so I sought a remedy, and I have found one. No need, Yi Qingbei waved dismissively, impatience evident in his tone. What solution could you possibly have? Your sister is a disciple of the Shangqing sect, with formidable skills. Even if a spirit exists, she will handle it. I truly have a solution. Yi Yun stubbornly produced the talisman given to him by Li Hanzhou. I encountered a venerable expert who assured me that with this talisman, we can eliminate the spirit. Yi Qingbei sighed heavily, shaking his head in resignation as he regarded the unremarkable piece of paper in his son's hand. Taoist talismans? Yi Ziying extended her hand, causing the talisman to fly from Yi Yun's grasp and into her palm. As she examined the talisman, Yi Ziying scoffed. Since the great upheaval 8 centuries ago, when the spiritual seas were sealed and the world could no longer draw upon spiritual energy, the Taoist sect has fallen into decline. Their talismans have become utterly ineffective. The Taoists can hardly retain a fraction of their disciples. You have once again been deceived. How much did you pay for this? I 500 taels, Yi Yun stammered. Ha. Yi Ziying narrowed her eyes. Very well, indeed, once I resolve the issue with this spirit, I shall seek out that fraud and hold him accountable. To deceive the lord of Baiyun City, watch as I break at least 30 of his ribs. Chapter 3, The Taishan Assessment. As Li Hanzhou made his way back to the mountain gate, an inexplicable chill enveloped him. It felt as though someone were scheming behind his back. Could it be that fortune-teller auntie murmuring about him? The thought of her reluctant expression, as if she wished to devour him upon parting, sent shivers down his spine. Upon hearing Yi Ziying's words, Yi Yun was utterly disheartened. He had hoped to finally assist his family and father, only to be deceived in the end. In disappointment, he carelessly placed the talisman on the table and departed. At your age, how could you be so easily fooled by a roadside scammer? Look at your sister, when she was your age. She was already a disciple of the Qingqing sect, Yi Qingbei lamented, exasperatedly speaking to Yi Yun's retreating figure. Yi Yun walked out numbly, having heard such remarks to the point where his ears had grown calloused. He simply could not measure up to his sister. What could be done? Yi Ziying said nothing, seemingly equally disappointed in her younger brother. Father, rest assured, she said calmly, there indeed exists a faint demonic aura at home.
I have yet to locate the source of this monster, but should it reappear, I shall assuredly demonstrate the martial arts of the Qingqing sect to it.
Good. With you here, I can rest easy, Yi Qingbei nodded in satisfaction.
By the time Li Hanzhou returned to the Changxing temple, dusk had fallen.
I'm back, he called out.
Shi Ming and Yun Qianzu, upon hearing his voice, reluctantly emerged from their rooms. Previously, whenever Li Hanzhou returned, it was often after losing a gamble and drinking excessively, returning in a foul mood to vent his frustrations on them. Shi Ming had once retorted,
only to receive a harsh slap from Li Hanzhou.
Thus, the mere sound of his return sent shivers down their spines.
What are you staring at? Come lend a hand,
Li Hanzhou remarked with a smile, noticing the two hiding behind a stone. They awkwardly approached, quickly realizing that Li Hanzhou seemed not to have been drinking.
What is this?
They gasped in disbelief at the sight of the meat and rice in his hands.
Since they could remember, it was always Li Hanzhou who took items from the sect to sell. When had he ever brought anything back? Did he win a bet today? Rice and meat.
Go on, take it to the kitchen, Li Hanzhou instructed.
Yes. The two eagerly hoisted the meat and rice, easily transporting it to the kitchen. Their cultivation at the second rank granting them strength beyond ordinary folk.
I'll show you something wonderful tonight, Li Hanzhou declared, feeling exuberant after slaughtering a fat sheep.
Eager to escape the monotony of vegetarian dishes,
he then handed sugar-coated hawthorns to Shi Ming and Yun Qianzu, saying, one for each of you, don't fight over them. With that, he retreated to the kitchen to prepare the meal. Shi Ming and Yun Qianzu stood frozen, staring at the sugar-coated hawthorns in their hands.
Horror etched across their faces. Third senior brother, has our master uncle racked up debts outside and intends to sell adorable me? Yun Qianzu stammered, her legs trembling.
Shi Ming gulped hard. He brought back food, cooked a meal, and even bought a sugar-coated hawthorns.
Surely, I must be next. They must have already negotiated a price. Perhaps even paid a deposit. Junior sister, we cannot sit idly by.
With the senior brothers absent, we must save ourselves, Shi Ming resolutely urged Yun Qianzu.
Third senior brother, the sugar-coated hawthorns are truly sweet. The following morning, at the Taishan sacred grounds, one of the mightiest holy sites in the Shenshu kingdom and renowned throughout Dongyan prefecture, the atmosphere was charged with excitement. The martial arts were categorized into 9 ranks, with the first being the lowest and the 9th the highest. Surpassing the 9th rank would lead one to the legendary state of transcendence, a realm beyond the limits of mortals, and the Taishan sacred grounds boasted many who had achieved this state. Under the banner of the Taishan sacred grounds were dozens of sects and an innumerable array of families, leading to thousands of participants in this disciple competition. The entry threshold was set at the 5th rank of cultivation, and the disciples present were all elite representatives from their respective sects, some having even reached the 8th rank. Such individuals would be considered elders in smaller sections. As he followed the throng of disciples ascending the mountain, Lu Dongyue felt a wave of trepidation. Accustomed to tranquil cultivation within the temple, the thought of competing against so many formidable opponents made him anxious. However, upon touching the 7 Treasures Gourd at his waist, his anxiety lessened considerably. He possessed a spiritual treasure crafted by his master uncle, so what was there to fear? Look over there, someone in a tattered Dao robe. One disciple chuckled. Indeed, a true Dao cultivator, it's rare to see someone purely practicing Dao arts in this era. Quite fascinating, another added. Lu Dongyue felt a flicker of annoyance at being pointed out, but given his limited influence, he chose to remain silent, pretending not to hear. His purpose for being here was to secure a place among the top 1,000 and win a reward of 1,000 taels of silver. As for the 5,000 taels awarded to the top 100, and the even more exceptional rewards for the top 10, Lu Dongyue did not dare to even entertain such thoughts. He was self-aware enough to understand that those accolades were beyond his reach. The content of this disciple competition at the Taishan sacred grounds was quite straightforward. At this moment, a senior elder stepped forward, his voice commanding immediate attention from all present. Listen closely, he announced. We will soon teleport everyone to the wind and sand valley of the Taishan sacred grounds. This valley stretches northward, leading to the depths where the 100 Withering Mountain resides. The first 1,000 disciples to reach 100 Withering Mountain will receive rewards bestowed upon them by our sacred grounds.
The elder continued, along the way, you may engage in combat, but killing is strictly prohibited, otherwise, you will be disqualified. The first disciple to reach 100 Withering Mountain will face 3 challenges, or disciples of the Taishan sacred grounds will spar with you. They will suppress their cultivation to match yours and allow you 3 moves. If you can defeat 3 of our disciples, the Prajna axe at the peak of 100 Withering Mountain will be yours. With a smile, the elder added, even if you do not pass the assessment, there are additional unexpected rewards for the top 10 based on their rankings. The Prajna axe? Gasps filled the air. Ranked 47th on the divine weapon list of the 5 continents, the Prajna axe was undoubtedly a legendary weapon. The prospect of it being awarded to the first place ignited the enthusiasm of several elite disciples. They were eager to claim the axe for themselves. Only Lu Dongyue wore an indifferent expression. The Prajna axe? Ha! Such a thing had no bearing on him, his only goal was to place within the top 1,000. Chapter 4, The Irreverent Seven Treasures Gourd. The assessment will conclude once the first 1,000 participants arrive. The elder of the Taishan sacred land cast a sweeping gaze over the crowd and announced, let the assessment begin. At that moment, a colossal teleportation array materialized in the square, shimmering with golden light, and all the disciples vanished from the grounds. When they regained their senses, they found themselves in a secluded valley. As they surveyed the now desolate square, the higher-ups of the Taishan sacred land and representatives from various sects took their seats. With a flick of his finger, the elder caused the ground of the square to ripple as if it were a droplet of water, revealing an immense mirror that reflected the current scene in Wind Sand Valley. What a wondrous martial art! The onlookers exclaimed, captivated by the supreme techniques possessed by the Taishan sacred land. Simultaneously, they scrutinized the throngs of people, hoping to catch a glimpse of their own disciples amidst the crowd. Is that boy Tianqing going to be all right? One elder from Taishan inquired slowly. Fear not, replied the elder in white with a smile. Lu Tianqing is a once-in-a-century genius of our Taishan sacred land. At just 16 years of age, he has already mastered the 4th level of the Pan Axe technique. Such a feat has never been seen in the history of our sect. Do you think the Holy Master went to great lengths to procure the Prajna axe for any reason? The purpose of today's assessment is to elevate Tianqing's reputation. Once he acquires the Prajna axe and enhances his strength further, he will be unrivaled among the younger generation. Not just in the divine threshold but even in the cloud wasteland. He is destined for greatness. A subtle smile spread across the faces of the crowd. The grand spectacle orchestrated today was indeed for Lu Tianqing. The notion of anyone else claiming the top spot was utterly inconceivable. At merely 16, Lu Tianqing had already reached the 9th rank, far surpassing any of the disciples from lesser sections. Even if someone else were to claim first place, the 3 trials of the Taishan sacred land were insurmountable for them. It could be said that the title of champion was already predetermined. At this moment, the assessment commenced, with thousands of disciples resembling a vast army surging towards 100 Withering Mountain. Each sect formed their own alliances, not just to compete in speed, but to gauge strength, for those who faltered would likely face elimination along the way. How can that Taoist be so swift? Someone gasped. With merely 5th rank cultivation, his lightness skill is remarkable. We must eliminate him first. Lu Dongyue deftly maneuvered through the crowd, his exceptional agility on full display. While he lacked prowess in direct combat, having only mastered a single set of the Changchun sword technique due to the complexities of the Changchun Gu's practices, he had dedicated most of his time to honing his lightness skill. Though not the highest in rank, his lightness skill was undoubtedly top tier. The Yubu 9-star technique of Changchun Gu was renowned as one of the finest lightness skills. And Lu Dongyue, stepping on the 9 stars, floated effortlessly ahead, eyeing the top 1,000. Where did that foul Taoist come from? Scram! A furious shout pierced the air as a blade of light sliced towards him. The speed of the strike startled Lu Dongyue, prompting him to draw his sword in defense. Yet, the overwhelming force sent him staggering back several steps. Battle Heaven Blade! Lu Dongyue's heart sank as he realized he was surrounded by disciples of the Battleblade sect, with 7 or 8 closing in on him. The sword in Lu Dongyue's hand trembled, still numbed from the earlier blow. Disable him, commanded the young leader of the Battleblade sect, sporting a bristly beard despite his youth. The other disciples regarded Lu Dongyue with disdainful smirks. Just as they prepared to strike, Lu Dongyue produced the Seven Treasure Gourd from his waist. The Seven Treasure Gourd! The disciples of the Battle Blade sect gasped in shock, instinctively halting their advance. Even the leader was taken aback, never expecting a down-on-his-luck Taoist disciple to possess such a treasure. Retreat quickly, or I shall absorb your weapons. Without them, it will be difficult for you to leave this mountain range, Lu Dongyue warned, adhering to the principle of conserving resources, opting to intimidate rather than utilize the spiritual treasure. The deterrent power of the spiritual treasure was undeniable. Even smaller sects like the Battle Blade sect could not afford such items. If Lu Dongyue were to absorb their weapons at this moment, they would be left defenseless. Very well, you may leave, the leader of the Battle Blade sect conceded after a moment's deliberation. Lu Dongyue finally exhaled in relief. Ha ha ha. Who would have thought the Battle Blade sect consists of a bunch of cowards and fools? He chuckled, reveling in their retreat. At that moment, a derisive voice interjected. Who dares to mock? The disciples of the Battle Blade sect turned to see a young man in white approaching with a folding fan, exuding the charm of a scholar, followed by several disciples. A member of the Zhao family, the leader of the Battle Blade sect, recognized him, sneering, Zhao Xian, are you looking for a fight? Zhao Xian shook his head dismissively, I have no interest in fighting you, I merely cannot bear to witness your foolishness any longer. He gestured towards Lu Dongyue. Look at him, a Taoist disciple in tatters. How could such a pauper afford a Seven Treasure Gourd? The crowd paused, realizing the absurdity. Indeed. If we of the Battle Blade sect cannot afford spiritual treasures, how could he? Zhao Xian continued, moreover, the Seven Treasure Gourd emits a crimson light. Have you ever seen one that exudes green vapor? It must be a counterfeit. Lu Dongyue's face turned green with embarrassment as Zhao Xian's words sank in. The Seven Treasure Gourd indeed radiated red light, but what if the green vapor meant it was a fake? Master, you are going to get me killed. Lu Dongyue lamented internally. Whether it is genuine or not, we shall find out. He resolutely grasped the Seven Treasure Gourd, infusing it with his vital energy, and shouted, absorb. As the command left his lips, an overwhelming green light erupted from the gourd, illuminating Lu Dongyue's head in a vibrant hue. In that fleeting moment of astonishment, a powerful vortex of energy burst forth, drawing everything towards it. This spiritual treasure is real. The disciples of the Battle Blade sect and Zhao family exclaimed in panic, witnessing their weapons being pulled away. The reality of their predicament dawned upon them, they had underestimated the capabilities of a Taoist disciple. With a whoosh, their swords slipped from their grasp, flying towards the gourd. Suddenly, a loud rip echoed as a disciple from the Battle Blade sect found his clothes torn asunder, leaving him standing stark naked, bewildered. What on earth? He gasped, his face paling. Lu Dongyue stood speechless, equally aghast. It was common knowledge that the Seven Treasure Gourd could absorb weapons, but clothing? Before anyone could react further, the garments of those present began to tear apart and were swiftly drawn into the gourd. At this very moment, the disciples of the Blade sect and the Zhao family stood stark naked in the wind and sand valley, exchanging bewildered glances. Oh no! This is outrageous! A female disciple, witnessing the scene from a distance, promptly discarded her sword and covered her eyes in haste. The entire assembly of disciples in the wind and sand valley instinctively ceased their battles, their mouths agape in astonishment at this unexpected spectacle. Was the fight truly this exhilarating? What a disgrace! Lu Dongyue gazed at his Seven Treasure Gourd, swallowing hard as he inquired, Master Uncle, what exactly are you concocting for me? Chapter 5, A Thief Unveiled. Vile Taoist, I shall have your head. The chief of the Blade sect raged, his voice echoing like a mad dog, directed at Lu Dongyue. Kill him. By the heavens, I will use you as an offering for my blade. The disciples of the Zhao family shouted in furious agreement. Yet, amidst their fervor, none dared to approach, for they were all doubled over on the ground, one hand clutching their posteriors, the other shielding their privates. The absurdity of their plight left them wishing for a chasm to swallow them whole, yet they lacked the courage to rise. I have no idea how this happened, everyone. My sincere apologies, Lu Dongyue stammered, feeling the acute embarrassment of the situation. What kind of spiritual treasure was this?
Not only did it seize weapons, but it also stripped away garments?
With that, Lu Dongyue made a hasty retreat towards Baiko Mountain.
Come back, you thief! Return my clothes!
I swear I will slay you when I catch you. The shouts of the Zhao family and the Blade sect rang out.
The onlookers stifled their laughter.
Continuing their own skirmishes, indifferent to the plight of the Zhao and Blade disciples, their fate was already sealed.
Meanwhile,
the higher-ups of the Blade sect and Zhao family stood on the plaza of the Taishan sacred land, their faces flushed with shame. Their disciples, stripped bare, huddled together in the valley of wind and sand, exposed flesh on display as thousands passed by, engaging in battle as if observing a spectacle. It was a sight that was almost too much to bear.
Ha, your disciples at the Blade sect are quite pale. A voice jeered, and Zhao Xian, your little backside is rather perky. The ridicule from the crowd made the leaders of both families wish to retreat immediately, but what of their exposed disciples?
Even several elders of the Taishan sacred land felt the awkwardness, hastily diverting the focus of their magical lenses elsewhere.
That little Taoist must be a disciple of the Changqing temple, right? How peculiar is his Seven Treasures Gourd that it can take away clothing? One elder muttered. Others nodded in agreement, equally perplexed.
They had never encountered such a treasure before.
However, they paid little heed, viewing this examination as mere child's play, hardly deserving of their attention.
After all, this trial was merely paving the way for their own disciples. At this moment, Lu Dongyue dashed forward, utilizing his profound lightness skill, and noted with surprise that few competitors remained ahead of him.
Might I have a chance at the reward of 5,000 taels of silver?
His spirits lifted at the thought. The top 100 would receive such a prize, allowing him to repay Li Hanzhou's gambling debt of 800 taels, while saving the rest for cultivation and purchasing new garments for his junior disciples.
With renewed motivation, Lu Dongyue pressed on. Where did this Taoist come from, so agile? Suddenly,
a thunderous voice boomed, and a formidable figure blocked his path. The newcomer exuded an overwhelming aura, a curved blade gleaming at his waist.
Hanzhou of the Yu Mountain sect.
Lu Dongyue's heart sank as he recognized the attire. The man radiated the presence of a seventh-tier cultivator. He stood no chance. To think a fallen disciple of the Taoist sect could chase into the top 30 was no simple feat. Yet the prize was not one that a mere fifth-tier warrior could seize.
You are no match for me, Hanzhou declared slowly. Desperation surged within Lu Dongyue.
He knew he could not contend with Hanzhou, a renowned figure among the younger generation. Thus, he released the Seven Treasures Gourd, aiming it directly at Hanzhou's face.
The gourd glowing ominously. What is this?
Hanzhou scoffed, having been at the forefront of the competition, unaware of the chaos behind him. It resembles a Seven Treasures Gourd.
But it cannot possibly emit green light. You, a mere fifth-tier warrior, what can you do with such a trinket?
He dismissed the threat,
believing Lu Dongyue's gourd could never disarm him. Collect.
Lu Dongyue knew he might truly fail this time. Perhaps his gourd was of no use against Hanzhou.
Yet,
with no alternatives, he resolved to give it his all. The Seven Treasures Gourd trembled violently, an overwhelming suction force emanating from it, aimed directly at Hanzhou.
Humph.
Hanzhou sneered, golden light enveloping him.
Thousand Gene body. You will not take my weapon.
Yet, in that moment, as the curved blade remained intact,
Hanzhou's clothing suddenly ripped apart, leaving him bewildered as his garments were swiftly absorbed into the gourd.
In an instant, he stood before Lu Dongyue, utterly exposed.
By the heavens! Hanzhou instinctively crouched, desperately covering his modesty, as his blade was drawn into the gourd.
Lu Dongyue was equally astonished.
Never expecting his gourd could strip even a master of Hanzhou's caliber. Are you mad? What sort of treasure is this?
You pervert! Hanzhou shouted, nearly in tears.
Return my clothes.
His reputation as a prodigy among the youth was now in tatters, leaving him vulnerable and exposed. How could he ever show his face in the world again? Apologies, but your clothes are in tatters. There's nothing I can do, Lu Dongyue offered, hastily apologizing.
I shall take my leave now. Perhaps you can ask your fellow disciples for something to wear. With that, he deftly departed. You scoundrel, come back. Hanzhou cursed, his face flushed with humiliation. Ha ha! Laughter erupted from behind as others caught sight of Hanzhou squatting bare.
Curse your ancestors. Just wait until I get out of here. Laughter filled the air as disciples who followed were momentarily stunned before erupting into uncontrollable fits of amusement. Xin Zhao, now devoid of strength to retaliate, contemplated abandoning the country altogether, seeking a place where no one would recognize him. Chapter 6. The might of the Vajra talisman. Lu Dongyue's agility was becoming increasingly remarkable as he approached Baiko Mountain, swiftly leaving the others far behind. With the diminishing number of competitors ahead, his excitement surged. Initially aiming to secure a position within the top 1,000 and walk away with some silver, he never anticipated reaching this stage. Although his methods were somewhat disreputable, he could hardly afford to care at this moment. As a martial artist, Lu Dongyue felt an intense fervor igniting within him. Now he was among the top 10, with just 3 or 4 individuals remaining ahead. This meant that even the first place was within his grasp. If he could clinch the title of first in the Taishan Sacred Ground examination, how much silver would await him? 50,000 taels? Or perhaps 100,000? With such a fortune, his junior brother and sister would never go hungry again. They would have meat to eat. At that moment, the third-ranked Jiang Nanyan noticed Lu Dongyue was about to overtake her. Frowning, she prepared to take action. However, an urgent voice suddenly rang in her ears, "Do not obstruct." Startled by the sound, Jiang Nanyan hesitated and watched Lu Dongyue surpass her. Her father's voice? She was baffled as to why her father forbade her from engaging with this young Taoist priest. After all, he was merely at the 5th rank. How could a dignified 7th-rank scion of the Jiang family possibly be outmatched? Seeing Jiang Nanyan relent and allow Lu Dongyue to pass, Jiang Yan, standing on the square of the Taishan Sacred Ground, breathed a sigh of relief. The elders behind him wiped the cold sweat from their brows. Thankfully, the young lady had not intervened, otherwise, they could hardly fathom the consequences. If Jiang Nanyan had acted and Lu Dongyue used his 7 Treasures Gourd to collect her clothes, what would become of her modesty? How could she ever marry afterward? Their family would suffer a tremendous loss of face. The second place was held by a disciple of the Sword sect, who was also restrained by family elders just as he was about to challenge Lu Dongyue. Lu Dongyue felt incredibly fortunate. These two had been surprisingly lenient and did not attack him. Otherwise, he would have wasted another chance to use the 7 Treasures Gourd. He clicked his tongue, feeling a twinge of regret over Jiang Nanyan's earlier actions. There remained one more individual. Catching sight of Lu Tianqing not far ahead, Lu Dongyue's eyes ignited with determination. He now had a chance to contend for first place. Naturally, he was eager to test his limits. What if he succeeded? The reward for first place would undoubtedly be substantial. With that thought, Lu Dongyue felt invigorated, executing the Yubu Joshing technique with increasing fluidity, resembling a shooting star as he surged ahead. His speed surpassed his usual limits, and even the signs of a breakthrough to the 6th rank began to emerge within his 5th rank cultivation. Suddenly, Lu Tianqing, comfortably in first place, sensed an unfamiliar presence closing in behind him, which took him by surprise. Having maintained his lead from the outset with exceptional footwork, he was astonished that someone could catch up to him. Instinctively, he turned to see which sect's prodigy was pursuing him. However, upon realizing it was merely a 5th-rank young Taoist, his expression shifted to one of disbelief. A mere 5th rank? How could he possibly keep pace? Be careful, Tianqing. At that moment, an elder's voice from the Taishan Sacred Ground echoed in Lu Tianqing's ear, warning him, "This person's waist talisman is peculiar, do not underestimate him." A talisman? Lu Tianqing focused his gaze and noticed the gourd at Lu Dongyue's waist. Just a 7 Treasures Gourd used by a 5th-rank warrior. What threat could it pose? Lu Tianqing scoffed, dismissing Lu Dongyue as nothing more than a downtrodden Taoist priest, far beneath his notice as one of the finest disciples of the Taishan Sacred Ground. At that moment, Lu Tianqing positioned himself on a rocky ledge, and a battle axe behind him broke free from its bindings, soaring into the air. The sound of the axe resounded through the valley. Behind Lu Tianqing, a colossal phantom reminiscent of a giant materialized, exuding an overwhelming pressure that swept across the surroundings. The 4th level of the pan-axe technique. Many onlookers were left in awe, realizing that such a young age had mastered the 4th level of the Taishan Sacred Ground's pan-axe technique. No wonder the sacred master had procured the Prajna axe. One powerful figure suddenly understood, their sect's disciples were merely supporting roles. The Taishan sacred ground aimed to showcase its most exceptional disciple. In an instant, all eyes turned to Lu Dongyue, hopeful that he would act to humble the Taishan sacred ground. However, they were acutely aware that it would not be an easy feat. Lu Tianqing was exceptionally talented. Unlike their disciples, with his 9th rank cultivation, Lu Dongyue's 7 Treasures Gourd might not be effective against him. As Lu Dongyue continued forward, he was struck by an overwhelming force, akin to an immense tidal wave crashing toward him. The pressure felt as if he faced some primordial beast. So powerful. Lu Dongyue was taken aback. If that axe struck, he would be gravely injured or worse. Instinctively, he reached for the 7 Treasures Gourd at his waist. You won't be granted that opportunity. At that moment, Lu Tianqing stepped forward, executing his intricate footwork to perfection, and brought the axe down with tremendous force, the massive blade descending like a meteor. The speed was astonishing, leaving Lu Dongyue no time to react with the gourd. It was over. As he felt the impending doom of the axe's edge, Lu Dongyue knew his fate was sealed. My possession shall not be touched by anyone. Lu Tianqing's cold gaze was filled with an intense desire for victory. Boom! The axe's impact shook the earth, unleashing a torrent of true energy that shattered the ground. The disciples behind him turned pale. They were leagues behind Lu Tianqing in power. Just as Lu Dongyue resigned himself to defeat, the Vajra talisman within him suddenly vibrated. A radiant golden light enveloped him, adorned with swirling runes. When Lu Tianqing's axe struck the golden barrier, the earth trembled, but Lu Dongyue remained unscathed. What? Lu Tianqing's expression changed. His axe felt as if it had struck solid steel. No, it was even harder than steel. What was this? The experts present at the Taishan sacred ground were equally astonished. What was that golden light capable of withstanding Lu Tianqing's strike? Most of those present had lower cultivation levels than Lu Tianqing. Even those with equal 9th rank strength believed they could not endure such a blow without injury. Yet, Lu Dongyue, a mere 5th rank warrior, withstood it without a scratch? How absurd! Taoist talismans? Several elders from the Taishan sacred ground sprang to their feet in shock. They recognized the talisman upon Lu Dongyue as a Taoist symbol. However, after the decline of the Taoist sect, the power of these symbols significantly diminished, having long been rendered obsolete by the sect's own methods, and they had not been seen in many years. The appearance of such a talisman on Lu Dongyue, especially one so diminutive that could withstand a strike from Lu Tianqing, a 9th grade cultivator, was astonishing. Who could have drawn this talisman? Could it be that the Taoist sect has produced a master? The Vajra talisman had activated? At this moment, Lu Dongyue could hardly believe his eyes. He had thought the Vajra talisman was merely a keepsake from Hanzhou, yet had managed to block Lu Tianqing's attack. How could this be? Given his master's cultivation level, how was this possible? Lu Dongyue was perplexed. Yet, this was not the time for contemplation. Seizing the moment while Lu Tianqing was momentarily stunned, Lu Dongyue raised the 7 Treasures Gourd in his hand and shouted, "Gather!" A fierce wind surged forth. Lu Tianqing stumbled, losing his grip on his battle axe, which flew away. It was then drawn into Lu Dongyue's 7 Treasures Gourd. Tianqing, run! At this moment, the elders of the Taishan Holy Land shouted in unison, their urgency palpable. Run? Lu Tianqing snorted derisively, even if my weapon is taken, I shall not fear a mere 5th grade cultivator. The effect of his talisman will not last long. Once it dissipates, I can crush him with my fists. I, Lu Tianqing, am unyielding. I shall fight to the death. Never to flee. Lu Tianqing's pride was overwhelming. The elders of the Taishan Holy Land could not help but cover their eyes. Yet, before Lu Tianqing's defiance could linger for even 2 breaths, a ripping sound echoed, and he discovered that his trousers had split. Lu Tianqing? Lu Tianqing, oh no! Lu Tianqing, you pervert! Lu Tianqing, my underwear! Lu Tianqing, if you have the prowess, don't run away. Come back here. Lu Tianqing, master. Save me. The entire plaza of the Holy Land fell into an eerie silence. Many wished to laugh, yet they dared not, suppressing their mirth. The elders of the Taishan Holy Land, too, fell into silence, originally intending to bolster Lu Tianqing's reputation, only to find him transformed into a source of ridicule. Not only was he exposed to all, but the situation was compounded by the fact that it was rather diminutive. Chapter 7, Overcoming 3 Trials. The reputation of the Taishan Sacred Land is at stake.
Lu Dongyue.
The Grand Elder of the Taishan Sacred Land gazed at Lu Dongyue's silhouette within the water moon mirror, his teeth grinding in frustration.
Where did this ancestor spring from? What peculiar treasures does he possess? And that Vajra talisman, who created it, capable of withstanding the 9th grade 4th level's axe technique? Investigate. The Grand Elder commanded. His voice resonating with authority. Find out the origins of this Lu Dongyue.
Yes. The subordinates hastily set out to inquire.
You 3, treat Lu Dongyue with utmost respect.
The Grand Elder conveyed telepathically to the 3 examination disciples of the Taishan Sacred Land. At Baiku Mountain, 1 disciple stood at the foot, another at the waist,
and the 3rd at the peak.
Initially meditating, they opened their eyes in confusion upon receiving the Grand Elder's message.
Who is Lu Dongyue? Wasn't the one arriving their junior brother, Lu Tianqing?
Although all were disciples of the Taishan Sacred Land, their cultivation far surpassed that of Lu Tianqing. Each having transcended to the 9th grade and reached a higher realm, placing them among the elite of the Taishan Sacred Land. According to the script, when Lu Tianqing arrived, they were to let him pass the examination easily, ascend to the peak, and then bestow the Prajna axe upon him in front of everyone.
However, they were taken aback to find it was not Lu Tianqing who had come.
The elder had previously instructed that if an unexpected individual arrived, not Lu Tianqing,
they were to be met with absolute hostility.
There must be no chance for him to acquire the Prajna axe. The many sects gathered in the plaza of the Taishan Sacred Land were equally astonished that the first place in the examination was claimed by a nameless disciple, merely of the 5th grade.
How ironic.
Today, the Taishan Sacred Land had truly embarrassed itself.
Everyone secretly relished the spectacle, eagerly anticipating the Taishan Sacred Land's humiliation.
Meanwhile, arrangements were hastily made to send clothing to Lu Tianqing at Wind Sand Valley.
At the same time,
Lu Dongyue had arrived at the foot of Baiku Mountain. At this moment, Lu Dongyue was filled with exhilaration. He had never expected that simply participating in the examination would earn him first place. At the mountain's base, a disciple from the Taishan Sacred Land awaited.
Leaning against an ancient tree, he was momentarily taken aback upon seeing Lu Dongyue approach.
Clad in tattered robes, and judging by the aura of his cultivation, the young man seemed to possess only 5th grade prowess.
How could such a level claim the top spot? Is this a joke? You are first? The Taishan disciple approached, scrutinizing Lu Dongyue.
Yes, senior brother, I am here for the examination, Lu Dongyue replied, excitement still bubbling within him.
Hoof. The Taishan disciple scoffed. Very well, let the examination commence.
According to the rules, I will suppress my cultivation to match yours, and you shall strike first.
After 3 exchanges, I will respond.
Then, my senior brother, I must apologize, Lu Dongyue said, cupping his fists in respect.
Who knows who should apologize to whom? Junior brother?
Give it your all, the Taishan disciple chuckled.
Forgive me.
Lu Dongyue knew better than to engage directly with the Taishan disciple, that would be courting death. His only recourse was the 7 Treasures Gourd.
While its powers may be subtle, they were undeniably effective. Collect! With a thunderous shout, the 7 Treasures Gourd emitted a verdant glow. The Taishan disciple was momentarily stunned, not anticipating Lu Dongyue's immediate deployment of a treasured artifact. This is ridiculous. I haven't even brought a weapon. What can your 7 Treasures Gourd do against me? Oh!
Before he could finish, he realized his garments were instantly torn apart. And even his trousers were consumed by the 7 Treasures Gourd. In the blink of an eye, he resembled a plucked egg.
How outrageous! You little thief! How dare you humiliate me? Don't you dare run! Stop!
Lu Dongyue paid no heed, allowing the Taishan disciple to curse from the bushes behind him, treating it as mere background noise. After all, he had endured countless insults on this journey, his ears were nearly calloused. A few additional curses would not cost him a single piece of flesh.
I'll remember you, kid. At the mountain's waist.
The second Tai Xian disciple was equally incredulous upon seeing Lu Dongyue approach. A mere 5th grade had not only secured first place but was also able to ascend from the foot of the mountain? Junior brother Ma Hong is truly useless. He can't even handle a 5th grade. Kid, you may strike first. As per the rules, I will give you 3 exchanges, he said, laughing. The 7 Treasures Gourd, what can it possibly do against me? Even without a weapon, my fists can easily crush you. How shameless. What is that thing? Come back. If you have the guts, return my clothes, and we can continue fighting. Don't pretend you can't hear me, you shameless brat. At that moment, the plaza of the Tai Xian sacred land was left in astonishment. What kind of treasure is this? It is terrifyingly powerful. Everyone desired to possess one. This was truly an artifact of humiliation. The faces of the Grand Elders of the Tai Xian sacred land were as dark as the soles of shoes. Grand Elder. If even Gu Yinji fails in the final trial, what shall we do? The Prajna Axe, a senior member of the Tai Xian sacred land, remarked. His expression grim. The Grand Elder fixed his gaze on the water moon mirror, remaining silent. The Prajna Axe had been painstakingly retrieved by the Tai Xian sacred lord. If it were to be handed to an outsider so easily, their prestige would be irreparably tarnished. No matter what, this final trial must not be allowed to pass. A dark glint flashed in the Grand Elder's eyes. Gu Yinji, you must not disgrace the Tai Xian sacred land. The Grand Elder directly communicated with Gu Yinji at the mountain's peak. Atop a green stone, a young man reclined, a wine cup in hand, savoring his drink. Upon hearing the Grand Elder's voice, he smirked disdainfully, then slowly shook his head. Rest assured, Grand Elder, I, Gu Yinji, will not bring shame upon the Tai Xian sacred land. With that, Gu Yinji extended his hand, and a nearby boulder shattered with a resounding crash. From within, a battle axe gleaming with a silvery glint flew into Gu Yinji's grasp. It vibrated ominously, as if sharp enough to cleave mountains and rivers. That was the Prajna Axe. The onlookers were stirred by the sight of the axe. It was a divine weapon, ranked among the divine arms list. Even those who did not cultivate axe techniques were compelled to abandon their weapons to pursue the path of the axe upon witnessing such a divine artifact. Possessing such a weapon would not merely enhance one's power, it was a rare treasure, sought after by many. Only a mighty force like the Tai Xian sacred land could boast such a possession, and it was even ranked among the top 50 on the divine arms list. Excellent. Let us use the Prajna Axe against him. The Grand Elder nodded, revealing a hint of approval. He was unaware if Lu Dongyue still possessed the Vajra talisman. But even if he did, it mattered little. Gu Yinji was an expert of the transcendent realm, and with the Prajna Axe in hand, any Vajra talisman would be cleaved asunder. Furthermore, the rules did not state that Tai Xian disciples could not use the Prajna Axe during examinations. At this moment, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Lu Dongyue finally arrived at the mountain's peak. Oh? Gu Yinji glimpsed Lu Dongyue and smiled faintly. 5th rank? Indeed, Lu Dongyue nodded. Then clasped his fists and inquired, Are you the examiner for the final assessment? Correct, Gu Yinji replied slowly. I observed your battles with junior brother Ma Hong and junior brother Su Yun from the mountaintop. I must say, your 7 Treasures Gourd is quite intriguing. Lu Dongyue furrowed his brow. The man had witnessed his 7 Treasures Gourd and remained so nonchalant, indicating he was evidently well prepared. This posed a dilemma. After reaching the final challenge, could he truly afford to falter here? Very well, senior brother, let us not squander any more time, let us commence, Lu Dongyue cautiously asked. Previously, it was stipulated that I would have the opportunity to strike first 3 times. This rule hasn't been altered, has it? Of course not. At Tai Xian sacred land, a promise is as steadfast as a nail. We do not go back on our word. Gu Yinji declared with a proud lift of his chin. Then it is settled. Lu Dongyue inhaled deeply and grasped the gourd. However, at that moment, he noticed a subtle curve at the corner of Gu Yinji's mouth. Suddenly, in a shocking display that left everyone astounded, Gu Yinji stepped forward and knelt before Lu Dongyue, hoisting the Prajna Axe above his head. I concede, the Prajna Axe is yours. Poof! The Grand Elder of Tai Xian sacred land spat out a mouthful of blood. Utterly aghast. This rascal has outright surrendered. The others stood in dumbfounded silence. What was this maneuver?
Even Lu Dongyue was momentarily bewildered. Han Ti even made a move. And Gu Yanji had already given up? Lu Dongyue stared at the Prajna axe before him and picked it up. Its warmth radiated a surprisingly comforting sensation. Gu Yanji rose, chuckling heartily, and turned to depart. He had clearly observed that Ma Hong and Su Yun had been stripped bare by Lu Dongyue, forced to hide in the grass, exposing only their rears while cursing in disgrace. Gu Yanji valued his dignity and had no desire to run around in such a manner. Furthermore, the Grand Elder had emphasized the importance of maintaining the honor of Taishan sacred land, thus, he had relinquished the Prajna axe willingly to avoid the same humiliating fate. With Lu Dongyue claiming the Prajna axe, the assessment officially concluded, and a radiant light emanated from beneath everyone's feet, signaling their return. Moments later, all participants found themselves back in the plaza of Taishan sacred land. At this juncture, all eyes were fixed upon Lu Dongyue. He felt a tumult of complex gazes upon him: envy, jealousy, animosity, malice, discontent, defiance, and fear. Chapter 8: Li Hanzhou yearned for ascension. While Lu Dongyue sensed that some individuals seemed intent on devouring him with their gazes. As he cast his eyes around, he discovered that those harboring murderous intent and animosity towards him were predominantly those who had just stripped him bare in the Sandstorm Valley. It was hardly surprising that they bore such intense hatred for Lu Dongyue. Lu Dongyue chose to feign ignorance, as he found himself at a loss for an explanation. "Ah! My esteemed uncle, your spiritual treasure is indeed remarkable, yet it has also led to my downfall," Lu Dongyue thought bitterly. He could only muster the audacity to shift his gaze elsewhere. The elders of the Taishan sacred land regarded Lu Dongyue with palpable dissatisfaction. They had painstakingly orchestrated such a grand assessment, only for it to serve as a mere adornment for this young disciple of the Tao. They had even sacrificed the Prajna axe in the process, making it impossible for them to look upon Lu Dongyue with favor. Nonetheless, in front of all the sects, they could not voice their grievances, otherwise, where would the prestige of the Taishan sacred land reside? Today, even if they had to swallow their pride, they would do so. As the assessment concluded, the Grand Elder of the Taishan sacred land stepped forward, his chest still stained with the blood he had just coughed up. First and foremost, congratulations to the disciples who have made it into the top 1,000. We shall now commence the distribution of rewards, the Grand Elder declared. From the 101st to the 1,000th place, each shall receive 1,000 taels of silver. We hope you will continue to strive for excellence. Thank you, Grand Elder. The disciples expressed their joy. For 1,000 taels of silver was a substantial sum for them, sufficient to purchase some cultivation elixirs. Disciples ranked from the 11th to the 100th place will receive 5,000 taels of silver, along with a gathering spirit pill. Upon hearing this news, the crowd erupted in elation. Such rewards, coupled with the gathering spirit pill, would undoubtedly elevate their strength. At this moment, Lu Dongyue's eyes gleamed with fervor. Surely the rewards for the top 10 must be even more enticing: 10,000 taels? Or perhaps 50,000? Ahem. The Grand Elder cleared his throat twice before addressing the remaining participants. The rewards for the top 10 are even more generous. Upon hearing this, the eyes of the crowd sparkled with anticipation. The disciples who place in the top 10 will become inner disciples of the Taishan sacred land, personally instructed by the elders and granted access to the sacred land's premier martial arts and cultivation resources. When you wish to depart in the future, you may return to your former sections. The Grand Elder of the Taishan sacred land spoke with a beaming smile. This announcement left everyone astounded. To gain entry into the Taishan sacred land? Such an opportunity seemed too good to be true. They could hardly believe that such fortune could befall them. For with their qualifications, they had never envisioned being worthy of entering the sacred land, let alone enjoying its cultivation resources. This was an opportunity that could entirely alter their fates. Only Lu Dongyue stood there, momentarily dumbfounded. Is this it? No monetary reward? Embarrassed, Lu Dongyue stepped forward. Grand Elder, as the first place winner, surely there must be some additional reward for me? You insatiable glutton! A disciple of the Taishan sacred land stormed forward. You have already received our Prajna axe, what more do you desire? Lu Dongyue felt on the verge of tears. He had anticipated a more substantial reward for his first place finish, yet all he returned with was a broken axe.
He had no desire for this item. He would prefer to exchange it for silver. Lu Dongyue wished to inquire if any of the high-ranking members of the surrounding sects would be willing to trade his prajna axe for silver. But he could clearly discern that many regarded the axe with a mix of envy and trepidation. He understood that while these people were covetous, few dared to claim such a hot potato. This treasure was originally intended for the disciples of the Taoist sacred land. And though Lu Dongyue lacked the wisdom to recognize its dangers, they were acutely aware of its implications. How am I to explain this to my uncle? Lu Dongyue shook his head helplessly. As for the prospect of becoming an inner disciple of the Taoist sacred land, he felt no inclination.
Changshang View.
Library. Li Hanzhou had immersed himself in the library for an entire day and night, an endeavor far removed from his former self, who had little interest in literature. However, within the library, he stumbled upon numerous intriguing tomes, and he discovered one particular text that piqued his interest, the concept of ascension. According to the book, the vast universe was replete with infinite worlds, and upon reaching a certain level of cultivation, one could ascend to immortality, departing from the small world to traverse others. At this revelation, Li Hanzhou felt a surge of excitement. If this were true, could he not return to Earth? He still had 30 million to spend. Luxurious cars, opulent mansions, and beautiful companions, this was the life he was meant to lead. How could he squander his youth in this desolate place? As noon approached, Li Hanzhou emerged for a meal. At the dining table, Shi Ming and Yun Qianzhong were heartily devouring meat.
Yun Qianzhong wore a look of utter satisfaction,
while Shi Ming appeared anxious, glancing at the meat before him, feeling as though each meal might be his last, fearing that after this meal,
someone would come to take them away. Li Hanzhou was undoubtedly selling them off.
Shi Ming, Li Hanzhou began.
Coming. Shi Ming stiffened. What do you mean? Li Hanzhou inquired in surprise.
No, uncle, I'm listening. Shi Ming quickly composed himself, striving to appear obedient.
Do you know how one can ascend? Li Hanzhou asked. Ascend?
Shi Ming blinked, puzzled as to why Li Hanzhou would inquire about something so unrelated to him. Nevertheless, he earnestly explained, ascension naturally requires formidable strength. I've heard that one must also contend for destiny. Only by seizing destiny can one qualify for ascension. Several predecessors from our Xiantian realm have already ascended, including the first emperor of the Divine K Kingdom, who ascended in broad daylight after achieving the supreme shattered realm.
That is why the Divine K Kingdom holds its current unwavering position. Supreme shattered realm? What is that level?
Shi Ming set down his chopsticks, speaking earnestly. Beyond the 9th grade lies transcendence, and above transcendence is the path to the profound.
Further still, one may grasp the essence of heaven and earth and enter the celestial realm. After the celestial realm, one may become an immortal,
and thereafter condense into a half-step divine pool to challenge the final supreme shattered realm.
Only then can one contend for destiny.
Li Hanzhou felt overwhelmed, it seemed exceedingly complex.
With his current 6th grade cultivation, did he truly have hope for ascension? Uncle. Yun Qianzhong could no longer restrain himself. Isn't this just dodging a gambling debt? Ascension isn't necessary, is it? Just focus on your meal. Li Hanzhou was speechless. Uncle, don't even think about ascension. The legendary 7 absolute sword immortal, hailed as the greatest talent of the Xiantian realm, took over 400 years from cultivation to family ascension. Shi Ming remarked. Wait, family ascension?
Li Hanzhou's eyes widened as he gazed at Shi Ming.
You mean to say one can bring family along during ascension? Indeed, Shi Ming nodded. Then, Shi Ming, if one day you ascend, would you be willing to take your uncle with you? Li Hanzhou envisioned a glimmer of hope.
While he might not achieve it in this lifetime, perhaps his disciple could, and he could see his dreams realized through him.
At this question,
Shi Ming was momentarily taken aback, then nodded dumbly. As long as Li Hanzhou didn't sell him, he would agree to whatever Li Hanzhou proposed.
Excellent.
Seeing Shi Ming's agreement, Li Hanzhou resolved to find ways to help his disciple enhance his strength.
In that case,
whoever ascended would allow him to depart from this place and return to Earth to relish life. Seeing Li Hanzhou's joy, Shi Ming also breathed a sigh of relief.
Though he considered Li Hanzhou's aspirations somewhat fantastical, How could a third-rate temple like the Changshengdu possibly produce a contender for destiny?
Awaiting my master's uncle to accumulate wealth, I shall procure elixirs and weapons for you, for I firmly believe that I can transform you into formidable experts,"
declared Li Hanzhou with unwavering conviction.
Yun Qianzhou's and Shi Ming exchanged glances, filled with resignation. Wealth. Surely, Master Uncle is about to indulge in gambling once again. They dared not partake in the enticing dreams painted by Li Hanzhou, only able to inhale their fragrance from a distance.
Li Hanzhou, lacking other means and understanding of cultivation, contemplated this method to forge a master, for in any realm, money remains the universal currency. The pursuit of wealth is of paramount importance. Considering the time,
"Your second senior brother should be returning soon," mused Li Hanzhou, gazing into the distance, aware that the day of debt collection at the gambling den was drawing near.
As night fell, in the Lord's Manor of Baiyun City, Yi Ziying was immersed in her meditation.
She practiced the jade radiance technique of the Shanqing sect, with each breath.
Her internal energy flowed autonomously.
A radiant aura enveloped her, exuding a pure, white essence akin to that of a celestial being. Although not regarded as a prodigy within the Shanqing sect, Yi Ziying possessed commendable aptitude, having ascended to the 7th rank at such a tender age. She had also attained the 3rd tier of the jade radiance technique, standing as a formidable contender among her peers.
Despite her return a day prior, the lingering, faint demonic aura within her home remained concealed. With no recourse, Yi Ziying could only await in silence.
Suddenly, a harrowing scream pierced the air. It was Yi Qingbei.
Yi Ziying sprang forth, hastening toward his chamber. With a thunderous crash, the door to Yi Qingbei's room shattered as he emerged, writhing in agony,
clutching his head as if he were enduring a fate worse than death. The guards of the Lord's Manor rushed in, yet upon witnessing the chaos, they stood bewildered,
unsure of how to respond. "Stand back," commanded Yi Ziying, her eyes flashing with a violet lightning.
At that moment, she beheld a dark shadow gnawing at her father's soul.
A dream demon.
The sight of this apparition caused her expression to shift dramatically. With a surge of internal energy, she unleashed a palm strike toward Yi Qingbei. Her palm radiated with violet lightning, seemingly capable of dispelling all malevolence. With a resounding thud, the dream demon was repelled, its ethereal form staggering back several steps.
It then looked up with a chilling sneer. "The jade radiance technique? Your cultivation is insufficient.
I had anticipated a true expert from the Shanqing sect.
Yet you are but a mere novice. Humph, I can easily deal with you." Yi Ziying regarded the dream demon with icy disdain.
"I suspect your appearance here is no mere coincidence.
Who is truly orchestrating this from the shadows?"
Chapter 9, Turn to Ashes. Your inquiries are numerous. The dream demon remarked with a wide grin. "I have yet to savor the essence of a disciple from the upper clear sect, allow me to indulge."
With that,
it transformed into a gust of malevolent wind and engaged in fierce combat with Yi Ziying. Yi Ziying, exerting her true energy to its utmost, struggled against the dream demon. However, as a mere 7th tier cultivator, she found herself outmatched by the dream demon, who had reached the 8th tier. Though Yi Ziying could barely contend with it using her jade illuminating technique, her stamina began to wane over time, and her true energy was on the brink of depletion. Gradually, she found herself at a disadvantage.
"Father, you must leave," Yi Ziying urged. Realizing she could not hold the dream demon at bay and wanting Yi Qingbei to escape quickly, Yi Qingbei's expression was one of deep concern.
Yet he could not bear to abandon his daughter in this perilous situation.
Bang! A powerful strike from the dream demon forced Yi Ziying back.
She could no longer withstand it and spat out a mouthful of blood. "Disciples of the upper clear sector, nothing but this," the dream demon laughed mockingly. Then advanced toward Yi Qingbei.
"Father!"
Yi Ziying regretted her earlier arrogance, recalling how her senior brothers had offered assistance before her departure. She had dismissed their help. Convinced that any threats in Baiyun City would be mere minor demons she could easily handle, even without her spiritual treasures.
Little did she anticipate that the dream demon she faced would be an 8th tier entity, specifically targeting her father. "Do not touch my father." At that moment,
a heavy thud echoed as Yi Yun appeared behind the dream demon, wielding a long staff and striking it fiercely atop its head. Yet, given Yi Yun's limited strength, it barely tickled the dream demon. "Child, you are indeed bold," the dream demon turned to smirk at him. effortlessly raising a bony hand to send Yi Yun crashing into the room.
Yi Yun coughed up blood as he fell, disoriented. Yun'er! Yi Qingbei exclaimed in alarm. Enough!
The dream demon said, glancing back at Yi Qingbei. I intended to enter a dream to seek something, but I have grown weary of that.
Now! Tell me where the ninth prince is. Upon hearing this, Yi Qingbei's expression shifted, and he replied, How could I possibly know the whereabouts of the ninth prince? Is that so?
The dream demon nodded, then turned to enter the room. If you do not know, I shall kill your son to remind you.
With that,
it seized the writhing Yi Yun by the neck, who appeared to be in excruciating pain. The dream demon's grip seemed poised to crush Yi Yun at any moment.
Stop!
Yi Qingbei roared, his veins bulging, grappling with his own inner turmoil.
You have 3 breaths to decide.
The dream demon tightened its grip slowly.
Yi Ziying watched helplessly as her brother was ensnared.
Yet, at that moment, the dream demon leaned in curiously, having heard Yi Yun, whose face was flushed, seemingly uttering something.
What did you say?
The dream demon inquired, intrigued.
I said, you, die.
Yi Yun shouted with all his might, suddenly raising his hand. Unbeknownst to him, a talisman had appeared in his grasp. Seizing the opportunity while the dream demon was unguarded, he pressed the talisman against its forehead.
As he fell,
the talisman had been lying beside him. Despite his doubts about its authenticity, Yi Yun chose to take a gamble.
Buzz! In an instant, the talisman erupted with a brilliant light.
Under this radiance, it seemed as though all demons and malevolence were purified. The 8th-tier dream demon did not even have a chance to scream before it was utterly vanquished, reduced to nothingness before the astonished gazes of those present.
Thud!
Yi Yun collapsed to the ground, coughing violently as he stared in astonishment at the ashes left behind, exclaiming, This talisman works.
Father, sister, the talisman is effective.
That Taoist did not deceive me, it is indeed real, and he is truly an extraordinary master. Yi Ziying stood in stunned silence, the scene before her shattering her understanding.
The Taoist sect had long fallen from grace, its former glory now a distant memory.
In this era, where legitimate Taoist practitioners seem to have vanished,
how could a mere talisman possess such immense power?
It had obliterated an 8th-tier dream demon in an instant.
What level of master could have created such a talisman?
It is imperative to befriend such a master, it would only benefit Baiyun City immensely.
Yun'er, Yi Qingbei nodded in approval. Well done. Tomorrow,
you shall seek out that elder and express our profound gratitude for his life-saving intervention.
Ensure to invite him to the city lord's residence as a guest. Leave it to me.
Yi Yun beamed with joy at receiving his father's praise for the first time.
Why hasn't he returned yet? In the Changsheng pavilion,
Li Hanzhou expected Lu Dongyue to return today, yet his absence had rendered Li Hanzhou unable to focus on his reading.
Moreover, another matter left Li Hanzhou exasperated. Originally,
he had cultivated to the 6th tier, but as his spiritual energy surged, it had aggressively consumed all of his true energy, transforming it into nourishment.
Thus, he currently bore no trace of true energy, appearing as an ordinary person. To his surprise, according to the teachings of the North Emperor technique, his current cultivation level had reached the Qi refinement stage, completely distinct from others' cultivation systems. Unfortunately, his North Emperor technique was merely an inner sex mental method, lacking any spells. Master, second senior brother has returned.
At that moment, Yun Qianjue rushed in excitedly.
Finally, he has returned. Li Hanzhou's eyes brightened.
Lu Dongyue returned with 1,000 taels of silver. However, as Li Hanzhou stepped outside, he found Lu Dongyue with a dejected expression,
carrying a large silver axe on his back. What happened? Did you fail to place in the top 1,000? Li Hanzhou was taken aback. Ah, yes.
Lu Dongyue had resolved on the way back that it was better to claim he had not placed at all rather than admit he had finished first, as the first prize had yielded no rewards whatsoever.
Even with my 7 Treasures Gourd, I couldn't break into the top 1,000? Li Hanzhou's expression fell, struggling to accept the reality. 1,000 taels of silver down the drain. The deadline for repayment was approaching.
The gambling houses in Baiyun City were filled with experts. And with only himself, the elderly, the sick, and the underage at the Changsheng pavilion, they stood no chance against them.
Where did that axe come from? Li Hanzhou asked, astonished by the weapon Lu Dongyue now wielded.
Oh, it was a gift from someone, Lu Dongyue hastily explained. Chapter 10. The Yi siblings. Li Hanzhou took the Prajna axe in hand, weighing it thoughtfully,
and could not help but express his bewilderment. In such a grand establishment as the Taishan Holy Land, is this meager axe the only consolation prize? Sighing,
he resigned himself to fate. I beg your forgiveness, Master Uncle, Lu Dongyue said, clasping his fists in respect. Well, it is not your fault, Li Hanzhou replied,
harboring no intention of reprimanding Lu Dongyue.
After all, he believed Lu Dongyue had done his utmost.
The Changsheng Temple was impoverished, barely providing enough sustenance for its disciples. How could they possibly compete with the privileged and exceptional disciples from well-endowed backgrounds? Lu Dongyue was taken aback. Upon his return,
he had steeled himself for a scolding from Li Hanzhou, yet the latter had not uttered a word of reproach.
How peculiar. By the way, Master Uncle, is there an issue with your Seven Treasure Gourd's refinement? Lu Dongyue couldn't help but inquire. Issue? Li Hanzhou's heart skipped a beat.
He had sensed a problem when the gourd emitted a green glow. It seemed that its inefficacy had led to their lack of accolades.
After a moment's hesitation, Lu Dongyue recounted the events, omitting his final victory. He feared Li Hanzhou might be overwhelmed. Did you strip the Zhao family and the disciples of the Blade sect bare? Li Hanzhou was momentarily stunned.
Indeed, Lu Dongyue confessed sheepishly, including Lu Tianqing from the Taishan Holy Land.
Li Hanzhou's expression darkened.
Not only had he failed to reclaim the money, but he had also offended numerous individuals.
What if they came seeking retribution? Perhaps we should disband. I shall return to my humble abode.
Noticing Li Hanzhou's grim countenance, Lu Dongyue quickly added, But Master Uncle, your talismans are truly formidable.
Lu Tianqing, with his 9th grade cultivation, could not even breach your diamond talisman.
When did you attain such formidable power? Before he could finish, Lu Dongyue was struck dumb.
He realized that Li Hanzhou bore no trace of true energy, appearing as an ordinary person. What is happening?
Although his previous cultivation had been modest, he had at least reached the 6th grade. Now, he seemed devoid of any power.
How will I endure this? Li Hanzhou dismissed Lu Dongyue's praise of the diamond talisman.
To him, it was merely a diversion. He was well aware of the efficacy of his creations. How could such a thing possibly withstand an assault from a 9th grade warrior?
What on earth is wrong with Master Uncle?
As Li Hanzhou retreated to his courtyard, Lu Dongyue turned to Shiming and Yun Qianzas,
who both shook their heads in confusion regarding Li Hanzhou's predicament.
Master Uncle expresses a desire for ascension, Shiming informed Lu Dongyue. Lu Dongyue nearly choked on his own saliva.
Could Master Uncle be ill? He speculated.
Before long, Li Hanzhou exited with his Pingjin fan. He felt compelled to visit Baiyun City once more, hoping to encounter some unwitting patrons to earn a bit of money and settle his gambling debts.
You all stay safe at home.
I shall venture forth to earn some coin. With that, he departed from the Changsheng Temple.
Earn money?
Lu Dongyue sighed. It seems Master Uncle is gravely unwell. Arriving in the familiar Baiyun City, Li Hanzhou first inquired about the Lord's estate. His fortune-telling technique had revealed ominous signs above Yi Yun's head, leading him to believe the Yi family had been extinguished. However, upon investigation, he found no such calamity had befallen the Lord's estate. How strange, Li Hanzhou murmured.
Such malevolence still lingers? Could it be that his fortune-telling technique had faltered?
As he pondered this, a cacophony of footsteps approached from behind.
Turning,
he beheld a group of 20 or 30 individuals, led by a man with a prominent scar across his face, exuding an air of menace.
Li Hanzhou, what a surprise to find you here. How goes the collection of your debts?
The scar-faced man sneered. In 3 days, the repayment is due.
Should you fail to return our money, your hands will be forfeit. Only 3 days? Li Hanzhou frowned.
I assure you, I shall repay the 800 taels by then.
800 taels?
The scar-faced man shook his finger. That is merely the principal, the interest has yet to be accounted for.
With interest? The total is 4,200 taels. Upon hearing this, Li Hanzhou fell silent.
He knew better than to argue. The other party was not one to be trifled with. It appeared he had no choice but to flee. 4,200 taels, where could he possibly procure such a sum? 800 taels, and yet you demand 4,200? Such audacity! Who permits you to calculate in this manner? At that moment, a voice rang out from behind the scar-faced man. Who dares meddle in the affairs of our Baiyun casino? The scar-faced man bellowed, turning around to find a youth on a carriage, observing them with a cold smile. Yi Yun. The scar-faced man was taken aback. Young Master Yi. He stammered, hastily adopting a courteous demeanor. This esteemed individual owes us 800 taels. Without further ado, Yi Ziying produced a silver note and tossed it before the scar-faced man. Here is 1,000 taels. Take your money and depart, do not disturb our esteemed guest. Yes. Yes, we will leave at once. The scar-faced man hastily picked up the note and retreated with his entourage. Li Hanzhou watched in anguish. He had only owed 800 taels, yet the extra 200 taels went unclaimed. I am an esteemed disciple of the Qingqing sect. Yi Ziying greeted Li Hanzhou with a respectful bow. Young Master Yi pays his respects. Yi Yun also followed suit. This left Li Hanzhou astonished. They were not here to cause him trouble, but rather to assist him in settling his debts, and they were being so polite about it. For what reason? Please. No need for such formalities. As he activated his fortune-telling technique to examine Yi Yun, he discovered that the ominous energy above Yi Yun's head had all but vanished. The malevolence has dissipated? Could it be that someone intervened in their fate? Thank you, esteemed one, for bestowing upon me that protective talisman. It saved my entire family. My father requests your presence at the Lord's estate as our honored guest, so we may extend our hospitality. Yi Yun implored earnestly. Invite me as your guest? Li Hanzhou mused, contemplating their demeanor. Could they have realized they had been deceived, and now sought to lure him to the Lord's estate to exact revenge? However, that seemed illogical. He had only swindled them out of 500 taels, yet they had just repaid 1,000 taels for his gambling debts. That hardly seemed to add up. Could it be that my talisman truly resolved their predicament? Could it be Li Hanzhou could not help but recall some online novels he had perused during a moment of ennui in his past life? Might he be a master? Unbeknownst to himself? Could the talismans he crafted indeed possess remarkable efficacy? Is it possible that he is a genius? While Li Hanzhou pondered these thoughts, Yi Ziying observed him closely, discovering that she could sense no trace of true energy emanating from him. This only solidified her conviction that Li Hanzhou was an extraordinary master. She had once encountered the ancestor of the Shangqing sect, who, having attained such a profound state, similarly exuded an enigmatic aura, rendering the existence of true energy imperceptible. Had this formidable individual already reached that level? Chapter 11, Inviting Li Hanzhou to take action. This is my father's invitation. Yi Ziying retrieved a small cloth pouch from her waist, and with a gentle sweep of her hand over the pouch, an invitation appeared in her palm. A storage pouch? Li Hanzhou felt a surge of envy. This item is exceedingly convenient, classified as a postnatal spiritual treasure, capable of storing items in a spatial pocket. Li Hanzhou yearned for one himself and resolved to acquire materials to craft one in due course. Since the city lord has extended an invitation, I would be remiss not to comply, Li Hanzhou said with a smile as he accepted the invitation. After all, the individual had just assisted him in settling a gambling debt. It would be impolite not to attend. Furthermore, he was curious as to why this city lord sought him out. Perhaps he could gain some advantage. Please, esteemed elder, step aboard. Yi Yun and Yi Ziying escorted Li Hanzhou onto the carriage, which then made its way to the city lord's residence. May I inquire to which sect the esteemed elder belongs? Yi Ziying respectfully asked in the carriage. Perhaps you have connections with the predecessors of our Shangqing sect. Though Li Hanzhou was unfamiliar with anyone from the Shangqing sect, he recognized it to be a prominent sect. I hail from Changqing Temple, he replied candidly. Yi Ziying pondered for a moment, unable to recall such a place. Changqing Temple was rather obscure, ranking among the lesser sects. And thus Yi Ziying had never heard of it. Truly, the elder is humble, possessing such prowess yet remaining so discreet. Even the sect itself is shrouded in mystery. Yi Ziying mused internally. So you are from Changqing Temple. It is an honor to meet you. The carriage soon arrived at the city lord's residence. Li Hanzhou lifted the curtain to gaze outside, marveling at the opulence of the city lord's estate, which made his own Changqing temple seem almost dilapidated in comparison. He resolved to earn a substantial income and renovate his temple appropriately. "Father, the esteemed elder has arrived," Yi Yun exclaimed. "At your age, you still make such a commotion? You will embarrass the elder." Yi Qingbei emerged, chastising Yi Yun before approaching the carriage and bowing respectfully. "I, Yi Qingbei, pay my respects to the esteemed elder." "You are too kind, city lord," Li Hanzhou replied, scrutinizing Yi Qingbei. He did not sense the aura of a formidable warrior emanating from him. It was peculiar that a city lord in Baiyun City, a significant figure in the divine K kingdom, would lack any skilled aids. After sweeping his spiritual sense throughout the estate, he discerned the absence of any experts, which struck him as odd. "Esteemed elder, please come inside. Someone, bring tea." Yi Qingbei warmly invited Li Hanzhou. "I am deeply grateful for your life-saving assistance, esteemed elder. Had it not been for the divine talisman you bestowed upon me yesterday, I fear my life would have been forfeit," Yi Qingbei said with a cheerful demeanor. "Not at all," Li Hanzhou replied, merely nodding in acknowledgement, refraining from probing further. He understood that the circumstances surrounding a city lord's potential demise must involve intricate matters, and he had no desire to entangle himself in such affairs. He took a moment to savor the tea, which was indeed quite good, surpassing the quality of that found in Changqing Temple. "I have heard that the Taoist sect seldom intervene in worldly matters nowadays," Yi Qingbei inquired earnestly. "Is it true that they rarely accept tasks from the Jianhu?" "Indeed," Li Hanzhou confirmed with a nod. "It is not merely that they refrain from engaging, it is that their disciples lack the qualifications to do so. While other sects might still receive commissions for profit, Changqing Temple was on the verge of losing its very existence. Who would pay for their services?" "Esteemed elder, your ascetic nature and unwavering dedication to cultivation are truly admirable," Yi Qingbei said, clasping his hands in respect. "Indeed," Li Hanzhou chuckled awkwardly. Sensing that Yi Qingbei had ulterior motives for summoning him, yet he hesitated to address them directly, resulting in this idle exchange. "This tea is delightful," Li Hanzhou remarked as he set down his cup. "I must also extend my gratitude to City Lord Yi for your assistance today. The hour grows late. Unless there is something pressing, I shall take my leave." Upon seeing Li Hanzhou prepare to depart, Yi Qingbei grew anxious. "Esteemed elder, please wait," he implored. "Is there something further?" Li Hanzhou inquired, turning to face him. Yi Qingbei gestured to the servants and maidens around them, signaling them to depart. "Yun'er, you may go for now," he instructed Yi Yun. "Ah." Yi Yun was taken aback, not expecting to be sent away, but upon meeting her father's stern gaze, she could only pout and exit. Yi Ziying, however, remained. "Esteemed elder, I have a matter I wish to request of you," she stated solemnly. "Feel free to speak." "If it is within my power to assist, I shall gladly oblige," Li Hanzhou nodded in agreement. "However, if it involves danger, I must respectfully decline." "I am aware of your unparalleled abilities, esteemed elder, and thus I humbly seek your aid in escorting an individual out of the city," Yi Qingbei explained. "Unparalleled abilities? Deeply unfathomable cultivation?" Li Hanzhou was taken aback. Where had such rumors originated? The distance from here to the city gate was but an hour. Did the city lord truly need to resort to stealth for such a task? Li Hanzhou chuckled. "Moreover, I see that your daughter possesses considerable skill. Would she not suffice as an escort?" "Esteemed elder, please do not jest. My meager skills are nothing compared to your prowess," Yi Ziying replied with a wry smile. Yi Qingbei added helplessly, "Perhaps you wonder why I, the city lord of Baiyun, lack any experts by my side. There were indeed several ninth-tier experts and even a transcendent being in the city, but they all perished in battle half a year ago. I had anticipated a period of tranquility, only to find trouble returning. Now, our Baiyun city has no capable defenders, and I can only beseech you to lend your strength. Our city is already under watch, only someone of your caliber can deliver the individual without drawing attention." Upon finishing, Yi Qingbei respectfully bowed to Li Hanzhou. "You overestimate my capabilities, I lack such prowess," Li Hanzhou quickly declined. "What a jest! Your people have perished, and now you are being targeted. How perilous must the person you wish to escort be?" My abilities are insufficient to ensure their safe passage. If you would agree to assist, I would be willing to offer 20,000 taels of silver as compensation, Yi Ziying interjected. Having been pressured by the gambling den, Li Hanzhou's tattered Taoist robe had led Yi Ziying to surmise that he might be in need of funds. Yet, a figure of such strength, lacking money, must be due to their modesty and unwillingness to engage in wrongdoing, thus, they were trustworthy. Yi Ziying was gambling on the hope that Li Hanzhou would indeed be willing to act for financial gain, as Baiyun City had little else to offer.
What is the identity of the individual to be escorted? Li Hanzhou found himself intrigued. 20,000 taels. That would suffice to renovate Changxing Temple substantially. Seeing Li Hanzhou soften, both Yi Qingbei and Yi Ziying's eyes lit up. It is a young man, Yi Qingbei swiftly replied. We only need to deliver him to the pine forest 30 miles away. Li Hanzhou contemplated once more. Could my talisman truly eliminate that monstrous creature? Indeed. Yi Ziying was uncertain why Li Hanzhou posed such a question, yet she replied, the 8th-tier dream demon was utterly obliterated before your talisman, showing no semblance of resistance whatsoever. Very well, I shall comply. Li Hanzhou nodded appreciatively. Thank you, esteemed elder. When shall we proceed? Yi Qingbei inquired, a hint of excitement in her tone. There is no rush, Li Hanzhou responded, extending his hand and calculating various matters. Though his strength was lacking, Li Hanzhou was aware that the Taoist techniques he had mastered in his previous life could now be employed. Since his talismans were effective, he intended to utilize some unique methods to escort the individual out of the city. However, at this moment, the right timing was crucial. After a brief period of contemplation, Li Hanzhou declared, in 3 days' time, I shall facilitate this person's departure from the city. Chapter 12, Li Hanzhou's storage bag 3 days later. Yi Qingbei pondered for a moment and then nodded. I appreciate your assistance, Senior Li. He said this with a solemn fist salute. This 2,000 taels of silver shall serve as a deposit for you, Senior. Yi Qingbei produced 2 1,000 tael banknotes and handed them to Li Hanzhou. How could I accept this? Li Hanzhou replied, accepting the notes with a smile that radiated warmth as he tucked them into his sleeve. This left Yi Qingbei momentarily speechless. He felt that Li Hanzhou was indeed quite different from the formidable individuals he usually encountered, remarkably unique. After leaving the city lord's residence, Li Hanzhou promised to return in 3 days. Once he had departed, Yi Ziying remarked to her father, Father, Senior Li's character is rather peculiar. He doesn't embody the demeanor of a senior expert at all. Yi Qingbei remained silent, merely producing several sheets of paper and tossing them onto the table. What is this? Yi Ziying inquired, picking one up with curiosity. Her expression shifted sharply as she read the contents. The papers detailed Li Hanzhou's background, and as the city lord, Yi Qingbei found it relatively easy to investigate an individual. Gambling addict, lacking in skills? Yi Ziying stared at the descriptions, astonished. Is this truly representative of Senior Li? How can he be such a person? It states here that he possesses only 6th grade cultivation, but I do not know, Yi Qingbei shook his head. The Li Hanzhou I investigated and the one we met today seem to be quite different. He continued, that talisman was capable of swiftly vanquishing an 8th grade dream demon, which suggests he must possess significant abilities. Yet the information I gathered paints him as a fraud. Alas, I have no choice but to take a gamble, hoping he can escort the 9th prince out of Baiyun City. Father, if things go awry, I can return to the sect and ask my master. Yi Ziying quickly suggested. Absolutely not, Yi Qingbei firmly declined. The 9th prince's whereabouts must not be disclosed. He frowned. The forces within the Divine K country are intricate and convoluted, and even your Qing sect has an inextricable link to the Divine K royal family. If anyone discovers the 9th prince's location, his life will be in peril. He is destined to inherit the throne, and should any mishap occur under my watch, I would become the greatest sinner of the Divine K country. Though the information on Li Hanzhou seems dubious, it is noteworthy that the Changxing Temple has had no ties with other sects or the Divine K royal family over the years. Therefore, Li Hanzhou is currently the only individual without any questionable affiliations. However, Ziying, Yi Qingbei turned to her, when Li Hanzhou assists the 9th prince in leaving the city,
You must remain close at hand. Be wary of unforeseen circumstances, should you determine that Li Hanzhou is nothing but an empty title. At this point, a glimmer of coldness flashed in Yi Qingbei's eyes as he made a gesture across his throat. Yi Ziying nodded. Understood. With the money in hand, Li Hanzhou did not rush back to the Changsheng Temple but instead visited the Divine Mechanism Merchant Association. This association, spread throughout the Divine K country, constituted a vast force, reputed for having virtually everything available for purchase. Li Hanzhou initially aimed to acquire a storage bag. Today, when Yi Ziying utilized her storage bag, it piqued his envy immensely. However, a mere 1 cubic meter storage bag demanded a staggering 50,000 taels of silver, a price that left Li Hanzhou astounded. It was exorbitantly expensive. Even if he received his full remuneration, he could not afford it. Just as despair began to set in, he noticed that half-finished storage bags were for sale, specifically marketed for spirit treasure artisans. These artisans could purchase the bags to inscribe runes, transforming them into genuine storage bags. They were priced at only 500 taels each. Without hesitation, Li Hanzhou made the purchase. If he could not afford a finished product, he could always craft one himself. Subsequently, he ordered an array of meat, vegetables, rice, and seasonings from the Divine Mechanism Merchant Association, requesting delivery to the Changsheng Temple. He also bought himself a new outfit. He intended to purchase outfits for Lu Dongyue and Shiming as well, but he was unsure of their sizes and decided to give them silver to buy their own when they returned. I'm back, Li Hanzhou announced upon returning to the Changsheng Temple. However, Shiming and Yun Qianzu's were nowhere to be found, while Lu Dongyue was busy chopping firewood, wielding a hatchet that was on the verge of dulling. Uncle Master. Lu Dongyue quickly stood up, brushing his hands off. Didn't you receive that axe from the Taishan sacred land? Why are you still using this hatchet? Li Hanzhou found it amusing that Lu Dongyue seemed reluctant to use the shiny axe beside him. Ah, this. Lu Dongyue hesitated. Using the Prajna axe, ranked 47th on the divine weapon list, for chopping wood? That might not be appropriate. If the Taishan sacred land learns of it, the sacred lord might be furious. He feared that the axe would eventually be reclaimed by the Taishan sacred land, and he would be left responsible for any damages. You look so stingy. Let me tell you, Uncle Master, I am now a wealthy man, and the days of the Changsheng Temple are about to improve. Li Hanzhou casually tossed 10 taels of silver into Lu Dongyue's arms. Gather Shiming and little Yun Qianzu's tomorrow, and take your apprentices down the mountain to buy them new outfits. Thank you, Uncle Master. Lu Dongyue's eyes brightened at the sight of the silver. He thought to himself that it was indeed a rare occurrence for Li Hanzhou to give him money. Focus on your training and strive to reach that elusive realm of supreme fragmentation, so you can take your Uncle Master along on your ascension, Li Hanzhou encouraged, patting Lu Dongyue's shoulder. What? Lu Dongyue was left bewildered. Just giving me 10 taels lets me ascend? That's quite a tall order. He chuckled bitterly. Our Changsheng Temple's cultivation methods and martial arts have largely been rendered ineffective, most cannot be practiced. The few that can are rather mundane. With that, ascending is entirely out of the question. Well, Li Hanzhou acknowledged Lu Dongyue's point. Currently, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was sealed, and the cultivation methods of the Changsheng Temple primarily relied on spiritual energy, so very few techniques were usable. However, Li Hanzhou found it curious that while they could not cultivate spiritual energy, he was able to do so. Could it be that he possessed an extraordinary constitution? He felt that unless this matter was resolved, his ascension would remain unattainable, and he would not be able to return to Earth, where he had yet to enjoy his 30 million or so assets. Wait for me to conduct some research, Li Hanzhou declared as he entered the room. His mind set on a more intriguing task, creating a storage bag. For the half-finished storage bag, Li Hanzhou merely needed to inscribe runes with his spirit. Having gained experience from crafting the Seven Treasures Gourd, he found the process much easier the second time around. Thus, just 2 hours later, he exhaled in relief. His storage bag was complete. As a swirl of black smoke emanated from the newly created storage bag, it signified its successful completion. What a spacious interior! Li Hanzhou gazed at his storage bag, which contained at least 10 cubic units. However, upon glancing at the instruction manual, he remarked with curiosity, The manual states that once the storage bag is completed, it will emit a blue smoke, indicating its readiness.
Why, then, is my storage bag releasing black smoke?
He contemplated placing something inside to investigate. Grasping a banknote, he was about to insert it but paused mid-air. No, what if there's a flaw with this storage bag? What if the banknote gets destroyed? He shook his head, opting instead to find an inconsequential item for his experiment. Coincidentally, at that moment, the voice of Yun Qianjuan echoed from outside, Master Uncle, it's time for dinner.
Tonight, we have chicken legs.
Chapter 13, Three Treasures. When Li Hanzhou emerged from the room, the table was abundantly set with delectable dishes.
Li Hanzhou had brought back a considerable amount of delicious food.
And the two children, Yun Qianzu and Shi, had busied themselves for half the day preparing this feast. It had been a long time since Lu Dongyue had encountered such a sumptuous meal. The three of them were salivating at the sight. However, since Li Hanzhou had yet to take his seat, they naturally refrained from picking up their chopsticks.
Please eat, Li Hanzhou said as he sat down, breaking off a chicken leg and placing it in Yun Qianzu's bowl. Master Uncle eats first, Yun Qianzu hastily replied, retrieving the chicken leg. In her eyes,
all these delicacies were rewards from her Master Uncle's arduous efforts outside, regardless of whether it was through gambling or other means. Thus,
it was only fitting that Li Hanzhou should be the first to partake. Very well, Li Hanzhou chuckled. Although Yun Qianzu was young, she was remarkably considerate.
He took a bite of the chicken leg. The culinary skills of Yun Qianzu and Shi were limited, the dishes were not exceptionally delicious. But the ingredients were decent and certainly better than the mere vegetable leaves Li Hanzhou had subsisted on since his arrival in this world. As he gazed at the chicken leg in his hand, an idea struck him, and he retrieved his storage bag.
Upon seeing the storage bag, Lu Dongyue's eyes lit up.
Such an item was indeed precious. He had often envied the disciples of the large sects who possessed such treasures.
Master Uncle, have you succeeded in refining a storage bag? Lu Dongyue asked eagerly.
Yes, it can be considered a success, Li Hanzhou replied, gently placing the chicken leg at the opening of the storage bag. A plume of black smoke erupted, and the chicken leg was swiftly consumed by it.
I did it!
Li Hanzhou exclaimed, his eyes sparkling.
Wait, Master Uncle. Lu Dongyue hastily gestured.
I've seen other storage bags, and they all emit blue smoke when they absorb items.
Why does yours produce black smoke?
Lu Dongyue recalled his own Seven Treasures Gourd that emitted green light, feeling that something was amiss with Li Hanzhou's storage bag.
Your Seven Treasures Gourd was a fluke.
But this is merely a storage bag.
It has no offensive capabilities. How could there be anything wrong with it? It's just a difference in color, Li Hanzhou laughed.
If you don't believe me, I'll take out the chicken leg I just placed inside.
With that,
Li Hanzhou concentrated his spiritual energy and entered the storage bag with his consciousness, intending to retrieve the chicken leg as proof.
However, where's my chicken leg? Li Hanzhou was taken aback.
His chicken leg had vanished. Yet, at that moment, an unusual object appeared within his storage bag. Li Hanzhou did not recall placing such an item inside. A flash of light illuminated his hand, and a complex flower resembling a lotus materialized,
emanating a chilling aura and boasting intricately crafted components.
It felt heavy, suffused with a faint aura of menace.
The appearance of this object left everyone present in shock. What is this? Where's my chicken leg? Li Hanzhou was bewildered, his chicken leg replaced by this bizarre item. Master Uncle.
Lu Dongyue suddenly stood up, instinctively retreating 2 steps. His face filled with terror.
This is the Tang sect's premier weapon, the Thousand Fate Ghost Lotus. Where did you acquire this?
There is only one of these in the entire Tang sect. It's rumored to be one of their treasured artifacts.
The Tang sect's treasured artifact?
Li Hanzhou scrutinized the object in his hand, equally perplexed about how it had ended up in his storage bag.
Master Uncle. Yun Qianzu gazed at Li Hanzhou with wide eyes. Did you suddenly become wealthy by stealing from the Tang sect?
Sister, you overestimate Master Uncle. Shi shook his head,
expressing disbelief. Li Hanzhou remained silent.
He set the Thousand Fate Ghost Lotus aside and casually picked up a bowl from the table, placing it into the storage bag.
Unsurprisingly, the bowl vanished as well.
Yet the next moment, Li Hanzhou retrieved a pill furnace from the storage bag. The furnace was entwined with a green dragon.
exuding a powerful presence and a fragrant aroma. Green Dragon 100 Flames? Lu Dongyue was taken aback. Isn't this the pill furnace of the nine-fingered divine Dr. Sun Yao from the Medicine King Valley? Master Uncle. You not only stole from the Tang sect but also from the Medicine King Valley? Lu Dongyue's eyes widened in fear. Both sects were not ones they could afford to offend. Strange, Li Hanzhou pondered, unable to comprehend why his storage bag contained such peculiar items. He attempted to take another dish from the table, but Ming and Yun Qianzu quickly moved all the food in front of themselves. Master Uncle. If you take any more, we will go hungry. Yun Qianzu glared at Li Hanzhou. Very well. Li Hanzhou, with no other option, returned to his room. He glanced at the books on his shelf and unexpectedly discovered a sketchbook titled The Years I Spent Cultivating with Master and Mistress. What nonsense is this? Li Hanzhou scoffed, feeling that his previous self had been utterly frivolous. Without hesitation, he tossed the sketchbook into the storage bag. As usual, black smoke billowed forth. And then Li Hanzhou pulled out the item again. Ah, this time it worked. Li Hanzhou exclaimed, somewhat surprised that his storage bag had finally functioned correctly. However, he soon realized something was amiss with the book. Before he could gather his thoughts, the storage bag suddenly shattered with a loud bang. My storage bag! Li Hanzhou's expression changed. How could a storage bag break? Although it was a postnatal spiritual treasure, it had no limit on usage. How could it possibly shatter? Master Uncle. Are you all right? Hearing the commotion, the three rushed into the room, finding Li Hanzhou in a daze, still clutching a book. I'm fine. It's just that my storage bag inexplicably shattered. Li Hanzhou felt exasperated. Was the quality of his self-refined items truly so poor? He tossed the book onto the table, deciding to investigate the source of the problem. What is this? Lu Dongyue leaned in curiously to examine the book, immediately gasping in shock. The Great Celestial Technique. Master Uncle. This is the national technique of the Xinglua Kingdom. Where did you get this? Lu Dongyue nearly choked on his breath, feeling faint. The Xinglua Kingdom? Ming echoed, equally astonished. Is this the same Xinglua Kingdom that was defeated by the Divine K? Indeed, the Xinglua Kingdom was immensely powerful, although they fell to the Divine K. A number of their people still survive, currently hidden in the Yunhuang region. The Great Celestial Technique is their most formidable technique, said to command the winds and summon rain with extraordinary power. Lu Dongyue explained. Is it truly that formidable? Li Hanzhou studied the book, still puzzled about its origins. He had conducted several experiments but found no discernible pattern. It seemed as if his items randomly transformed into these peculiar objects. However, the storage bag had disintegrated after 3 uses. Suddenly, an idea struck Li Hanzhou. Since this technique is so powerful, and you cannot cultivate the methods of our Changsheng view, why not practice this instead? This way, our Changsheng view will grow stronger, and your chances of ascension will increase significantly. Upon hearing this, Lu Dongyue's expression changed. Master Uncle, do not jest. This is the technique of the Xinglua Kingdom. If we practice it and are discovered, we will be branded as remnants of the Xinglua, likely facing the wrath of the entire Divine K. Such trouble? Li Hanzhou felt a sense of disappointment, as he had hoped for an opportunity with the longevity sect. However, there were more pressing concerns. Lu Dongyue, caught between laughter and tears, remarked, the Azure Dragon's 100 Flames, the Grand Celestial Art, and the 1,000 Life Ghost Lotus have all manifested within our longevity sect. If word were to spread, we would undoubtedly attract significant trouble. Whether it be the Medicine King's Valley, the Tang clan, or the remnants of the Starfall and the Cloud Wilderness, we would be unable to contend with any of them. Master Uncle, you ought to consider returning these items to their rightful owners. Li Hanzhou gazed at the artifacts, feeling a sense of dread. Return them? Such a notion seemed deceptively simple. How would one even go about it? Should he forge a storage pouch? What if something even more formidable were to emerge from it? What if the imperial seal of the divine authority were to resurface? Chapter 14, The Trader of Tangmen. Let us speak of this later, let us first have our meal. At present, Li Hanzhou found himself at a loss.
The group dined in silence, their expressions laden with worry as they occasionally stole glances at Li Hanzhou, seemingly pondering the gravity of his actions. Just then, a voice broke the stillness.
Is Lu Dongyue here?
Several heads turned to see a figure clad in purple entering from outside.
It is a member of the Zhouyuan escort agency, Shi Ming remarked, observing the newcomer.
I am Lu Dongyue. Lu Dongyue promptly rose, curiosity flickering in his eyes.
It was indeed a rarity for someone from the Zhouyuan escort agency to deliver a message for him. Could it be a letter from my senior brother? Yun Qianzu inquired.
Intrigued. The escort member rummaged through his bag for a considerable time before producing 3 invitations.
Lu Dongyue, is it?
Please sign for these, he said, handing over a document. This one is an invitation from the Badu sect, this one from the Zhao family, and this one from the Yu Mountain sect. They claim these are challenge notices, stating they wish to engage you in a duel at Changxingview in 7 days' time.
What? Lu Dongyue trembled, dropping his pen.
The Badu sect, the Zhao family,
and the Yu Mountain sect were all seeking him out for a contest?
He had thought the matter was settled. Who would have imagined they would come to challenge him?
Was this not a blatant call for vengeance? With his merely 5th-grade cultivation, how could he possibly stand against them?
This is disastrous. I might very well be killed. I stripped them bare at the Taishan sacred ground, and if they do not extract their revenge, it would be a miracle, he lamented, feeling utterly despondent.
After the Zhouyuan escort member departed, Lu Dongyue sank to the ground, his face devoid of hope. A challenge notice?
Li Hanzhou mused over the 3 invitations. It was evident these 3 sects were intent on revenge. Changxingview had not seen such excitement in ages.
Master Uncle, save me. Lu Dongyue gazed imploringly at Li Hanzhou.
It is because of your 7 Treasures Gourd that I have offended so many. You cannot abandon me.
This, Li Hanzhou sighed, how can I assist? I cannot defeat them either. Perhaps you could practice with this? Li Hanzhou suggested, presenting the great celestial technique.
Master Uncle, do not jest, Lu Dongyue protested, terrified of the repercussions of such training. If he were to be hunted down by the people of the divine quarters, not to mention the formidable experts from Xinglua Kingdom,
he would be doomed. Then how about this? Li Hanzhou offered the Qianming Ghost Lotus. Master Uncle, using this would lead to unimaginable consequences. Those sent by the 3 sects would likely perish, Lu Dongyue replied, a mix of bemusement and despair evident in his expression.
This is the foremost hidden weapon of Tangmen. If I were to use it to slay these disciples, they would surely join forces to annihilate Changxingview. None of these options seem viable, Li Hanzhou frowned,
glancing at the Qinglong 100 flames. Perhaps I could concoct some elixirs for you to enhance your abilities. If fortune favors you, you might stand a chance against them. What? Lu Dongyue's eyes widened in disbelief. Master Uncle, you can refine elixirs? Li Hanzhou pondered, does stewing braised meat count?
Master Uncle, this is no time for jokes.
Lu Dongyue was astonished that Li Hanzhou could still afford to jest in such dire circumstances. I am not jesting, Li Hanzhou replied,
retrieving a beginner's guide to alchemy from the shelf.
See, I possess this.
Following the methods within, it is not particularly difficult, just wait and see. If I can refine spiritual treasures, crafting an elixir should pose no challenge. Master Uncle, your ability to refine spiritual treasures raises concerns, Lu Dongyue quickly interjected.
While spiritual treasures may have minor issues, a poorly refined elixir could endanger my life. The last talisman you gifted me was quite powerful. Why not draw me a few more? That way, they cannot harm me. Talisman?
Li Hanzhou suddenly remembered his skill in that regard, but he shook his head. While the diamond talisman can ensure your survival, it merely allows you to withstand blows.
Do you possess any offensive talismans you could spare? Lu Dongyue looked at Li Hanzhou with eager anticipation. Li Hanzhou continued to shake his head.
The extent of his talisman's power was uncertain. He recalled how Yi Yun had vanquished an 8th-grade dream demon merely with his exorcism talisman. While he indeed had offensive talismans, such as the Thunder Talisman or the Coffin Suppression Talisman, the potency of these was unpredictable. Should he inadvertently obliterate their disciples, it would only invite formidable enemies. Care must be taken, I cannot risk damaging Changxingview.
Moreover, seeing the Qinglong 100 flames piqued Li Hanzhou's interest in alchemy. Alas, I am beyond salvation. Lu Dongyue despondently exited, feeling as though hope had entirely abandoned him. As night fell over Beichuan City, a small tavern on the street still glowed with light. Inside, a middle-aged man wearing a bamboo hat sipped his wine, solitary and melancholic. Yet, as the patrons dwindled, silence enveloped even the streets outside. "Waiter, another jug of wine." The man called out, but after a long pause, no reply came. "Ha!" the middle-aged man scoffed coldly, suddenly extending his hand. A flurry of flying needles erupted from his sleeve, hurtling toward the building opposite. Each needle, infused with immense internal energy, pierced through the structure instantly, accompanied by horrified screams. "Attack!" A command rang out, and in an instant, countless arrows rained down. The man leaped, raising his palm to shatter the roof, creating a gaping hole through which he ascended. However, it appeared his adversaries had anticipated his move. A torrential downpour of hidden weapons descended upon him. "Humph!" the man snorted. Deftly countering with a flurry of his own hidden weapons, the movements fluid and seamless. "Come forth!" he bellowed. As his voice echoed, 3 figures appeared atop the roof. Confronting him, the third elder, the fourth elder, and the law enforcement hall master. Upon seeing the trio, the man smiled. "Tangmen truly holds me in high regard. 3 masters of the profound realm have come to deal with me simultaneously. It seems today is my day of reckoning." Stepping forward, the law enforcement hall master frowned. "Zhou Ziyin, you were once the most outstanding disciple of Tangmen, yet you have betrayed us and slain your master. You are a beast beneath contempt. Today, we shall rid ourselves of this filth." "Ha ha ha!" Zhou Ziyin erupted in laughter. "The most outstanding disciple of Tangmen? If that were true, then why was the method for crafting the 1,000-mechanism peacock feather only passed to my junior brother and not to me? I refuse to accept it. For years, every advantage has gone to him, leaving me with nothing. If this is the case, I shall not lament the loss of such a Tangmen. As for that old fool, let him perish. He never consented to marry his daughter to me. Why? Am I not exceptional enough?" Zhou Ziyin's visage twisted with rage. "You are beyond redemption. Surrender yourself." The third elder shook his head. "Ha ha ha!" Zhou Ziyin sneered. "Under normal circumstances, if you 3 were to unite against me, I would surely fall short. However, now I shall use this opportunity to test the might of the 1,000 Life Ghost Lotus." 1,000 Life Ghost Lotus. Upon hearing this word, the expressions of the 3 men changed dramatically. The fourth elder, filled with fury, exclaimed, "The 1,000 Lives Ghost Lotus has vanished. It was undoubtedly you who stole it." "Indeed. This premier concealed weapon of the Tang sect now rests in my possession, perfectly suited for testing its formidable power on you 3 old fools." With a thunderous shout, Zhou Ziyin's storage pouch gleamed, and an object instantly materialized in his hand. "Behold my 1,000 lives chicken leg. To perish beneath the might of the Tang sect's foremost concealed weapon is truly an honor for you 3 who have not labored in vain within the Tang sect." Suddenly, Zhou Ziyin's countenance shifted. What he had retrieved from the storage pouch was unmistakably the 1,000 Lives Ghost Lotus, yet this chicken leg, where did it come from? And it appeared to have been bitten into. By the heavens! Where is my concealed weapon? Chapter 15. Yi Ziying's speculation as Zhou Ziyin defiantly brandished a chicken leg towards the trio, claiming he would eliminate them. The head of the Tangmen law enforcement hall was infuriated, his beard bristling with rage. "Zhou Ziyin, how dare you insult us? You shall pay with your life." With that, the hall master stepped forward, his true energy radiating, causing the surrounding space to tremble. His palm technique struck like the wind, and the Tongmen's white jade palm thundered forth. Zhou Ziyin's expression shifted. He realized that his opponent was a formidable practitioner of the transcendence realm, while he had only just attained the realm of transcending. He stood no chance against this old rogue, especially since his greatest reliance, the 1,000 Life Ghost Lotus, was not in his possession. At that moment, his first thought was to flee. However, as he turned, the figures of the third and fourth elders appeared behind him like phantoms, their hands pressing firmly on his shoulders. Their profound true energy suffocating him instantly. Bang! The white jade palm crashed into Zhou Ziyin's back, causing him to spew forth a mouthful of blood. His entire meridian system was shattered by that single blow. Zhou Ziyin, hand over the 1,000 life ghost lotus.
The hall master bellowed.
Zhou Ziyin gritted his teeth.
Fixating on the chicken leg in his hand, unable to comprehend how the 1,000 life ghost lotus in his storage pouch had inexplicably transformed into a mere chicken leg.
I hate. Zhou Ziyin roared. Speak quickly.
The third elder's claw-like hand gripped Zhou Ziyin's shoulder, snapping his collarbone with a crack.
Zhou Ziyin was drenched in sweat from the pain.
He still could not fathom how things had spiraled so out of control. According to his original plan, once he acquired the 1,000 life ghost lotus, he would fear no pursuit from the Tangmen. With the lotus in hand, he would slay as many of their members as came after him, and then escape into the vast wilderness, forever severing ties with the Tangmen. Yet, some wretched soul had not only stolen his 1,000 life ghost lotus but had also replaced it with a chicken leg. The most infuriating part was that the chicken leg had already been bitten into an utter humiliation.
Do as you will. Kill me if you must. Zhou Ziyin glared fiercely at the three.
He understood that claiming ignorance of the 1,000 life ghost lotus whereabouts would not convince these three old geezers.
The third and fourth elders exchanged glances, their eyes brimming with fury.
Take him back, the hall master said indifferently.
The Tangmen possess countless tortures awaiting him. I refuse to believe we cannot pry the truth from his lips. Zhou Ziyin was taken away.
The Tangmen, a force watched by countless eyes, immediately had news of this incident spread throughout the martial world. The tale of Zhou Ziyin betraying the sect and stealing the 1,000 life ghost lotus stirred quite a commotion.
However, far away, Hanzhou remained oblivious to this turmoil.
For the past few days, he had been engrossed in his books, researching alchemy,
contemplating how to enhance Lu Dongyue's abilities.
Yet, Lu Dongyue had been glum and restless, unable to sleep well, feeling as though Hanzhou's gaze upon him was akin to that of a scientist observing a test subject.
This distressed Lu Dongyue to the point of contemplating running away from home.
In the Lord's mansion of Baiyun City, Yi Qingbei sat in the hall with a somber expression,
deep in thought. Father, at that moment, Yi Ziying entered. Did you call for me?
Yes, Yi Qingbei replied gravely.
Today is the day, according to Hanzhou. He should come to escort the ninth prince out of the city.
Father, the escorting of the ninth prince will surely have to wait until nightfall.
There are too many eyes during the day, Yi Ziying replied.
I have had someone surveilling Changsheng Temple for several days, Yi Qingbei continued.
In the past 3 days.
Hanzhou has not left the temple at all, nor has he prepared anything, he merely stays indoors reading.
I now suspect he is deceiving me.
He claimed he needed 3 days to prepare, yet he has done nothing during this time.
Escorting the ninth prince is a significant matter. Reflecting on it now, I realize I have been too rash.
Father, this is beyond our control, Yi Ziying pondered before suggesting. I shall go to Changsheng Temple now and see what Hanzhou is truly up to.
Go ahead.
If Hanzhou intends to stir trouble,
we shall deal with it accordingly. Yi Qingbei's intent to take action was evident.
Rest assured, Yi Ziying responded before turning and leaving the Lord's mansion, hastening towards Changsheng Temple. A swift horse carried her to the temple's entrance in a mere quarter of an hour.
Is this Changsheng Temple?
Yi Ziying gazed at the gate, where the characters for Changsheng Temple were barely legible, almost unrecognizable. She could scarcely believe that such a place was indeed a sect.
Who are you looking for? Just then, a voice called out.
Yi Ziying looked up to find a young girl nearby, clad in a Taoist robe, her demeanor particularly charming.
Hello, I am looking for Hanzhou.
Seniorly, Yi Ziying approached.
Oh, you seek my master? Allow me to guide you, Yun Qiansa smiled.
Thank you for your assistance, Yi Ziying replied, smiling.
Are you also a disciple of Changsheng Temple? What is your name?
My name is Yun Qiansa. The girl scrutinized Yi Ziying and exclaimed, Sister, you are so beautiful. No woman dislikes being complimented, and Yi Ziying felt a surge of joy within her. After a moment's thought, she retrieved a long sword from her storage pouch. This sword is for you, she offered it to the girl. Wow, such a beautiful sword. Yun Qiansa's eyes widened as she gazed at the blade. This sword is forged from Yunjian iron, it cuts through iron like mud.
Yi Ziying explained, this was crafted for me when I first began my cultivation. But now I have no use for it.
Thank you, sister, Yun Qiansa expressed her gratitude swiftly.
Observing the girl's reaction, Yi Ziying mused that Changsheng Temple seemed impoverished.
The little girl likely had never encountered quality weapons before.
For Changsheng Temple, a sword made of Yunjian iron would surely be regarded as a divine weapon.
Third senior brother, look at my sword, this sister gifted it to me. At that moment, Yun Qianzhe noticed Ming approaching from across the way and hurriedly boasted. Oh! Quite beautiful indeed, Ming remarked, casting a surprised glance at Yi Ziying before clasping his fists in gratitude.
Thank you, miss, for gifting my junior sister such a divine weapon.
You're welcome,
Yi Ziying replied.
Third senior brother, where are you going?
Yun Qianzhe inquired. I'm off to gather firewood.
We are out, Ming stated before shouldering his axe and leaving. Okay, senior brother, Yun Qianzhe turned to Yi Ziying and said, Sister, let us proceed.
My master's residence is just ahead.
At that moment, Yi Ziying stood frozen, her gaze transfixed on the axe Ming carried. She could hardly believe her eyes.
The Prajna axe? It cannot be. Yi Ziying was astounded. Was that not the Prajna axe, ranked 47th on the divine weapon list?
Had it not been reported that the Prajna axe was previously in the hands of the demon race, and only recently
the supreme leader of Taoist had personally retrieved it? How could it be here in Changsheng Temple? Qianzhe, where did that axe come from? Yi Ziying, doubting her own vision, quickly inquired. The axe?
Oh, we brought it back from the Taoist Holy Land, Yun Qianzhe blinked.
Unsure why Yi Ziying asked about a mere axe, but she replied nonetheless. Indeed. Yi Ziying gasped.
I heard that the Taoist Holy Land recently held a disciple competition.
Did you participate?
Yes, Yun Qianzhe confirmed. Second senior brother participated, it was my master who sent him.
Yi Ziying's heart was filled with astonishment.
The disciples' competition at the Taimen Sacred Land is no trivial matter. Yi Ziying has emphasized that this event is intended to pave the way for Lu Tianqing. Alongside formidable figures like Shenzong, who stands out among the younger generation. It is surprising that the ultimate victory fell into the hands of the disciples of the Changsheng Temple.
Was Li Hanzhou the driving force behind this? What could be Li Hanzhou's motive for desiring the Prab-sa axe?
Knowing that the Taimen Sacred Land primarily seeks to support its disciples.
How audacious of Li Hanzhou to intervene in such a manner. Could it be that he harbors some secret agenda? Does he hold a grudge against the Taimen Sacred Land?
At this moment, Yi Ziying becomes increasingly convinced of Li Hanzhou's extraordinary nature. Especially considering that even Lu Tianqing was defeated by a disciple of the Changsheng Temple amidst such a gathering of prodigious talents. Chapter 16, Yi Ziying encounters a ghost. It seems your second senior brother is quite formidable, Yi Ziying remarked nonchalantly. Her casual tone concealing a desire to probe into the depths of Changsheng Wan.
Second senior brother, you say? The young girl Yun Qianzhe appeared utterly innocent.
Unaware that her second senior brother's strength was rather modest at only the 5th tier of cultivation. Had it not been for her uncle crafting a spirit treasure for him and gifting him a talisman, he would not have embarked on this journey, she pouted. Expressing disappointment at his return with nothing more than a broken axe. Upon hearing this, Yi Ziying's heart was profoundly astonished.
5th tier cultivation? A 5th tier cultivator managed to excel in the trials of the Taoist sacred ground? Wait a moment. Did you say your uncle forged a spirit treasure for your second senior brother? Yi Ziying questioned, incredulous.
Indeed, replied Yun Qianzhe, blinking innocently.
Yi Ziying could tell that Yun Qianzhe was not the type to fabricate tales.
At that moment, her gaze drifted into the distance.
Realizing that they had grossly underestimated Li Hanzhou.
Not only was he extraordinarily powerful, but he was also a master of spirit treasures.
Moreover,
his prowess as a spirit treasure craftsman was formidable. A disciple of 5th tier cultivation wielding Li Hanzhou's spirit treasures could dominate the competition,
even suppressing the likes of Lu Tianqing from the younger generation, which spoke volumes. Who exactly is this Li Hanzhou?
He remains inconspicuous, and for so many years. No one in Dongyan Prefecture has heard of such a figure.
Has he been masquerading as a fool all this time? What could his true intentions be?
Why has he suddenly chosen to act, targeting the Taoist sacred ground first? Regardless, once they returned to the Shangqing sect, it was imperative to report this matter to the sect.
With this thought in mind, Yi Ziying dismounted her horse,
feeling it would be impolite to ride past such a prominent individual. "Sister, we have arrived," Yun Qianzhe announced as she led Yi Ziying to a small courtyard, calling out,
"Uncle, we have guests." Standing at the entrance of the courtyard, Yi Ziying was taken aback by the humble abode of Li Hanzhou.
A cultivator of such extraordinary capabilities and a spirit treasure craftsman lived in such simplicity.
Could this be the fabled return to simplicity? Who seeks me? Li Hanzhou emerged from within, noticing Yi Ziying at the door.
"Miss Yi," he exclaimed, quickly inviting her to sit. "Apologies for disturbing you, Senior," Yi Ziying said respectfully, cupping her hands in greeting as she stepped inside.
"Qianzhe, prepare some tea," he instructed. "Of course, Uncle," Yun Qianzhe replied, darting off. "Senior,
today you had promised the city lord to escort someone out of the city.
Do you recall?" Yi Ziying inquired.
"Naturally, I remember," Li Hanzhou chuckled.
"Since the escorting is scheduled for the evening, I took my time.
I planned to wait until after dinner to head to Baiyun City.
But I didn't expect you to arrive first."
"Please do not misunderstand, I am not here to rush you," Yi Ziying quickly clarified.
"My father has always admired you. And he believes witnessing your prowess would be a valuable learning opportunity. He wishes for me to accompany you, if you do not mind. Are you certain you wish to follow?" Li Hanzhou's expression shifted intriguingly.
"If it would inconvenience you, I shall not impose," Yi Ziying promptly stood.
"I have no objections,"
Li Hanzhou replied with a smile. "However, my methods might be startling.
I fear I may frighten you." "Rest assured, Senior," Yi Ziying laughed.
As a disciple of the Shangqing sect, she had witnessed numerous extraordinary sights, nothing could terrify her. "Very well then, after dinner, we shall prepare to depart," Li Hanzhou stated.
"Understood.
If there is anything I can assist with, please do not hesitate to instruct me," Yi Ziying offered. "Then please help me with the vegetables," he requested.
"Of course," she agreed, though a bit taken aback.
As the daughter of the city lord and a disciple of the Shangqing sect, she had never engaged in such tasks. After picking 2 bowls of vegetables, she felt more exhausted than after a scuffle with several adversaries. Meanwhile, Li Hanzhou moved with remarkable ease, slicing meat and stir-frying vegetables with such finesse that he rivaled a master chef.
Yi Ziying observed in disbelief as this extraordinary figure adeptly prepared a meal. Initially,
Yi Ziying had no intention of dining, as she typically consumed little. However, she could not resist the allure of Li Hanzhou's cooking and ended up savoring 2 bowls. After the meal, she found herself pondering whether Li Hanzhou had ever worked in an inn. What a mysterious man he was.
Gradually, the evening deepened. Li Hanzhou returned indoors, seemingly preparing for something, while Yi Ziying waited outside. As time wore on, she glanced at the clock, realizing it was nearly midnight, and unease settled in. "Senior, it grows late, should we not leave?"
"Just a moment," came Li Hanzhou's voice from within. With no choice but to wait, she remained patient.
After nearly another hour, Li Hanzhou finally emerged. "Senior, let us return to Baiyun City," Yi Ziying urged.
"No, we shall first visit another location before heading back to Baiyun City," Li Hanzhou replied. A cloth bag slung over his shoulder, the contents unknown.
"Where are we going?" she inquired.
"Follow me," he instructed, notifying Shiming and the others to remain at the temple, as he had matters to attend to. They all nodded in acknowledgement.
With curiosity brimming, Yi Ziying followed Li Hanzhou westward. As they journeyed,
the tranquil night enveloped them in silence, the roads were devoid of any figures, and Li Hanzhou remained silent, leaving Yi Ziying with an inexplicable chill.
"Senior, where are we headed?"
After half an hour, she could no longer contain her curiosity.
"Just ahead," Li Hanzhou pointed. Peering forward, Yi Ziying discerned a grove of trees.
Desolate willows dotting the landscape, the entire wood shrouded in an eerie silence.
The ambience felt almost uncanny. "Senior, what is our purpose here?"
Though she saw nothing amiss, a sense of foreboding crept over her. "To borrow something," Li Hanzhou replied, leading her deeper into the woods. Upon reaching a broad path, he calculated with his fingers and glanced at the moonlight, which was now obscured. The surroundings were silent and shrouded in darkness. "It is nearly time," he announced. With that, Li Hanzhou retrieved willow leaves from the cloth bag, tracing his fingers over them. Instantly, golden characters coalesced upon the leaves. Before Yi Ziying could discern the inscriptions, Li Hanzhou brushed a leaf against his eyelid and simultaneously applied another to hers. With a decisive gesture, Li Hanzhou shouted, "Open!" As the command reverberated, Yi Ziying felt a jolt coursing through her, and an inexplicable tremor seized her. At that moment, a mournful sound of a swan pierced the night, echoing with a chilling resonance that sent shivers down her spine. In mere moments, she was left with goosebumps, overwhelmed by the haunting sound. What was this eerie noise? Why did it instill such dread? However, before Yi Ziying could utter a word, the subsequent scene rendered her legs weak with trepidation. In the previously empty willows, a procession emerged, resplendent yet airy. At the forefront, a figure played a swana, adorned in vibrantly colored garments, their faces as pale as parchment, with 2 crimson blushes painted upon their cheeks. Their eyes, devoid of life, exuded an unsettling aura. Following behind were individuals clad in wedding attire, moving with a zombie-like gait, rhythmically striking various instruments that emitted mournful sounds. Most disconcerting of all was a crimson palanquin trailing behind, emblazoned with the character for happiness, reminiscent of a wedding celebration. Yet, who would engage in such peculiar festivities in the dead of night, playing haunting melodies to marry off a daughter? It was indeed the dead of night. Could it be that they had encountered a ghost? Chapter 17. The ghostly wedding chair proves useful. Upon witnessing the scene before him, Li Hanzhou felt no fear. Ever since he discovered that his Taoist abilities were applicable in this world, he had been aware that he would undoubtedly encounter the spirits of this realm. Over the past few days, he had indeed encountered some wandering souls in the mountains. He had previously calculated that today was particularly heavy with yin energy and had foreseen that a ghostly bride would be married today, which was why he had brought Yi Ziying along. Li Hanzhou was unafraid of ghosts, as he knew precisely how to deal with them. "Senior, have we encountered a ghost?" Yi Ziying's face turned pale with fright, for she was merely a young girl in her teens, unaccustomed to such sights. In this mystical world of Xiantian, there were humans, demons, and monsters, but she had never heard of ghosts. Such entities had existed only in tales meant to frighten, and she never expected them to be real. Now that she had witnessed it, a chill ran down her spine. The unknown was terrifying, and the fact that Li Hanzhou could lead her to such an encounter made her question his identity. Feeling scared? Li Hanzhou chuckled. Yi Ziying swallowed hard, offering no response but stealthily stepping back, clutching the hem of Li Hanzhou's robe like a frightened child in need of protection. Meanwhile, the sedan chair seemed oblivious to their presence, continuing its advance. "Senior, they're coming closer," Yi Ziying said, her voice trembling with anxiety, regretting her decision to come here tonight. At that moment, Li Hanzhou retrieved a copper bell from his bag. With a tinkling sound, the bell rang out, drawing the attention of all present, their eyes fixated on Li Hanzhou and Yi Ziying. Yi Ziying felt a wave of coldness wash over her. Living souls obstructing the ghostly wedding chair. A thin voice emanated from the sedan chair, chilling to the bone. "My apologies," Li Hanzhou stepped forward, clasping his hands in a gesture of respect. "We have matters to attend to and wish to borrow your chair for a time. I am aware you are to be wed tonight, so I kindly request that this lady proceeds on foot." "You seek death." The woman within the sedan chair erupted in fury, and in an instant, 2 crimson ribbons shot forth, aimed directly at Li Hanzhou. Yet, Li Hanzhou remained composed, revealing an 8-trigram mirror in his palm. Utilizing the moonlight, the mirror reflected a beam of light that surged toward the ribbons. With a resounding explosion, the ribbons shattered. Li Hanzhou then produced a candle, performing a seal that ignited the wick. He touched the flame with his fingertip, causing fire to manifest and snake along the path of the shattered ribbons, illuminating the willow grove as if it were day. The flames reached the sedan chair, prompting a scream from within, and a bride clad in red burst forth, crashing to the ground. Yi Ziying stood frozen, astonished. "What sorcery is this?" she wondered, bewildered. Was this truly the legendary art of the Taoist sect? The ghostly bride felt an overwhelming sense of humiliation. Yet, she recognized Li Hanzhou's formidable abilities. Had he not shown restraint, she would have been consumed by the fiery serpents?
Will you lend it or not? Li Hanzhou inquired coolly. Is this a request? You are robbing me.
Though her face was obscured by a red veil, her voice dripped with grievance.
Once matters are concluded, I shall offer you a proper release.
Li Hanzhou replied with a smile.
What benefit is there in being a ghost? Would it not be more delightful to reincarnate as a human? Humph, a release?
The ghostly bride scoffed. You are unaware that the cycle of reincarnation has long since shattered.
Where is the possibility of rebirth?
Very well, take your chair. I shall walk to my wedding.
The cycle shattered?
Li Hanzhou was taken aback by her words and hastily calculated, his expression turning peculiar.
It was indeed true.
He discerned that this woman had no fate for reincarnation. Even if he forcibly sought to release her, he could not send her to be reborn. What a strange world this was. I shall take my leave, the ghostly bride said, her voice tinged with fear as she rose and drifted away. The remaining members of the procession stood motionless, as if devoid of awareness. Li Hanzhou, opting not to ponder further, shook the bell in a specific rhythm,
prompting the procession to slowly turn and head toward Baiyun City. Senior, they are heading toward Baiyun City. Yi Ziying finally dared to speak after holding her breath in fear.
Then let us return, Li Hanzhou replied.
Yes, let us hasten back, Yi Ziying exclaimed, eager to leave the eerie place, fearing what other terrors might emerge. With a leap, she executed her lightness skill, startling Li Hanzhou. Was she truly that frightened?
Li Hanzhou had intended to mention that he was not skilled in lightness, but then recalled that although his original self had limited prowess, he had practiced it.
Now,
he summoned the spiritual energy within him and executed the 9 stars of Yu technique from the Changxing view.
In an instant, he felt as light as a swallow.
As if the winds around him had intensified. In the blink of an eye, he covered several hundred meters.
How swift! Li Hanzhou marveled,
pleasantly surprised to rediscover his ability to perform lightness.
What man does not harbor dreams of martial prowess? Senior, slow down. I cannot keep up. Yi Ziying exclaimed,
having only glimpsed a fleeting shadow of Li Hanzhou as he sped ahead, far beyond her reach.
Oh, all right.
Li Hanzhou slowed his pace to wait for her.
After a short while, they returned to the Lord's residence in Baiyun City. Father, I am back. Yi Ziying entered the residence, finally feeling a sense of safety. What is the matter?
Yi Qingbei noticed something unusual about his daughter, who usually exuded a cold demeanor, now appearing somewhat unsettled, as if she had been frightened.
Lord Yi. Li Hanzhou approached.
Seniorly, Yi Qingbei greeted, clasping his hands in respect. He glanced at Yi Ziying, who nodded slightly in acknowledgement.
Yi Qingbei felt reassured, recognizing that Li Hanzhou was indeed capable and had earned his daughter's trust. Though her abilities were not yet formidable, she had developed discernment during her time at the Qingqing sect. If Yi Ziying deemed him reliable, then he must be. Thank you, seniorly, Yi Qingbei said,
stepping aside to reveal a small room. He approached and gently knocked on the door with utmost reverence.
Come in, a faint voice responded from within. Yi Qingbei opened the door respectfully and gestured for Li Hanzhou to enter first. Li Hanzhou, intrigued by Yi Qingbei's respectful demeanor, stepped into the modest room. In the center,
a young man was seated, engrossed in a book.
With just a glance, Li Hanzhou discerned a regal aura emanating from him, revealing his identity as a prince.
Although Li Hanzhou was aware that this individual was not the Emperor Shinkei, the imperial presence surrounding him confirmed his noble lineage.
The young man set his book aside and regarded Li Hanzhou with keen interest.
I appreciate your assistance with tonight's affairs, he said courteously, rising to express his gratitude.
Trusting Yi Qingbei's judgment in his selection of associates, Li Hanzhou inquired, May I ask how to address you?
I am Yu Qingyang, the young man replied. Chapter 18, The road out of the city. Yu Qingyang spoke politely, and upon hearing that surname, Li Hanzhou confirmed that he indeed stood before a member of the royal family, for the Yu surname belonged to the divine royal lineage.
Young Master Yi Qingbei, a bit anxious, was about to speak but was halted by Yu Qingyang, who raised his hand and said, Since we wish for seniorly to assist me in departing from Baiyun City, it is only fitting that we be forthright. Indeed. Since Yu Qingyang has said so, I shall refrain from further comments, Yi Qingbei conceded. Shall we depart now, sir? Yu Qingyang inquired.
Not in haste, let us wait a moment. Li Hanzhou replied with a smile.
Wait? Yu Qingyang, curious, asked, what are we waiting for? Just as he spoke, Li Hanzhou suddenly turned his gaze toward the door, declaring, They have arrived.
In an instant, a chilling wind swept through, flinging the door wide open. Yi Qingbei hurried forward to close it, but at that moment, Yi Ziying felt a chill run down her spine. Her hair stood on end as she stared wide-eyed at the entrance.
The ghostly figures had returned,
bearing a haunting crimson bridal sedan. Yet, Yi Qingbei could not see them and collided directly with the procession, as they passed right through his form.
They have come! Yi Ziying exclaimed, swiftly hiding behind Li Hanzhou, trembling with fear.
A disciple of the Shangqing sect, she had honed her skills in the Jade Radiance technique.
She would bravely confront demon races without flinching.
Yet, the presence of these spirits rendered her too frightened to even breathe.
Ziying, what troubles you? Yi Qingbei asked,
observing her sudden terror. As he scanned the surroundings, he found nothing amiss. Yu Qingyang, too, was curiously fixated ahead, but despite his straining eyes, he could discern nothing. Without wasting words, Li Hanzhou retrieved a talisman from his satchel and pressed it to Yu Qingyang's forehead. Yu Qingyang's pupils constricted as he felt a curious shift within his body, and at that moment, flames ignited on his shoulders and above his head.
Young master! Yu Ziying gasped in astonishment at the sight. Yu Qingyang, bewildered, glanced at Li Hanzhou, who pulled out a small vial and inhaled the flames from Yu Qingyang's shoulders into it.
As the flames vanished, Yu Qingyang felt as though something had been taken from him. However, before he could comprehend, he beheld the throng of ghosts ahead. Even a man of Yu Qingyang's experience was taken aback, stepping back in fright, his eyes wide with terror.
Young master, what is the matter? Yi Qingbei exclaimed, startled by Yu Qingyang's demeanor. Seniorly, what is happening? He asked urgently.
It is nothing, he simply witnessed something startling.
It is not a significant issue. Li Hanzhou reassured Yu Qingyang. Are you frightened? He inquired. Indeed, Yu Qingyang admitted, gazing incredulously at Li Hanzhou. Is that truly a ghost? Merely a few minor spirits.
I summoned them to escort you out of the city, Li Hanzhou explained, indicating the talisman on Yu Qingyang's forehead.
This is a life-sealing talisman.
I have temporarily sealed your living essence. Shortly, you will enter the sedan, and these spirits will carry you to the pine forest 30 li away.
Must I sit within this?
Yu Qingyang asked, eyeing the ominous red sedan, a sense of dread creeping over him.
Fear not, this is a joyous sedan. Specially acquired for you by Seniorly, Yi Ziying interjected.
Originally, it housed a ghost bride for tonight's marriage in the underworld, but now she must depart on foot. Coughing awkwardly, Yu Qingyang nodded, feeling a mix of anxiety and resignation.
I see you possess some cultivation, Li Hanzhou assessed Yu Qingyang. You will not struggle, will you? Of course not, Yu Qingyang replied, resolutely.
Upon entering the sedan, you must hold your breath, do not exhale at all.
If your essence escapes,
it will disrupt the path of the dead, potentially exposing you. Whether you are discovered will rely on your fortune, Li Hanzhou instructed.
I understand, sir, Yu Qingyang said, gravely. Let us proceed. Li Hanzhou gestured toward the sedan.
Gazing at the red sedan, Yu Qingyang swallowed hard, still feeling unsettled.
However, this was the only means to escape the prying eyes of Baiyun City.
Summoning his courage, he took a deep breath and approached the crimson sedan,
lifting the curtain to enter. For Li Hanzhou and Yi Ziying, they witnessed Yu Qingyang board the sedan. Yet for Yi Qingbei,
it was as if Yu Qingyang had vanished before his very eyes.
From their earlier discourse, however, Yi Qingbei gleaned that something unseen had come to escort Yu Qingyang.
If he could not perceive it, neither could others. Let us go, Li Hanzhou commanded, shaking a bell in his hand. The spirits resumed their haunting melodies,
escorting Yu Qingyang away from the governor's residence.
Yu Qingyang, seated within the sedan, stole glances outside, astonished to find himself passing through walls. Such marvels ignited a profound curiosity within him regarding Li Hanzhou's abilities.
What sorcery is this? He pondered. We must follow, Li Hanzhou instructed Yi Ziying. As long as we ensure his safe arrival at the pine forest, my task will be complete.
Yi Ziying, swallowing nervously, pointed at herself and awkwardly asked.
Must I accompany you? Li Hanzhou was taken aback. Is he not the one you are determined to protect? Will you not follow to witness? Ziying, what are you saying?
You must ensure the young master's safety to the pine forest, Yi Qingbei stated firmly.
Indeed, father, Yi Ziying replied, feeling tears welling in her eyes. She wished for Li Hanzhou to grant Yi Qingbei a glimpse of the horrors that lay ahead, to see if he would still speak with such nonchalance. The two mounted their horses and slowly followed the sedan. Under the moonlit sky, trailing a procession of spirits down the desolate streets, Yi Ziying's heart raced. She initiated a conversation with Li Hanzhou, Sr. Do such entities truly exist? Why have we never heard of them until now? Not even the Shangqing sect has any records. Because you cannot see them, Li Hanzhou replied calmly.
The realms of the living and the dead are distinct, the living traverse their paths while the spirits wander the underworld.
Hence the lack of knowledge. Will these entities harm the living? Yi Ziying asked nervously.
In my youth, I heard tales of malevolent spirits causing harm.
Is there truth to that?
You have already stated they are mere tales, Li Hanzhou shook his head.
If you cannot see ghosts, they cannot harm you.
Unless one possesses extraordinary power to disrupt the balance of life and death, in which case, you may encounter such beings.
There is no need for concern. Oh. Yi Ziying sighed with relief, reassured that these entities posed no threat.
Yet, Li Hanzhou remained preoccupied with thoughts of the earlier question. This world was indeed peculiar.
How had the cycle of reincarnation become fragmented? As Li Hanzhou and Yi Ziying followed the sedan out of the city,
he sensed numerous eyes watching them near the city gates.
Yet, after a cursory glance, the gazes withdrew.
Nevertheless, the spies would surely relay their findings.
In the midnight hour,
Yi Ziying, the daughter of the city lord of Baiyun, ventured out of the city, accompanied by an unidentified figure, yet the presence of the ninth prince remained elusive. This information swiftly permeated the air. Meanwhile, Yu Qingyang also departed from the city. Those lingering at the entrance were evidently waiting to find Yu Qingyang. Upon exiting the city, Li Hanzhou inquired. Indeed, Yi Ziying nodded. It appears they have not realized that the young master has already left.
However, Li Hanzhou's gaze was fixed on the horizon. Utilizing his divination skills, he sensed that the path ahead this evening might not unfold as smoothly as anticipated.
Nevertheless, Li Hanzhou had already made several preparations, marking this as a significant endeavor in his exploration of the world.
Chapter 19 Zhao Qianqiu a distance of 30 li, neither close nor far.
The speed of the sedan chair was not particularly swift, yet according to Li Hanzhou's calculations, they would certainly arrive at the pine forest before dawn.
Paiyu Lake.
The essential route to the pine forest was illuminated by a bonfire, casting a warm glow in the otherwise pitch-black night.
By the fire sat a middle-aged man, his expression intensely focused as he meticulously polished his knife.
A pristine handkerchief in his grasp ensured that every inch of the blade was attended to with great care, his eyes reflecting a subtle, barely perceptible coldness. "Come out," he murmured without lifting his gaze, speaking to the air. As soon as his words fell, a figure clad in white descended from a nearby cliff with astonishing agility, his silhouette ghost-like, trailing a phantom in the night sky as if he were a multitude of shadows. In an instant, he appeared beside the bonfire.
Zhao Qianqiu.
The white-clad man addressed the one by the fire. It has been a long time since I last heard news of you in the martial world. I thought you had perished, yet here you are in the kingdom of Shinkei.
What brings you here this time?
That is none of your concern, Zhao Qianqiu replied, not bothering to acknowledge him. At the very least, it has nothing to do with your Taishan Holy Land.
He continued.
I have no intention of causing trouble for your Taishan Holy Land. Our paths do not cross, there is no need for you to watch me so closely.
Can the words of your blood sacrifice pavilion be trusted? The holy master of Taishan scoffed. Your pavilion has committed its share of vile deeds, has it not? Moreover, you, a celestial warrior-level assassin, trespassing on my Taishan Holy Land, how can I possibly feel at ease? And if you do not? Zhao Qianqiu countered.
I have heard of your recent commotion in the western courtyard, retrieving the Prajna axe from Divine Ox Mountain.
That is no trivial matter. And the inhabitants of Divine Ox Mountain are not to be underestimated.
You must have paid a considerable price for it, and following that,
You did not even show your face during the disciple assessment. You must be injured. Do you truly think you can stop me if I wish to act? Upon hearing this,
the holy master of Taoxian narrowed his eyes, instinctively stepping back a half step. Zhao Qianqiu spoke the truth. He had indeed sustained injuries on Divine Ox Mountain. Though he had recuperated somewhat, in a confrontation with a formidable opponent, any factor could lead to defeat. Zhao Qianqiu, a peak celestial warrior from the blood sacrifice pavilion,
was no less formidable than himself.
In their current state, a confrontation posed great risk. Yet, if Zhao Qianqiu truly aimed to target the Taoxian Holy Land, it would not be so simple. This was, after all, their territory, and should it come to a desperate fight, he would not emerge unscathed either. Sensing the Holy Master's trepidation, Zhao Qianqiu chuckled softly, shaking his head. Rest assured, I have no desire to engage in a conflict with you. My mission does not involve you. Even if I were to kill you, there would be no reward for me. I would not waste my time and effort on you.
Who is your target, then?
The Holy Master inquired thoughtfully. You are prying too much. Zhao Qianqiu continued to polish his knife. The Holy Master's gaze fell upon the blade, ranked 32nd on the divine weapon list, Autumn Burial.
Countless souls had perished beneath its edge. At that moment,
the Holy Master sensed two approaching presences.
In an instant, Zhao Qianqiu moved,
ascending to the treetop of an ancient tree with ease, as the dark night posed no obstacle for him.
His gaze was keen as an eagle, spotting two figures riding towards them.
Not them, Zhao Qianqiu frowned.
Meanwhile, the Holy Master also reached the treetop, recognizing the approaching figures as Yi Ziying and Li Hanzhou.
The daughter of Yi Qingbei, the Holy Master mused, recalling the spirited girl they had once favored. Though she had ultimately chosen to join the Shangqing sect due to their more suitable cultivation methods. Now, she had grown into a young woman. What business did she have out here at such an hour? As for the man beside her, both the Holy Master and Zhao Qianqiu paid him no mind,
dismissing him as an ordinary person devoid of any trace of true energy. Zhao Qianqiu turned to leave. His task was to eliminate the potential presence of the ninth prince in the kingdom of Shankai. He held no interest in anyone else, nor had he been commissioned for their demise. Within the sedan chair, Yu Qingyang was deep in meditation, but suddenly his expression shifted. Having sustained injuries that had yet to fully heal, he found it increasingly difficult to maintain his composure after holding his breath for so long. A surge of energy welled up within him, and he succumbed to the urge to cough. Cough, cough. The sound of his cough echoed.
Yu Qingyang had leaked his yang energy. As the coughs reverberated, the entire sedan along with the surrounding spirits detached from the nether road.
In mere moments, the little spirit swayed, reluctant to advance further.
In an instant, both Zhao Qianqiu and the Holy Master sensed a foreign aura suddenly manifest, only to swiftly conceal itself.
Yet, it was not done skillfully. If one were to concentrate, the residual energy could still be detected.
The target has arrived. A flicker of excitement flashed in Zhao Qianqiu's eyes. He had been waiting 2 days for this moment.
In a blink, Zhao Qianqiu drew his knife.
Its blade slicing through the night, aimed at the place where the aura had briefly appeared.
The crescent blade cleaved through the air, severing the entire official road in an instant.
In that moment, the void trembled. The multitude of spirits and the sedan vanished entirely, and Yu Qingyang tumbled from the sedan,
landing on the ground. Not good. Yi Ziying's expression changed at the sight. Yu Qingyang had been discovered.
The strength of the assailant was formidable,
as evidenced by the mere flash of the blade, revealing immense power. His yang energy has leaked, Li Hanzhou observed, shaking his head. Yu Qingyang's cough had revealed his energy,
thrusting him from the nether road. But someone seeks to kill the prince, Li Hanzhou reflected, bemused by the troubles of royal life.
How splendid it would be to live as an ordinary citizen.
At last, my wait is over. Zhao Qianqiu descended gracefully, positioning himself before Yu Qingyang.
The latter gazed up,
sensing the overwhelming might of his adversary, a force beyond his capacity to withstand.
Who is this person?
The Holy Master of Taoxian, having never encountered the ninth prince,
refrained from intervening, instead observing from the treetop.
It is Zhao Qianqiu.
Yi Ziying's expression shifted dramatically as she realized that the ninth prince was in grave danger. The name of Zhao Qianqiu, a master of the blood sacrifice pavilion and a peak celestial warrior,
struck fear into the hearts of many. In his hand was the divine weapon, autumn burial, beneath which countless souls had found their end.
Li, save the prince! In that moment, Yi Ziying placed all her hopes in Li Hanzhou.
Li Hanzhou sat astride his steed, remaining silent as he gazed ahead.
He was acutely aware that the individual before him was undoubtedly a master, yet the extent of their prowess eluded him. This evening,
Li Hanzhou harbored the desire to test his own strength and ascertain whether he was capable of engaging in combat. It would indeed be fortuitous to rescue the ninth prince. However, should he fail, his agile skills would surely allow for a swift escape. Entrusted with a task, he bore the weight of a life. Zhao Qianqiu gradually lifted his hand, poised to sever Yu Qingyang's head.
In a moment of despair, Yu Qingyang shut his eyes,
recognizing that he had little chance against such a formidable opponent. Yet, just as Zhao Qianqiu's blade was about to descend, a bolt of lightning cleaved the sky, transforming into a roaring silver serpent that lunged with a gaping maw towards Zhao Qianqiu.
Chapter 20, The Great Celestial Art.
Zhao Qianqiu's expression remained unchanged as he retreated, his blade cleaving directly towards the thunder.
Boom!
A resounding explosion echoed. Indeed, Zhao Qianqiu's strength was formidable, cleaving the thunder asunder.
Yet, he did not remain unperturbed.
The ground beneath him cracked, and the autumn morning blade in his hand buzzed ominously, delicate arcs of lightning dancing around it, quivering incessantly. Zhao Qianqiu felt a tingling numbness surging through his arm.
How could such a bolt of heavenly thunder descend so suddenly?
The supreme master of Taoist was equally astonished.
Had a master intervened? Who could it be?
Yu Qingyang was taken aback as well, but upon witnessing someone take action, he leaped forward,
positioning himself next to Yi Ziying and Li Hanzhou. Mr. Li, I apologize for wasting your efforts. Yu Qingyang spoke with a hint of embarrassment.
Li Hanzhou had exerted tremendous effort to escort him out of the city. Everything had gone smoothly until now, only for it to culminate in failure due to his own involvement.
Now, they faced the elite of the blood offering pavilion. No matter, Li Hanzhou replied nonchalantly. Is the young master unharmed? Yi Ziying inquired urgently. I'm fine, Yu Qingyang reassured, but I fear I have implicated both of you. This individual is not easy to deal with.
Yi Ziying glanced at Li Hanzhou. Perhaps others had not seen clearly, but she had discerned that it was Li Hanzhou who had acted, transforming a talisman into heavenly thunder that had forced Zhao Qianqiu back. Zhao Qianqiu was indeed a master of the blood offering pavilion, yet Li Hanzhou had repelled him with but a single talisman. What was his true strength? Li Hanzhou observed Zhao Qianqiu ahead and sensed that he was indeed a formidable foe, yet he could not fathom the extent of his prowess. His heavenly thunder had been severed by this man. He pondered whether Zhao Qianqiu was simply too strong, or if he himself was truly too weak.
Who is it that dares to intervene? Why not step forward and reveal yourself?
Zhao Qianqiu's gaze swept warily around.
However, he could not discern any presence.
The situation was indeed peculiar. Even if a master of the celestial realm had arrived, he should have felt their aura.
Stop searching, it is I. Li Hanzhou stepped forward boldly. You?
Zhao Qianqiu and the supreme master of Taoist were taken aback.
Was this not an ordinary person?
They now noticed Li Hanzhou donned in a Taoist robe, resembling a true practitioner.
A member of the Taoist sect? Did genuine Taoists still exist in this world?
Most who wore such robes were mere charlatans, yet here stood a true one? I have protected this individual. I kindly ask you to withdraw.
Li Hanzhou spoke courteously to Zhao Qianqiu.
Taoist, you jest. Zhao Qianqiu's eyes narrowed slightly.
The blood offering pavilion does not abandon its contracts midway.
Since you wish to protect him, I shall simply have to kill another. Zhao Qianqiu raised his blade once more. You may attempt it, Li Hanzhou replied with calm assurance. Initially, he had expected to feel nervous facing such a formidable opponent, yet he discovered within himself an unexpected surge of excitement.
Did he secretly harbor dreams of martial arts or cultivation?
Perhaps. Otherwise, he would not have devoted years to practicing the unachievable Northern Emperor art back on Earth.
Now that he possessed the ability, how could he not embrace the thrill of the martial world? If he could not prevail, he could always flee. At that moment,
a glimmer of cold light flashed in Li Hanzhou's eyes.
Zhao Qianqiu had struck.
His blade moved swiftly, a potent force bearing down upon Li Hanzhou. who felt as if he were enveloped by Zhao Qianqiu's overwhelming presence, as though trapped within his domain.
Fall.
Li Hanzhou did not hesitate, with a wave of his hand.
36 talismans of thunder shot forth.
He formed a seal with his hands, heavenly gang 5 thunder array. Instantly, the 36 talismans transformed into a terrifying storm of lightning,
coalescing into a grand formation that descended with ferocity, raining down bolts like a torrential thunderstorm, obliterating Zhao Qianqiu's relentless blade force.
Zhao Qianqiu's blade force shattered in an instant,
his countenance shifting dramatically. Boom! Boom! Boom!
Thunder roared from above, pursuing Zhao Qianqiu relentlessly.
Beneath a single bolt, a massive stone was obliterated.
Zhao Qianqiu had never anticipated that Li Hanzhou could unleash such a torrent of thunder. He had felt its might before, and it was no trivial matter. Thus, he employed his lightness skill to evade swiftly, channeling his true energy into his blade, countering the roaring thunder serpents with multiple strikes, as if the apocalypse had befallen them. The scene rendered all present speechless. Even the supreme master of Taoist was astonished.
What manner of technique was this? 36 bolts of lightning converged into a formation specifically targeting Zhao Qianqiu.
His blade light was razor-sharp, yet he could not sever a single bolt of thunder. Blood falls 7 kills.
Crack! Crack! Crack!
7 streaks of blade light shattered 3 bolts of thunder, but the 4th bolt surged forward. Zhao Qianqiu drew upon his true energy,
wielding his blade to clash against it. Boom!
Zhao Qianqiu staggered back several steps, appearing quite disheveled, his hair a mess, his clothing tattered, and a charred scent wafting from him.
Put!
Zhao Qianqiu could not suppress a mouthful of blood.
What a formidable predecessor! Yi Ziying exclaimed, astounded.
This was Zhao Qianqiu, the infamous assassin of the martial world, a top-tier master of the heavenly gang realm, yet he was reduced to a lost dog in Li Hanzhou's presence.
Who exactly was this individual?
The supreme master of Taoist could not help but glance at Li Hanzhou, his astonishment rivaling that of Yi Ziying.
Mr. Li is unexpectedly strong. Yu Qingyan's eyes sparkled with surprise. He hasn't fallen yet?
Li Hanzhou was taken aback that Zhao Qianqiu had survived his heavenly gang 5 thunder array with only minor injuries. It seemed he had underestimated him.
Zhao Qianqiu fixed his gaze intently on Li Hanzhou.
I did not expect such a figure to exist in Dongyan Prefecture. I have been ignorant.
However,
I stand by my words. Those whom the blood offering pavilion seeks to kill, we shall assuredly kill.
With that, a scroll flew from Zhao Qianqiu's storage pouch. Not good.
It's a spiritual treasure.
Yi Ziying gasped.
It's the storm scroll.
Yu Qingyang was equally startled. A spiritual treasure?
Li Hanzhou's curiosity piqued. Was that scroll truly a spiritual treasure?
Why was there no mention of such in his beginner's guide? Open.
Zhao Qianqiu stepped forward, his true energy surging as he unfurled the scroll. Before he could discern its contents, a tempest erupted from within. As the storm surged forth, the very heavens seemed to be engulfed.
A malevolent wind swept through,
nearly blinding all in its path.
Predecessor, this is the storm scroll. The winds within will instantaneously amplify, transforming from mere gusts into endless blades. Yi Ziying warned Li Hanzhou urgently.
Put!
An ancient tree was instantly reduced to splinters by the tempest.
The power of the storm scroll was astonishing.
At that moment,
Li Hanzhou raised an arm to shield his eyes, only to discover that his own clothing had been shredded by the storm.
My new robe! Li Hanzhou exclaimed angrily.
This garment had been freshly purchased.
While fighting was one thing, why tear his clothes?
This robe cost a few silver coins. He completely overlooked the fact that his own Seven Treasures Gourd had likely ruined countless garments in its wake.
Buzz!
A surge of pure spiritual energy erupted from Li Hanzhou's body. With a wave of his hand, a mysterious force effortlessly tore through the tempest,
causing multiple storms to converge around his palm.
The winds coalesced in midair, forming a swirling vortex reminiscent of a vast ocean,
ultimately transforming into flowing rivers that poured into the center of Li Hanzhou's palm.
Yi Ziying and the others suddenly found themselves enveloped in stillness, their gazes drawn upward in astonishment at the spectacle before them.
What?
Zhao Qianqiu, witnessing the blade-like winds unleashed by his storm diagram being absorbed by Li Hanzhou, could hardly believe his eyes. Who are you? How could you? Zhao Qianxiu's voice trembled with disbelief. The Supreme Master of Taoxian also gasped in awe, the unparalleled secret technique of Xinglua Kingdom, the Grand Celestial Technique. Chapter 21, The Ultimate Weapon. Yi Ziying and Yu Qingyang could not help but take a step back. Li Hanzhou could actually wield the Grand Celestial Technique? What was his connection to those from Yunhuang? After acquiring the Grand Celestial Technique, Li Hanzhou, out of curiosity regarding its nature, had spent his idle days perusing its intricacies, unexpectedly discovering that he could truly manifest its power. Mastering the Grand Celestial Technique to its utmost allows one to manipulate celestial forces: wind, rain, thunder, and lightning. It is the embodiment of nature's essence. Consequently, when the formidable figures of Xinglua Kingdom harnessed such power, they were revered as true sons of heaven, representatives of the celestial order. This even provoked the people of Shenxia Kingdom to wage war, seeking to demonstrate that the nation embodying the heavens was not invincible, only they, Shenxu, were the rightful heirs to the mandate of heaven. Now, upon witnessing the Grand Celestial Technique, it was natural for them to associate Li Hanzhou with the remnants of Xinglua Kingdom. Boom! As the boundless storm converged in Li Hanzhou's palm, it shattered instantly. Observing the dissipating force of wind in Li Hanzhou's grasp, the onlookers were momentarily stunned. Was this individual merely at the entry level of the Grand Celestial Technique? The master of Taoxian could not help but express his surprise. The true might of the Grand Celestial Technique lay not just in gathering the power of heaven and earth, but also in controlling it, transforming it into various forms of immense strength. Yet, Li Hanzhou simply gathered the wind. The fierce tempest depicted in the storm diagram was already under his command. Had he chosen to retaliate, Zhao Qianxiu, in his current condition, would likely be unable to withstand it. To their astonishment, Li Hanzhou chose to disperse the tempest he had just summoned. It was evident that he had only skimmed the surface of the Grand Celestial Technique, having not delved deeply into its mysteries. However, even so, the mere ability to practice the Grand Celestial Technique was enough to indicate that Li Hanzhou was no ordinary person. Meanwhile, Li Hanzhou's gaze fell upon the storm diagram in Zhao Qianxiu's hands. He found it intriguing and deemed this spiritual treasure worthy of further examination. It would be splendid if he could seize the storm diagram from Zhao Qianxiu. Just then, Zhao Qianxiu could not suppress a cough, spitting out blood. He had been injured by Li Hanzhou earlier and now, forcefully activating the storm diagram, his wounds had indeed worsened. Zhao Qianxiu was beginning to contemplate retreat. If he did not leave now, with Li Hanzhou potentially unleashing more lightning talismans, he would surely face annihilation. Despite his reluctance, the assassination mission against the Ninth Prince had already failed. If he did not flee, he would pay the ultimate price here. The mission was of great importance, but his life was even more so. We shall meet again, Zhao Qianxiu declared, turning to depart. Yu Qingyang stepped forward, addressing Zhao Qianxiu's retreating figure, Mr. Li. This man has killed many within our Shenxia Kingdom. Might you take action to ensure he remains here, lest he wreak further havoc? Yes, Senior Li. Strike him down with your lightning. Yi Ziying hastily added. Even experts from the Qingling sect had fallen to Zhao Qianxiu's hand. Alas, Li Hanzhou shrugged. My 5 thunder talismans are all spent, I only brought this many. If he wishes to leave now, I have no means to stop him. What? Both Yu Qingyang and Yi Ziying were taken aback. After such difficulty in injuring Zhao Qianxiu, were they truly to let him escape? Such opportunities were rare. Yet at that moment, Zhao Qianxiu, having taken only a few steps away, turned back unexpectedly. Your thunder is exhausted? Zhao Qianxiu emerged from the shadows, a cold smirk on his face. Then why should I leave? He discerned that Li Hanzhou's only significant attack method seemed to be the lightning talismans. The rest appeared rather mundane. There was no cause for concern. Though he was gravely wounded, without a means to attack, Li Hanzhou posed no threat to him. And as for the master of Taoxian, he was not to be trifled with lightly. The master of Taoxian dared to seize the divine bull mountain in the western courtyard, yet he would not easily provoke the blood ritual pavilion, which had pervasive influence. For the sake of Taoxian's sacred land, he would not act recklessly. Moreover, he did not even know the Ninth Prince. His chances of victory remained considerable. That insignificant Yi Ziying, merely at the 7th rank of cultivation, could be disregarded entirely.
Oh no! Upon seeing Zhao Qianqiu return,
both Yi Ziying and Yu Qingyang's expressions changed drastically.
Senior!
Yi Ziying placed all her hopes on Li Hanzhou, praying that he possessed other means.
However, Li Hanzhou truly had no other talismans at his disposal. Die!
Zhao Qianqiu, recognizing the urgency, wasted no words and charged at Yu Qingyang, determined to kill him.
The reward from the imperial capital of Shenchu for Yu Qingyang's death would be substantial. Li Hanzhou, observing Zhao Qianqiu's intent to kill, retrieved an object from his satchel.
The moment Zhao Qianqiu caught sight of it, every hair on his body stood on end, his eyes wide with disbelief. In Li Hanzhou's hand was the Thousand Lives Ghost Lotus.
He had seen this item once before.
The Tang clan had used the Thousand Lives Ghost Lotus to slay two formidable experts of the celestial realm.
Wasn't this a treasure of the Tang clan? How could it be in the hands of this man?
At that moment, Zhao Qianqiu had no thought of killing Yu Qingyang and turned to flee. Yet Li Hanzhou pressed the button atop the Thousand Lives Ghost Lotus. In an instant, countless terrifying hidden weapons erupted from the Thousand Lives Ghost Lotus. The barrage of projectiles resembled a cascade of petals, forming a vast sea of blossoms that enveloped Zhao Qianqiu entirely.
This scene was truly breathtaking.
The floral storm assaulted Zhao Qianqiu, and despite his robust energy, he could not withstand the onslaught of the Thousand Lives Ghost Lotus.
Within just 2 breaths,
his energy was shattered, and he was left without breath. After slaying Zhao Qianqiu, the endless sea of flowers gathered once more, resembling a great river that flowed back into the Thousand Lives Ghost Lotus. It was indeed marvelous.
He is dead? Li Hanzhou was taken aback. Zhao Qianqiu had fallen so swiftly? Yi Ziying and Yu Qingyang were equally astonished, their jaws agape.
The Thousand Lives Ghost Lotus proved itself as the mightiest concealed weapon of the Tang clan, displaying unparalleled power. The master of Tai Xian, observing from the shadows,
found himself even more perplexed by Li Hanzhou's identity.
He wielded the grand celestial technique and possessed the Tang clan's treasure, the Thousand Lives Ghost Lotus.
Who was this individual?
Nevertheless, the might of the Thousand Lives Ghost Lotus was undeniable, although Zhao Qianqiu had been injured previously.
The ability to dispatch a severely wounded celestial realm expert in an instant testified to the weapon's potency.
Li Hanzhou was pleasantly surprised by the Thousand Lives Ghost Lotus's effectiveness. However, once the petals returned to the lotus, it appeared to undergo some transformation.
He discovered that the Thousand Lives Ghost Lotus could no longer be utilized.
Whether it had entered a cooling period or required some form of power source was unclear, but it was too intricate for him to decipher.
At this moment,
he ceased his examination, tossing the Thousand Lives Ghost Lotus back into his satchel before leaping beside Zhao Qianqiu's lifeless body.
Gazing at the battered corpse,
Li Hanzhou felt a wave of nausea wash over him. This was indeed his first act of killing. As the fervor within him waned significantly,
Li Hanzhou turned to the still-stunned pair nearby and inquired, "Surely the authorities will not trouble me over this?"
The two were momentarily at a loss for words.
"Rest assured, the authorities will not intervene," Yu Qingyang hastily remarked.
What a jest!
The one who perished was at the celestial gang's realm. Do the authorities dare to intervene? That is a relief.
Li Hanzhou retrieved the storage bag from Zhao Qianqiu, having noticed him place the storm map within it.
This item piqued Li Hanzhou's scholarly interest.
After securing the storage bag, he noticed a blade lying beside Zhao Qianqiu.
This blade is remarkable. Li Hanzhou bent down to pick it up. "Be cautious, senior," Yi Ziying exclaimed upon witnessing Li Hanzhou's action of claiming the blade. "Xiuzang."
Such divine weapons recognized their masters. Xiuzang had been nurtured by Zhao Qianqiu for many years, becoming accustomed to his vital energy. If it were to sense the vital energy of another,
the sword's inherent essence, imbued with Zhao Qianqiu's aura, would undoubtedly erupt, potentially injuring its new wielder. Therefore, acquiring such a divine weapon for immediate use was utterly implausible.
It required a period of nurturing. Unless one possessed an overwhelming strength surpassing that of the original owner, one could only suppress it with their own formidable vital energy.
However,
Zhao Qianqiu was already at the celestial gang's realm. How could it be so simple to suppress his blade? Chapter 22, Sudden Wealth. The moment Li Hanzhou grasped the autumn burial, the spiritual energy within him surged directly into it.
Buzz! A violent tremor coursed through autumn burial. The blade aura that had been nurtured by Zhao Qianqiu for many years shattered in an instant. Autumn Burial succumbed entirely to Li Hanzhou's spiritual energy, which was far more refined than Zhao Qianqiu's true qi.
In that moment, Autumn Burial fell completely, paying no heed to Zhao Qianqiu.
Who was Zhao Qianqiu? Not even a fleeting acquaintance. After being infused with spiritual energy, Autumn Burial pondered what kind of life it had led before. It felt as though it had consumed nothing but husks for a lifetime, only to suddenly savor braised meat today. It seemed impossible to return to its previous state. With a casual flick, a blade light shot forth, shattering a nearby ancient tree instantly. Li Hanzhou was somewhat taken aback. This blade was exceptionally fine and should be worth a considerable sum. He was also curious about the contents of the storage pouch. But with Yi Ziying and Yu Qingyang still present, he refrained from revealing it, as it might imply he had never encountered anything of value before. Thank you, sir.
For saving my life, Yu Qingyang hesitated for a moment before respectfully bowing. Not at all, I had promised to protect you. Li Hanzhou waved his hand dismissively.
Sir,
what you just performed was the great celestial technique, wasn't it?
Yu Qingyang inquired, unable to suppress his curiosity.
Perhaps.
Li Hanzhou recalled that the Star Luo Kingdom and the Divine Threshold Kingdom were sworn enemies.
Lu Danyue had mentioned that using the great celestial technique in the Divine Threshold would attract the royal family's attention.
I merely grasped a superficial understanding by chance.
I am no expert, and I have no ties to the Star Luo Kingdom. Li Hanzhou distanced himself from the Star Luo Kingdom,
leaving Yu Qingyang to form his own conclusions.
I mean no offense, Yu Qingyang quickly added, I just hope you refrain from using this martial art in front of others,
as it could easily bring you trouble. Understood.
Yu Qingyang glanced at the pouch slung over Li Hanzhou's shoulder,
curious about why the 1,000 Lives Ghost Lotus was in his possession.
However, he ultimately decided against asking, fearing that if he pried too much,
Li Hanzhou might silence him in this desolate place. We're nearing the pine forest, allow me to escort you. Li Hanzhou patted Yu Qingyang's shoulder. Thank you, Mr. Li. Yu Qingyang bowed respectfully. Yi Ziying also stepped forward to bow. After witnessing the battle that night,
Yi Ziying had come to realize that Li Hanzhou was an unparalleled figure of immense strength, though his true power remained shrouded in mystery. It was astonishing that such a person existed in Dongyan Prefecture without anyone's knowledge, indicating how deeply he concealed himself.
Once Li Hanzhou and his companions departed,
the Supreme Shan Lord emerged from the shadows. He approached Zhao Qianqiu's mutilated body, grappling with the surreal nature of the scene.
Zhao Qianqiu, renowned throughout the martial world, had been a top-tier expert in the blood sacrifice pavilion.
Countless individuals sought vengeance against him, only to be countered and slain. He had once unleashed a bloody storm across the martial realm, his name evoking fear.
Yet,
this legendary figure had perished on an ordinary night at the hands of someone utterly nameless.
Who exactly is he?
The Supreme Shan Lord gazed at Li Hanzhou's retreating silhouette. He wields the great celestial technique of the Star Luo Kingdom and possesses the treasured artifact of the Tang sect. This individual is truly enigmatic.
At dawn,
in the capital of the Divine Threshold Kingdom, Emperor Yu Yang emerged from a small tower.
Sunlight illuminated his royal robe, which shimmered magnificently. An aura of authority emanated from him, instilling a sense of awe. Though he was over 60, he appeared as if in his 40s. Outside the small tower, a eunuch had been waiting for some time.
Your Majesty, the eunuch approached respectfully, presenting a memorial.
The great celestial technique has surfaced, he whispered beside Yu Yang. Yu Yang remained silent, quietly unfolding the document to peruse its contents.
The great celestial technique, the 1,000 Lives Ghost Lotus.
Yu Yang's expression betrayed no emotion as he closed the document and regarded the eunuch. What is your opinion of this individual?
I dare not speculate, the eunuch replied hastily. Speak freely, I shall not punish you, Yu Yang said, striding away. The eunuch hurriedly followed, speaking cautiously, Your Majesty, this person understands the great celestial technique, a closely guarded secret of the Star Luo Kingdom. Among the remnants of that kingdom, those who know this technique are exceedingly few.
Therefore,
this Li Hanzhou must have ties to the remnants of the Star Luo Kingdom. However, my concern lies not with this matter.
You are worried about the Tang sect, Yu Yang prompted. Indeed, the eunuch reflected.
The Tang sect is one of the most powerful sects in our Divine Threshold Kingdom. During the reign of the previous emperor, the Tang sect intervened multiple times to quell rebellions, leading to their leader being granted noble status.
Yet now, the Thousand Lives Ghost Lotus is in Li Hanzhou's possession.
And he is connected to the remnants of the Star Luo kingdom. This could spell trouble for the Tang sect.
The eunuch fell silent,
confident that the emperor understood his implications. Yu Yang merely acknowledged him with a sound, revealing nothing further.
Your Majesty, what shall we do about Li Hanzhou? Should we send someone to monitor him? The eunuch asked cautiously. Is Li Hanzhou not from the Changqing temple? Yu Yang inquired.
Yes.
For now, let him be.
Yu Yang dismissed the matter.
The eunuch was perplexed. Normally, upon hearing of any remnants of the Star Luo kingdom, the emperor would issue orders for their extermination, preferring to kill the wrong person than let one escape. What had changed today? Li Hanzhou had demonstrated the great celestial technique, yet the emperor chose to disregard him? The emperor's mind was inscrutable.
After years of serving Yu Yang, the eunuch still found it impossible to fathom his thoughts.
Li Hanzhou returned to the Changqing temple after receiving the remaining 30,000 taels from Yi Ziying. With only a few young ones in the temple, he felt a twinge of unease, especially since he wanted to explore the treasures within Zhao Qianqiu's storage pouch. I'm back. Uncle Master. Uncle Master has returned.
Ming was cooking with Yun Qianzu, while Lu Dongyue was nowhere to be found.
Where's your second senior brother? Li Hanzhou asked curiously. Second senior brother went to the back mountain to cultivate, Yun Qianzu replied. He has been training diligently lately. Cultivating?
Li Hanzhou paused, suddenly recalling that in a few days, the Ba Dao sect, the Zhao family, and the Yushan sect would send challengers. Was he scrambling to prepare at the last moment?
Wait until I finish my tasks, and I shall concoct some pills for you to enhance your cultivation. Returning to his quarters, Li Hanzhou eagerly opened the storage pouch. To his astonishment, its contents brought him immense delight.
There were several martial arts manuals, a variety of cultivation materials, spirit treasures, and most importantly, a substantial amount of silver notes.
As a killer for the blood sacrifice pavilion, Zhao Qianqiu had amassed wealth through his lethal profession, and being a money lover, he possessed a considerable fortune.
Grabbing a hefty bundle of silver notes, Li Hanzhou counted them 6 times, only to find a staggering sum of 700,000 taels. His heart raced with excitement.
700,000 taels. This was indeed a fortune for the Changqing temple. It seemed he could finally renovate the temple, no longer needing to dwell in such dilapidated surroundings.
Perhaps he could even acquire a decent bed, and provide Ming and Yun Qianzu with better accommodations.
The temple itself required tidying up.
It should at least resemble a proper sect. Li Hanzhou tucked away the silver note and stepped outside, intending to contemplate how to renovate the Taoist temple.
The Changqing temple is indeed spacious, yet it appears rather empty.
Li Hanzhou realized that since his arrival, he had not taken the time to thoroughly explore the temple.
Today seemed like the perfect opportunity for a closer inspection.
As he strolled, he suddenly noticed that the grand hall at the forefront had been locked all along.
Something he had overlooked before. What could be housed within? Typically, a Taoist temple would enshrine a revered ancestor. He wondered who was venerated in the Changqing temple.
Chapter 23, the founder of the longevity sect. In the memories of Li Hanzhou's original self, there were scarce records indicating that this fellow not only neglected cultivation but also disregarded the affairs of the longevity sect. Relying on his status as the disciple of the sect leader, he had become a mere parasite within the sect.
Master Uncle, what brings you here?
At this moment, Lu Dongyue, having just returned from his training, approached Li Hanzhou with curiosity upon seeing him standing in front of the main hall.
Why is the hall locked? Li Hanzhou replied, turning his head. Master Uncle.
Ever since Master went missing, our disciples have scattered, and it has been quite some time since any devotees visited to pay their respects.
We have lacked the funds to purchase incense for the ancestral offerings, hence the hall was locked. What made you suddenly wish to see the hall? Lu Dongyue inquired, somewhat intrigued.
His master uncle had recently shown a change of heart, as he hadn't visited the hall in 800 years.
What could have prompted this? Just wanted to take a look, Li Hanzhou nodded. Who has the key? Perhaps it is with the eldest senior brother? Lu Dongyue replied uncertainly. Is your eldest senior brother still not back? Has he gone to exterminate demons, or has he been devoured by one? Li Hanzhou expressed his exasperation. Lu Dongyue admitted he was unaware.
With the key unavailable, Li Hanzhou stepped forward, a flash of light appearing in his hand as the autumn burial blade manifested.
With a single stroke, the lock shattered. What a splendid blade! Lu Dongyue's eyes sparkled at the sight of the razor-sharp weapon. However, the knife seemed oddly familiar to him.
He scratched his head, recalling the design but unable to place it.
But Master Uncle, you possess a spatial pouch now?
Lu Dongyue gazed enviously, he too desired one.
Li Hanzhou had already pushed the door open and entered.
With a creak, the door groaned in protest, and an overwhelming musty odor assaulted him.
Dust and smoke filled the air, and Li Hanzhou waved his hand to disperse it.
The hall was vast but shrouded in dust, with numerous cobwebs indicating it had been long neglected. In the center stood a massive incense burner, filled only with remnants of ash. When Li Hanzhou lifted his gaze to the imposing statue of the founder, he found himself momentarily frozen in shock. The visage of the longevity sect's founder bore an uncanny resemblance to someone he knew all too well. That face, how could he possibly forget it?
It was that of the old Taoist. Old Taoist?
Li Hanzhou rubbed his eyes, questioning his perceptions, fearing he was merely longing too much for home.
Yet,
no matter how he looked, it was undeniably the old Taoist's face, especially that distinctive bulbous nose, which was a perfect match.
What is going on? Why does the founder of the longevity sect look just like the old Taoist? Is it mere coincidence? Master Uncle, what troubles you? Lu Dongyue entered and, upon noticing Li Hanzhou staring blankly at the statue, approached with curiosity. Is this truly the founder of our longevity sect?
Li Hanzhou took a moment to calm his breath before asking. Indeed, this individual is the founder of our longevity sect, Lu Dongyue affirmed with a nod. Such matters are naturally known upon joining this sect.
What is his name? Li Hanzhou inquired further.
Lu Dongyue assumed Li Hanzhou was testing him and replied earnestly, Master Uncle.
As a disciple of the longevity sect, I am well aware. Our venerable founder is named Li Qingfeng, once known in the martial world as the Celestial Wind Taoist. In his prime, the presence of the Celestial Wind Taoist was formidable, he was truly the unrivaled champion of the realm. At the utterance of Li Qingfeng, Li Hanzhou's mind went blank. Indeed, the old Taoist's name was Li Qingfeng. What did this mean? Li Hanzhou felt his thoughts spiraling. Initially, he believed his arrival in this world was mere coincidence, yet upon discovering that the founder of the longevity sect was the old Taoist, he began to suspect that this was not mere happenstance but rather a carefully orchestrated plan by Li Qingfeng. Having cultivated the Northern Emperor's technique and awakened a trace of spiritual power, he had arrived here. And that very technique was the one the old Taoist had urged him to practice. He had even deceived him into believing that mastering it would allow him to achieve remarkable prowess. All of it a ruse. The old scoundrel. Li Hanzhou glared fiercely at the statue, realizing that the old man must have begun plotting the moment he stumbled upon him. How sinister. My 30 million. Li Hanzhou's heart ached. Master Uncle, are you all right? You appear unwell, Lu Dongyue expressed his concern, noticing Li Hanzhou's pallor. I am fine. Li Hanzhou abruptly turned to Lu Dongyue and said, if memory serves, you also practice the Northern Emperor's technique, do you not? Yes. The Northern Emperor's technique is our longevity sect's premier method. However, since the upheaval of heaven and earth, it has lost its former potency, Lu Dongyue explained. It is said that in the era of our founder, one could absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth through this technique. I wonder if that is true. Show me how you perform it, Li Hanzhou requested. Certainly. Lu Dongyue did not ask further questions and began to circulate his Northern Emperor's technique. Li Hanzhou gently placed his palm on Lu Dongyue's shoulder, his consciousness probing into Lu Dongyue's body. He observed Lu Dongyue's cultivation path intently, seeking to discern the differences between Lu Dongyue's practice of the Northern Emperor's technique and his own. However, after several circulations, Li Hanzhou was astonished to discover that their paths were identical. The only distinction was that while he opened all his pores to absorb the spiritual energy of the universe into his body, Lu Dongyue could sense none of it. Ultimately, his cultivation merely condensed into true qi, which flowed into his dantian.
Thus, Li Hanzhou cultivated spiritual energy, while Lu Dongyue produced only true qi. Many of the longevity sect's unparalleled techniques required spiritual energy to operate, and relying on true qi would render them ineffective. No wonder the longevity sect had fallen into decline. It was like a garage filled with top-tier sports cars, yet only powered by a mere AA battery. How could they possibly run? But why was this happening? Li Hanzhou pondered. If the members of the longevity sect were incapable of cultivating spiritual energy, their resurgence would be impossible. And why was he able to absorb spiritual energy? What was the old Taoist's true intention in bringing him here, without offering any clues? Was he hoping for Li Hanzhou to revive the longevity sect? Alas! They were unable to cultivate spiritual energy. What could he possibly do? Master Uncle, Lu Dongyue said, a hint of despair in his voice, the three sects are approaching. And my strength has not improved in the slightest. I fear I may be defeated. Chapter 24. What is the point of wasting money? My master can handle it. Li Hanzhou comforted, now that my master has money, aiding in your improvement of strength is a trivial matter. We could also renovate our longevity pavilion nicely and perhaps get you a new bed. What do you think? Money, you say? Lu Dongyue's eyes sparkled. I do not desire a new bed, rather, it would be better if my master could purchase a more formidable spirit treasure for me. With such an item, I could surely contend with them. Lu Dongyue hastily continued, I saw a spirit treasure, the soul capture bell, at the divine machine chamber. With this, I would undoubtedly vanquish them and preserve the honor of our longevity pavilion. Very well, I shall definitely support you in bringing glory to our longevity pavilion. Li Hanzhou readily agreed. Money? What is there to fear? It merely costs 200,000 taels. Lu Dongyue gazed at Li Hanzhou, excitement gleaming in his eyes. Ah, Dongyue. Li Hanzhou patted Lu Dongyue's shoulder, that soul capture bell is not overly complex, how can it be worth 200,000 taels? Isn't that akin to robbery? Of course, it's not that I am reluctant to spend money. You wish to uplift the reputation of our longevity pavilion, which is admirable. I too believe that those three families have become excessively arrogant, treating our longevity pavilion as if it were inconsequential. They must be taught a severe lesson. As for the soul capture bell, I can forge one for you myself, it's a trivial matter, no need to spend 200,000 taels. Master. Perhaps it is best you refrain from crafting it, Lu Dongyue quivered. The memory of the last crafting incident with the Seven Treasures Gourd still haunted him. Fear not. This time what I forge will undoubtedly be reliable. Just trust me, Li Hanzhou assured, thumping his chest confidently. Then, Master, could you spare some funds for me to purchase a medicinal pill? I wish to buy a godly power pill, which can temporarily enhance my strength. Claiming to allow one to fight for. It is an exceedingly powerful medicinal pill, only costing 50,000 taels each. Lu Dongyue extended his hand, eagerly awaiting Li Hanzhou's silver notes. Ah, Li Hanzhou began, do not consume random things from outside, they are laden with technology and harsh substances. Who knows what side effects they might carry? It's merely a godly power pill, I can concoct it for you. I had already promised to prepare medicinal pills for you, and now that I have finished my recent tasks, I shall return and craft it for you. Rest assured. It will not harm you. Li Hanzhou laughed heartily as he departed the main hall. Watching his master's retreating figure, Lu Dongyue couldn't shake a sense of foreboding. Why is everything so exorbitantly priced? Li Hanzhou lamented as he walked. Initially believing that acquiring 700,000 taels from Zhao Qianxiu had made him wealthy, he was astonished to learn that both a spirit treasure and a medicinal pill commanded such high prices. If I can make it myself, why purchase it? Having endured hardship on earth for many years, Li Hanzhou firmly understood that if one is capable of crafting something independently, there is little reason to venture out and buy. He possessed the means to do so. Thus, he promptly set off for the divine machine chamber in Baiyun City to procure the necessary items. Meanwhile, the news of Zhao Qianxiu's demise had already spread throughout the martial world, leaving everyone astounded. Zhao Qianxiu was on the verge of achieving the sword immortal realm. How could he have perished? The news circulated amongst the various sects, and even the masters of prominent factions were incredulous upon hearing the announcement. Yet, no one knew who was responsible for his death. However, all eyes turned toward one particular faction, the Tang sect. Rumors suggested that Zhao Qianxiu had fallen victim to the Tang sect's hidden weapon, the Thousand Fate Ghost Lotus. Some factions even approached the Tang sect to congratulate them for eliminating a scourge from the martial world, cautioning them about potential retaliation from the blood sacrifice pavilion.
Tang Ju.
The Tang sect's leader had received 4 or 5 groups of visitors since he awoke, yet he remained utterly bewildered, unable to grasp the situation at hand. Zhao Qianxiu had indeed perished at the hands of the Thousand Fate Ghost Lotus. The critical detail was that the Thousand Fate Ghost Lotus had been stolen by the Tang sect disciple, Zhou Ziyin. Zhou Ziyin had endured a brutal 3 days and nights of torture in the dungeon, subjected to fire, poison, and even having his fingernails pulled out. Yet he remained tight-lipped about the whereabouts of the Thousand Fate Ghost Lotus. The disciples of the Tang sect began to admire their former senior brother for his steadfastness. He refused to divulge the secret of the hidden weapon, even muttering curses in the dead of night that no one could decipher.
Master, at that moment,
a disciple entered respectfully. The ancestor requests your presence.
I shall go at once. Tang Ju understood that this matter would undoubtedly alarm the ancestor.
He tidied his attire and proceeded to a courtyard to meet the Tang sect's ancestor.
Ancestor. Upon entering the small courtyard,
he found an elderly man seated before a chess table, playing against himself.
Jewer, you have arrived.
The Tang sect ancestor, Tang Xuan, did not raise his head but tossed a note to Tang Ju, saying, "Take a look." Curious, Tang Ju picked up the note, and upon reading its contents, his expression shifted dramatically. The news from the palace, Tang Xuan stated casually, is that Zhao Qianxiu died at the hands of our Tang sect's Thousand Fate Ghost Lotus. And that individual can also wield the Great Celestial Technique. It appears that our Tang sect has inexplicably become entangled with the Star Luo Kingdom. This situation is troublesome.
Tang Ju's complexion darkened.
The Emperor is certain to have learned of this, if he suspects that our Tang sect is connected to the Star Luo Kingdom. What shall we do? It's possible that he has already dispatched someone to our Tang sect.
Tang Ju sat down, gripping the note tightly. Who could it be? Since this information comes from the palace, do they not know this person's identity?
The Emperor will let you know what he wishes you to know, Tang Xuan replied,
placing a piece on the board. If he desires you to remain ignorant, you shall have no means of knowing. Ancestor. Do you imply that this person's name is deliberately concealed by the Emperor? Tang Ju asked, astonished. What do you think? Tang Xuan remarked. The Emperor has not sent anyone to our Tang sect to seek retribution.
Either he does not care about this matter at all or he is planning to turn against us. Alas, Tang Xuan sighed softly. If the Emperor were to send someone to our Tang sect for retribution at this moment, it would, in fact, bring me some comfort.
I truly cannot fathom what this Emperor is contemplating.
Ancestor, I believe it is best we prepare thoroughly.
Tang Ju pondered for a moment before cautiously suggesting.
What do you wish to prepare for?
Tang Xuan's calm gaze flickered with a hint of intrigue. What? Do you intend to rebel?
Chapter 25, The Divine Power Pill. The disciples were filled with trepidation.
Tang Ju was startled and quickly exclaimed.
I merely stated that if your majesty truly intends to target our Tang clan, we cannot simply be slaughtered. The lives of tens of thousands of our disciples are at stake. Rest assured, Tang Xuan replied with a shake of his head. Our sovereign would not easily strike against our Tang clan.
What about the 1,000 Lives Ghost Lotus? Tang Ju inquired. Shall I send someone to Baiyun City to search for it?
After all, it is our clan's treasured artifact.
Now, you wish to deliver more incriminating evidence to the Divine K Imperial Capital? Tang Xuan scoffed. Upon reflection, Tang Ju realized the folly of his suggestion.
Zhao Qianxiu had just perished. And retrieving the 1,000 Lives Ghost Lotus at this juncture would make it implausible to claim that the Tang clan had no connection to the individual who understood the Great Celestial Technique. For now, the 1,000 Lives Ghost Lotus would have to remain in the hands of that enigmatic person. At the Taishan Holy Land, the Holy Master returned after a night of contemplation and continued to seclude himself in recovery, choosing not to disclose the matter to anyone. He remained oblivious to Li Hanzhou's true identity and had no desire to provoke such a formidable and mysterious adversary.
Furthermore,
it appeared that the other party harbored no hostility towards the Taishan Holy Land, likely being a reclusive powerhouse whose name had not even reached Dongyan Prefecture. At that moment, an external voice interrupted, that of the Grand Elder of the Taishan Holy Land.
What is it? The Holy Master inquired.
Reporting to the Holy Master. The Yu Mountain sect, the Zhao family, and the Blade of Dominance sect have previously submitted a challenge and wish to collaborate at Changxingguan for a friendly contest. They hope that our Taishan Holy Land can provide an arbitrator, hence they seek your presence, Holy Master, the Grand Elder announced from outside.
Isn't this merely a trivial spar between disciples? Can't we just send someone else? Must I personally attend? The Holy Master felt somewhat perplexed. Holy Master, I believe it would be more prudent for you to lead the group. During the last disciple assessment, our intentions were clearly perceived by them. Moreover, the losses suffered by their 3 factions during the last assessment were quite substantial. Your personal presence would convey our sincerity. Additionally, it is crucial to note that the Prajna axe remains at Changxingguan.
Your attendance would prompt them to discreetly return it to us, the Grand Elder explained. The Prajna axe was what you valiantly retrieved from the Divine Ox Mountain for Lu Tianqing. We cannot allow it to be taken away by the disciples of Changxingguan without reason.
After considering the Grand Elder's counsel, the Holy Master found it reasonable. Then I shall make the journey. Where is Changxingguan?
The Taishan Holy Land was vast, and the Holy Master could hardly recall such a minor location. It is near Baiyun City, merely a small Taoist temple with only a handful of practitioners. It doesn't even qualify as a third-rate sect. Their disciples recently claimed first place due to an odd spiritual treasure. I have also investigated, the head of Changxingguan has long since vanished, leaving only a few disciples and their ineffectual master. The Prajna axe must be reclaimed by our Taishan Holy Land, the Grand Elder elaborated.
The Taoist sect. The Holy Master murmured. That is indeed to be expected.
After all, the Taoist sect has declined for centuries, with existing sects being exceedingly rare.
He then recalled Li Hanzhou, who also seemed to be a skilled practitioner of the Tao, though likely unrelated to Changxingguan. Upon returning from the Divine Machine Trading Association, Li Hanzhou procured various alchemical materials and arranged for the association to commence renovations at Changxingguan the following day. After all, with other sects arriving soon, it would be a source of mockery if Changxingguan appeared dilapidated. In a matter of days, they could only achieve so much. Li Hanzhou also purchased some live chickens.
Once back at Changxingguan, he immediately entered a state of seclusion. Eagerly, he took out the Azure Dragon 100 Flames and, following the beginner's alchemy guide,
began to attempt alchemy.
Upon learning that Li Hanzhou was indeed crafting pills, Lu Dongyue felt a sense of unease.
Can the pills crafted by my master truly be consumed?
Alchemy requires immense spiritual strength, and while Li Hanzhou possessed a formidable spirit, he initially failed twice. However, on his third attempt, he successfully produced 3 pills.
It is done.
After laboring for half the day, Li Hanzhou quickly retrieved the 3 pills from the furnace.
Hot!
He exclaimed, feeling them akin to roasted chestnuts.
Let me compare.
Holding the pills, he checked them against the guide.
The color was chestnut brown, yes, correct. The aroma was sweetly fragrant, indeed, that was also accurate. 3 blue lines adorned the surface.
Li Hanzhou's expression twisted in confusion. While the color and aroma were correct, he noticed a discrepancy with the lines. The guide indicated 3 blue lines, yet his pills bore red ones.
Why is this happening again?
Scratching his head, he lamented that deviations occurred whether crafting spiritual treasures or pills.
Sigh. Naturally, Li Hanzhou dared not allow Lu Dongyue to consume such uncertain concoctions. What if he inadvertently harmed his beloved disciple?
Instead, he stepped outside, seized a chicken, and fed it a divine power pill.
After the chicken ingested the pill,
Li Hanzhou waited but found no change.
How peculiar. No effect?
He examined the pills again, concluding they appeared non-toxic. However, lacking efficacy rendered the pills pointless. He then retrieved a talisman and silently chanted an incantation.
Illusion. Spirit illusion technique.
Instantly, the chicken that had consumed the pill fell into a trance,
launching an attack on a more aggressive chicken. In an instant, the 2 fowls engaged in a frenzied scuffle. Moments later, the chicken that had taken the divine power pill was left featherless after being overpowered by the stronger one. Of no use whatsoever?
Li Hanzhou found himself speechless. The pills were utterly ineffective, merely resembling ordinary pellets. Chapter 26, The Burial Feng Shui Arrangement. Li Hanzhou sat on a stone bench, replaying in his mind where he might have gone awry in the concoction of his elixir. However, he found himself at a complete loss. He had adhered meticulously to the prescribed steps. Even a master alchemist would not be able to discern any faults in his method. As he pondered, a voice suddenly interrupted his thoughts. "Master Uncle, what is happening with the chickens?" It was only then that Li Hanzhou recalled he had previously cast an illusion on one of the chickens and had yet to dispel it. Upon lifting his gaze, he was met with a remarkable sight. The chicken was fiercely engaged in battle with 4 others, displaying extraordinary valor. 2 of the opponents were noticeably stronger. Yet they were being overcome by this single fowl, fighting valiantly against 4 adversaries. Li Hanzhou rushed over and swiftly seized one of the chickens. This left the chicken that had consumed the divine power pill to face off against the remaining 3. In an instant, the tide of battle turned. The trio united and began to mercilessly pummel the lone chicken. Could this be true? Li Hanzhou mused in astonishment. The description of the divine power pill had claimed that for half an hour after consumption, one would experience a surge of strength, capable of confronting 4 foes. Initially, he had thought this to be mere hyperbole, yet his own concoction had indeed manifested such an effect, truly enabling one to take on 4 opponents. However, the limitation was glaringly apparent. It could only contend against 4. Adding or subtracting an opponent rendered the effect null. How peculiar! Such an enigmatic elixir indeed. To further investigate, Li Hanzhou captured several wild boars in the mountains and attempted to instigate a similar battle using the same method. The outcome remained unchanged, 1 against 4, indomitable. Any fewer opponents, and the lone combatant would immediately suffer a beating. With trepidation, Li Hanzhou presented the divine power pill to Lu Dongyue. "Did my master uncle truly concoct this?" Lu Dongyue marveled at the plump elixir, a newfound respect for Li Hanzhou blossoming within him. "Is master uncle also an alchemist?" However, when Li Hanzhou explained the peculiar characteristics of the pill, Lu Dongyue's jaw nearly dropped in disbelief. The good news was that it allowed one to confront 4 foes. The bad news was that it could only confront 4 foes. "Well," Lu Dongyue mused, "I suppose I shall not be choosy." He accepted the elixir, knowing that even a standard divine power pill would only marginally enhance his strength. In terms of cultivation and techniques, he remained unable to compete with the more powerful disciples. His odds of victory were still quite low. Perhaps this peculiar elixir could indeed turn the tide in his favor. Yet, how had Master Uncle managed to create such a strange concoction? The following day, members of the Divine Mechanism Guild arrived, bringing materials to renovate the Changxing Temple. This delighted the 2 youngsters, Shiming and Yun Qianzu, as the temple had not seen such activity in ages. Though termed a renovation, the temple itself was not dilapidated. It simply had not been maintained over the years. Once the guild members cleared away the weeds and tidied up the temple, it took on a quaint and timeless beauty. The primary purpose of the guild's visit was to deliver the items Li Hanzhou had previously purchased, furniture and the like. Most of the tables and chairs had been sold off by the original owner, so it was necessary to replenish them. After all, one could not receive guests without seating. They also tidied up the disciples' quarters, providing new beds and bedding. For Shiming and Yun Qianzu, it felt like a festive occasion, with everything being new. Such pleasant days had been rare in the past. Meanwhile, Li Hanzhou was inside assisting Lu Dongyue in refining a new spiritual treasure. Heavenly spirits and earthly spirits. Let there be no errors this time. I merely seek a standard spiritual treasure, devoid of any extraneous attributes, he murmured while inscribing runes. By evening, Li Hanzhou finally succeeded in creating the soul-absorbing bell. Upon its completion, a brilliant golden light erupted forth. The color is correct. Li Hanzhou's eyes sparkled. The instruction manual stated that a successful creation would burst forth in golden light. Previously, he had feared the emergence of something problematic, such as black or green light. But it seemed all was well. As he gently shook the bell, a peculiar sound emerged. "What is this?" Li Hanzhou pondered. A properly functioning soul-absorbing bell should produce a clear jingling sound, yet this was distinctly odd. Where had he gone wrong? He longed to test it on someone. But given that this spiritual treasure targeted the soul, his own powerful soul could easily lead to disastrous consequences if mishandled.
Never mind. I shall let Lu Dongyue try it himself, he decided.
To prevent mishaps, he sketched a Vajra talisman for the youth before preparing to hand it over. As Li Hanzhou stepped outside, he noticed an old tree in the courtyard, now devoid of leaves.
It was a tall phoenix tree. After a moment's thought,
he returned indoors to draw several talismans, then emerged and waved his hand.
9 talismans soared into the air, each fixing itself at different positions around the tree. With a change of hand gestures, Li Hanzhou calmly declared, 9 young fire array.
As the words left his lips, the talismans all plunged into the earth, vanishing from sight. Moments later, the array beneath the phoenix tree shimmered with light, and the surrounding air grew warm.
To his amazement,
the tree visibly began to sprout new buds and leaves in this warm atmosphere. This scene was nothing short of miraculous.
Li Hanzhou nodded in satisfaction. Although his small courtyard appeared pleasant, it lacked vitality.
Now, with the flourishing phoenix tree, it exuded a sense of liveliness.
Just as he prepared to turn and leave,
a sudden thought halted him. He turned back, gazing at the phoenix tree with a hint of confusion. Why did it feel as though the 9 young fire array had caused a significant fluctuation in the spiritual energy of the surrounding environment?
Was it merely a trick of the mind?
Instinctively, he activated the Northern Emperor technique. Indeed, he felt a marked improvement. Li Hanzhou circled the phoenix tree a few times,
then calculated with his fingers. So that's it,
he realized, rushing back inside to retrieve a map of the Xiantian realm.
The burial feng shui arrangement.
The phoenix tree stood atop a vital energy point in the Xiantian realm, effectively sealing the spiritual veins of the entire area. No wonder the disciples of Changsheng Temple had been unable to sense any spiritual energy.
It all made sense now. Chapter 27. The 3 sects arrived. The grand scheme of sealing off the entire spiritual energy of the Xiantian realm through a burial feng shui arrangement is indeed a formidable endeavor. Li Hanzhou scrutinized the map with utmost seriousness, pondering the magnitude of the task required to completely resolve this predicament. Was it possible that after the celestial upheaval, no one from the Taoist sect had discerned that this was a burial feng shui arrangement? Had no one attempted to unravel it?
Such a notion felt profoundly implausible to him. Recently, while immersed in his studies, Li Hanzhou had come across tales of an era when the Taoist sect was invincible, with masters emerging in droves. If they had failed to notice such a significant detail, leaving it solely to him, he found that utterly unbelievable.
What unforeseen circumstances had transpired?
The texts from the Changsheng Temple offered no insights. If he could completely overturn this burial feng shui arrangement, the Taoist sect would reclaim its former glory. Which meant there was a substantial opportunity for ascension, allowing him to leave this realm and return to Earth to indulge in a life of luxury. His eyes sparkled at the thought as he gazed at the map. However, unraveling this feng shui arrangement appeared to be a complex endeavor. One that would not be accomplished overnight. As the only elder in the Changsheng Temple, with the 2 young ones, Shiming and Yun Xianzhong, still in their infancy, he worried about their fate if he were to leave. Despite their brief acquaintance of merely half a month, Li Hanzhou had grown quite fond of the 2 youngsters. After ensuring the delivery of spiritual treasures and talismans to Lu Dongyue, he returned to his studies, delving deeper into the intricacies of the feng shui arrangement. The more he examined it, the more astonished he became. The individual capable of orchestrating such a vast arrangement throughout the Xiantian realm was truly formidable. Who could it be? The sheer magnitude of such a feat was mind-boggling, leaving him to ponder the intentions behind it. Meanwhile, within his own quarters, Lu Dongyue, feeling somewhat despondent, gazed vacantly at the soul-capturing bell placed on the table. He gently shook the bell, producing a curious sound that elicited a sigh of resignation. It was no surprise that the artifacts crafted by his master were anything but ordinary. At times, he felt an overwhelming urge to report to the authorities, speculating if this item might have some peculiar side effects. Although he was tempted to experiment with it, he refrained as it possessed offensive capabilities. And he could not possibly involve his junior siblings in such a trial. 3 days later, in the Divine K Emperor capital, the Grand Supervisor approached Yu Yang with utmost respect, presenting a piece of paper. Yu Yang, engrossed in his reading, accepted the note and discovered a single phrase inscribed upon it: "The phoenix tree of the Changsheng Temple has awakened." Upon reading those words, a fleeting look of distraction crossed Yu Yang's face. The Grand Supervisor observed Yu Yang with caution, inquiring, "Your Majesty, are you well? Where is the Ninth Prince?" Yu Yang's inner energy shattered the note into fragments as he casually asked. "Reporting to Your Majesty, the Ninth Prince is currently at the Taibai sect's sword forest," replied the Grand Supervisor. Was all Yu Yang said in response, choosing not to elaborate further. In the early morning, the sounds of commotion resonated outside the Changxing Temple. The Ba Dao sect had come to pay respects, followed by the Yushan sect and the Zhao clan. Representatives from the three factions had arrived. Li Hanzhou was taken aback by their early arrival. Lu Danyue, hearing the clamor outside, managed a bitter smile before taking a deep breath and stepping outside. One could not escape fate, and today he would confront them head-on. As the acting head of the Changxing Temple, Li Hanzhou naturally stepped forward to welcome them. However, when the representatives of the three factions beheld that their host was a mere ordinary person devoid of any spiritual energy, they were momentarily stunned. The head of the Changxing Temple lacks any cultivation? They felt a peculiar sense of relief. For their purpose today was to seek an explanation from the disciples of the temple. If their opponent had been a formidable master, they might have felt restrained. "Greetings to you all. Your presence truly illuminates the Changxing Temple. Please, come inside," Li Hanzhou greeted with a courteous bow. "Headley, you are too kind. We have come for our disciples to engage in friendly exchanges with your disciples. Any inconvenience caused is to be forgiven," Liang Shang, the leader of the Ba Dao sect, remarked nonchalantly. "Headley is being polite," Zhao Wuxing, the head of the Zhao clan, added. The master of the Yushan sect, Nie Xingyu, remained silent. The atmosphere was notably frosty among the three factions. Observing the disciples trailing behind them, Li Hanzhou noted their arrogance, as they regarded the Changxing Temple with disdain. "Are these your sect's disciples?" Each faction had brought only a handful of disciples, yet Li Hanzhou was surprised by their attire. "Are you all cold?" he queried. Noticing they were layered in numerous garments, at least a dozen. They appeared bundled up as if fearing the chill. Moreover, all were male disciples, not a single female among them. "Humph. We wear this to keep warm," Su Hong, the top disciple of the Ba Dao sect, blushed slightly but retorted defiantly. "Indeed, it is cold." Zhao Xian of the Zhao clan quickly chimed in. "And what about those large bags you are all carrying?" Li Hanzhou asked, noticing the bulky packs slung over their shoulders. "These contain extra clothes," Shenzhou from the Yushan sect replied. Li Hanzhou found himself speechless. They were clad in so many layers yet carried more clothing. To those in the know, their purpose was to engage in friendly sparring with the disciples of the Changxing Temple. To outsiders, it might have seemed as if they were peddling goods. He soon realized their apprehension regarding the Seven Treasures Gourd, which had previously absorbed their clothing, prompting them to come prepared with changes. "Please, come in," Li Hanzhou ushered the heads of the three sects into the reception hall, which had been modestly renovated just days prior, making it presentable enough to host guests. "I will prepare tea for everyone," Li Hanzhou announced. "No need for that, head Li. We are here to spar, simply prepare for the competition," Liang Shang from the Ba Dao sect interjected. "To ensure fairness, we have invited individuals from the Taishan sacred land to serve as judges. Once they arrive, we can commence. They should be here shortly." "Oh, very well," Li Hanzhou replied, somewhat astonished that such a trivial matter warranted the involvement of the Taishan sacred land. Were they so idle as to indulge in this farce? As Li Hanzhou busied himself with tea, the Taishan sacred lord and the grand elder arrived, accompanied by Lu Tianqing, who insisted on attending upon hearing of the events at the Changxing Temple. "Everyone has arrived," the Taishan sacred lord announced as he entered. "Greetings, sacred lord." The leaders of the three sects were taken aback to see the esteemed figure before them, their surprise evident. What brought this great deity here? Chapter 28, The Unusual Saint Master of Taishan. "Please, have a seat." The Saint Master of Taishan regarded the three individuals before him, then glanced at their disciples behind them. A wave of astonishment washed over him. Is it particularly cold? Why are they all dressed so warmly? He found their attire perplexing. In the presence of Li Hanzhou and his companions, they could afford to chatter aimlessly, but before the formidable Saint Master, they were tense and hesitant, hardly daring to utter a word. This was a person renowned for having seized the illustrious Prajna axe from the sacred Bull Mountain.
A figure of immense strength and an aspirational model for their cultivation.
However, Lu Tianqing immediately discerned their thoughts, having once experienced a similar humiliation himself. The mere recollection of it caused him to grit his teeth in resentment. He had been a paragon of excellence within the Taishan Holy Land. Once the object of affection for numerous female disciples who vied for his companionship.
Yet, ever since that incident, he found himself utterly alone, devoid of any admirers.
Today, he had come to witness the disgraceful spectacle of how the disciples of the three sects had driven the loathsome Lu Dongyue to despair.
He was here to seek retribution. Where is the leader of the Changsheng Temple?
The Saint Master of Taishan occupied the central position.
Saint Master.
The leader of the Changsheng Temple has gone to brew tea, Zhao Wuxing replied courteously.
The leader brews tea personally? Lu Tianqing scoffed. This diminutive sect is indeed lacking. They don't even have a servant. Since my arrival, I have hardly seen a handful of disciples. To call the Changsheng Temple a sect is an overstatement.
It barely surpasses a mere tooth extraction clinic in terms of numbers.
Moreover, the leader of the Changsheng Temple was revealed to be devoid of any cultivation.
Nia Xingyu from the Yueshan sect displayed a look of disdain. In a world where strength reigns supreme, lacking any cultivation was naturally met with scorn.
No cultivation?
The Saint Master of Taishan was intrigued.
Is it not peculiar for a sect leader to lack any cultivation? Saint Master. The leader of the Changsheng Temple possesses no cultivation whatsoever. As long as we provide a subtle hint, the Prajna axe will be easily returned to us. The Grand Elder chuckled. Had I known it would be this simple, I could have come alone without your presence.
Indeed, the Saint Master nodded in agreement.
Just then, Li Hanzhou entered the room. Tea is served.
Upon entering, he was taken aback to find an additional group of people present. I wasn't aware more guests were coming.
I may have brewed insufficient tea. Upon seeing Li Hanzhou, the Saint Master's eyes widened in shock. It's him. Li Hanzhou's visage was unforgettable. For just days prior, he had slain Zhao Qianqiu outside Baiyun City.
The day of the Five Thunder Array, the Thousand Fate Ghost Lotus. And the great celestial formula had left an indelible mark on the Saint Master's mind. He had not anticipated encountering Li Hanzhou here, who turned out to be the leader of the Changsheng Temple.
Leader Li.
At that moment, Liang Sheng of the Badu sect frowned.
Is it not a breach of etiquette for the Saint Master to neglect formal greetings? The Saint Master?
Li Hanzhou turned his gaze toward the Saint Master, surprised to learn that this was the illustrious leader of the Taishan Holy Land.
There is no need for formality, Brother Jiang. You may simply call me Jiang Yishuan. The Saint Master hastily replied, rising from his seat. At this pronouncement, everyone present was left in stunned silence. Brother Jiang?
The leaders of the three sects exchanged glances, bewildered. They had known the Saint Master for many years yet had never learned his name, always addressing him with the utmost reverence as Saint Master. How was it that with Li Hanzhou, he not only introduced himself but also referred to him as Brother Li and Brother Jiang? What was happening?
Oh, Brother Jiang.
Li Hanzhou set down the tea and remarked, I shall brew a couple more cups.
There is no need, Brother Li. They are not here to drink tea.
Since everyone is gathered, let us commence the sparring without further delay, Jiang Yishuan said with a smile.
The sect leaders exchanged glances, perplexed. Are we wasting our time over tea? Very well. Liang Sheng of the Badu sect slammed the table decisively. Since the Saint Master suggests it, let us begin the disciples' sparring.
We are eager to witness the martial arts of your Changsheng Temple. Liang Sheng anticipated that this challenge would provoke Li Hanzhou into a passionate retort, yet to his surprise, Li Hanzhou approached the table, crouched down, and scrutinized it closely.
This table is newly purchased, Li Hanzhou noted, relieved to find no cracks upon its surface.
Be gentle when you strike, Liang Sheng, Jiang Yishuan admonished.
Liang Sheng felt utterly speechless. What was with the peculiar atmosphere today? The leader of the Changsheng Temple, Li Hanzhou, was indeed an odd character.
And the Saint Master was behaving unusually as well.
May I inquire, Li Hanzhou asked, how shall the disciples engage in this sparring? Will it be a straightforward contest? Is there a prize involved? A prize?
The three leaders were taken aback.
Your Changsheng temple is already impoverished. Do you truly wish to wager something? Are you suggesting we place a wager? Zhao Wuxing observed Li Hanzhou with intrigue. Is there something you wish to offer?
A prize makes it interesting, Li Hanzhou grinned.
Why not seize the opportunity for profit?
Very well, Leader Li, what shall we wager?
Liang Sheng inquired.
If our Yueshan sect loses, we shall offer our technique. The mountain shaking palm, to your Changsheng temple, declared Nie Xingyu, the leader of the Yueshan sect.
Li Hanzhou contemplated this. Acquiring a technique for his disciples would indeed be advantageous.
If my Zhao family loses, we shall provide 30 pulse-expanding pills.
How does that sound?
Our Bado sect possesses a formidable blade, though it is not a divine weapon, it is a rare treasure.
Should we lose?
We shall gift this blade to your Changsheng temple, Liang Sheng added.
Excellent, Li Hanzhou readily agreed, recognizing the value of these items. Now, Leader Li, what shall you wager if you lose? Asked Zhao Wuxing. We have no interest in your techniques.
Indeed, if you have nothing to offer, this wager cannot be established.
Liang Sheng concurred. Li Hanzhou pondered.
None of the three sects had offered monetary stakes, thus, it would be inappropriate for him to do so.
What could he wager? The 1,000 Fate Ghost Lotus? That would surely provoke trouble from the Tang sect. The Great Celestial Formula?
They wouldn't dare accept such a thing.
Ah! I have a fine blade, let us consider that as the wager. Li Hanzhou declared, retrieving a knife from his storage pouch. Initially, the onlookers exhibited disdain at the notion of Li Hanzhou producing a knife, thinking, what could this humble Changsheng temple possibly possess of value?
Especially the members of the Badu sect, who scoffed at the idea of a knife being presented before them.
Akin to a novice displaying his clumsiness before masters of the craft.
However, when the autumn burial was unveiled, the air around them seemed to freeze.
Chapter 29, The Stakes Are Rising. Autumn Burial. Who among those present has not seen the divine weapon rankings? How could they possibly fail to recognize Autumn Burial, ranked 32nd?
Recently, news had spread throughout the martial world that Zhao Qianqiu had been murdered, yet the identity of the perpetrator remained a mystery.
Now, upon seeing Autumn Burial, an astonishing thought crossed their minds. Could it be that Zhao Qianqiu fell at the hands of the man before them, Li Hanzhou? Surely not.
Li Hanzhou bore no trace of true energy, he appeared to be an ordinary person.
How could he have possibly killed Zhao Qianqiu? May I inquire, Master Li? From where did you acquire this blade? Liang Sheng asked, his gaze fixed intently on Autumn Burial, saliva nearly pooling at the corners of his mouth.
As a master of the blade from the Blade sect, he was utterly defenseless against the allure of Autumn Burial.
He longed to dash forward and seize the weapon from Li Hanzhou's grasp.
Yet, with so many witnesses present, including the supreme master of the Tai Xian sect,
he knew he could not act impulsively. Found it, what of it? Li Hanzhou replied, interpreting the group's expressions as doubt regarding the blade's quality.
Do not be deceived by its appearance, it is incredibly sharp, a truly fine weapon.
Found it?
Zhao Wuxing and the others could not help but roll their eyes.
How fortunate you are at finding things. Where did you find it? I want to go and find one myself. Indeed, found it, Li Hanzhou insisted. Am I to tell you that I killed someone to claim this blade? You lot look like troublemakers, who knows what might happen if I reported this? A gamble. How could they resist such a splendid opportunity? All three factions readily agreed.
To hesitate even slightly would be to show disrespect to Autumn Burial.
Let us not delay. We shall commence at once.
Liang Sheng, filled with urgency, was eager to possess the divine blade, wishing he could cradle it in his arms as one would a beloved.
This was far more enticing than any romantic entanglement.
The supreme master of the Tai Xian sect had not anticipated that Li Hanzhou would use Autumn Burial as a wager, igniting within him a sudden impulse to gamble.
After all, it was Autumn Burial. Though he did not wield a blade, the temptation of a divine weapon was irresistible. Meanwhile, the Grand Elder stood dumbfounded. The blade of Zhao Qianqiu was in Li Hanzhou's possession? Could it truly be a mere find?
However, there was no time for further contemplation. As the sect leaders were already eager to proceed, rising with their disciples to prepare for this so-called sparring match,
Changsheng View boasted a grand arena.
Long neglected due to the dispersal of disciples, but recently tidied up by members of the Divine Mechanism Merchant Guild.
The massive platform now looked quite presentable. As the arena filled, all were prepared for the spectacle. Lu Dongyue, though reluctant, ascended the stage. Upon his arrival, the disciples of the three sects glared at him with fierce intensity.
Lu Dongyue shuddered, feeling the weight of their hostile gazes, filled with resentment and murderous intent. He sensed that if looks could kill, he would be riddled with wounds at that moment.
Brother, give it your all. Brother, defeat them.
Below the stage, Yun Qianzu and Shiming had arrived, their excitement palpable as they watched the unfolding scene. It had been years since Changxing View had witnessed such lively events.
Moreover, they were eager to see their second senior brother showcase his prowess on the platform.
Shoo! Lu Dongyue quickly gestured for them to quiet down. He did not wish to make more enemies at this moment.
Brother is invincible. Brother is invincible. Their enthusiasm only grew as they saw Lu Dongyue's demeanor. He was far too modest. Previously, he had inadvertently revealed that he had placed first in the disciple assessment of the Taoist sect. In the eyes of these two youngsters, Lu Dongyue had become synonymous with invincibility. At this moment, Lu Dongyue felt quite speechless. Since the disciples of the Taoist sect had arrived, he believed it prudent to invite the elders from Taoist to witness today's contest. Hanzhou approached the Supreme Master and the Grand Elder, clasping his fists in greeting. I trust you both heard the terms of the wager, with your presence as witnesses. I need not fear any underhanded tactics.
The leaders of the three sects exchanged bemused glances.
Are we the ones concerned about your dishonesty? Liang Shang interjected.
Our disciples will take turns sparring with those of Changxing View. Should we lose, we shall forfeit the agreed-upon wager.
Wait a moment. Hanzhou raised his hand. You intend for your disciples to take turns sparring with us? How brazen of you to suggest such a thing. Hanzhou retorted with irritation. Changxing View has but one capable disciple, Lu Dongyue. How can he possibly compete against your numbers? He would be utterly exhausted.
You need not worry, Zhao Xingwu chimed in, a smile on his face.
Our disciples will exercise restraint, and after each match,
my Zhao family will provide a recovery pill to aid your disciples' recovery before the next bout.
How does that sound?
That is acceptable, Hanzhou replied, extending his hand.
Bring it forth.
Zhao Wuxing hesitated, taken aback by Hanzhou's immediate demand. Yet, recalling autumn burial, he promptly produced a vial of recovery pills and handed it over.
Excellent. Hanzhou turned to Lu Dongyue on the stage and encouraged him, perform admirably.
Lu Dongyue felt tears welling in his eyes.
Master Uncle. You sold me a vial of recovery pills? Just then, an unexpected voice interrupted the proceedings.
Everyone turned to see the Grand Elder of the Taoist sect stepping forward. His face slightly flushed.
Might we of the Taoist sect also participate in this sparring match?
The revelation that the Taoist sect wished to join sent shockwaves through the other three sections.
Would Lu Tianqing also participate? Would victory even be possible? Surely.
Autumn burial would end up in the hands of the Taoist sect, leaving none of them a chance.
Why not?
Hanzhou replied, seemingly unconcerned.
However, the Grand Elder, noticing the change in expressions among the others, continued, the Taoist sect does not seek your blade, we desire the axe your disciple brought back last time.
Upon hearing this, the three sects collectively exhaled a sigh of relief. It turned out the Taoist sect only wished for the Prajna axe, alleviating their concerns.
The axe? Hanzhou pondered for a moment, recalling that Lu Dongyue had indeed returned with an axe. But was it not a mere commemorative item? Why would one take a keepsake back?
Nevertheless, he thought it inconsequential, as that axe was only suitable for chopping firewood at Changxing View. Jiang Yishuan had initially intended to prevent any rift with Hanzhou but, realizing the Prajna axe was still in the other's possession, decided that retrieving it was worthwhile.
Thus, Jiang Yishuan proposed, in that case, let the Taoist sect add a stake.
Should we lose, we shall gift the Changxing View our Taoist Heart Sutra. Chapter 30, The Side Effects of the Soul-Calling Bell. As these words were spoken, the expressions of nearly everyone present, with the exception of Hanzhou, shifted dramatically.
The Taoist Heart Sutra.
It is indeed one of the most esteemed heart techniques of the Taoist sacred land.
To use such a treasure as a wager? Upon further reflection.
However, it made sense. Both the Prajna axe and the autumn burial blade are formidable weapons listed among the divine artifacts, truly worthy of such stakes.
By this calculation,
the items they had to offer as wagers were indeed rather paltry.
A deal was struck. At that moment, Li Hanzhou's mind sparked with an idea.
His thoughts had been overly constrained. He had solely aimed to facilitate his disciples' ascension and enhance their strength.
Why confine them to the cultivation of the longevity views techniques? Would training in the martial arts of other sects not yield similar results?
A black cat or a white cat, as long as it catches mice, is a good cat.
Is it not?
If he were to obtain the Taishan Heart Sutra and allow his disciples to train with it, sanctioned by the Taishan Lord,
it would not be considered theft.
Such weapons as axes and blades paled in comparison to these superior treasures.
Tianqing, one must strive diligently. The Grand Elder turned to pat Lu Tianqing's shoulder, offering him a look of encouragement. Grand Elder, Lord, rest assured. Lu Tianqing's gaze towards Lu Dongyue now bore a fierce intensity. This adversary was the cause of his current predicament, and he was determined to make him pay. I shall go first.
Just then, a disciple from the Zhao family stepped onto the stage, his eyes fixed menacingly on Lu Dongyue.
I am Zhao Long of the Zhao family, here to challenge you. Go for it, Zhao Shidi.
The disciples of the Zhao family erupted into cheers. Zhao Wuxing nodded at Zhao Long. Although not the strongest among the Zhao disciples, his sixth-tier cultivation surpassed that of Lu Dongyue.
Moreover, Zhao Long was well prepared. Confident that he could defeat Lu Dongyue before his own clothes were completely drained. Lu Dongyue, come forth and meet your end.
Zhao Long bellowed, his true energy surging, as he produced a long staff from behind him.
I am unafraid of your Seven Treasures Gourd. Let the battle commence. The Grand Elder of the Taishan Sacred Land also voiced his approval.
Lu Dongyue, aware that Zhao Long's strength was not to be trifled with,
calmly retrieved the soul-calling bell from behind him. Not the Seven Treasures Gourd? The soul-calling bell? The crowd was taken aback. Had Lu Dongyue's spiritual treasure changed?
I care not what it is, you shall die. Zhao Long roared, his staff striking like a serpent, lunging toward Lu Dongyue with ferocity. The force of the strike was so potent that the air crackled in response. In an instant, Lu Dongyue realized he was outmatched, and swiftly employed the 9 stars of Yubu technique, evading Zhao Long's initial assault. The soul-calling bell began to tremble in his grasp.
Maintain your focus. Cover your ears. Zhao Wuxing exclaimed urgently.
As a rudimentary spiritual treasure, the soul-calling bell's effects could be mitigated by simply blocking the sound. As long as one shielded their ears from the bell's chime, they would not experience any disorientation.
Ding dong. The bell's sound resonated, somewhat muffled. The audience exchanged glances. Was this the proper sound of the soul-calling bell? Since Lu Dongyue's bell was not directed at them,
they merely heard its tone without sensing any assault on their souls. Zhao Long tossed aside his staff and covered his ears.
After all,
the post-celestial treasure could only be used 9 times, he could afford to endure the sound 9 times, and once Lu Dongyue's treasure was exhausted, victory would be his.
Moreover, Lu Dongyue hadn't even brought the Seven Treasures Gourd today. What was there to fear? After ringing the soul-calling bell once, Lu Dongyue noted that Zhao Long appeared entirely unaffected.
Zhao Long lowered his hands and chuckled, your soul-calling bell is ineffective against me, Lu Dongyue.
I shall see just how many times it can be used. With that, Zhao Long advanced slowly towards Lu Dongyue. Lu Dongyue's face turned pale. Could this spiritual treasure truly be of no use to him? Li Hanzhou frowned. Realizing that the method to counter the soul-calling bell was remarkably simple, just cover one's ears? Ha ha ha. It seems Zhao family shall claim the first victory. Zhao Wuxing laughed heartily.
Then turned to Liang Shang and Nie Xingyu. It appears the ultimate contention lies between our 3 factions. Let us see who claims the autumn burial blade in the end.
It shall undoubtedly belong to our blade sect.
Just as the 3 were about to quarrel, Zhao Long, having taken a few steps, suddenly changed color.
Make way! Make way!
He dashed off the stage before anyone could comprehend what was happening.
It was too late.
Zhao Long was on the verge of tears, spotting a nearby tree. He rushed beneath it, frantically attempting to unbuckle his trousers. However, clad in at least 10 layers of pants, his frantic efforts proved futile.
What is happening?
Zhao Wuxing's expression darkened. The match had yet to conclude, yet Zhao Long had abandoned the platform, resulting in a loss for the Zhao family.
Just then, a loud sound erupted. Accompanied by an audible release, Zhao Long's previously anxious demeanor transformed into one of utter relief. His face illuminating with comfort as he experienced a profound sense of liberation. The layers of trousers began to ooze liquid, accompanied by a foul stench. Good heavens! Zhao Long,
you soiled your trousers! A disciple from the Zhao family exclaimed in horror.
Others stepped back in revulsion.
Having found relief, Zhao Long was left in a state of despair.
It's all because of him.
That peculiar spiritual treasure of his.
After he rang the soul-calling bell, I felt an unbearable pain in my abdomen. And I simply could not hold it in.
Zhao Long pointed accusingly at Lu Dongyue.
Me?
Lu Dongyue exclaimed, incredulously gesturing towards himself. Then glancing at his soul-calling bell.
Could it be the effect of this bell?
The other disciples looked at Lu Dongyue, their faces shifting in disbelief. The previously revered Seven Treasures Gourd absorbed clothing, while this soul-calling bell induced involuntary relief.
What a filthy spiritual treasure, Lu Dongyue!
Zhao Xian from the Zhao family could no longer contain his indignation.
Indeed, how utterly disgraceful!
The chorus of derision left Lu Dongyue feeling utterly wronged. This spiritual treasure was crafted by my master. He glanced at Li Hanzhou, who appeared unperturbed as he conversed with Yun Qianzhu and Xiao Shiming.
Did you too witness that? When you grow up, do not emulate that brother. Defecating in your trousers is unsanitary, do you understand? Chapter 31, I shall strike 4.
At this moment, the disciples of the three factions beheld Zhao Long's countenance, their eyes betraying a sense of dread. They had only just conquered the embarrassment of being stripped bare in their minds, and now they were to confront a terror that rendered them utterly helpless. As if they had soiled themselves. Each of them had donned at least 10 pairs of trousers that day, after being ensnared by that soul-capturing bell. There was no time to remove any garments.
Were they to face Lu Dongyue completely unclad? In an instant, all fighting spirit dissipated. Whoever wishes to engage may do so.
I shall not partake. If word of this were to spread, it would be utterly humiliating.
Sensing the disciples' sentiments,
the leaders of the three factions also felt the situation growing dire.
To retreat without a fight would signify defeat. Not only would they fail to acquire the autumn burial,
but they would also have to forfeit their prized possessions.
Master Li.
At this juncture, Zhao Wuxing ascended the platform, his visage aflame with anger. I propose an additional rule: the use of spiritual treasures shall be prohibited.
Upon hearing this, Li Hanzhou raised an eyebrow. Prohibit the use of spiritual treasures? If you, Leader Zhao, were to encounter an adversary outside, would you impose the same restriction upon them? Do you truly believe they would heed your words?
The essence of martial combat is the freedom to utilize any techniques or treasures one possesses.
What is it, Leader Zhao? Can you not bear the thought of losing?
Li Hanzhou spoke with a hint of sarcasm before turning to Yun Qianzhu and Shiming, advising, "Uncles, it is essential to be honest and trustworthy individuals.
Never engage in duplicitous actions, for they will incite disdain."
The two youngsters nodded vigorously, prompting Zhao Wuxing's face to darken further.
Ahem.
At that moment, Nie Xingyu stepped forward.
Master Li, we have come to engage in a martial exchange of the Changxing Temple's techniques. If we are to rely solely on spiritual treasures, how can our disciples appreciate the prowess of Changxing Temple's practitioners?
Thus, I propose that we forego spiritual treasures and allow them to rely on their innate abilities to compete.
Indeed.
We have yet to witness the martial arts of Changxing Temple, only your peculiar spiritual treasures.
How can our disciples gain insight? Liang Sheng quickly concurred. Gain insight? Li Hanzhou was momentarily taken aback. Is my spiritual treasure not sufficient to broaden your horizons? Enough, let it not be said that Changxing Temple bullied you. He extended his hand toward Zhao Wuxing. What? Zhao Wuxing looked incredulously at Li Hanzhou. The meridian opening pill, Li Hanzhou exclaimed in surprise. This match is one that your Zhao family has lost. Do you intend to weasel out of it? We shall not use spiritual treasures, but you cannot deny this loss. Fine, I concede.
Zhao Wuxing gritted his teeth and produced a vial of meridian opening pills, handing it to Li Hanzhou.
Li Hanzhou grinned, accepting the elixir. Dong Yue.
We shall dispense with the soul-capturing bell, teach them a lesson.
Master, I.
Lu Dongyue faltered, realizing that without spiritual treasures, he would have to rely solely on the divine power pill.
Did this pill truly possess efficacy?
He had consumed it before taking the stage. Yet he felt no discernible effects, as if he had merely ingested a dough ball. Furthermore, Leader Zhao, should your Zhao family wish to participate again,
you must present something new, otherwise, do not bother to compete.
Li Hanzhou cast a glance at Zhao Wuxing.
Present.
Zhao Wuxing's teeth nearly ground to dust as he retrieved a wooden box from his storage bag. Opening it revealed a somewhat withered herb.
Ancient wind stabilizing herb. Liang Shang and Nie Xingyu exclaimed in astonishment.
The Zhao family had even produced such a rare treasure. Even the elder of the Taoist sacred land was visibly moved. That was indeed a rare treasure, one that the Zhao family had long withheld from use, and now they were placing it as a wager.
Master Li. This is the ancient wind stabilizing herb, is this wager not adequate? Zhao Wuxing fixed his gaze intently on Li Hanzhou.
Though Li Hanzhou was unaware of the herb's significance, he could discern from their expressions that it was indeed a treasure. He nodded in agreement. Very well, let your Zhao family participate once more.
I shall go first.
At this moment, Su Hon, the chief disciple of the Ba Dao sect, brandished his large blade and prepared to ascend the platform.
Wait. Allow me to go first.
I intend to thoroughly trounce this little rascal.
Hanzhou Nao of the Yu Mountain sect also readied himself to take the stage. My Zhao family has already lost once. It is time for us to reclaim our honor. You two shall wait a moment.
Zhao Xian approached, fanning himself with a folding fan.
I shall go first. Your Zhao family has already competed, why should it be your turn again?
The three factions began to bicker over who would take the stage first.
Amidst this turmoil,
Lu Dongyue inhaled deeply and bellowed, "Stop wasting time, all of you may come at once.
I shall handle you all together."
As these words echoed, the crowd fell silent.
Lu Dongyue intended to take on all three? Was he mad?
Surely it was not because he could not defeat them individually that he sought to challenge them collectively.
How dare you underestimate me?
Su Hon, Hanzhou Nao, and Zhao Xian felt their blood boil, all leaping onto the stage.
You all heard it.
Lu Dongyue invited us to confront him together.
Su Hon declared loudly. Wait.
Just as the trio was about to advance, Lu Dongyue suddenly called out to them.
What? Are you afraid now? Zhao Xian sneered. Ignoring Zhao Xian, Lu Dongyue began to count. 1, 2, 3. Upon finishing,
he turned his gaze toward Lu Tianqing of the Taoist sacred land and pointed at him.
You two wish to challenge me, do you not? Do not cower in the back like a turtle, join us. I shall take on all four of you. The entire arena was struck dumb. Even Jiang Yishuan and the elder of the Taoist sacred land were taken aback. Had this boy truly lost his senses? A fifth-tier martial artist daring to challenge for? Lu Tianqing was a ninth-tier cultivator. What audacity did he possess?
This young master does not stoop to ganging up on others, Lu Tianqing snorted coldly,
refusing to step onto the stage. For against one, what merit is there in that? Are you afraid? Lacking courage? Cowardly?
Lu Dongyue taunted Lu Tianqing.
Damn it! Watch as I do not crush you today. Lu Tianqing was enraged.
He had long deemed Lu Dongyue beneath him, considering him a mere waste without spiritual treasures.
Yet,
he never anticipated this waste would dare to provoke him. Today, he would show him just how terrifying his wrath could be. With that, Lu Tianqing strode forward,
stepping onto the platform, positioning himself before the three challengers.
The leading disciple of the great sect must take center stage.
Chapter 32, The Terrifying Strength Lu Dongyue. Today I shall not hold back in dealing with you.
With a swift motion, Lu Tianqing brandished a battle axe, his formidable aura revealing his ninth-tier prowess. The force emanating from him caused Su Hong, Zhao Xian, and Hanzhou Nao, who stood behind him, to stagger back several steps. Though they were also talented disciples from their respective sects, they were still vastly overshadowed by Lu Tianqing. The other disciples from various sects were equally stunned by Lu Tianqing's overwhelming presence.
Is this what genius truly is?
Yet, in the face of such might, Lu Dongyue remained steadfast, an uncanny feeling washing over him. The four individuals before him seemed diminutive in comparison. Lu Tianqing's ninth-tier strength, which others regarded as formidable, felt fragile to Lu Dongyue's perception.
How extraordinary!
Lu Dongyue had never before sensed such power within himself. At that moment, he felt terrifyingly strong. As if he could confront even the supreme master of Tai Xian without hesitation.
Bow before me, Lu Tianqing proclaimed,
stepping forward and bringing his axe crashing down with a force akin to splitting mountains.
The impact was astounding.
The supreme master of Tai Xian, witnessing this display,
couldn't help but frown. Was Lu Tianqing being too ruthless? While punishing Lu Dongyue was acceptable, should he accidentally kill him, Li Hanzhou would surely erupt in fury. After all,
he possessed the 1,000 lives ghost lotus. Having killed Zhao Qianqiu already, with Li Hanzhou still recovering from his injuries, if he truly unleashed his wrath,
no one could withstand it. With Lu Tianqing's assault, Lu Dongyue's defeat was inevitable.
How audacious of him, a mere fifth tier, to challenge four formidable opponents. Having just provoked Lu Tianqing, it was clear that he would be obliterated this time. The onlookers buzzed with chatter.
Second brother.
Yun Xianjuan and Shi Ming were filled with unease, acutely aware of the axe's terrifying potential. The ground beneath Lu Dongyue cracked ominously as the axe descended.
Yet he stood resolute, his eyes radiating unwavering determination. Boom!
As the axe struck, Lu Tianqing was taken aback. Lu Dongyue did not flinch. He had intended to temper his strength, not wishing to truly kill, but before he could pull back, Lu Dongyue raised his hand and seized the axe blade. Despite the overwhelming force and profound energy behind the strike, Lu Dongyue managed to suppress it entirely, gripping the axe with a fierce resolve.
Lu Tianqing's energy shattered. The axe's brilliance dissipated in an instant. What? Lu Tianqing's jaw nearly dropped in disbelief. Bang!
The leaders of the four sects rose from their seats. Disbelief etched across their faces as they beheld the unfolding scene.
How could this be? Lu Tianqing, a ninth-tier master, wielding the fourth level of the axe technique, was thwarted by this mere boy?
The Grand Elder of Tai Xian was rendered speechless, while the Supreme Master, Zhang Yishuan, struggled to comprehend the situation. No matter how one viewed it, Lu Dongyue was merely at fifth tier. Talented individuals capable of challenging higher tiers existed. Yet facing a ninth-tier opponent and effortlessly crushing their energy with a single hand was beyond reason. As Zhang Yishuan observed Li Hanzhou's calm demeanor, a tempest of realization surged within him. He was convinced that Lu Dongyue could not have accomplished this feat alone. Li Hanzhou must have played a significant role behind the scenes. This individual was shrouded in mystery, possessing an array of enigmatic abilities. Shinzoneo and his companions stood in stunned silence.
They had anticipated Lu Dongyue's swift defeat, yet he had single-handedly repelled Lu Tianqing's attack. I refuse to believe it. Lu Tianqing roared in fury. He was a prodigious talent, the future son of the Tai Xian sacred land. A genius who had mastered the fourth level of the axe technique. How could he be thwarted by a fifth-tier weakling? Boom! Boom! Boom!
Lu Tianqing unleashed his full might. Executing the axe technique with unparalleled fervor, each strike radiating the power of splitting mountains. Yet, Lu Dongyue remained unfazed, even advancing forward,
deftly deflecting every strike with a few casual motions, rendering Lu Tianqing's efforts futile. The spectators were left agape. It was as if he were toying with a child. Let's all attack together. Shinzoneo and his companions, witnessing this, joined the fray, transforming the encounter into a genuine 4-on-1 battle.
The blade dominance of Ba Dao sect displayed overwhelming force, while Zhao Xian's ethereal movements made it seem as if he could slice through anything with his folding fan.
Sharp as a blade,
Shinzoneo's mountain-shattering palm generated waves of energy with each strike, resembling the force of nature itself.
Yet, despite the combined efforts of these four geniuses,
Lu Dongyue showed no fear, viewing them as mere insects before him.
Bang!
With a few swift motions, Lu Dongyue sent all four adversaries flying off the stage.
As they fell, disbelief washed over them. Had they truly been defeated?
Zhao Wuxing felt the world darken before his eyes, nearly fainting.
the Grand Elder of Tai Xian, equally in disbelief, stepped forward onto the arena and grasped Lu Dongyue's arm. Lu Dongyue was startled, yet the Grand Elder's grip was not hostile. He merely sought to gauge Lu Dongyue's strength. To his astonishment, he confirmed that Lu Dongyue genuinely possessed only fifth-tier capabilities. Everyone, Li Hanzhou chuckled, stepping onto the stage. The sparring has concluded, and your disciples have been defeated. Therefore, as previously agreed, with the Taishan sacred land present, I trust you will not renege on your promise. He added with a grin, if you're dissatisfied, you may present an alternative wager after relinquishing the promised items, and we can continue our contest. Li Hanzhou's mirthful demeanor prompted Liang Shang and the others to exchange glances. At this point, further competition seemed futile. Lu Dongyue was undeniably formidable, and Lu Tianqing was no match for him. Reluctantly, Liang Shang produced a grand blade. Though not a divine weapon, it was a prized artifact he had sought from the Valley of Divine Weapons, boasting incredible power. Reluctantly, Liang Shang regarded the blade in his grasp, about to speak further when Li Hanzhou seized it from him. Hand it over, no need for formality, I shall treat it well. Li Hanzhou's eyes sparkled with delight as he inspected the magnificent blade. At that moment, the expressions of the three men shifted subtly. Li Hanzhou was indeed no ordinary individual. Zhao Wuxing remarked solemnly, while Nie Xingyu nodded in agreement, the blade dominance's weapon is forged from dark treasure iron, weighing over 1,000 pounds. Li Hanzhou lifted it effortlessly, indicating that his cultivation is far superior to what we initially perceived. Chapter 33, The Rise of the Sect Depends on You. Is it true that the autumn burial blade was seized from Zhao Qianqiu by him? At this moment, Liang Shang of the Ba Dao sect felt a chill run down his spine. Initially, he had contemplated that with the presence of the Taishan sacred land today, he could not renege on his obligations. However, once the Taishan sacred land departed, he intended to devise a plan in a few days to reclaim his Ba Dao from the Changqing temple, even if it meant disguising himself. After all, Li Hanzhou, who lacked martial skills, and a few junior disciples would pose no obstacle to him, he could simply eliminate them without hesitation. Yet, reflecting on his previous thoughts, Liang Shang broke into a cold sweat. Fortunately, he had discovered Li Hanzhou as concealed strength. Otherwise, had he confronted him, he might not have even realized how he met his end. Zhao Qianqiu was a formidable being, a half-step to ascension, whose power was extraordinary. If even he fell to Li Hanzhou, how could Liang Shang's meager abilities stand against him? At this juncture, Zhao Wuxing ceased his chatter and obediently handed over his ancient windgrass. Nie Xingyu also offered the mountain shaking palm manual to Li Hanzhou without a second thought. The Taishan sacred land, being grand and prosperous, would not renege on their promises, right? Li Hanzhou glanced at the Grand Elder of Taishan sacred land in Jiang Yishuan. He was not particularly worried about the three sects failing to deliver, but he was concerned that Taishan sacred land might refuse. After all, with such an expansive territory and a plethora of powerful individuals, if they truly wished to renege, Li Hanzhou would have little recourse. Rest assured, the Taishan sacred land is not without credibility, Jiang Yishuan asserted as he stood, retrieving the Taishan Heart Sutra from his storage pouch. Then I thanked the sacred lord. Li Hanzhou's eyes sparkled. This was indeed a prized possession. A high-level technique from the Taishan sacred land, incomparable to the mountain shaking palm of the Yu Mountain sect. This Heart Sutra was coveted even by the leaders of the three sects, as such advanced techniques could lead to the attainment of remarkable realms, far beyond what their sects could offer. Thank you, Brother Jiang, Li Hanzhou remarked, feeling that the sacred lord of Taishan was rather amicable. Sacred lord, I have disappointed you. Lu Tianqing approached and knelt before the sacred lord, his heart in turmoil. He could hardly believe he had repeatedly fallen victim to Lu Dongyue. Rise. Jiang Yishuan did not chastise Lu Tianqing, understanding that Lu Dongyue must have had Li Hanzhou's assistance, for without such support, Lu would not possess such strength. With such a powerful ally, Lu Tianqing had no chance of victory. Given their defeat, the members of the three sects were eager to depart. Li Hanzhou's feigned invitation for them to stay for dinner only intensified their desire to leave, as if he might threaten them should they linger. It was best not to provoke such misfortune. The Taishan sacred land also took their leave. And the Grand Elder noticed Shiming chopping wood with the Prajna axe from a distance, feeling a pang of regret but unable to intervene. Ultimately, as Jiang Yishuan departed,
He extended an invitation for Li Hanzhou to visit the Taoist sacred land whenever he had the time.
Li Hanzhou accepted.
Though he understood this was merely a polite gesture, he had no intention of visiting the Taoist sacred land without purpose.
Once all had vacated,
the sun began to set. After a day of exertion, Li Hanzhou felt weary, yet today had indeed yielded abundant rewards.
Master Uncle. Lu Dongyue approached,
his face aglow with excitement. I can hardly believe I truly triumphed today.
It is utterly incredible.
However, at this moment, Li Hanzhou circled around Lu Dongyue, stroking his chin and observing him intently, lost in thought.
Master Uncle, why do you look at me so?
Lu Dongyue's earlier exuberance waned under Li Hanzhou's gaze,
feeling as though Li Hanzhou harbored some ulterior motive. Dongyue, you performed remarkably today.
I shall prepare braised pork for you this evening, Li Hanzhou smiled warmly.
What? Lu Dongyue was taken aback.
Master Uncle, I triumphed over the Yu Mountain sect, the Zhao family, the Ba Dao sect, and the Taoist sacred land. I brought you the Taoist Heart Sutra, the ancient windgrass, and other treasures, and you reward me with a bowl of braised pork? Oh. You are well aware of the situation at Changxing Temple, Dongyue.
We are quite impoverished.
Now, we finally have the potential to rise.
All that I have won is for the enrichment of our sect.
A stronger Changxing Temple will attract more disciples, enabling us to become a formidable sect worthy of our ancestors' expectations. In the future, you, Lu Dongyue, will be remembered through history.
This significance surpasses any material reward. Does it not?
Listening to Li Hanzhou's earnest words, Lu Dongyue felt a sense of unease, though he could not articulate why. He merely nodded vacantly.
Therefore, Master Uncle is also striving for the sect's betterment.
These treasures are not solely for you, they are for the sect.
Do you not wish to see Changxing Temple restored to its former glory? With the great senior brother absent, you are now the highest-ranking disciple in Changxing Temple. You cannot expect Xiao Shiming and Xiao Qianzhong to bear this responsibility alone, can you?
Li Hanzhou continued to persuade him.
For the rise of the sect, I am willing.
Lu Dongyue replied gravely.
Good. Since this is the case, let us declare war upon the world.
From this day forth, we challenge disciples from all sections. All may come to challenge us in groups of 4, but they must bring appropriate treasures.
If we lose, I shall gift them that blade. Li Hanzhou chuckled. But rest assured, this will be limited to disciples of the 9th rank or below.
Your divine power pill is formidable, yet it only affects those below transcendence.
Master Uncle would not risk your safety.
Ha! Lu Dongyue was left dumbfounded.
Does this mean I am to fight in this arena?
Thus it is decided.
You should rest. For the road ahead is long and arduous. No need to rush.
Here, take this Taoist Heart Sutra and practice, see if you can master it. Li Hanzhou handed the Taoist Heart Sutra to Lu Dongyue before turning to leave, leaving Lu Dongyue alone amidst the chaos of the wind. The world of martial arts is one where secrets cannot be contained, all matters will inevitably spread in mysterious ways throughout the realm. The news of the disciples from the Zhao family, Ba Dao sect, Yu Mountain sect, and Taoist sacred land returning defeated from their challenges against Changxing Temple quickly circulated.
In an instant, the name Changxing Temple was thrust into the limelight.
Furthermore, the autumn burial blade also became a topic of discussion among the masses. When the Tang sect learned of the news, the sect master, Tang Zhu, was momentarily taken aback. The autumn burial blade was in the hands of this individual named Li Hanzhou, which implied that the 1,000 Lives Ghost Lotus was likely in his possession as well. The emperor intended to shield Li Hanzhou from scrutiny, yet it seemed that Li Hanzhou had instead exposed himself.
Chapter 34, Secrets of the Innate Spiritual Treasures. Is this truly a divine weapon from the divine weapon list? At this moment, Li Hanzhou felt a surge of astonishment as he listened to Yun Qianzu's words.
Previously, he had only recognized it as an excellent blade,
entirely unaware of its esteemed status on the divine weapon list.
No wonder the members of the 3 sects exerted such tremendous effort to acquire it. My master usually indulges in gambling and drinking, showing little interest in anything else. We have the divine weapon list in our library, accessible at any time.
Yet I have never seen it.
I only recalled upon hearing them mention that this blade is called Autumn Burial, which must be listed among the divine weapons.
Yun Qianzu explained to Li Hanzhou. This complicates matters. Li Hanzhou furrowed his brow.
The significance of this blade was indeed formidable. A common man bears no guilt but suffers for possessing a jewel. Keeping such an item in my possession would undoubtedly invite trouble.
Many may seek to seize the blade from me.
He sighed, realizing the urgency for their sect, Chang Shengwen, to rise swiftly. Only with formidable strength or a powerful background could one safeguard their possessions.
After all,
why did Cesen flee to Siberia while the martial world of Central Plains relentlessly pursued him, despite the Tianjin remaining unsnatched at the Jinwu Grand Hall?
It ultimately boiled down to strength. To fully unravel the power seal of Chang Shengwen, one must break the dead burial feng shui formation and locate its critical points. However,
aside from his own serendipitous discovery of the dead point within Chang Shengwen, he was utterly ignorant of the locations of the others. Although he could deduce a general area from the map using feng shui principles, he found himself unable to detach from his current circumstances. This was not a task to be accomplished overnight. Even upon finding a rough location, determining an accurate coordinate would require considerable time.
Damn that senior brother. Where could he have vanished to? Li Hanzhou's thoughts drifted to his missing senior brother. Should I attempt a divination?
With that notion, he began to calculate.
Strangely,
no matter how he attempted to divine, he encountered only emptiness. How peculiar, he mused, trying several more times, yet still met with the same void. It was as if this individual did not exist within the realm. Indeed, it felt as though his senior brother, the true master of Chang Shengwen, had never existed at all.
How could this be?
Memories from his original self and those of the disciples of Chang Shengwen all confirmed the existence of such a person.
How odd.
He murmured to himself as he walked into the grand hall of Chang Shengwen, gazing at the statue of the ancestor. With a heavy sigh, he waved his hand,
causing the hall's doors to close. He settled down, staring at the figure of the venerable Taoist. After a prolonged silence, he finally spoke. What precisely did you intend by bringing me here? Is it merely to have me unravel this dead burial feng shui formation? You leave me with this mess,
yet offer no useful guidance to aid my arduous path.
I understand your desire to uphold the orthodox path of the Tao, but as you can see,
the current situation is dire. The spiritual energy has yet to awaken, and breaking the feng shui formation is no simple feat if Chang Shengwen is to endure. I must explore alternative routes.
I hope you, in your celestial wisdom, will not condemn me for my audacity. Should I have the chance to meet you again?
Do not judge my inadequacies too harshly, for my skills are limited.
With that, Li Hanzhou stood, offering 3 sticks of incense to the ancestor before departing from the grand hall. The following day,
he assigned a task to Yun Xianzhu and Xiao Shiming to venture into Baiyun City and distribute flyers, spreading the word about Chang Shengwen's challenge. They were to inform anyone seeking to confront the disciples of Chang Shengwen for the autumn burial blade to come prepared with their stakes.
However,
only teams of 4 would be accepted for the challenge. Having finally descended the mountain to explore the city, Yun Xianzhu and Xiao Shiming were elated. Especially since Li Hanzhou had generously provided each with 2 taels of silver to spend as they pleased.
Naturally, they set off joyfully.
Li Hanzhou felt no concern. Baiyun City was relatively safe, and despite their youth, both Xiao Shiming and Yun Xianzhu possessed martial prowess that rendered them impervious to the petty thieves of the streets. While the 2 youngsters busied themselves, Li Hanzhou retreated to the library. He realized that his lack of understanding of this world could lead to significant disadvantages. Thus, he resolved to delve deeply into the texts, hoping to uncover information regarding the dead burial feng shui formation. He first sought out the divine weapon list, examining it intently.
To his astonishment, upon discovering that autumn burial ranked 32nd among divine weapons, he was taken aback.
Such a high ranking was indeed remarkable.
Ah, this axe seems oddly familiar.
He noted as he scrutinized the 43rd ranked Prajna axe, finding it reminiscent of the axe used for chopping wood in Chang Shengwen.
Could it be? Li Hanzhou was astonished. Did that scoundrel Lu Dongyue not claim it was a consolation prize from the Taishan sacred grounds? How outrageous! That rascal deceived me. He cursed, realizing that the elder of the Taishan sacred grounds had wagered the Taishan Heart Sutra for that very axe, revealing that Lu Dongyue had indeed procured a divine weapon from the Taishan sacred grounds.
After scrutinizing the divine weapon list, he turned his attention to the spiritual treasure list.
The spiritual treasure list?
Intrigued, he opened it for inspection. Spiritual treasures were divided into innate and acquired categories, with those crafted by spiritual treasure artisans being acquired treasures. Innate spiritual treasures, however, were born of heaven and earth, representing an extraordinary and precious existence. The number of innate spiritual treasures was limited, each one exceptionally rare. Some were concealed in perilous realms, where survival was nearly impossible, while others might manifest alongside the birth of certain individuals.
However, once an innate spiritual treasure recognized its master,
it would bind to their soul, and forcibly severing that bond could lead to severe spiritual damage. The foremost treasure was the Changsheng grass, granting eternal life and longevity in alignment with the heavens, though its origins remained a mystery.
A substance that grants immortality? How astonishing! Li Hanzhou marveled, pondering the chaos that would ensue should such a treasure emerge. Who would not desire eternal life?
As he continued to peruse the list, his astonishment only deepened. These innate spiritual treasures were indeed remarkable. After reviewing the spiritual treasure list, he turned to the secret techniques left behind by Changshengwen's Taoist order.
In that moment,
he completely lost track of time, captivated by the treasures before him. Little did he know that, due to his flyers, a tremendous upheaval had erupted in the martial world outside.
Le Donjiu of Changshengwen, the foremost among the transcendent,
awaiting the challenges of all prodigies of the realm.
The two phrases on Li Hanzhou's flyers had inadvertently offended an entire generation of young martial artists.
Chapter 35, Challengers from all walks of life. In the vastness of the martial world, exceptional talents abound.
Which sect does not possess its own prodigies? Who among the youth is devoid of pride?
Yet, the flyer distributed by Li Hanzhou dares to challenge their arrogance,
claiming to be the foremost beneath transcendence? Such audacity! To think that defeating Lu Tianqing of the Taoist sect grants one the title of the best beneath transcendence? Little do they know,
there are always those greater than oneself, realms beyond their comprehension.
How laughable!
Such short-sightedness suggests they have yet to encounter true genius.
In an instant, renowned sects across the martial realm reacted with indignation upon hearing the news.
Have you heard? The Heartless Fairy from the Heartless Valley has arrived in Baiyun City, seeking to teach that arrogant disciple of the Changsheng View a lesson.
What? The Heartless Fairy is here?
It is said that she entered the 9th rank at the tender age of 10, among the most gifted in Eastern Yan Prefecture, mastering the Heartless Valley's Song of Forgetfulness. Her prowess is extraordinary, rumored to have reached the threshold of transcendence without formally breaking through, biding her time for a momentous revelation.
Who would have thought the Heartless Fairy would emerge for such a challenger?
It is said she possesses an ethereal beauty. One can only hope to catch a glimpse of her visage.
Throughout the taverns, such news reverberated. Not only the Heartless Fairy,
but also the young trio of the Tang sect are said to be en route to Baiyun City.
The Tang sect has arrived?
And the direct disciple of the esteemed figure from Shunfeng Mountain is also here. At this moment, someone whispered,
I hear that disciple has come specifically to claim the title of the best beneath transcendence. Shunfeng Mountain? The direct disciple of the Azure Sword Immortal Luo Genie? How exciting!
As word of these arrivals spread, Baiyun City became exceptionally lively, bustling with merchants from afar conducting business.
Numerous disciples from various sects filled the inns,
while martial artists from all corners swarmed the city.
The city lord, Yi Qingbei, could scarcely believe the commotion spurred by a mere flyer from Li Hanzhou. Junior Sister Yi,
your Baiyun City is truly abuzz with activity. A group of disciples from the Shangqing sect strolled the streets, the leader smiling with interest as he surveyed the surroundings.
It hasn't been this lively before, isn't it all due to the happenings at the Changqing View? Yi Ziying replied. Junior Sister Yi, how much do you know about this Changqing View? Another young woman inquired.
I had never heard of such a place before.
To think the small Changqing View could produce someone like Lu Dongyue, who dares to declare himself the best beneath transcendence.
I am quite curious to see what kind of talent he possesses.
Well, I cannot say much. Yi Ziying found it difficult to respond,
having encountered Lu Dongyue herself and found nothing particularly remarkable.
She was equally perplexed by Li Hanzhou's intentions in making such a bold declaration.
Upon returning to the Shangqing sect, Yi Ziying had informed her master of Li Hanzhou's existence, which had elicited surprise, though they did not regard it with excessive concern. After all, the martial world is vast, and it is not uncommon for hidden masters to emerge. However, the ability to defeat Lu Tianqing of the Taishan Sacred Land suggested considerable skill. Lu Dongyue was indeed a genius, having cultivated the pan-axe technique to its 4th tier at such a young age. Yet, the Heartless Fairy and the others arriving now are no less formidable. My curiosity grows. Within the Changsheng view, Li Hanzhou, engrossed in his reading, was interrupted by the voice of Shi Ming. Master Uncle, Master Uncle. Upon hearing the commotion outside, he set aside his book and stepped out. What is it? He inquired, observing Shi Ming's breathlessness. There are challengers at the door. Shi Ming exclaimed. They wish to challenge senior brother Lu Dongyue and claim the Qiuzang blade. Business is booming? Li Hanzhou's eyes sparkled with excitement, realizing the flyer had indeed stirred interest. He hurried to the side hall and found a middle-aged man accompanied by several disciples seated and awaiting his arrival. The man exuded a calm aura, his formidable presence indicative of a master of physical cultivation. Welcome, Li Hanzhou said respectfully. I am Yin Shengtian from the Yin family of Yanhuang City, the middle-aged man replied, rising to return the greeting. Before Li Hanzhou could engage in pleasantries, Yin Shengtian declared, I have brought my disciples to challenge your Lu Dongyue. Who claims to be the best beneath transcendence? We, the Yin family, wish to test our mettle. Having heard that winning against your disciple allows one to take the Qiuzang blade. Is that true? The blade is right here. Li Hanzhou produced the Qiuzang, its chilling aura causing Yin Shengtian's eyes to gleam. However, you must also present an equivalent wager. Within the Yin family, we possess no greater treasure than our physical cultivation techniques. Yin Shengtian produced a tome. This is our Yin family's physical cultivation manual, 9 apertures golden body. Mastering it can render one impervious to blades and spears. What do you think? Not quite sufficient. Li Hanzhou replied nonchalantly. Recent endeavors had broadened his knowledge, he was no longer the naive Li Hanzhou of old. Even if your 9 apertures golden body is formidable, can it truly compare to the Buddhist sect's golden bell of the Dharma? At this, Yin Shengtian's expression shifted. Naturally, it cannot. Then, Yin Shengtian pondered what else he could wager. Brother Yin, Li Hanzhou interjected, how about this, if we win? I would like the privilege to study in the Yin family's library for 3 months. What say you? This. Yin Shengtian hesitated upon hearing the proposal. I do not study martial arts, Li Hanzhou added. Agreed. With that, the matter was settled. Let the contest commence, Li Hanzhou said with a smile. At that moment, Yun Xianjuan rushed in. Master Uncle, many people have gathered outside the mountain gate. They wish to witness the match, having learned of the Yin family's arrival. Desiring to watch the spectacle? Li Hanzhou understood their intentions. Politely refused them, stating we shall not entertain guests today. Understood, Master Uncle. As evening fell, some martial artists waiting at the Changsheng View's entrance finally saw the Yin family's disciples emerging. However, each one bore an expression of defeat, akin to frostbitten eggplants. These once proud disciples of the Yin family now displayed the unmistakable signs of having faced a setback. Chapter 36, Why are you incompetent? What on earth happened? As the members of the Yin family emerged, a number of curious martial artists who could not gain entry gathered to inquire about the commotion. Faced with their inquisitive gazes, Yin Shengtian hesitated before ultimately offering a wry smile and gesturing with his hand, uttering 4 words, there are heavens beyond the heavens. With that, he departed alongside the disciples of the Yin family, indicating that they had indeed suffered defeat. The Yin family, renowned for their external martial arts, had sent 4 disciples to confront Lu Dongyue, yet they had failed to overcome him. It was astonishing that 4 ninth-grade practitioners could not prevail against a single opponent. An elderly man expressed his disbelief, pondering how even transcendent beings would find it challenging to contend with such a formidable display. Curiosity abounded. Many longed to witness the recently concluded contest, yet the Changsheng Temple had barred their entry. Other martial artists voiced their discontent. Lu Dongyue, hailed as the foremost practitioner beneath the realm of transcendence, had proven his prowess in reality, eliciting admiration from others. However, the Changsheng Temple, belonging to the Taoist sect, had languished for centuries. Could it possibly be on the verge of resurgence in this era? Some speculated. Meanwhile, within the Changsheng Temple, Lu Dongyue felt a twinge of anxiety as he regarded Li Hanzhou. Following the previous pattern, after consuming the divine power pill concocted by Li Hanzhou, he had effortlessly triumphed over 4 adversaries. Despite facing 4 ninth-grade practitioners, Lu Dongyue had emerged victorious with ease. Li Hanzhou had also secured the 9-aperture golden body. Yet now, standing before Li Hanzhou, Lu Dongyue sensed a lack of joy in his mentor's expression. "Master Uncle, what troubles you?" Lu Dongyue inquired anxiously. Li Hanzhou questioned. "How goes your practice of the Taoist Heart Sutra?" I've attempted to cultivate it." The Taoist Heart Sutra truly lives up to its reputation as a supreme technique of the Taoist sacred land. It is remarkably powerful. "I have already reached the 1st level, and my cultivation is on the verge of breaking through to the 6th grade, Lu Dongyue replied with excitement. "Oh?" Li Hanzhou blinked and continued, "True Qi also possesses distinctions in quality. The Taoist Qi cultivated from the Taoist Heart Sutra is indeed of superior caliber. You might experiment with employing the Taoist Qi to activate the martial arts of our Changsheng Temple and see if it proves effective." "Utilizing Taoist Qi to perform our Changsheng Temple's martial arts?" Lu Dongyue was momentarily taken aback, but his eyes soon sparkled with realization. He had not anticipated such an approach. The martial arts of the Changsheng Temple were primarily Taoist secrets, traditionally requiring spiritual power for optimal efficacy. However, since the spiritual energies of heaven and earth had been sealed, the Taoist sect had transitioned to cultivating true Qi. Techniques like the Northern Emperor's art were originally suited for spiritual power, but when adapted for true Qi, they had devolved into lesser practices. Throughout generations, the Taoist sect had seen the near-total loss of its secret arts, leaving few practitioners capable of employing them. The ancestors of the sect had contemplated seeking profound inner teachings to replace techniques like the Northern Emperor's art. But the sect's decline had rendered them devoid of both wealth and strength, making the quest for superior methods futile. During a time when the Taoist sect still had a handful of adept practitioners, they clung to their meager spiritual power and were reluctant to act. Moreover, the notion of replacing the sect's heritage with common true Qi methods had incited their ire, making them unwilling to seek out the techniques of other sections. Only in Li Hanzhou's generation had the prospect of experimentation emerged. Given the current state of the Taoist sect, Li Hanzhou felt unencumbered by stringent principles. Since the elderly Taoist had entrusted him with this chaotic situation, he resolved to explore possibilities. With the intricate death-burial feng shui formation not easily unraveled, the only path to empowering his disciples lay in cultivating the teachings of other sects. There was no shame in this. "Then, Master Uncle, I shall give it a try." Lu Dongyue stepped back, taking a deep breath. His true Qi began to circulate within him. As he did so, a radiant golden light enveloped him, adorned with dense Taoist inscriptions, creating an aura that appeared unassailable. The golden light spell of the Taoist sect? Li Hanzhou raised an eyebrow, recognizing it as a defensive technique that rendered the practitioner impervious to blades and fire. In its advanced form, it could even rebound attacks, coalescing the intent of a sword. "I shall test it." With a flick of his hand, Li Hanzhou summoned a pebble from the ground into his grasp. With a sharp flick of his fingers, the stone shot forth, striking Lu Dongyue's golden light barrier with a resounding thud. The impact shattered Lu Dongyue's golden light, forcing him to stagger backward several steps, nearly spitting blood. The residual force had nearly injured his internal organs. Lu Dongyue stared at Li Hanzhou in astonishment, a tempest of emotions swirling within him. How could this be? When did Master Uncle become so formidable? "You see, your golden light spell is rather lacking. I merely tossed a pebble, and it shattered," Li Hanzhou remarked, disappointment evident in his tone. "Master Uncle, could it be that you have simply grown too powerful?" Lu Dongyue lamented. "I felt that my golden light spell was quite strong, several times more so than those I had previously unleashed. It seems the Taoist Heart Sutra truly is effective." "Oh? Is that so?" Li Hanzhou replied, awkwardly, "Then please demonstrate another technique for me to observe." "I cannot," Lu Dongyue confessed. "What do you mean you cannot?"
Li Hanzhou was taken aback. You don't know any other martial arts of the Changqing Temple?
Ah, I do not, Lu Dongyue scratched his head.
What about the Tai Yi Divine Elephant technique? I do not know. And the Great Dragon Soul Hand? I do not know. You can at least draw a talisman. Can you not? I cannot. Have you spent all these years merely dining at the Changqing Temple? Li Hanzhou's frustration was palpable.
Master Uncle, learning those techniques is futile.
I cannot execute them, rendering the effort meaningless, Lu Dongyue sighed in resignation.
Alas, so be it, Li Hanzhou conceded, you may learn them gradually.
However, I have something serious to discuss with you. Your performance in today's competition was somewhat concerning. Concerning? Lu Dongyue queried, bewildered. Master Uncle, in what way did I falter?
I easily defeated those 4 disciples of the Yin family.
You have already acquired the 9 aperture golden body from the Yin family, have you not?
Lu Dongyue replied, puzzled. It is precisely because you triumph so effortlessly that it raises concern, Li Hanzhou frowned. If you continue to triumph so easily over your opponents,
who will dare to challenge you at our Changqing Temple?
You must instill in them a glimmer of hope for victory. For only then will they flock to our temple to seek experience.
Moreover,
I have arranged for Yun Qian's in Shiming to descend from the mountain to promote your matches in Baiyun City. Expect numerous martial artists to attend in the future.
Take this seriously. Will there truly be people coming to watch?
Lu Dongyue was taken aback, feeling as though he had become a mere performer. Chapter 37, Challenge Registration Office in Baiyun City. At this moment, on the most bustling street of Baiyun City, the 2 young ones, Shiming and Yun Qianzhu,
set up a modest stall. Beside them hung a large sign, Longshengguan Challenge Registration Office.
Today, Longshengguan has become a popular term.
And as soon as the stall was established, it immediately attracted a considerable crowd. Little sister, what does this mean? Inquired a curious wanderer. Sir, Yun Qianzhu, though just a child, exuded confidence. She spoke fluently, explaining, recently, we have seen an influx of challengers at our Longshengguan. However, my second senior brother is but one person and cannot accept too many challenges daily. Therefore, those wishing to challenge must come here to register.
Longshengguan will only accept 1 challenge each day. Additionally, to prevent chaos, there is a registration fee of 100 taels of silver. Her words elicited shock among the crowd.
We have to register for a challenge? We must pay to register? Is it not absurd that we have to pay for a challenge? A young man expressed his indignation. This is clearly a scheme for profit. Indeed. Charging for registration is unreasonable. Why must we pay to challenge? This sentiment ignited discontent, and the atmosphere grew tumultuous. Many voiced their opposition, while others observed in silence.
Shiming, being somewhat naive, found himself at a loss amidst the uproar, uncertain of how to respond. This was, after all, a rule set by Li Hanzhou, and he dared not defy it. However, Yun Qianzhu remained undaunted by their clamor. Channeling her inner energy, she proclaimed, "You have traveled vast distances to challenge."
Allured by my master uncle's divine weapon, Xiuzong.
To ensure that no troublemakers join, the registration fee is essential.
If one cannot produce a mere 100 taels of silver, they need not bother participating, for if you cannot afford such a sum, you are unlikely to present a worthy wager. Register or don't, she asserted, slamming her palm on the table. Those who register first will challenge first. Should the earlier challengers win and take Xiuzong, do not weep then.
Her words rendered the crowd silent.
She is correct. The first to challenge holds the advantage. If they win, Xiuzong will be lost to another. We will register.
At this moment, several youths pushed forward, led by a young man in blue who placed a silver note on the table, declaring, "We are signing up for tomorrow's match. I am a disciple of the Huanghe sect." Excellent, Yun Qianzhu turned to Shiming. "Senior brother, note this down, Huanghe sect for the first match tomorrow."
Understood.
Shiming hurriedly wrote it down.
May I inquire what wager you will present, Huanghe sect?
We need to evaluate its suitability, as Li Hanzhou had instructed beforehand. Despite her youth, Yun Qianzhu had read extensively and was well versed in appraising treasures. This, the Huanghe sect disciple revealed a yellow pouch,
opening it to disclose a grand seal. The Tianfan seal? A spiritual treasure?
Yun Xianzhu scrutinized it and then fixed her gaze on the Huanghe disciple.
Indeed.
It is the Tianfan seal, crafted by the esteemed spiritual master Sun Haiquan, the disciple boasted proudly.
The Tianfan seal by Master Sun Haiquan?
The crowd murmured,
excitement rippling through them.
Sun Haiquan was a renowned spiritual master, and his treasures were capable of contending with formidable adversaries.
Though the Tianfan seal is impressive,
it pales in comparison to Qiuzhong, Yun Xianzhu remarked. In addition to this treasure, we would also require access to your sect's library for 3 months.
Without reviewing your martial arts.
The disciple hesitated. I must consult with the elders of my sect.
Very well, discuss amongst yourselves. Is there anyone else wishing to register? Yun Xianzhu called out. I will register.
I am from the Hongyang Sword sect. I was here first. I also wish to register. I am from the Wanhua Valley.
I wish to register too.
The number of participants eager to register increased rapidly. Just then, an icy chill swept through the crowd. As if something profoundly chilling approached. The crowd swiftly parted, revealing an extraordinary maiden. Her cold gaze seemed to penetrate the myriad complexities of the world.
Surrounded by an aura of frost.
With a 9th grade cultivation level, she exerted a pressure that even some 9th grade warriors present felt as if a mountain had settled upon them.
Accompanying the maiden were several handmaidens, their ordinary appearance belied by an extraordinary presence.
Just by her aura, the crowd fell silent.
She is breathtaking.
Many men were captivated by her beauty, rendered speechless. Faced with such splendor, feelings of reverence eclipsed any thoughts of impropriety, replaced by a profound sense of inadequacy.
What manner of man could possibly be worthy of such a paragon of beauty? It is the heartless fairy. Someone exclaimed. What? She is the heartless fairy? Realization dawned on many, understanding her icy demeanor and stunning beauty. It was indeed the heartless fairy in attendance. Registration for the Heartless Valley. The heartless fairy approached the stall. And one of her handmaidens produced a silver note. Third senior brother, what are you looking at?
Write it down, Yun Xianzhu nudged Shi Ming, who was mesmerized by the heartless fairy.
Ah!
Shi Ming snapped back to reality, his face flushing as he hurriedly recorded her name.
Our wager from the Heartless Valley is this.
The heartless fairy opened her palm to reveal a small jade vial, stating calmly, a millennium of cold jade marrow.
This should be equivalent to Qiuzhong.
Furthermore, should you win, I will allow those from Longshengguan to visit the Heartless Valley and study for 3 months.
Even granting access to our techniques.
How refreshing. Yun Xianzhu appreciated the straightforwardness of their exchange.
The date for the Heartless Fairy's challenge was set for 7 days hence.
Yun Xianzhu, glancing at the list, confirmed with the Heartless Fairy, agreed. The Heartless Fairy accepted and then gracefully departed. The Heartless Fairy is coming to challenge Longshengguan. How exciting! Murmurs of anticipation echoed through the crowd. Alas, it seems Longshengguan will not permit spectators. As the crowd buzzed with conversation, Yun Xianzhu cheerfully announced.
Starting tomorrow, Longshengguan will be open to all.
Anyone who purchases a ticket may come to observe the battles.
Chapter 38, Are the ladies for rent here? The crowd was taken aback. Buy tickets? Do we really need to purchase tickets to enter your Changqing temple? Is it a tourist attraction? Yet, despite their astonishment, their curiosity was piqued. They were eager to witness whether Lu Dongyue, proclaimed as the foremost master under transcendence, was truly as formidable as rumored. The prospect of one individual from the same realm facing 4 opponents was particularly tantalizing, as they yearned to see Changqing Temple silenced. Tickets can be purchased at the entrance of Changqing Temple. We have 10 VIP tickets, 100 inner court tickets, and 300 outer court tickets available. Each ticket is priced differently based on its location, and the experience of watching varies accordingly. Sales commence tomorrow morning at the hour of the hare. It's first come, first served. The exact prices will be posted at the entrance, so please do not arrive late. Yun Xianzhong conveyed this information as instructed by Li Hanzhou. The announcement stirred up a considerable reaction. They had not anticipated that Changqing Temple would capitalize on this event. After discussing the duel involving Lu Dongyue, Li Hanzhou ventured into Baiyun City with sufficient funds.
He visited the slave market, acquiring several servants and maidens. With the newfound wealth, he sought to indulge in life's pleasures, purchasing materials for alchemical concoctions and fine teas.
Just as Li Hanzhou was preparing to depart, dusk had settled in.
"Sir, come and have some fun," a voice beckoned him. Turning around, he noticed a row of brightly lit brothels nearby. A spark of excitement ignited within him, after enduring hardship in his past life. He was determined to relish this newfound prosperity. He unconsciously approached the brothel, where the women were enticing customers from the upper floors. Suddenly inspired, he inquired,
"Are the ladies here for rent?" The question nearly bewildered the matron. "Rent? You mean to take them with you?" Li Hanzhou clarified his intentions.
"Oh, you mean for a night out?"
The matron chuckled, understanding his request.
"Of course, but if you take them outside, the price may be higher."
"What price?" Li Hanzhou asked.
"Our ladies are all stunning. If you wish to spend the night, it's 100 taels of silver."
"Should you take one outside, however?" the matron grinned.
"The price doubles to 200 taels. "Very well, I'll take one for 200 taels."
Li Hanzhou agreed.
The matron, eager to accommodate, asked,
"Which lady do you fancy?"
"I'll fetch her for you." "Bring me the 10 most beautiful ones from your establishment," he declared generously.
"What?" The matron was astounded.
Stepping back to scrutinize him. "Are you jesting, sir?"
10?
"Yes, is there a problem?"
Li Hanzhou replied, momentarily taken aback by her surprise. The matron hesitated.
And Li Hanzhou interpreted her hesitation as a financial concern, pulling out 2,000 taels in banknotes.
Upon seeing the money, the matron was impressed and quickly went to gather the 10 ladies.
"Here are the 10 most beautiful maidens from our establishment," she presented them to Li Hanzhou. He scanned the group, finding them satisfactory. The maidens, initially confused upon learning they were to accompany a solitary Taoist, questioned the situation.
"Very well.
Arrange for a carriage to be here tomorrow morning to take you to Changxing Temple."
"I will await your arrival there," he instructed.
"Morning?"
They were taken aback. "In broad daylight at the Taoist temple, with 10 of us? How thrilling!" "Whatever the master wishes," they replied dutifully. Li Hanzhou departed Baiyun City, and soon after,
the merchandise and servants he had purchased were delivered to Changxing Temple. Lu Dongyue was equally surprised by the influx of new faces.
Shortly thereafter,
Yun Qianzhong and Shi Ming returned, with Yun Qianzhong presenting the registration forms for the upcoming event.
Jueqing Fairy? Li Hanzhou mused. I recall her being quite renowned. Few among the younger generation can rival her prowess.
I didn't expect her to join us.
Master, she is indeed beautiful, Yun Qianzhong remarked, unable to contain her admiration.
She is even more stunning than that sister Yi Ziying I saw last time, though her demeanor is rather cold.
Beautiful, indeed, Li Hanzhou pondered, recognizing a potential promotional advantage.
Master, the servants have arranged everything around the arena as you instructed.
Is there anything else? Lu Dongyue inquired. Nothing more.
Just remember to take your time with the matches tomorrow, Li Hanzhou advised.
Understood, Lu Dongyue nodded. The following morning, the 10 ladies from Baihua residence arrived at Changxing Temple. Upon their arrival, they realized that Li Hanzhou's intentions were not as they initially presumed. He required their assistance in attending to guests. Initially reluctant,
their demeanor shifted upon hearing promises of commissions, their eyes sparkling with eagerness.
As time drew near,
Li Hanzhou set up a small stall at the temple gate with Shi Ming, and soon, a throng of martial artists gathered.
Where do we buy tickets? Is it here? A burly man inquired, stepping forward.
Tickets can be purchased here, just specify which tickets you wish to buy, Li Hanzhou replied, gesturing toward the sign behind him. The crowd looked up to read the prices. Outer court ticket, 300 taels of silver each. Inner court ticket, 1,000 taels of silver each. VIP ticket, limited to 10, priced at 5,000 taels each. The exorbitant prices left everyone utterly astounded.
Isn't that a bit too expensive? Chapter 39, What ticket do you desire?
The outer arena ticket, priced at 300 taels of silver, seemed quite reasonable. However, the inner arena ticket soared to a staggering 1,000 taels. The VIP ticket was even more outrageous, demanding 5,000 taels. Was this a jest? In an instant, everyone was left in a state of bewilderment. Esteemed guests, the ticket prices are not exorbitant at all, Hanzhou remarked with a smile. The outer arena tickets are situated at a distance, and the view is certainly less clear than that of the inner arena tickets. But what advantage is there in a clearer view? It allows one to discern Lu Dongyue's weaknesses, to observe his shortcomings. Once identified, when you challenge him, you can exploit those vulnerabilities and perhaps emerge victorious, bringing home the divine weapon, Xiaozhang. Upon hearing this, the crowd fell silent. For they found merit in Hanzhou's words. If one could keenly observe and identify Lu Dongyue's weaknesses, it would indeed be feasible to defeat him and claim the divine weapon. Spending a mere 1,000 taels to secure Xiaozhang seemed remarkably prudent. Suddenly, the crowd's mentality began to waver. But what about that VIP ticket? A middle-aged swordsman interjected, pointing at the exorbitant price. 5,000 taels for a single ticket, why don't you just seize it? That is a misguided notion, Hanzhou replied with a chuckle. While the price is indeed displayed, I am not compelling anyone to purchase it. You may simply opt for the outer arena ticket. The VIP ticket is intended for those of notable status and formidable strength. Not for those who cannot even recall their own names in the martial world. Typically, only those of high standing can afford such tickets. Wouldn't you agree? Furthermore, we provide corresponding VIP services at no expense. Alas, why am I even explaining this to you? It is evident you cannot afford it. I suggest you purchase the outer arena ticket instead. Hanzhou's casual remarks reddened the middle-aged swordsman's face with indignation. Who are you calling an unremarkable wanderer? He retorted, slamming his sword onto Hanzhou's table. I am the renowned red dustblade, Xia Yan. At this declaration, Hanzhou's expression shifted dramatically. He quickly rose and respectfully exclaimed, My apologies for my ignorance. I had no idea I was in the presence of the illustrious red dustblade, Xia Yan. How impolite of me. I have failed to provide proper hospitality. Hanzhou's demeanor pleased Xia Yan, who lifted his chin with a hint of pride. No harm done. I did not expect you to know my name. Naturally, your reputation precedes you. It is indeed an honor to meet you today. I mistakenly assumed the famed red dustblade was an elderly gentleman, yet here stands a remarkably youthful figure. What luck I have to witness such greatness. My previous comments were somewhat impolite. Xianzhu, quickly fetch a VIP ticket for the esteemed red dustblade. Xianzhu, wide-eyed, promptly retrieved a VIP ticket and presented it to Xia Yan. Esteemed one, 5,000 taels. Xia Yan was momentarily taken aback, sensing something was amiss. Yet he could not pinpoint it. Gazing into the expectant eyes of Hanzhou and Xianzhu, he trembled as he reached into his robe and retrieved a stack of silver notes. Counting out 5,000 taels, his heart felt as if it were bleeding. Regret washed over him. He had intended to request an inner arena ticket instead. However, before he could voice his thoughts, Hanzhou interjected loudly. Esteemed red dustblade Xia Yan, 1 VIP ticket. Congratulations on becoming our honored guest at Changsheng Pavilion today. Xianzhu echoed Hanzhou's enthusiasm. At that moment, all eyes turned toward them, filled with curiosity, envy, and astonishment. Someone truly purchased such an exorbitant ticket. What wealth! Even some women cast admiring glances in Xia Yan's direction. At this juncture, Xia Yan found himself at a loss for words. To retract his purchase now would mean losing face in the martial world forever. Ha! A mere VIP ticket. One must choose the best seats to witness the competition clearly. Xia Yan declared, ostentatiously slamming the 5,000 taels onto the table. Bring forth the esteemed Xia Yan and escort him to the VIP section. Hanzhou clapped his hands, summoning 2 maidens to warmly guide Xia Yan into the Changsheng Pavilion. As he walked, his legs trembled with apprehension. Master, who is the red dust blade, Xia Yan? Xianzhu whispered. Who knows? I've never heard of him. Hanzhou replied with a nonchalant expression. Oh, Xianzhu nodded, likely sharing the same sentiment.
Those wishing to purchase tickets, please form a line.
With the sale of the first ticket, a surge of eager buyers flocked forward.
Hello, may I have your name for registration? Li Hanzhou inquired of the next individual,
who also possessed a robust aura.
Known in the martial world as the Thunderous Hand, Sun Chengfu boldly declared his identity.
Another unfamiliar name, Li Hanzhou mused.
Uncertain of its origin.
Hanzhou suspected that Sun Chengfu would only be seeking an outer arena ticket, as he was merely at the 8th tier realm.
Such a person hardly warranted any notable title. He was, after all, no match for the esteemed Red Dustblade Xiaoyan, who at least was of transcendent realm. You are the Thunderous Hand, Sun Chengfu? Li Hanzhou exclaimed, feigning surprise.
Your reputation in the martial world is not lesser than that of the esteemed Red Dustblade Xiaoyan. I never expected to encounter another notable figure today.
Really? Sun Chengfu stammered, taken aback.
He had never heard of the Red Dustblade. But the reactions of those around him implied that Xiaoyan was indeed a figure of significant renown.
To his astonishment, Li Hanzhou claimed that his own name was not overshadowed. Is that so?
I never realized I was so esteemed, Sun Chengfu mused.
Indeed.
You are not at all inferior to the esteemed Red Dustblade Xiaoyan. Rumors in the martial world have long debated who is superior, the Red Dustblade or the Thunderous Hand. Some say that should the two be of equal realm, your Thunderous Hand would prevail.
Enough of that. Let us return to the matter at hand. The esteemed Xiaoyan just purchased a VIP ticket. May I inquire which ticket you wish to obtain? Li Hanzhou continued his charade. A VIP ticket, Sun Chengfu declared, tossing 5,000 taels onto the table. If the Red Dustblade is seated in the VIP section, I shall also claim my place there. Hanzhou, 1 VIP ticket. Li Hanzhou nodded. Give the ticket, collect the money.
He then arranged for Sun Chengfu to be escorted in as well. In the ensuing queue, Li Hanzhou refrained from further flattery, yet several individuals opted to purchase VIP tickets,
believing themselves to possess sufficient notoriety and status. Why should they settle for inner or outer arena tickets? Within half an hour, all tickets were sold out,
leaving many martial artists in line to depart in frustration, having failed to secure their tickets. Chapter 40, The Moon in the Cup and the Varied Flavors of Life. The current atmosphere surrounding the concept of longevity is nothing short of vibrant. The Grand Square is filled to capacity with spectators.
The outer area is brimming with attendees, each ticket costing 300 taels of silver,
leaving them only small stools to sit upon.
In contrast, the inner circle offers much closer proximity to the arena, with seats crafted from pear wood,
each accompanied by a small table adorned with a platter of sunflower seeds and peanuts. The accommodations here appear significantly more luxurious, inciting envy among those seated outside.
Indeed, spending money yields tangible benefits. However, the envy reaches new heights upon witnessing the VIP section.
The seating there can hardly be described as mere chairs, they resemble beds,
lavishly outfitted with soft bedding, allowing patrons to recline comfortably while watching the contests.
Adjacent to them are platters of snacks and freshly picked fruits.
Yet,
what truly stirs envy is the presence of enchanting companions beside each VIP, each more graceful than the last.
Xiaoyan is the first to arrive.
Surprised by the luxurious experience of attending a martial arts exhibition,
Xia Senior, would you care for a grape? At that moment,
beside Xiaoyan sits the renowned beauty from Baihua residence, Lin Xiaoxian. With her lithe figure closely nestled against him, she delicately lifts a grape to his lips.
So sweet.
Xiaoyan savors the grape while relishing the warmth of her proximity, his breath becoming heavier with each moment. The other VIPs share in this indulgent experience.
What? You are the legendary Thunderhand, Sun Chengfu.
I have long admired you, and meeting you today is truly a stroke of fortune. You must be exhausted from your early arrival, allow me to massage your shoulders.
This spectacle leaves the onlookers below with crimson envy. The disparity is staggering. Why do they have beautiful companions while we are confined to mere stools? Tomorrow, I shall purchase a VIP ticket. Ladies and gentlemen, the martial arts competition will commence shortly. Please bear with us, Li Hanzhou announces from the arena.
Additionally, if anyone requires refreshments, our service staff is available to assist.
We offer a selection of teas,
and those wishing to partake can place their orders, and the tea will be delivered promptly.
Why didn't you mention this sooner? I'm parched. Someone grumbled.
A martial artist beckoned a maid from Changsheng over.
Good sir, how may I assist you?
She inquired respectfully. Bring me a cup of tea, he replied nonchalantly.
Certainly. The maid nodded, then inquired, would you prefer our lower grade tea, medium grade, or premium grade?
What?
The martial artist was taken aback. I merely want a cup of tea.
Why must there be distinctions? Before he could voice his confusion, the maid continued, our lower grade tea is priced at 1 tael of silver per cup. The medium grade at 50 taels, and the premium grade is a bit pricier at 300 taels per cup.
Robbery!
The martial artist exclaimed. Sir, our lower grade tea is merely the ordinary variety found everywhere, hence its low price.
However, the medium grade tea, named the moon in the cup, is quite rare.
It imparts a refreshing sensation reminiscent of moonlight, soothing the soul, and frequent consumption greatly aids in balancing one's internal energies,
reducing the risk of losing oneself in martial cultivation.
The maid's words left the martial artists around her momentarily stunned.
Such benefits from tea? Could it truly mitigate the risks of losing control? And what of the premium tea? Someone could not resist asking. The premium tea is called the varied flavors of life, she elaborated.
This is a unique blend exclusive to Changsheng, unavailable elsewhere. Its initial bitterness mirrors life itself, yet it finishes with a subtle sweetness. Our founder once said that those who can appreciate the myriad flavors of life through this tea truly grasp the essence of existence and are worthy of being called true heroes of the realm. When the ancestors of the divine K nation and our founder engaged in philosophical discourse, they sipped this very tea, ultimately achieving transcendence and leaving behind a legendary tale. This eloquent pitch, undoubtedly crafted by Hanzhou, ignited a fervor among the attendees.
Such a treasure exists? Then I shall have a cup of medium tea,
the martial artist declared, despite yearning for the premium variety but hesitating to part with the requisite gold.
Before long, nearly everyone held a cup of tea. The moon in the cup?
Gazing into his cup, the martial artist noted it appeared no different from ordinary tea. However, upon tasting it, his eyes lit up, although hot. The tea imparted a chilling sensation that danced within his mouth.
Truly extraordinary. Conversely, those sipping the premium tea grimaced at its initial bitterness. Brother, do you find this tea enjoyable? A warrior clad in red questioned, sensing something amiss.
The nearby martial artist closed his eyes, savoring the bitterness, and finally remarked, surprisingly, the myriad flavors of life are indeed remarkable, its initial bitterness followed by sweetness truly mirrors life itself. I can almost envision the ancestors of the divine K nation ascending to the heavens centuries ago.
Ah, indeed. I feel the same. The red-clad warrior nodded vigorously.
It appears we share the same noble aspirations as the ancestors of the divine K nation. Master, these two teas sell remarkably well, from where did you procure them?
Yun Qianzhu was astonished by the immense profits from tea sales. Ha! Weren't you the one who bought them? Hanzhou replied, bewildered. Me? Yun Qianz was perplexed.
I thought the tea I bought was the common variety from Baiyun City, 10 copper coins for 3 pounds.
Indeed, Hanzhou nodded.
I discovered wild mint behind the mountain and added it to the mix, hence the refreshing quality.
Mint? Yun Qianz was unfamiliar with the herb. In this world,
few consumed mint, often dismissed as mere weeds.
And what of the bitterness in the premium tea?
I added a touch of powdered licorice, Hanzhou replied calmly.
It cools the body and dispels heat.
Chapter 41, The Opening of the Yellow River Sect Steel Technique. Observing the serene demeanor of his senior uncle, Hanzhou,
Yun Qianzu suddenly felt a sense of unfamiliarity. The tea, merely 3 pounds for 10 copper coins,
was enhanced with a hint of licorice powder and was touted as the same brew enjoyed by the founders of the sect and the ancestors of the divine threshold kingdom. It was claimed that those who could appreciate such tea would possess the same magnanimity as the ancestors of the divine threshold kingdom, perhaps even attaining ascension. Such extravagant claims were utterly absurd. Yet, they charged 300 taels of silver per cup for this nonsense.
How utterly outrageous!
What was more disconcerting was that Yun Qianzu clearly noticed many patrons grimacing after taking a sip, yet they continued to extol its virtues as the finest tea.
Did she not know that this tea was far from exceptional? She could profit immensely even by selling it for a single copper coin per pot. 300 taels? Truly, the wealthy abound.
Elder, is the tea truly exquisite? A young girl leaned against the stout warrior beside her, her voice dripping with sweetness.
Indeed, it is delightful, the burly warrior replied, reveling in the moment.
Just the thought that the ancestors of the divine threshold kingdom once savored this tea, experiencing the myriad flavors of life,
fills me with an overwhelming sense of strength. Really? Might I have a taste as well?
I too desire a cup, the girl blinked innocently.
Ah!
While the stout man hesitated, for 300 taels was no trivial sum. Despite having purchased a VIP ticket, he was among those who had been coerced by Hanzhou. Having already spent a significant portion of his wealth on a 5,000 tael ticket, indulging in another cup of tea felt excessive.
Oh, how I envy Sister Xiaoxian, the girl remarked,
casting an envious glance towards Lin Xiaoxian, who was being treated to exquisite tea by the esteemed Xia Yan.
He truly possesses a grand spirit, inviting Sister Xiaoxian to experience such fine tea.
It seems he embodies the essence of a chivalrous hero.
Absurd! What makes Xia Yan superior to me?
The stout warrior could not contain his glee as he interjected, am I, Su Chu of the Azure Dragon Sword, any less than Xia Yan? Bring me another cup of this exquisite tea, let this little enchantress experience what true quality is.
Ah, I too shall partake? The girl exclaimed in delight. Truly,
the renowned Su Chu of the martial world possesses a heart of gold.
If you do not ascend, who else could? Her flattery buoyed Su Chu's spirits immensely.
Savor it well, such a rare treasure you have never tasted in your lifetime, he declared grandly. Thank you, Brother Su, she chimed sweetly, her tone igniting his vanity. She accepted the superior tea presented by a maid from the eternal life view. Her curiosity piqued about what made this tea so extraordinary that it captivated seasoned warriors of the martial world. However, upon tasting it, she nearly spat it out.
What is this? It is utterly dreadful. How is it? Delicious, isn't it? Su Chu inquired, savoring his own cup.
Why yes, it is delightful, the girl stammered, on the verge of tears. The bitterness was overwhelming, yet she could not afford to disgrace herself by spitting it out, lest Su Chu become furious.
With a heavy heart, she swallowed it down. As the tea sales dwindled, Hanzhou ascended the stage and addressed the audience. Thank you for your patience. The competition will commence shortly. Today, a disciple of the Yellow River sect will challenge us. A disciple of the Yellow River sect? We shall witness the famed steel technique. Murmurs of excitement rippled through the crowd. It is said that with a single strike, the steel technique can sever mountains and rivers. Indeed. Wan Shanghai of the Yellow River sect had once cleaved the Qingmao Lake in battle against the demonic forces with this very technique, leaving spectators in awe. At that moment, 4 disciples of the Yellow River sect stepped onto the stage. Leading them was Wan Shouhan, the prodigious grandson of Wan Shanghai, now a cultivator of the 9th rank, and a celebrated figure among the younger generation, having mastered the 3rd level of the steel technique. The other 3 were formidable as well, all at the 8th rank. It's Wan Shouhan, the grandson of Wan Shanghai. Is Lu Dongyue really going to face 4 opponents? Isn't that a bit presumptuous? Nearby, an elder from the Yellow River sect scoffed at the stage, convinced Lu Dongyue was courting disaster. The 4 were the most powerful among the younger generation below the transcendence stage, together, they were unmatched. Today, the autumn morning blade shall belong to the Yellow River sect. Lu Dongyue felt a twinge of anxiety as he faced his 4 opponents. After consuming a divine power pill, he could easily contend against 4. Yet he sensed a piercing gaze upon him. Turning, he saw it was Hanzhou, as if warning him not to dispatch his opponents too swiftly. Lu Dongyue resolved to give his utmost. Let the battle begin, he said calmly, prompting the audience to focus intently on the contest. Pay close attention. Observe Lu Dongyue's weaknesses. Should the Yellow River sect falter today, your prospects shall increase. We cannot let today's ticket price be in vain. An elder was instructing his disciples. Yes. They all responded, eyes wide with anticipation. Elder, may we purchase inner arena tickets next time?
The outer tickets are too far. A disciple complained.
And we wish to taste the fine tea too.
Silence. The elder scolded.
A bunch of spendthrifts.
I have yet to taste the myriad flavors of life.
And you wish to drink?
Meanwhile, the battle commenced upon the stage. Lu Dongyue, let me see what merit you have to claim the title of the strongest below transcendence.
Wan Xiuhan declared, his demeanor fierce, his energy surging, transforming his aura.
His palms radiated with potent energy, an overwhelming force that seemed capable of obliterating any obstruction.
Steel technique.
Having been elevated to such heights, Lu Dongyue wasted no breath and retorted, "You shall find out soon enough."
Attack.
The four launched their assault.
And chaos erupted on the stage. The steel technique unleashed a torrent of power, each strike heavy as a mountain.
Yet, to Lu Dongyue, their attacks were mere trifles. He stood firm against their onslaught. The four from the Yellow River sect were stunned.
How is this possible?
At that moment, Li Hanzhou coughed twice.
Upon hearing this,
Lu Dongyue, after exchanging a palm strike with Wan Xiuhan, staggered back several steps, channeling his inner energy to stabilize the blood surging in his face. The sight of Lu Dongyue being pushed back, appearing pale and as if gravely wounded, ignited a glimmer of hope in Wan Xiuhan and his companions. Lu Dongyue was not invincible, his previous strikes had indeed inflicted damage, and he could no longer endure.
Brothers, together. Today,
the autumn morning blade shall belong to our Yellow River sect.
Wan Xiuhan exclaimed, excitement coursing through him.
Even the elders of the Yellow River sect felt a surge of tension, their breaths growing heavy with anticipation.
Hope lingered in the air. Yet, Li Hanzhou remained seated, exuding an air of calmness, utterly devoid of urgency. The battle intensified, with Lu Dongyue valiantly facing four opponents.
Although he did not seem to falter.
Neither did he gain an advantage, resulting in a stalemate.
The sounds of collisions echoed relentlessly, as the spectators grew increasingly anxious, some even forgetting to breathe. Among them were numerous skilled practitioners, those who had transcended ordinary realms, yet they too watched with bated breath. Fearful that Lu Dongyue might be overwhelmed by the disciples of the Yellow River sect, thereby losing the opportunity to claim the autumn burial blade. Some sects began to regret their late registration, realizing that their turn in the competition was still days away, and they might miss the chance to obtain the blade altogether.
This fierce contest raged on for half an hour.
The four disciples of the Yellow River sect were now panting, their internal energy nearly exhausted.
Wan Xiuhan gasped heavily, sweat glistening on his forehead, his gaze fixed intently on Lu Dongyue.
Never before had he felt such fatigue from a duel.
Despite their combined efforts,
they had yet to subdue Lu Dongyue, who seemed to rise anew each time they believed he was on the brink of collapse, akin to an unyielding cockroach.
"Senior brother,
I can barely hold on," one disciple exclaimed, "my energy is spent, and my stamina is waning."
Lu Dongyue truly is impossible to defeat. Another disciple echoed this sentiment. "One senior brother, I too am reaching my limit."
The last disciple remained silent, but the large beads of sweat rolling down his face spoke volumes.
Wan Xiuhan felt the same, his energy reserves were dwindling.
How was it possible that he, a 9th grade practitioner, alongside 3 8th grade companions, could not best a mere 5th grade opponent?
It was absurd. "Lu Dongyue, you must be nearing your limit as well," Wan Xiuhan said with a grin. Lu Dongyue, panting on the opposite side, replied, "I suppose so. But what of it? Today, I shall claim the autumn burial blade." Upon receiving Lu Dongyue's affirmation, Wan Xiuhan shouted,
channeling the last vestiges of his energy as he stepped forward to unleash the opening stone palm once more. However, this time, his technique bore a distinct quality. The force of his palm was not as fierce as before.
Instead, it flowed like mist, subtly infused with a unique elegance.
Opening stone palm, 4th level, flowing clouds.
An elder from the Yellow River sect exclaimed in astonishment.
He had not anticipated that Wan Xiuhan could master the 4th level of the technique at such a critical moment. Truly, he was the grandson of Wan Shanghai.
Prepare to meet your end. This was Wan Xiuhan's secret weapon, for his mastery of the 4th level was incomplete.
He could scarcely control his internal energy. After one use, he feared he would be utterly drained. Thus, he had waited for this moment. The gust of palm wind surged forth. Lu Dongyue raised an eyebrow. Indeed, this strike was markedly different from the previous ones. Yet, on this arena, as long as 4 opponents stood before him, he remained invincible. The elixirs from my master are indeed formidable. Thus, facing this powerful blow, Lu Dongyue activated his golden light spell, allowing the ethereal imprint of the palm to crash against his protective aura. With a resounding thud, Lu Dongyue's golden light spell remained steadfast. What? Wan Xiuhan gasped in disbelief, unable to fathom how Lu Dongyue had withstood the attack. At that moment, Lu Dongyue checked the time, growing weary of the contest with the Yellow River sect. He unleashed a punch, sending Wan Xiuhan hurtling 10 meters away, crashing down from the stage. Senior brother! Several disciples of the Yellow River sect cried out in alarm. The elder of the sect watched this unfold, covering his face in despair. So close! Just a hair's breadth away from claiming the autumn burial blade. Thank you for your efforts. Lu Dongyue bowed respectfully to the disciples of the Yellow River sect. With Lu Dongyue declared the victor, the crowd exhaled in relief, though the contest had been perilous. At least Lu Dongyue had not lost, and the autumn burial blade remained within reach. Ladies and gentlemen, the competition has concluded. Thank you for your presence. Tomorrow, the Wuqian sect will be competing. Should you have interest, please join us at the same time at my Changxing temple. Li Hanzhou announced as he stepped onto the stage, a smile gracing his face. We at Changxing Temple guarantee that anyone who can defeat our disciple, Lu Dongyue, will be awarded the autumn burial blade. With that, Li Hanzhou produced the blade, which gleamed in the air before embedding itself into a pillar in the square. Here it is. Whoever possesses the skill may claim it. His gaze swept over the assembled crowd. Undoubtedly, upon the appearance of the autumn burial blade, eyes widened in awe. Such a divine weapon! Witnessing it firsthand ignited their greed. Once desire took root, Li Hanzhou could manipulate them effortlessly. Just then, as everyone prepared to disperse, Lin Xiaoxian spoke up, Brother Xiaoyan, shall we get a membership card for Changxing Temple? Yes, yes. Brother, you should get one too. The other ladies chimed in, playfully tugging at their brother's arms with longing glances. What card? The crowd paused, perplexed. It's our special initiative at Changxing Temple. If you deposit 10,000 taels of silver now, you can obtain a membership card. As a member, you'll enjoy a 10% discount on tickets and an 8% discount on tea. The amount will be deducted from your card. Additionally, there is a complimentary upgrade feature. For instance, Brother Xiaoyan, if you arrive late tomorrow and can't secure a VIP seat, fear not. With a membership card, we will immediately upgrade you to the inner arena and even treat you to a cup of moon in the cup. Furthermore, whenever we launch new events, members will receive the most substantial discounts. Lin Xiaoxian enthusiastically enumerated the benefits of the membership card. Her words left the audience in stunned silence. Such a thing existed? Chapter 43, 2 Meridian Expanding Pills. Furthermore, the Changxing Pavilion promised that if the challenge ended in fewer than 10 matches, a full refund would be granted, Lin Xiaoxian enticingly stated. Fewer than 10 matches for free? Many listeners felt a surge of interest at this proposition. Could they not overcome Lu Dongyue within 10 matches? Most believed it highly unlikely. If that were the case, purchasing the card would indeed be a worthwhile investment. I'll buy it. At that moment, a transcendent master from the inner circle stepped forward, raising his hand and proclaiming, What about this card? I would like one, please. However, Li Hanzhou emerged, apologetically stating, I am truly sorry, but my friend, the membership card for Changxing Pavilion has an entry threshold. Only our esteemed guests are eligible to purchase it, meaning only the 10 individuals in the VIP section are qualified. If you wish to buy it, please wait until tomorrow morning when you acquire a VIP ticket. What? I have the money, and you refuse to sell it to me. The warrior expressed his irritation. Rules are rules, only they are qualified. Li Hanzhou smiled as he glanced at the 10 individuals in the VIP section, who at that moment felt an overwhelming sense of honor, instinctively standing taller as if to declare, Do you see? You are not qualified. We are the esteemed guests. And thus we have the privilege to purchase. In appreciation for your support today, we are offering a grand opening promotion. The membership card is only 9,000 taels of silver, and we will grant you a credit of 10,000 taels.
Seize this opportunity.
It will revert to its original price tomorrow, Li Hanzhou cheerfully announced.
Upon hearing this, the crowd's expression shifted dramatically. 1,000 taels cheaper today. Damn it.
I considered buying a VIP seat earlier. When it was my turn to purchase, there were still 3 spots available in the VIP section.
I should have acted without hesitation.
Lamented a martial artist from the Jianghu. Many others also felt envious. At this moment, Xia Yan's heart raced. Purchasing this membership card would mean he could cover the ticket and tea expenses from it, all at a discount. More importantly, if Lu Danyue did not last 10 matches,
everything would be free. Who could resist such temptation? Alas!
Xia Yan found himself with merely over 3,000 taels of silver left.
He simply could not afford it.
He felt on the verge of tears. The others also displayed their awkwardness, and ultimately only 5 individuals purchased the membership card.
2 of whom borrowed money from friends on site.
The crowd then began to disperse. Once the crowd had departed, an elder from the Yellow River sect reluctantly handed over the Tian seal to Li Hanzhou. Whenever sect master Li wishes to visit the Yellow River sect to read, just let us know, the elder said, clasping his fists in gratitude.
Thank you, Li Hanzhou replied politely. After the Yellow River sect members left,
Yun Kaianshula gazed at Li Hanzhou with admiration, saying, Uncle Master, you are so impressive, you effortlessly earn so much money.
More days of earning will come, Li Hanzhou chuckled.
Once we have funds, I can procure cultivation pills, quality weapons, armor, and exceptional techniques for you. Though Li Hanzhou could indeed create spiritual treasures in pills, he was always apprehensive that the items he produced might bring him trouble.
Brother Dao, at this moment, the maidens from Baihua residence approached, each beaming as they reported their achievements for the day.
Who sold a few cups of tea, who convinced them to buy membership cards, and so forth. Li Hanzhou intended to reward them with commissions, otherwise, they would not exert themselves so diligently. After fulfilling his promise and giving them a sum of money,
he instructed them to arrive punctually at Changxing Pavilion the following day.
Uncle Master, I am tired, I will go rest, Lu Danyue said, genuinely fatigued from the day's battles. No, it should be said he was exhausted from the performance. Do not merely indulge in sleep, take some time to reflect on today's contest, Li Hanzhou reminded him,
glancing at Lu Danyue's departing figure.
Lu Danyue paused at Li Hanzhou's words, initially taken aback, but soon he seemed to grasp the meaning. Although he had relied on pills to fight against 4 disciples from various sects, each one of them was a prodigy with formidable strength among the younger generation. Engaging in combat with them allowed him to learn a great deal, and if he reflected carefully, he would surely glean numerous insights.
So that was Uncle Master's intention.
Uncle Master had me spar with these exceptional talents to cultivate my skills, to help me refine my shortcomings, and to learn more from them to enrich myself.
Uncle Master, I will not disappoint you.
Lu Danyue felt a surge of emotion and hurried back to review his performance.
Uncle Master, did second senior brother comprehend something? Yun Kaianshulu inquired with curiosity. Who knows?
That child is rather peculiar, Li Hanzhou shrugged. I simply wanted him to ponder deeply and refine his acting skills.
Today's performance was a bit too exaggerated.
I hope he can be more natural, and suddenly he became quite excited.
Go fetch your third senior brother. Li Hanzhou instructed Yun Kaianshulu.
All right. Though unsure of Li Hanzhou's intentions in summoning Shiming, she obediently went to find him.
After the challenge concluded,
Shiming had gone to chop firewood. Although Changxing Pavilion had hired servants, he felt accustomed to performing this task, finding the Prajna axe quite handy for chopping wood. Upon hearing Li Hanzhou call for him, Shiming put down his axe and followed Yun Kaianshulu to Li Hanzhou's courtyard.
Uncle Master, this sycamore tree is truly beautiful. Yun Kaianshulu remarked, admiring the tree.
Indeed, it is, Shiming agreed, also gazing at the sycamore. You two, come here, Li Hanzhou emerged from the house, beckoning them closer.
And presented 2 pills, saying, these 2 are meridian expanding pills.
Upon consumption, I will assist you in unlocking their medicinal properties, enhancing the strength of your meridians. With wider meridians, your cultivation speed will accelerate.
Understood.
The two expressed their excitement. Meridian expanding pills were exceptionally precious. Previously, they could not afford such luxuries at Chongqing Pavilion.
Without hesitation, the two young ones consumed the pills.
Immediately, Li Hanzhou placed his palms on their foreheads. The spiritual energy within him surged forth, entering their bodies to help them assimilate the medicinal effects.
The meridian expanding pills, stimulated by the spiritual energy, seemed to unleash their full potency. Yun Qianxulo frowned slightly, feeling a bit of pain as her meridians expanded.
However, Shiming displayed no expression, as if the effects of the medicine held no significance for him. Chapter 44. Just a little more after merely a moment's pause, Yun Qian's medicinal effects were completely absorbed.
She settled into a meditative posture beneath the phoenix tree,
involuntarily commencing her cultivation. Meanwhile, Shiming stood there in bewilderment, staring blankly at Li Hanzhou, their eyes locked in silent astonishment.
Glancing at Yun Qianzhu,
Shiming observed a remarkable transformation. With each breath, surges of profound energy emanated from her. At this moment, she was practicing the Tai Xian Heart Sutra. In less than the time it takes for half an incense stick to burn, a radiant purple aura manifested behind her petite form,
leaving both Li Hanzhou and Shiming astounded. Purple aura energy?
They were well aware that the Tai Xian Heart Sutra required one to reach the second level to cultivate such energy.
How could this happen in such a short span of time? Li Hanzhou approached to inspect Yun Qianzhu's condition with his spiritual power, and to his utter astonishment,
he discovered significant changes within her. Her meridians shimmered with a golden light, as if transformed by the nourishing effects of his spiritual energy.
This was indeed peculiar. Li Hanzhou had never encountered such a phenomenon before. Shiming, do you not feel anything?
He inquired, noticing Shiming's nonchalant demeanor. He then used his spiritual power to probe Shiming's body, only to find that his meridians remained unchanged, devoid of any transformation. The effects of the previous meridian expanding pill seemed to have vanished without a trace. I am but a dull disciple, Shiming admitted sheepishly.
Fear not.
Everyone has their own unique opportunities, Li Hanzhou mused before adding, I recently discovered a method in an ancient text that we might try.
What method? Shiming asked, intrigued. The channel opening technique.
Li Hanzhou explained, recalling that in the heyday of Taoism, practitioners had employed this method. It involves condensing spiritual energy into finger techniques and applying them to 8 critical acupoints on the disciple's body to unlock their potential. Li Hanzhou resolved to attempt this with Shiming. To avoid disrupting Yun Qianzhu's meditation, Li Hanzhou led Shiming to the back mountain,
where he assisted him in opening the 8 acupoints. As dawn broke, the first rays of sunlight illuminated their weary forms as they returned from the back mountain. Li Hanzhou mused that Shiming's name was indeed fitting, he was truly destined to be a stone's fate. Despite their efforts, Shiming's body remained unchanged. His meridians still narrow and his cultivation talent rather mediocre.
It was commendable that he had reached the 3rd tier, but Li Hanzhou feared that without a transformation,
the 9th tier might be his ultimate limit in this lifetime.
Shiming appeared dejected.
Master Uncle, it is all right. Each person has their own destiny. Even if I cannot reach a high realm, it is fine. Life does not necessitate becoming a master, he said with a smile. Li Hanzhou sighed softly. Your inability to achieve mastery is of little concern, for I still rely on you to assist me in ascending. However, upon their return, they were rendered speechless at the sight of Yun Qianzhu. She was still immersed in her cultivation, yet the energy radiating from her was astonishing. When they had departed the previous day, she had only been at the 2nd tier, but now she had astonishingly reached the 4th tier. In just one night, she had advanced 2 tiers? Was the efficacy of a meridian expanding pill truly that remarkable?
I have become the lowest ranked disciple in the sect, Shiming lamented, feeling disheartened.
He resolved to return to chopping firewood. Watching Shiming's retreating figure, Li Hanzhou contemplated future methods to enhance his disciple's strength. As for Lu Dongyue, the meridian expanding pill was of no use to him, he had already passed the optimal age for its effects. However, the Wu Qian sect was participating in a challenge today, with a heavenly yuan pill as the wager, a suitable item for Lu Dongyue. In Baiyun City, at the Donglian, the head of the Wu Qian sect, Wu Sanchong, arrived in person, accompanied by his esteemed disciples. Each of the 4 disciples was exceptionally skilled, having also trained in a formation unique to the Wu Qian sect. If they collaborated, their strength would multiply.
Today, we have a promising chance. Wu Sanchong earnestly advised his disciples. Do not be deceived by Lu Donyue's prowess. His defeat of Wanqiuhan was due to their disunity, lacking any coordination.
Once we execute our 4-elephant formation, I assure you that Lu Dongyue will be unable to withstand it.
Yes.
The four responded in unison. Let us depart, today. We shall reclaim the autumn burial blade. With yesterday's experience in mind, many had already arrived early to purchase tickets, though the time had yet to arrive. A lively scuffle broke out among the crowd vying for the first tickets. Li Hanzhou, however, paid them no mind. They could fight among themselves. He remained at Yun Qianzhu's side, who had awakened and was astonished to find her cultivation had ascended to the 4th tier. She sensed that the energy within her meridians was far more profound than that of an ordinary 4th tier, appearing purer and more robust.
Our launching view has produced a genius.
Li Hanzhou expressed his satisfaction.
With such talent, there was a possibility that Yun Qianzhu might one day ascend.
Master Uncle. It is time to sell tickets, Yun Qianzhu reminded him.
Li Hanzhou glanced at the clock. It was nearly time to feast on the fat sheep.
Today's ticket sales were exceptionally brisk.
The disciples of the Wu Qian sect initiated their 4-elephant formation, which indeed caused quite a stir among the spectators.
Yet,
Lu Donyue narrowly managed to defeat the disciples of the Wu Qian sect, leaving Wu Sanchong filled with regret.
Alas, if only we had been a fraction more successful. The autumn burial blade could have been mine. He lamented.
Seeing Lu Donyue victorious, the other sects felt relieved.
By the 3rd day,
Li Hanzhou had lost interest in attending the events, delegating the responsibility to his subordinates.
The occurrences remained largely consistent, though Baiyun City's Baiyun Gambling House had opened betting, with a steady stream of patrons placing their wagers.
Lu Donyue's odds remained low at 1-1, while his opponents generally boasted odds of 10-1. These matters seemed irrelevant to Li Hanzhou, who abstained from gambling and instead sequestered himself in the library, engrossed in books. He dedicated himself to practicing the Northern Emperor's art. Yet witnessing Yun Qianzhu's rapid progress made him realize his own pace was quite sluggish. After all this time, he had barely crossed into the 2nd layer of Qi training.
In the days that followed, Yun Qianzhu astonishingly reached the 5th tier. Had it not been for Lu Donyue's recent breakthrough to the 6th tier, even the 2nd senior brother might have been surpassed by Yun Qianzhu. Moreover, Li Hanzhou noted that Yun Qianzhu's learning speed was equally remarkable.
She had mastered the mountain-shaking palm of Yushan sect by the end of just 1 day, and the golden light spell in mere half a day.
Her progress was entirely beyond ordinary capabilities.
Today marked the conclusion of the 6th round of competitions, with the participant being the Baiyun sect.
The sect leader lamented. If only we had been a fraction more successful, the autumn burial blade would have been ours. Everyone eagerly anticipated the next day, for it would feature the arrival of the Heartless Fairy from the Heartless Valley.
Chapter 45, The Fate of Stone Ming, the Unparalleled, Heartless Fairy.
She is the dream of many talented youths in the Xiantian realm.
Countless young prodigies have squandered their fortunes just to catch a glimpse of the Heartless Fairy in the Valley of Heartlessness. Many exceptional individuals have even urged their sex higher-ups to seek a marriage alliance with the Valley, hoping that the Heartless Fairy would accept them as husbands. Yet, they were all ultimately rejected by her. The Song of Forgetting Emotions from the Valley of Heartlessness is a supreme mental cultivation method that requires practitioners to sever all emotional attachments, otherwise,
they cannot attain the ultimate path.
The Heartless Fairy, destined to contend for the heavenly mandate, naturally would not waste her energy on trivial matters of romance.
Paradoxically, the more aloof she became, the more suitors she attracted.
Therefore, upon hearing that tomorrow the Valley of Heartlessness would issue a challenge,
the crowd in the square erupted with excitement. Who wouldn't wish to behold her beauty? Moreover, the Valley of Heartlessness boasts extraordinary strength,
and many were eager to witness just how formidable this rising star truly is and whether they could defeat Lu Donyue. Everyone sensed that the betting scene in Baiyun City would be bustling tomorrow.
Ladies and gentlemen, due to the upcoming competition with the Valley of Heartlessness, we anticipate a large crowd tomorrow. Thus, tickets will be pre-sold tonight at the entrance of Baihua Pavilion.
I hope you will all come and support, announced Li Hanzhou.
Pre-sale? Tonight at Baihua Pavilion?
Upon hearing this news, everyone felt puzzled but did not dwell on it. The crowd dispersed. And the sisters of Baihua Pavilion received their share of the earnings. "Thank you, Brother Hanzhou," they chimed, each more flattering than the last.
In recent days, following Li Hanzhou,
they had earned more than in the past few years combined, regarding him as their greatest benefactor, even casting flirtatious glances his way.
"Have you all remembered the tasks I assigned you?" Li Hanzhou inquired.
"Rest assured, Brother Hanzhou, we will execute your instructions flawlessly," Lin Shaoxian replied with a cheerful smile.
"That's wonderful. Now hurry back," Li Hanzhou smiled.
After all the sisters departed, the leader of the Biyun sect approached Li Hanzhou with a mournful expression to hand over the wager.
"Thank you, sect leader Qin," Li Hanzhou said, accepting a red wooden box from him.
Upon opening it, he discovered a demon beast's inner core, an incredibly precious treasure, invaluable for alchemical and crafting purposes.
"Alas!
So close yet so far," lamented the leader of Biyun sect, gazing at the autumn morning spear embedded in a pillar with a face full of regret. Their disciples had cornered Lu Dongyue, but at the last critical moment, he had managed to knock down their 4 exhausted disciples from the stage with his last ounce of strength, leaving the sect leader heartbroken.
"Next time, we shall surely win. You may continue to register," Li Hanzhou reassured with a smile. "Alas," sighed the leader of Biyun sect as he departed. Upon returning to his courtyard, he found Yun Xianjue still meditating beneath the parasol tree. Li Hanzhou approached her, channeling his spiritual energy to cleanse her internal organs. He had learned from ancient texts that although her meridians had been altered by spiritual elixirs, leading to a rapid cultivation appearance, it would eventually harm her body. Thus, he needed to regularly cleanse her internal organs to maintain their spiritual state, while also ensuring her physical strength was sufficiently trained to withstand future surges of energy. For Li Hanzhou, this was not a troublesome task.
The sect of Changshan had its own methods for physical cultivation,
and the Yen family's 9 orifices golden body met the criteria.
However, he yearned for the Buddhist martial art of the golden bell,
which remained elusive as the monks were far away in the South Sea. Thus, he would allow Yun Xianjue to cultivate for now,
hoping to find a way to acquire the Buddhist teachings for her in the future.
Currently, Yun Xianjue was Li Hanzhou's greatest hope.
Lu Dongyue's progress was also unsatisfactory. And as for Shiming, his cultivation speed remained stubbornly slow despite all efforts, as if he were truly marked by a fate as unyielding as stone. Li Hanzhou had considered giving up on Shiming, thinking it would be better to place all hope in Yun Xianjue. Yet, he had observed Shiming's diligent work and dedication over the past few days, and though he lacked exceptional talent, his perseverance deeply moved Li Hanzhou. He felt he could not abandon Shiming. "Shiming," Li Hanzhou called as he saw him returning from chopping wood.
"Master Uncle, is there something you need?"
Shiming approached, setting down his axe. "I have heard that the 9-fingered divine doctor from Yaowang Valley has also arrived in Baiyun City. I need you to go there and invite the people from Yaowang Valley to Changqing Temple," Li Hanzhou instructed. "Understood," Shiming replied, changing his clothes to leave. But Li Hanzhou called him back, saying, "Not like that, let me dress you up a bit." With that, Li Hanzhou covered Shiming's face, leaving only his eyes visible, and replaced his Taoist robe with a simple commoner's outfit. Although Shiming found the transformation strange, he did not question it. He trusted Li Hanzhou completely. After Shiming left, Li Hanzhou also prepared to head out. "Master Uncle, are you going out again?" Yun Xianjue sensed that he was not off to do something virtuous. An hour later, Shiming arrived in Baiyun City. Having inquired about where the Yaowang Valley members were staying, he made his way to the Qingyang Inn.
The visit from Yaowang Valley was not specifically for Changqing Temple but rather incidental to other matters.
The 9-fingered divine doctor, Sun Yao, was renowned, naturally attracting attention. Thus,
news of Yaowang Valley spread swiftly through Baiyun City.
The Qingyang Inn was located on the busiest street in Baiyun City, and Shiming's furtive demeanor caught many eyes. In broad daylight, his appearance was indeed conspicuous. However, given the plethora of eccentricities in the realm, few paid much attention to him. At that moment, from a nearby tavern, Li Hanzhou's figure appeared by the rooftop window. Sipping wine, he gazed outside, and upon spotting Shiming, he slowly raised his palm, gathering spiritual energy in his hand. Chapter 46, The 9-fingered divine doctor. As the spiritual energy surged, a tempestuous flow coalesced in Li Hanzhou's palm, resembling a miniature storm. This was the grand celestial technique.
Recently,
While cultivating, Hanzhou had also delved into the nuances of the grand celestial technique. Not only that, but he had also been studying the martial arts he had won through wagers, seeking inspiration to refine the Northern Emperor technique of the Taoist sect,
transforming it into a form more suitable for true qi cultivation.
Through his research, he had successfully advanced the grand celestial technique to the 5th level. The more he explored, the more he marveled at the power of this technique. It was no wonder that the kingdom of Shinkei held it in such high regard.
The ability to manipulate celestial phenomena was indeed formidable.
After gathering the energy in his palm, Hanzhou unleashed it toward Shi Ming from a distance.
In an instant, a violent wind swept through the street, sending chaos in its wake. What on earth? Where did this wind come from? The onlookers were bewildered,
caught off guard by the sudden gust. Even Shi Ming was taken aback, as the force of the wind blew away the cloth covering his face. Fortunately, he reacted swiftly,
retrieving the cloth and quickly covering his face again.
Since his master had instructed him to mask his identity, Shi Ming did not wish for anyone to see his face. However, in the bustling city of Baiyun, where many martial artists roamed, his conspicuous attire naturally drew attention. When the cloth fell, several people noticed.
In a nearby tavern,
a martial artist remarked, "Brother Chang, that individual just lost his mask.
I've seen him before, he's a disciple of the Changxing Temple."
A disciple of the Changxing Temple?
The drinker opposite him was momentarily taken aback. Why is a disciple dressed like that? He isn't even wearing a Dao robe, but rather concealing his face as if engaging in something unsavory.
Not only did this individual observe, but others too looked on with curiosity. After Shi Ming donned his mask and departed, many stealthily followed him, eager to discover his intentions. Meanwhile, Hanzhou, having noticed the crowd trailing Shi Ming,
smiled subtly and called for the waiter, ordering another plate of beef jerky. Shortly thereafter, a figure entered the tavern. Although dressed in casual attire, his noble demeanor was unmistakable.
It was Yi Yun, whom Hanzhou had not seen in quite some time.
Mr. Yi Yun approached respectfully, bowing to Hanzhou. Having witnessed Hanzhou's prowess, he regarded him as a lifelong idol.
The invitation to meet had left him incredulous that someone of such strength would seek him out, prompting his hurried arrival. Ever since Hanzhou had helped him deal with the dream demon using talismans, even his father, Yi Qingbei, had begun to treat him with more favor.
"Please, have a seat." Hanzhou gestured for Yi Yun to sit and poured him a drink.
Yi Yun, overwhelmed with honor, accepted the cup with both hands.
"Mr. Li,
if there is anything you require of me, please do not hesitate to command."
"Indeed, there is a minor matter I need your assistance with,"
Hanzhou replied with a smile. "I lack acquaintances in Baiyun City, and finding someone to assist me has proven challenging, so I must trouble you."
"Mr. Li, you are the savior of my family. My father often reminds me that I must repay your kindness whenever possible," Yi Yun declared with fervor. "Just say the word.
And though I may lack other skills, I hold some influence in Baiyun City.
Rest assured, I will not neglect you for your assistance."
Hanzhou beckoned him closer,
whispering instructions into Yi Yun's ear. Yi Yun's eyes sparkled with understanding.
Meanwhile, Shi Ming had arrived at the Qingyang Inn, seeking an audience with the nine-fingered divine doctor. Upon hearing that a disciple from the Changxing Temple had arrived, Sun Yaoxian of the Medicine King Valley permitted Shi Ming to enter. Shi Ming found Sun Yaoxian to be a kindly old man and relayed the invitation from Hanzhou, assuring him that the Changxing Temple would cover the consultation fees.
Sun Yaoxian, renowned as a divine doctor, was respected not only for his medical skills but also for his benevolent heart. Upon learning of Hanzhou's urgent request, he wasted no time, gathering his belongings to accompany Shi Ming to the Changxing Temple. "Master," several of Sun Yaoxian's disciples eagerly expressed their desire to accompany him. "Wait for me here, I shall return tonight," Sun Yaoxian replied calmly. "Understood."
The disciples complied, albeit with curiosity lingering in their minds. After Sun Yaoxian and Shi Ming departed, the disciples began to wonder about the urgency of the Changxing Temple's request.
"Do you think this relates to the recent challenge from the Changxing Temple?" the second disciple inquired. "Silence."
"The healer's duty is to address ailments, not to indulge in idle gossip," admonished the youngest disciple sternly. If you devoted as much thought to your studies as you do to speculation, my master wouldn't have to worry about you. Though she was the youngest. Her words silenced the two elder disciples, who hastily retrieved medical texts to study. As Shi Ming and Sun Yaoxian departed the Qingyang Inn in a carriage towards the Changxing Temple, word of their journey swiftly spread among those with ulterior motives. Whispers circulated about the Changxing Temple's disciple clandestinely seeking the nine-fingered divine doctor in Baiyun City, igniting rampant speculation.
What could have transpired at the Changxing Temple that would necessitate such haste? Brother, do you recall the battle with the Wuqian sect yesterday?
One martial artist could not help but comment. Though Lu Dongyue emerged victorious, he endured 3 blows of the Qiankuan fist. Are you suggesting that despite his apparent triumph,
Lu Dongyue suffered internal injuries?
The Changxing Temple's secretive summons of the nine-fingered divine doctor must be to treat his wounds.
The revelation sparked excitement among the onlookers. Chapter 47, The Fountain of Youth. Lu Dongyue has sustained injuries. Indeed.
Despite his invincible demeanor over the past few days, having vanquished the elite of various sects, he is,
after all, merely human.
The relentless battles he has faced have taken their toll, and just yesterday, he fell victim to the formidable Qiankuan force multiple times.
How could he emerge unscathed? This is the genuine Qiankuan force of a 9th-rank warrior. Even those at the transcendental realm would hesitate to withstand such a blow.
Lu Dongyue is suffering from internal injuries, and they are quite severe. This development significantly enhances the odds in favor of the Bitter Love Valley. With the unparalleled prowess of the Bitter Love Fairy in Lu Dongyue's weakened state, tomorrow's battle seems all but assured in favor of the Bitter Love Valley.
The news spread like wildfire.
Within a short span, nearly all the sects and wandering practitioners in Baiyun City were aware of Lu Dongyue's plight.
Lu Dongyue injured?
The higher-ups of several sects grew concerned, as they ranked just below the Bitter Love Valley.
If Lu Dongyue is incapacitated,
the chances of victory for the Bitter Love Valley would soar, leaving the autumn funeral blade at their mercy.
How infuriating. In.
A powerful figure from Shinfeng Mountain furrowed his brow, casting a glance at the seemingly unperturbed disciple sipping tea beside him. Unable to restrain himself, he exclaimed,
"Aren't you the slightest bit worried? The autumn funeral blade is about to fall into the hands of those women.
Your master has sent you down the mountain, and soon
you will have no opportunity left."
Yet the young man remained unfazed, nearly replying, "I, Feng Beixian, did not come for the autumn funeral blade. My master instructed me to descend the mountain for experience, to witness the talents of the world and to gain enlightenment in swordsmanship.
As for the autumn funeral blade,
its possession is inconsequential. Regardless, I intend to challenge Lu Dongyue to determine who truly stands as the foremost beneath the transcendental realm."
Just like your master. You are utterly stubborn, a high-ranking member of Shinfeng Mountain lamented.
This cannot stand. Lu Dongyue must not be allowed to lose.
After a moment's contemplation, he exited the room. Simultaneously, the odds in the gambling houses of Baiyun City underwent a dramatic shift.
Lu Dongyue's previously unchanging odds of 1-1 transformed into an astonishing 5-1. While the Bitter Love Fairy's odds shifted to 1-1. Those who had wagered on Lu Dongyue's victory hurried to withdraw their bets,
exchanging their stakes for those favoring the Bitter Love Fairy. Today, few dared to bet on Lu Dongyue. "I'll wager on Lu Dongyue."
At that moment, a man approached, placing a stack of silver notes upon the table. The sheer volume of his wager commanded the attention of all present. 100,000 taels. The crowd gasped in astonishment, speculating on the identity of this affluent individual willing to stake such a sum on Lu Dongyue. Surely, anyone who could produce such wealth must belong to a significant sect. Yet this man appeared unfamiliar to them.
"Friend, have you not heard? Lu Dongyue is gravely injured.
In tomorrow's battle, he is likely to falter. Your 100,000 taels may very well be lost," a well-meaning soul cautioned.
However, the man remained resolute, insisting on placing his bet on Lu Dongyue.
Many mocked him as a foolish spender, but the gambling house staff reveled in the prospect of such a generous patron.
The more na-ve gamblers, the better.
Shortly after Li Hanzhou returned to Changxing Temple, Shi Ming accompanied by Sun Yaoxian also arrived.
"Greetings, divine doctor." Upon seeing the kindly elder radiating an aura akin to that of a sage, Li Hanzhou felt a sense of reverence. His divination skills revealed that the old man was indeed enveloped in a sacred light, suggesting a life well lived. Director Li, Sun Yaoxian greeted politely. As Li Hanzhou clasped his hands in greeting, he noticed that Sun Yaoxian indeed had only 9 fingers.
He had heard the elder's story, in his youth. He had attempted an ancient acupuncture technique to save a patient, only to fail, resulting in the patient's death.
Sun Yaoxian bore immense guilt,
having felt that his reckless use of an unstudied method had caused the tragedy. Despite the family's lack of blame, he felt compelled to punish himself,
severing one of his fingers as a reminder. For this alone, Sun Yaoxian was deserving of respect. Director Li, who is the patient? Sun Yaoxian inquired, eager to focus on healing rather than pleasantries. He is the patient, Li Hanzhou indicated toward Ming, who appeared momentarily bewildered. I am the patient? Ming echoed, surprised. As Sun Yaoxian examined him closely, failing to detect any visible ailments.
My disciple Li Hanzhou recounted the events surrounding Ming, explaining that despite his inability to discern any issues, no medicinal remedy had proven effective for the boy. A mystery that prompted him to seek the expertise of the divine doctor.
Such a peculiar case? Sun Yaoxian expressed interest and proceeded to take Ming's pulse.
After a while, he released his hold, shaking his head in resignation.
This child possesses a natural stone pulse, rendering his absorption of any medicinal substances alarmingly low.
His cultivation speed will be sluggish, and I fear he has little hope of excelling in martial arts. Upon hearing these words, Li Hanzhou felt a pang of dread. While Ming maintained a stoic demeanor, as though he had long since accepted his lack of prospects in martial arts.
Is there a way to alter this natural stone pulse? Li Hanzhou persisted, not willing to abandon hope.
His concern was not merely for his own ascension but for Ming, a child he held dear, who, despite his youth and diligence, deserved more than a mundane existence. Altering a natural stone pulse is challenging, Sun Yaoxian admitted.
Challenging? Not impossible? Li Hanzhou raised an eyebrow.
Sun Yaoxian pondered for a moment before replying. I could concoct a celestial pulse pill, which might offer a chance to counteract the natural stone pulse. However, the materials required for such a pill are quite rare. Particularly the water from the fountain of youth.
If you can procure that, I would be able to assist you. The fountain of youth? Li Hanzhou recalled references from ancient texts. The one from the Tianqian Academy? Precisely.
However, obtaining resources from the Tianqian Academy is no simple feat. Sun Yaoxian sighed deeply.
Strangely enough, my Qinglong Baiyan inexplicably went missing, and I am currently searching for a new alchemical furnace. I must find one before I can assist you with the concoction.
Ahem, as long as you are willing to help me with the alchemy, I will take care of the fountain of youth. Furthermore, Li Hanzhou declared. Retrieving a pristine white alchemical furnace from his storage bag, I have a fine alchemical furnace here. If you are interested, please feel free to use it. Chapter 48, a gift delivered. As Li Hanzhou presented the alchemical furnace, Sun Yaoxian scrutinized it closely, feeling an uncanny familiarity. Yet, in Li Hanzhou's presence, Sun Yaoxian refrained from staring too long. Thank you, Master Li. In that case, my Yaowang Valley will provide the remaining materials for the Tianmai pill. Sun Yaoxian accepted the furnace, and after exchanging a few words, Li Hanzhou saw him off from Changshengwen. With a sigh of relief, Li Hanzhou felt reassured. The Qinglong Baiyan had originally belonged to Sun Yaoxian, and his own carelessness had inadvertently returned it to its rightful owner. However, feeling somewhat embarrassed, he had coated the Qinglong Baiyan with a layer of white oil before revealing it, and the dim evening light prevented Sun Yaoxian from inspecting it closely, leaving him with only a vague sense of recognition. Master, at that moment, Ming approached, earnestly addressing Li Hanzhou, I do not require the Tianmai pill. I shall focus on my cultivation, even if it progresses slowly, I will persevere. The everlasting spring is a treasure of the Tianqian Academy, one of the foremost powers in Dongyan province. They will not part with it easily, Li Hanzhou reassured him, gently ruffling Ming's hair. Leave the rest to me. You need not worry. It is merely the everlasting spring, a solution will present itself. Very well. Ming nodded in agreement, reassured by Li Hanzhou's words. At that juncture, a servant approached. Master, there is a guest requesting an audience, claiming to be from Shanfeng Mountain. Please allow him to enter, Li Hanzhou replied with a smile. Yes. Ming, however, appeared puzzled. Master, what could the people from Shanfeng Mountain want here? They have come to present a gift to Chang Shengwen, Li Hanzhou explained.
Ah?
Shi Ming was bewildered, unable to fathom why Shanfeng Mountain would bestow a gift upon Chang Shengwen.
Moments later, a representative from Shanfeng Mountain stood before Li Hanzhou, politely clasping his fists.
I am Luo Zixia from Shanfeng Mountain, honored to meet you, Master Li Luo brother. Li Hanzhou welcomed him into the grand hall,
offering him a seat and instructing someone to prepare tea. What brings you to Chang Shengwen at this late hour? Rumor has it. Luo Zixia spoke softly,
that Lu Dongyue was injured during the duel with Wu Qiangu.
Is this true? Luo brother, do not jest. Dongyue is perfectly fine.
The people from Wu Qiangu could not inflict a scratch upon him. Li Hanzhou abruptly stood, anxious, and rushed to the door to peer outside, turning back to insist.
Luo brother, do not make such jokes, it is simply untrue. Observing Li Hanzhou's expression, Luo Zixia surmised that his speculation was likely accurate.
He then chuckled heartily.
Do not be so tense, my friend.
I mean no harm, I have merely been following Dong Yue's recent performances and have grown fond of the boy. I worried about his well-being during today's match, hence my visit, to bring him a small token.
He produced a box, saying,
within lies the unique Xianxin pill from Shanfeng Mountain.
Regardless of the severity of one's injuries, a single pill will ensure a remarkable recovery.
I hope you do not find it lacking. Luo brother, you need not bring gifts simply for visiting. It feels quite unnecessary, Li Hanzhou quickly interjected,
discreetly accepting the Xianxin pill.
Seeing Li Hanzhou accept the offering without hesitation, Luo Zixia was left speechless.
How could Li Hanzhou be so disingenuous?
After exchanging a few pleasantries,
Luo Zixia took his leave.
Shortly thereafter, several high-ranking members from different sects arrived at Chang Shengwen, all with the intent of delivering medicine for Lu Dongyue. They feared that should Lu Dongyue falter against the people of Jueqing Valley the following day, their chances would vanish. Shi Ming watched in astonishment as this unfolded. After greeting the various sect leaders, Li Hanzhou made his way to Lu Dongyue's quarters.
Dongyue, do not overexert yourself in your cultivation. Tomorrow.
Just as Li Hanzhou anticipated, Lu Dongyue was diligently practicing. He entered to find Lu Dongyue delightfully grooming himself, donning fresh attire, and admiring his reflection in the mirror.
Li Hanzhou was taken aback. What is this vanity?
Tomorrow, I shall be competing against Jueqing Valley. I have heard that the Jueqing Ferry is exceptionally beautiful. I must present myself well and not disgrace Chang Shengwen, Lu Dongyue replied, somewhat shyly. Such trivialities are unnecessary, Li Hanzhou remarked, exasperated.
You are currently the foremost figure beneath transcendence.
Once you challenge all the young prodigies from the sects, you will have your choice of partners. Even in tattered clothing, countless beauties would vie for your affection. Acting this way toward a beauty from Jueqing Valley is what truly brings shame upon us. But master, my status as the best beneath transcendence is reliant upon your elixirs. Lu Dongyue replied with a wry smile, aware of the superficiality of his achievements.
In a genuine contest of strength, any random opponent could easily overpower him.
Everything will come in time, Li Hanzhou encouraged, patting Lu Dongyue's shoulder.
You may very well become the greatest in the world. If you can best them now, you will continue to do so in the future. Dedicate yourself to your cultivation and aspire to ascend. I will rely on you in the days to come. With Li Hanzhou's encouragement, Lu Dongyue felt a surge of confidence.
As evening fell, a commotion erupted throughout Baiyun City. When the martial artists arrived at Baihua Tavern to purchase tickets for the next day's match featuring the Jueqing Ferry, they were dismayed to find that all tickets had been sold out.
Stunned, they exclaimed, "How can we watch without tickets?"
Just as they sought to understand the situation, a few individuals emerged from the crowd.
Tickets for the Jueqing Ferry's match are available. VIP tickets for 50,000 taels each. Anyone interested? I have tickets for the inner arena at 10,000 taels each. Honest transactions here. Outer arena tickets for 5,000 taels, hurry while supplies last. This announcement sent shockwaves through the crowd. The prices had surged dramatically.
On the second floor of a nearby inn, Jiang Yishuan observed the ticket sales with a smile.
Seated across from Lu Tianqing. Master, have the ticket prices really risen so much? Lu Tianqing frowned. If Chang Shengwen discovers someone is maliciously inflating prices, will they not intervene? Intervene? Jiang Yishuan chuckled.
This is likely the handiwork of Chang Shengwen itself. Chapter 49, The Arrival of the Heartless Fairy Master, are you suggesting?
Lu Tianqing exclaimed, gazing outside with astonishment. Isn't the Changsheng view rather despicable?
One should not speak so lightly. Jiang Yishuan poured himself a glass of wine and remarked. To legally acquire another's wealth is a skill in itself. The leader of the Changsheng view, Li Hanzhou, is no ordinary individual.
In this realm, one must possess a keen intellect to survive. But the ticket price is exorbitant, Lu Tianqing frowned.
Even so, it must be purchased, Jiang Yishuan replied.
Did you not express a desire to witness the duel between Lu Dongyue and the Heartless Fairy, Sanitao?
Your cultivation has been stagnating.
And having been defeated twice by Lu Dongyue, he has become your psychological demon.
If you do not confront this inner turmoil, you may find yourself forever at a standstill. Forgive me for worrying you, Master, Lu Tianqing said, a look of shame on his face. He had indeed been progressing at an increasingly slow pace. Every time he closed his eyes while cultivating, he was haunted by visions of Lu Dongyue's provocations and the humiliation he suffered. Gradually, he realized he had developed a psychological demon. Thus, he sought to observe the impending battle between Lu Dongyue and the Heartless Fairy, hoping to gauge Lu's chances against the experts from the Heartless Valley. Despite the skyrocketing ticket prices, individuals were still eager to purchase them. They were willing to endure any hardship for a mere glimpse of the Heartless Fairy. Furthermore, many had already placed substantial bets. How could they not witness the outcome of their wagers? Without first-hand observation, how could they find peace of mind? Moments later, all tickets had been sold out. The ticket scalpers were, of course, members of Yiyun and Baihua residents, who had conspired to inflate the prices, all under Li Hanzhou's directive. With such a popular figure as the Heartless Fairy, it was only natural for Li Hanzhou to capitalize on this opportunity. The following morning, as dawn broke, the entrance of the Changsheng view was already teeming with people. When Li Hanzhou first laid eyes on the Heartless Fairy, he was taken aback by her stunning beauty. In modern times, no female streamer could compare to her allure. Greetings, seniorly, the Heartless Fairy addressed him, accompanied only by her 3 junior sisters, as the higher-ups of the Heartless Valley were absent.
You're too modest, Li Hanzhou replied. Is your master not here?
My master prefers to avoid the limelight. So she did not attend, the Heartless Fairy explained. On my way here, I heard that Lu Dongyue was injured. I wonder how severe his injuries are. If they are serious, I could postpone our duel. Not at all, he is fine and it won't affect your contest, Li Hanzhou chuckled. It would be a shame to delay the match after selling so many tickets, it would incur significant losses, and many outside are eager to witness the event. Very well. The Heartless Fairy conceded, understanding the situation. Half an hour later, all attendees had entered. They were dressed resplendently, each adorned with striking attire. Brother, hi, I'm here. Lin Shaoxian exclaimed as she approached the VIP area, eager to embrace her benefactor, Hai Dongsheng, who had visited the VIP section twice and had been quite generous. However, when Lin Shaoxian leaped forward, Hai Dongsheng unexpectedly sidestepped, leaving her to fall short.
Miss, what do you mean by this? He said earnestly.
Men and women should maintain appropriate boundaries. I hope you will conduct yourself with decorum.
What?
Lin Shaoxian was left speechless.
Just a few days ago, you were all over me, calling me darling, and now you preach about propriety?
It was not just Lin Shaoxian, many other women faced similar rejections.
The men in the VIP area had transformed into paragons of virtue, each adopting a demeanor of restraint.
Even the boisterous Su Dabiao, known for his lewd remarks, had begun referring to himself as this humble one. This unexpected behavior left not only the women of Baihua residents but also Li Hanzhou bemused. Such pretentiousness was hardly surprising.
As the crowd anxiously awaited, the members of the Heartless Valley arrived at the arena. When the Heartless Fairy, Song Yitao, made her entrance, the audience collectively held their breath.
She was breathtakingly beautiful, a vision beyond compare, drawing the gaze of every man present. Her ethereal presence and icy gaze struck at the most vulnerable parts of their hearts.
How stunning! Many could hardly contain their admiration.
It was not only the younger generation, even older individuals couldn't help but wish for a return to their youth,
imagining what opportunities might arise. Heartless Fairy! Heartless Fairy!
The enthusiastic shouts of the younger disciples echoed, as they yearned for a mere glance from her, convinced that their expensive tickets would prove worthwhile. Yet, the heartless fairy did not spare them a single glance, as if they were mere grains of sand to her. Lu Tianqing, too, felt his heart race at the sight of Song Yitao. "Esteemed guests," Li Hanzhou announced, stepping forward. "It is evident that you all admire the heartless fairy. Therefore, we at the Changsheng View are introducing a flower donation initiative." With a wave of his hand, servants brought forth baskets filled with a myriad of flowers. Those who wish to support the heartless fairy may purchase a basket of flowers to cheer her on. At this announcement, the eyes of the attendees sparkled with excitement. Surely, if they presented flowers to the heartless fairy, she might glance their way, granting them a chance. Unfazed by the commotion, the heartless fairy was not caught off guard. Li Hanzhou had informed her of this plan prior to their arrival, assuring her that 20% of the profits would be given to her. Though she bore the title of fairy, she was still human and required resources for her cultivation, thus she welcomed such an opportunity. Moreover, the individual who donated the most flowers today would receive a personally signed copy of a Heartless Valley technique from Song Yitao herself. With this revelation, the crowd erupted into fervor. Chapter 50, the first among the detached. The prospect of obtaining the signature of the Heartless Fairy through a unique technique stirred a fervor among the crowd. What was this? A token of love? Damn it, today I shall witness who dares to contend with me from Mount Kuai Ling. You're delusional. Do you think our Wang Sun clan from Nanbin City fears you? Do you believe you are worthy? Are we at Baixiong Valley mere corpses? In an instant, the atmosphere thickened with tension. The crowd was on the verge of confrontation, even before the match had commenced. If you're not convinced, step forward and demonstrate. Are you afraid? Let us see you try it now. Many began to stir, eager for the spectacle. At that moment, standing on the arena, Li Hanzhou furrowed his brow upon witnessing the scene. Channeling his spiritual energy, he bellowed, "If you wish to brawl, take it outside. Changsheng Temple is not a battleground for you." Boom! The crowd felt as though their minds were about to explode. Li Hanzhou's commanding shout resonated as if myriad forces were trampling above them, leaving their heads buzzing and their inner energies in turmoil. A palpable sensation of impending madness washed over them, accompanying Li Hanzhou's roar. An echo of a colossal beast's growl reverberated through the air, truly captivating. The arena fell silent, fear-laden gazes fixated on Li Hanzhou, their expressions a mix of disbelief and awe. They understood that Li Hanzhou, as the master of Changsheng Temple, was no ordinary figure, yet his display of power astonished them. What technique was that? It was akin to the lioness roar of the Southern CS Buddhist sect, perhaps even superior. Swallowing hard, the crowd regarded Li Hanzhou with profound respect. Just a single roar nearly sent them into madness. If a real fight were to ensue, they would stand no chance. The autumn burial blade lay in his grasp. It seemed Zhao Qianqiu's demise was not in vain. In the stands, the supreme master of Taishan was equally astonished. Though Li Hanzhou's shout hadn't driven him to madness, it had certainly shaken his spirit. He sensed Li Hanzhou was stronger than during his previous confrontation with Zhao Qianqiu. "Master, the master of Changsheng Temple is formidable." That roar wielded extraordinary power, Lu Tianqing remarked in amazement. That was no mere shout. The supreme master of Taishan narrowed his eyes. Historically, Changsheng Temple was a premier sect, with countless secret techniques. That seemingly ordinary roar, if I'm not mistaken, should be the Tai Wanshan Ju of Changsheng Temple, which had been lost for centuries, now resurfacing. Tai Wanshan Ju? Lu Tianqing was taken aback. With Li Hanzhou's mighty shout, everyone fell silent. Yet, in their quest for the heart of the enchanting fairy, they would not hold back. Li Guanju. We were in the wrong. Allow me to pledge 100 flower baskets in support of the heartless fairy. A disciple from a noble family stood up to proclaim. Very well. From the Wang Sun clan of Nanbin City, young master Wang Sun Chi pledges 100 flower baskets in support of the heartless fairy, now ranking first. Li Hanzhou announced loudly, then turned to Yun Xianzhong, saying, "Make a note of this." Yes, Yun Xianzhong replied, inscribing the name on a piece of red cloth, which he elevated like a banner, visible to all. This act granted significant prestige to Wang Sun Chi, who basked in his newfound glory. All right, 1,000 taels. Li Hanzhou grinned.
Wang Sun-chi was momentarily dumbfounded. How much? What do you mean, 1,000 taels?
Each flower basket costs 100 taels, Li Hanzhou slapped his forehead.
Awkwardly admitting, did I forget to mention that? Ah, what a blunder. I'll let it slide, it's my mistake, we can withdraw. Withdraw? Li Hanzhou blinked, inquiring. Wang Sun-chi's face turned crimson. He longed to say he would withdraw but found the word stuck in his throat. Observing this,
Li Hanzhou turned to Yun Xianzhong and called, Xianzhong, lower the banner. Young Master Wang Sun has chosen to withdraw his flower baskets and will not support the Heartless Fairy for now.
Oh, Yun Xianzhong began to lower the banner. Stop. Who said I'm withdrawing my support for the Heartless Fairy?
Don't speak nonsense, it's merely 1,000 taels.
I thought it was insignificant. Gritting his teeth, Wang Sun-chi begrudgingly produced the money.
Turning to the elder of the Wang Sun clan beside him, he saw the elder glaring with disapproval, internally cursing the foolishness of his own kin. It's just 100 flower baskets, I'll send 120.
Immediately,
others began to vie for the title of top supporter. Below the arena, the atmosphere was electric, while the duel above commenced.
Wait here. The Heartless Fairy instructed her 3 junior sisters.
Yes, they replied in unison. Had it not been for Lu Dongyue's insistence on challenging 4 individuals,
the Heartless Fairy would have approached alone.
She was not fighting for the Autumn Burial Blade, she was fighting for destiny.
To do so, she must first defeat Lu Dongyue. If she could not secure the title of the foremost among the younger generation, what chance did she have at destiny? Allow me, Song Yitao said, addressing Lu Dongyue.
You are too kind, Heartless Fairy, Lu Dongyue replied, his heart racing with excitement. The Heartless Fairy's beauty captivated him, yet he was acutely aware of his limitations. The clash between the two commenced in an instant. The forgotten love song technique from the Heartless Valley truly deserved its reputation as one of the top techniques. The Heartless Fairy's movements were ethereal, her strikes seemingly mundane yet imbued with an overwhelming force.
Each move unfolded into hundreds of variations, each imbued with an aura of icy aloofness.
Her graceful form entranced all who beheld her. Many watched in astonishment, realizing that the Heartless Fairy's prowess far surpassed their own.
She was in an entirely different league.
In a mere blink, a chilling aura enveloped the arena, as if to freeze the expanse.
The cold air weaving into strands that ensnared Lu Dongyue. Each tendril of frost held a deadly intent. Should the Heartless Fairy face other disciples in practice? She would not unleash such ferocity, however, knowing Lu Dongyue claimed to be the first among the detached and had vanquished numerous formidable opponents. She understood the necessity of exerting her full strength, for otherwise, she would have no chance. Despite the martial arts of the Heartless Valley, Lu Dongyue maintained his undefeated stance, simultaneously appreciating the subtlety of their techniques. Through their recent encounters, Lu Dongyue had gained profound insights into the martial arts of the world. Meanwhile,
his golden light spell flowed more smoothly than ever before. Chapter 51, 1,000 miles of snow. As the golden light incantation was invoked, a brilliant radiance enveloped the surroundings. The flow of true energy circulating with such force that it repelled all attacks from the Heartless Fairy. The golden light emanating from his palms resembled crashing waves, each strike channeling an astonishing aura. Among the adversaries encountered by Lu Dongyue, the Heartless Fairy was undoubtedly the strongest. He could sense her true prowess. Yet it was unfortunate that she faced him, a formidable opponent. At this moment, the martial arts of the Heartless Valley appeared transparent to him. He realized that he could easily defeat the Heartless Fairy within 3 moves, should he desire to do so.
However, it was evident that Li Hanzhou would never permit such an outcome. Moreover,
the fervent fans of the Heartless Fairy below the stage were embroiled in a fierce competition for the top spot. Yet, beyond these young elites,
many elders in the audience wore anxious expressions, their eyes ablaze with concern as they watched the stage. Wasn't Lu Dongyue injured? How could he appear so formidable? Did their bets on the Heartless Valley's victory go to waste? 1,000 miles of snow.
With no progress made, the Heartless Fairy summoned a surge of true energy. And as she began her move, the entire arena became suffused with an icy chill, as if time itself were frozen.
Countless snowflakes fell from the sky,
each one freezing the ground beneath. The heartless fairy formed hand seals, and as the wind and snow swirled around her, they enveloped Lu Dongyue entirely. Senior sister. The three disciples from the Heartless Valley gasped in astonishment. This move, 1,000 miles of snow, was one of their valley's secret techniques, attainable only by those who had transcended the ordinary realm. The Heartless Fairy, possessing merely a 9th grade cultivation, executed such a powerful technique, most would have succumbed from the backlash. Yet she appeared only slightly pale. The audience marveled at the Heartless Fairy's strength. However, in the face of such a terrifying technique, Lu Dongyue's golden light incantation withstood it entirely, the golden light bursting forth like a myriad of swords, piercing through every snowflake.
At that moment,
one side was engulfed in ice and snow, while the other basked in radiant sunlight, creating a striking contrast across the arena.
Master, the Heartless Fairy's song of forgetfulness is truly formidable.
I am no match for her, Lu Tianqing lamented as he observed the scene unfolding on the stage. He had considered himself among the elite of the younger generation. A prodigy, yet he was taken aback by the multitude of individuals stronger than himself. Although she had forcibly executed this technique at her 9th grade level, the repercussions were significant.
Yet it still failed to subdue Lu Dongyue. The golden light incantation must be a technique from your Taoist sect, correct? Lu Tianqing queried, somewhat perplexed. Strangely, it feels oddly familiar. Ah, is it not because you imparted the Taishian heart method to Lu Dongyue? The Taishian holy master interjected with a cough. Lu Tianqing recalled the last time he had visited Changsheng Temple seeking vengeance, only to be thoroughly defeated by Lu Dongyue. He had inadvertently shared his sect's highest technique. Reflecting on this, he felt a wave of despondency wash over him. Am I truly a failure? Just then, the Heartless Fairy's voice resonated like thunder throughout the square. I concede. The disciples below, who had been clamoring to buy flower baskets for the Heartless Fairy, fell silent as Tang Wanling, a disciple of the Tang sect, secured the top spot for 60,000 taels of silver. As the Heartless Fairy acknowledged her defeat, the expressions of most spectators darkened significantly. They had wagered on the Heartless Valley's triumph, only to witness an unexpected loss. Who was the fool who claimed Lu Dongyue was gravely injured, requiring the divine healer Sun Yaoguang to attend to him? Look at him now, so vibrant. Does he appear in need of healing? Is it over already?
Li Hanzhou mused, surprised by the early conclusion. Had the battle continued, he felt certain that someone would have eventually offered a high bid of 100,000 taels. I have exhausted my true energy and thus concede, the Heartless Fairy stated succinctly, clearly struggling to maintain her stance. Her gaze settled on Lu Dongyue as she continued.
You are indeed formidable.
I had been too arrogant, believing myself to be a peerless talent.
Today, you have shown me that there are heights beyond my own.
Though I may not surpass you now, I will surely strive to do so in the future. You are already remarkable, Lu Dongyue replied with an awkward smile. In a true battle, he suspected he would not last beyond 3 moves against the Heartless Fairy.
Though I may not surpass you,
I shall contend for destiny in this world, she declared, her sharp gaze fixed upon him. I hope we may cross swords again on this path of fate.
Perhaps. Lu Dongyue mused inwardly, but contend for destiny? Am I to fight for destiny with my mere existence?
As the Heartless Fairy descended from the stage,
Tang Wanling hastily approached her, bowing respectfully. Greetings, Fairy. I am Tang Wanling of the Tang sect. It is an honor to meet you today.
This is for you, she said, presenting a book, signing her name, and then turning to leave without a backward glance.
Wow! Tang Wanling gazed in awe at the martial arts manual in his hands. The other onlookers expressed envy as they leaned in to see. Blue flower palm technique, they exclaimed, unable to suppress their laughter. This was a beginner's technique from the Heartless Valley, known even to its lowest-ranking disciples. 60,000 taels for this? Ha!
You can buy this for merely 20 taels.
Someone mocked.
The Tang sect truly has wealth, another scoffed.
Ridiculous, what do you know? Tang Wanling retorted defiantly.
This bears the Heartless Fairy's personal signature.
You should be envious.
He continued, you fail to grasp the significance of what she implied.
Why did she give me the blue flower palm technique?
Blue flowers, love words,
he exclaimed dreamily.
The Heartless Fairy intends to convey her affections through this technique.
She is interested in me. Once I return to the Tang sect, I shall have the elders propose to her. You will all be envious then. Li Hanzhou, overhearing this, was struck with astonishment. So, it seemed that even in this world, infatuation thrived. Chapter 52, The Absence of Challengers as the sun dipped below the horizon. It marked an extraordinarily frenzied day for Baiyun City. The ruthless Qingshan Valley faced defeat, leaving many in financial ruin, while others reveled in newfound wealth unquestionably. Certain individuals thrived in this chaos. Clutching a substantial amount of silver notes, Li Hanzhou felt a flicker of security. Through the sale of high-priced tickets via Yi Yun and the residents of Baihua Pavilion, coupled with the generous rewards from flower baskets, Li Hanzhou amassed nearly 1,000,000 taels. Within the gambling den, he wagered 1,000,000 taels and quintupled his return. At this juncture, Li Hanzhou's treasury boasted 6 to 7 million taels, an amount substantial enough to be considered a fortune by many sects and families. For instance, Changsheng Temple had never engaged in such affluent ventures before, having previously endured days of near starvation, where even a meal of meat was deemed extravagant. Now, they felt as if they had risen from the ashes, singing songs of newfound prosperity. Meanwhile, Yi Yun, following Li Hanzhou's lead, transformed his 100,000 taels into 500,000. This windfall left Yi Yun, the son of the city lord, grinning from ear to ear. Although he was never short of funds, who would ever refuse more wealth? Moreover, with the recent construction demands in Baiyun City, particularly after Yi Qinglei's assault by the Dream Demon, which prompted Yi Qinglei to recruit several skilled martial artists to secure the city, the need for funds was pressing. Yi Yun believed that his earnings could significantly benefit his family. The Heartless Fairy initially intended to return to Qingshan Valley, but Li Hanzhou's calculations consumed some time. After distributing the dividends to her, twilight approached. Additionally, after deploying her formidable technique, Endless Snowfall, her vital energy was nearly depleted, resulting in a backlash. Concerned for her safety on the journey back, Li Hanzhou insisted that the Heartless Fairy remain in Changsheng Temple for the time being, composing a letter to Qingshan Valley, hoping they would send someone to escort her back. After all, with only a few young women from Qingshan Valley present, it would be perilous for such a beautiful maiden, now weakened, to encounter any unscrupulous individuals. After a moment of contemplation, the Heartless Fairy acquiesced and settled into Changsheng Temple. With ample rooms available, Shi Ming was tasked with preparing several for the disciples of Qingshan Valley. Shi Ming, diligent and meticulous, ensured every corner was spotless. Once the rooms were ready, though simply furnished, they were impeccably clean. Upon seeing the Heartless Fairy standing in the courtyard, Shi Ming approached, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you," the Heartless Fairy replied before entering the room. Observing its pristine condition, she produced a silver ingot and offered it to Shi Ming, saying, "Keep this for some food." Shi Ming, upon seeing the substantial ingot, shook his head and replied, "I merely followed my master's instructions to tidy the room. I cannot accept your money. Please rest, and I shall bring you dinner shortly." With that, he departed without a backward glance. The Heartless Fairy was taken aback by Shi Ming's refusal. She discerned his low cultivation and lack of wealth. Such a silver ingot could sustain a family of 3 for a month. To see this young man entirely unmoved by the prospect of wealth was unexpected. Entering the room, she sat cross-legged, channeling her vital energy to recuperate from her injuries. Time passed, and a knock echoed at the door. "Come in." The door opened, and Shi Ming re-entered, carrying several dishes and rice. He placed the meal on the table, stating, "A simple fare, please enjoy, Fairy." "Did you prepare this?" the Heartless Fairy inquired, captivated by the appetizing aroma and presentation, which rivaled that of the finest taverns. "Yes." Shi Ming nodded. "Your culinary skills are remarkable," she remarked. While the Heartless Fairy typically exuded an air of aloofness, it was only directed towards those with ulterior motives. In Shi Ming's eyes, she saw no trace of avarice, only an untainted clarity, prompting her to wish to converse with him further. "I learned recently from my master. His dishes are exquisite. If you enjoy them, please partake generously. I shall take my leave now." Nodding, Shi Ming exited. In the ensuing days, the competitions continued unabated. Lu Dongyue triumphed over several sects, and Changsheng Temple acquired numerous treasures. The 3 heroes of Tangmen arrived to challenge, but due to one member's absence, they could not compete.
Ultimately, Lu Dongyue refused to fight, leaving the Tangmen members frustrated. They hastily recruited someone to fill the gap and subsequently faced a thorough thrashing at Lu Dongyue's hands. Following this, Fang Beixian, a direct disciple of Luo Jini from Shinfeng Mountain, challenged Lu Dongyue.
Fang Beixian's swordsmanship was exceptional, a true prodigy in the making. Yet, he ultimately fell short against Lu Dongyue. No one anticipated Lu Dongyue's remarkable streak of victories. Their membership cards, too, were rendered useless. However, following Fang Beixian's defeat, only a handful of previously registered sects remained to contest. After the disciples of the Shangqing sect were vanquished, no further sects dared to register. Not even the allure of the autumn burial blade could entice challengers. It was hardly a jest, with the defeats of Qingshan Valley, Shinfeng Mountain, and Shangqing sect. No other sects had the arrogance to believe themselves superior to Fang Beixian or Song Yitao, both standing as pinnacles among the youth beneath the transcendent realm. Lu Dongyue's prowess was indeed extraordinary.
"Master, there are no more challengers," Yun Xianzhuan lamented to Li Hanzhou one day, returning dejectedly. "I spent the entire day at the booth,
and not a single person came to register. It seems these sects no longer dare to challenge my second brother."
Li Hanzhou, however, was unfazed, having anticipated this outcome. "Your second brother is now the foremost among those beneath the transcendent realm.
Who would willingly seek a beating from him? Besides, they must surrender their sect's treasures in defeat." He chuckled. "That makes sense," Yun Xianzhuan nodded in agreement. Li Hanzhou set aside the talisman paper and looked up at Yun Xianzhuan with surprise. "You've reached the 6th rank?" "Yes," Yun Xianzhuan beamed. "I had some free time today and made a breakthrough. People make others feel inferior." Li Hanzhou thought, feeling somewhat disheartened. Despite his diligent efforts in cultivation, he had only experienced minor progress, with his second layer of qi refinement feeling somewhat more pliable. Inching towards the 3rd layer. When he would achieve a breakthrough remained uncertain. "Master, the Heartless Fairy is departing," Shiming rushed in, breathless. Seeing Shiming's anxious demeanor, Li Hanzhou inquired, "They are leaving, why are you so agitated?" Chapter 53, The Letter from the Senior Brother. What? Shiming was taken aback upon hearing this. Then quickly replied, "Master Uncle, I am not nervous, I merely wanted to inform you." Li Hanzhou cast a surprised glance at Shiming, who was blushing furiously at that moment. "Let us go and have a look," he suggested, and together they made their way to find the Heartless Fairy. After a period of recovery, the Heartless Fairy's injuries had mostly healed. She now stood at the entrance with several junior sisters, awaiting Li Hanzhou's arrival. As Li Hanzhou approached, the Heartless Fairy respectfully addressed him, "Seniorly, I apologize for the disturbances at Changqing View these past few days. My injuries have nearly healed, and the elders of the sect have arrived in Baiyun City. We shall take our leave now." "You are too kind," Li Hanzhou smiled. "I have been quite busy lately and have not hosted you well. I hope you do not take offense." "Not at all, Senior Li has taken excellent care of us," the Heartless Fairy replied, casting a glance at Shiming. "The meals prepared by Junior Brother Shi were delightful. Should there be an opportunity in the future, I hope to enjoy his cooking again." Upon hearing this, Shiming's face reddened even more. "If the fairy wishes to come, you are welcome at any time," he murmured shyly. "Then we shall take our leave." The Heartless Fairy and her companions departed from Changqing View. Li Hanzhou watched the retreating figures of the Heartless Fairy and then turned to Shiming, letting out a soft sigh. "Ah, little Shiming. Do you harbor feelings for Song Yitao?" "Yes," Shiming nodded firmly, not denying it. "What is it that you like about her?" Li Hanzhou inquired with curiosity. "She is beautiful," Shiming answered without hesitation. Li Hanzhou chuckled at his response, realizing that despite Shiming's usual earnest demeanor, he was not lacking in awareness. "Do you wish to pursue her?" Li Hanzhou could not help but ask again. "I do," Shiming affirmed. "That may prove to be quite challenging," Li Hanzhou remarked, patting Shiming on the shoulder. "Winning her over will likely be more difficult than any other endeavor you have faced in your life. And you must surpass all who seek her affection." "I will strive for it," Shiming declared, displaying his determination. Li Hanzhou merely regarded him as a stubborn lad and turned to head back. Just then, a figure in purple robes rushed up from the foot of the mountain, shouting, "A letter from Lu Dongyue."
Just hand it over, Li Hanzhou replied, taking the letter intended for Lu Dongyue. Initially, he assumed it might be a challenge. But upon seeing the name Zhou Qianlin inscribed on the envelope, he realized it was a letter from the senior brother.
Shi Ming, noticing the name, was equally taken aback.
Having almost forgotten about their senior brother amidst the flurry of recent events.
It seems he has been away for quite some time, slaying demons.
Li Hanzhou commented as he turned to find Lu Dongyue, delivering the letter to him.
Is this a letter from the senior brother? Lu Dongyue inquired, opening it with a change in expression. What does the senior brother say? Shi Ming could not contain his curiosity. Master Uncle.
The senior brother has discovered the whereabouts of our master, Lu Dongyue relayed to Li Hanzhou.
However, he is currently trapped in Wanshui Prefecture and cannot return.
He hopes I can assist him, and he also mentioned he has found a lost treasure of our Changsheng view. What lost treasure does our sect possess?
Li Hanzhou's eyes sparkled at the mention of treasure.
I do not know. It is said that our Changsheng view was once prosperous and powerful. So it is not surprising to have a treasure.
But Master Uncle, isn't finding our master's whereabouts the priority now? Lu Dongyue replied, somewhat exasperated. Oh, right. Li Hanzhou suddenly recalled his own junior brother.
However, despite his divination skills, he had been unable to locate any information about his senior brother.
How could Zhou Qianlin claim to have found clues? What kind of treasure is it, and where is Wanshui Prefecture? Li Hanzhou asked with growing intrigue. Master Uncle.
Wanshui Prefecture is located in the Great Zhou Kingdom. At this moment, Yun Qianzi has also entered, adding, it is rather strange.
Why would the senior brother travel so far to slay demons in the Great Zhou Kingdom? The Great Zhou Kingdom? Li Hanzhou mused, isn't the Tianxian Academy situated there? Yes, Yun Qianzi has affirmed. Tianxian Academy is the most prestigious institution in the Great Zhou Kingdom. It is said that countless experts reside within.
And many martial artists who have emerged from there are exceptionally skilled, including top-tier cultivators who have reached the immortal realm, such as Luo Jini from Divine Peak Mountain. Then it is a perfect opportunity for a visit, Li Hanzhou decided. I shall fetch your senior brother and search for our master's whereabouts.
Qianzi and Dongyue.
You two will stay behind to guard the place while I take Shi Ming to the Great Zhou Kingdom.
Take the third brother with you? Yun Qianzi immediately expressed concern. Master Uncle, I wish to accompany you.
Calm down, we are not going for leisure. The reason for taking your third brother is that there are important matters to attend to at Tianxian Academy.
I shall return swiftly, Li Hanzhou reassured Yun Qianzi. Then fine. Albeit reluctantly, Yun Qianzi complied.
Li Hanzhou, though worried about leaving the two youngsters in charge, saw no alternative. He spent the day crafting numerous talismans and entrusted them to Lu Dongyue and Yun Qianzi.
Use the Thunderbolt talismans against any troublemakers who come to the sect. Additionally,
Li Hanzhou set up formations within Changsheng View, intertwining the talismans into two formidable arrays, the Heavenly Gang Thunderbolt Array and the Eight Gates Golden Lock Array. He even established a small teleportation array within the sect. Though his knowledge of teleportation was limited, he could only create a short-range array capable of transporting a few miles.
Albeit with an element of randomness.
Furthermore, he buried 369 Yang Divine Fire Talismans within Changsheng View.
Once activated, these talismans would incinerate the entire Changsheng View to ashes.
Even if experts like Zhao Qianxiu were to come, they would not escape alive. One might mistakenly believe that Li Hanzhou had buried some treasure within Changsheng View.
Despite Li Hanzhou's formidable spirit,
the arduous task of crafting so many talismans had left him utterly exhausted. Yet, he felt it was still insufficient. He devoted another afternoon to forging new spiritual treasures for Lu Dongyue.
Binding immortal rope. He announced, should any enemies approach, this can be used to ensnare them. Typically,
the binding immortal rope is golden, but the one Li Hanzhou forged was black. He paid little mind to its appearance, functionality was what mattered.
Seeing Li Hanzhou craft yet another spiritual treasure, Lu Dongyue's hands trembled as he took it. Is this black thing really the binding immortal rope?
I hope it's not another flawed artifact, he muttered, harboring psychological scars from Li Hanzhou's previous peculiar creations. Particularly the soul-capturing bell that had caused quite the debacle.
Chapter 54, Are You Really Going? Taichang Mountain.
This mountain, with its treacherous terrain,
serves as the essential passage to Lingyan City. As the border of the Divine K country, one must traverse from Lingyan City, following the Hanzhou River,
to reach the territories of the Great Zhou Kingdom. Li Hanzhou, embarking on his first journey, had meticulously prepared for several days, ensuring that every item he needed was packed. Finally, he set off towards Lingyan City, accompanied by Ming, in a horse-drawn carriage. At this moment, rain fell heavily beneath Taichang Mountain, shrouding the sky in darkness. The carriage moved slowly along the mountain path. This was already their fourth day of travel. Inside, Li Hanzhou sipped tea while reading, while Ming drove from the front. According to Li Hanzhou, at such a young age, Ming should experience more, listen more, and endure hardships, for it would benefit his future. Since Li Hanzhou had been enhancing the longevity of their sect, Ming naturally believed every word he said and drove with utmost seriousness.
Li Hanzhou, on the other hand,
either read or practiced his cultivation in the carriage.
Master, the rain seems to have lightened. Should we find a cave up ahead to rest and have something to eat?
Ming called from outside. That sounds good, Li Hanzhou replied, feeling a bit hungry himself. Fortunately, he had packed ample food in his storage bag,
ensuring they would not suffer from hunger on their journey. Who would prefer to nibble on dry rations when they could travel comfortably? Just at that moment,
two figures suddenly dashed out from the trees ahead, one male and one female. The man bore wounds, while the woman, to their astonishment, was heavily pregnant. They appeared quite disheveled,
as if fleeing for their lives.
Suddenly, a flash of blade light sliced through the rain, aimed directly at the man. He swiftly dodged, allowing the blade to narrowly miss him, only to shatter a large rock in the distance. However, the woman stumbled and fell to the ground.
Xiao Yun!
The man exclaimed in shock. The woman grimaced in pain but urged, "Brother, don't worry about me. Hold them off here, you must escape. One of us must survive."
No!
The man gritted his teeth, forcing himself to stand.
If I abandon you and the child, am I not worse than a beast? But this concerns our nation's fate.
Xiao Yun shouted, "Brother, don't hesitate, hurry and go." Hearing her words, the man's expression wavered. The woman struggled to rise, her gaze resolute as she fixed it on the approaching figures. One wielded a long knife, while the other brandished chains, their murderous intent unmistakably directed at the two. Taking a deep breath, she circulated her internal energy, her movements resembling that of a celestial crane, exuding an aura of natural grace. Her strength was formidable, having reached the transcendence realm, and her every gesture bore profound meaning.
Yet, given her condition, her aura was alarmingly unstable. Xiao Yun!
The man's eyes filled with bloodshot desperation, and he appeared to make a grim decision.
A disciple of the Celestial Crane sect? Inside the carriage, Li Hanzhou did not turn his gaze outward, yet his spirit sensed the unfolding events. Having read extensively, he had gained considerable knowledge of the Tianqian realm and recognized the woman as technique as belonging to the Celestial Crane sect. However, he pondered the circumstances surrounding their perilous situation. "Master, the murderous aura from those two is overwhelming," Ming remarked, feeling the oppressive hostility from afar. "If my suspicions are correct, they are likely assassins from the blood sacrifice pavilion," Li Hanzhou replied with resignation. "It seems we often encounter members of the blood sacrifice pavilion. Should we not help them? That woman is pregnant."
Ming expressed his urgency. "Indeed, it is commendable for a young man to possess such chivalry. Go and assist them."
Li Hanzhou smiled. "All right."
Without a moment's hesitation, Ming leaped from the carriage, employing his lightness skill to reach the woman's side.
"Stop!" he shouted. "Two people bullying a pregnant woman, how shameless!"
The sudden appearance of Ming stunned everyone present. Their astonishment was not due to a lack of awareness of his presence. They had noted the carriage as soon as they arrived, but dismissed it, assuming the driver was merely a third-grade martial artist and the passengers even weaker.
Their shock stemmed from the audacity of a mere third-grade warrior attempting to intervene in their affairs. Heavens, is he serious? Li Hanzhou initially jested,
realizing that the two assassins were of the transcendence realm, while Ming was but a trifling third-grade fighter, akin to a dung beetle challenging a swan.
Seeking death, indeed.
The assassin with the long knife scoffed, viewing Ming as nothing more than an insect, unworthy of his attention.
"Kill him!"
The other, wielding chains, coldly commanded. "Wait." The woman interjected, frowning. "Killing a child is no feat, he has no part in this. If you wish to fight, take me instead." She stepped protectively in front of Shi Ming. Grateful for his assistance, she knew full well that his third-grade prowess would be no match for them. "None of you will escape," the chain-wielding assassin stated matter-of-factly. "Typically, we from the Blood Sacrifice Pavilion do not target those who cannot pay, but since you obstruct our path, you may die without a second thought. Let us all perish together." The long knife assassin raised his weapon, slicing downward. The blade shimmered with rippling waves, as if imbued with the essence of water, suggesting a multitude of overlapping currents. The woman, channeling her internal energy to its utmost, prepared to meet the strike head-on. "Brother! Go now!" she shouted back at the man. At that moment, a calm yet thunderous voice resonated throughout the valley. How impressive to threaten lives at the slightest disagreement. As the words fell, the raindrops momentarily froze in midair. In an instant, countless droplets converged, forming the shape of a sword, which, accompanied by a sound akin to the breaking of air, shot forth. Upon colliding with the blade, a resounding crash echoed, shattering the knife light. The water-congealed sword pierced straight through the chest of the knife-wielding assassin. With a sickening crunch, the gathered rain turned lethal, fracturing his sternum. Chapter 55, Tangmen Tang Wanchu. The knife-wielding assassin stood there, his face a mask of disbelief. He gazed down at his chest, now drenched in crimson, as his consciousness faded into oblivion. In the next moment, he succumbed to death. This shocking spectacle left the onlookers in utter astonishment. This assassin was a silver-tier killer from the Blood Sacrifice Pavilion, a formidable expert at the profound realm. How could such a powerful figure be vanquished in a single strike? Another assassin, armed with chains, paled visibly. He glanced in the direction of Li Hanzhou's carriage and clasped his fists, addressing him, "Senior. This matter pertains to the Blood Sacrifice Pavilion and the couple before us. I implore you not to intervene, lest you attract unnecessary trouble. You have 3 breaths to depart." Li Hanzhou's voice resonated ominously. "Otherwise, you shall meet the same fate. Have you made up your mind, Senior?" The chain-wielding assassin inquired warily. 3. Li Hanzhou's single utterance sent a chill down the assassin's spine. This was not the honorable conduct of a martial artist. He had been granted a full 3 breaths. Yet the moment Li Hanzhou spoke, he had counted down to 3. As he turned to flee, an icy dread enveloped him, seizing his very bones in freezing terror. His legs became immobile. With a desperate swing of his chain, he severed his right leg and leaped into the abyss below, plunging into the raging river. Such ruthlessness! Li Hanzhou mused, somewhat surprised. "Thank you for saving our lives, Senior." The couple approached the carriage, bowing respectfully to Li Hanzhou. "It's chilly outside. And your wife is with child. Please, come inside the carriage," he urged, unwilling to let a pregnant woman endure the rain. "Thank you, Senior." They expressed their gratitude and climbed aboard. However, upon entering, they were further astonished. They had expected a powerful figure like Li Hanzhou to be a venerable elder. Yet he appeared to be merely in his 30s. They found it hard to believe such a young master could exist in Dongyan Prefecture. With just a wave of his hand, he had dispatched one assassin and injured another, indicating that his cultivation must be at least at the celestial realm. Yet, they had no recollection of such a figure. "Thank you for saving our lives," the man said, clasping his fists. "I am Tang Wanchu from the Tangmen. And this is my wife, Lang Xiaoyun." "Tangmen?" Li Hanzhou expressed surprise, gesturing for them to take a seat. "I am not a senior, I am merely a fortune-teller." He pointed to the plain-looking Ping Jin fan beside him. "A fortune-teller?" They exchanged incredulous glances, having expected him to be a prominent figure from a sect, only to discover he was a mere fortune-teller. "Sir, I have a rather pressing request and hope you can accommodate it," Tang Wanchu said earnestly. "Speak," Li Hanzhou replied, already anticipating the nature of the request. "Today, you saved our lives. I shall not conceal the truth from you. Though I am a member of the Tangmen, I am also affiliated with the court. Years ago, I was ordered by the 9th Prince to infiltrate the Great Zhou Kingdom. Recently, I uncovered vital intelligence. But we were discovered by the Great Zhou forces. We managed to escape, only to find that they had hired the blood sacrifice pavilion to hunt us down. I wonder if you could escort us a part of the way. This intelligence is crucial for the divine threshold.
Tang Wanshu knelt before Li Hanzhou, his wife following suit.
Rise, Li Hanzhou said, unable to bear the sight of a pregnant woman kneeling before him. He raised his hand, and a wave of energy lifted them to their feet.
You are affiliated with the ninth prince? Li Hanzhou inquired. Indeed, they nodded. Ninth Prince Yu Qingyan?
I had the pleasure of meeting him once.
How fortuitous. Not long ago.
I saved him from the blood sacrifice pavilion's pursuers, and now I find myself rescuing both of you from the same fate.
Fate can be quite intriguing, Li Hanzhou mused. You saved His Highness? They were taken aback. Just a minor affair, Li Hanzhou nodded. I can escort you for a while. But I have my own matters to attend to. I must travel to Lingyan City en route to the Great Zhou. I can only accompany you for this segment of your journey. Very well. Once we reach Tiansha Pass, our Tang men will have experts waiting to escort us back. Tang Wanshu replied eagerly. Shiming, let us be off, Li Hanzhou commanded. Understood, Shiming replied, guiding the carriage onward.
Sir, I have no means to repay your kindness. But I offer you the toxicology manual from the Tangmen. Please accept it for your study, Tang Wanshu said, producing a book from his storage bag and presenting it to Li Hanzhou.
Is this not a treasure of your Tangmen? Are you certain? Li Hanzhou inquired, curiosity piqued. Rest assured, it is of no concern. Tang Wanshu reassured him with a shake of his head. Then I am grateful. Li Hanzhou examined the manual, pondering the implications of the 1,000 Lives Ghost Lotus still in his possession. He had been contemplating whether to return it to the Tangmen, as it was indeed their prized artifact. However, he worried about how to explain its return, fearing they might think him a thief. After returning the Qinglong 100 Flames to Sun Yaoxian, he imagined the scolding he might receive upon his return. The matter of the 1,000 Lives Ghost Lotus could wait for another day. Li Hanzhou was quite intrigued by the Tongmen's concealed weapons. Throughout the journey, he engaged in extensive discussions with Tang Wanshu, learning much about their secretive techniques. As evening fell, hunger set in among the group. The rain had ceased, and they disembarked to find a suitable spot. Li Hanzhou produced ingredients for Shiming to prepare a meal. Shiming had become quite adept at cooking, having been trained personally by Li Hanzhou. Initially, Tang Wanshu and his wife continued their conversation with Li Hanzhou, but soon they were enveloped in a rich aroma wafting through the air. Having been on the run and scarcely eating, particularly Lang Xiaoyun, who was pregnant and more susceptible to hunger, the enticing scent proved irresistible. What is that delightful aroma? They exclaimed, following the scent to discover Shiming grilling skewers of lamb. Li Hanzhou had prepared the lamb skewers before setting out, seasoning them with cumin, chili powder, and other spices. The delectable fragrance was utterly captivating. The juicy lamb, charred on the outside yet tender within, combined with the spices, created a mouth-watering allure that was simply irresistible. Even a sword immortal would be unable to resist. Chapter 56, Master Uncle teaches you a set of boxing techniques. The lamb skewers are ready, do come and taste them. At this moment, Shiming approached with a handful of skewers, placing them before Tang Wanshu and her husband, saying, I may not grill as well as Master Uncle, but do give it a try. However, both of them were too captivated by the skewers to heed Shiming's words. Their stomachs were already grumbling, yet at that moment, they felt hesitant to eat without an invitation from Li Hanzhou. Go ahead and try, Li Hanzhou observed their reluctance and took the initiative to pick up a skewer. Savoring a bite. Then we shall not hold back. The couple eagerly grabbed their own skewers. The scent of the lamb, infused with the aroma of fruitwood, wafted into their nostrils, prompting Tang Wanshu to take a hearty bite. The meat was scalding hot, rich in flavor and tenderness, with a crispy exterior that locked in the juices. The seasoning of cumin and a hint of spiciness elevated the lamb's exquisite taste to perfection. The meat was a harmonious blend of fat and lean, neither overly dry nor greasy, striking the perfect balance. The experience of chewing was an indescribable joy. It's absolutely delicious. Tang Wanshu felt tears welling up. She had never tasted such exquisite lamb skewers in her life. Indeed, it's too good.
Even Lang Xiaoyun, unable to maintain her ladylike demeanor, indulged in large bites. The warm lamb enveloped her in a comforting embrace, and she felt utterly at ease. The impeccable grilling brought out the lamb's freshness to its fullest potential. If only there were some beer to accompany it, Li Hanzhou mused, reminiscing about Earth's icy brews. A glass of draft beer, a bite of lamb skewer, this was the epitome of earthly delights. It seemed he would have to experiment to recreate that experience.
Sir, I have some wine.
At that moment, Tang Wanshu pulled out 2 jars of liquor from her storage bag.
Excellent.
Li Hanzhou's eyes lit up, while beer was preferable. White liquor would suffice. The two began to drink heartily. Lang Xiaoyun clearly wished to join, but being with child, she refrained, merely accompanying them.
Tang Wanshu and Li Hanzhou,
buoyed by the drink, continued to pour jar after jar,
while Shiming tirelessly grilled skewers, reveling in his task.
Eventually, Lang Xiaoyun could no longer bear to watch and joined Shiming at the grill. Li Hanzhou and Tang Wanshu engaged in lively conversation,
with her sharing numerous anecdotes about the great Zhou kingdom, much to Li Hanzhou's delight.
As their spirits lifted, she even divulged some gossip from the Tang clan,
leaving Li Hanzhou thoroughly entertained.
Their laughter echoed through the valley, creating an atmosphere reminiscent of a camping trip.
Li Hanzhou, having consumed a fair amount,
began to feel a tad lightheaded. Although the local liquor was not particularly strong, the quantity consumed was enough to have an effect.
Neither he nor Tang Wanshu utilized their internal energy to resist, resulting in a pleasant haze.
Little Shiming, stop bustling about.
You must be exhausted after a day of work.
Li Hanzhou beckoned to Shiming, come over here.
Master Uncle.
Shiming ran over, noticing Li Hanzhou's slightly dazed expression.
Let me escort you to rest.
I'm fine, Li Hanzhou waved Shiming's hand away, squinting at him and saying, Shiming, Master Uncle has made your second brother the foremost among the transcendent below, a paragon of the younger generation, and your junior sister a genius, defying fate.
Yet, I have yet to assist you. Do you harbor any resentment towards me? None at all. Aren't you taking me to Tianxian Academy to seek the fountain of youth?
Shiming quickly replied.
Sir, you have had too much to drink. Lang Xiaoyun observed Li Hanzhou's condition and approached with concern. It's not much.
Li Hanzhou swayed slightly as he stood and continued, Shiming, Master Uncle shall teach you a martial art, pay close attention.
Though your aptitude is lacking,
you should be able to grasp this set of boxing techniques. With that, Li Hanzhou moved to a nearby clearing. All right, Master Uncle, I shall study earnestly. Shiming focused intently. Then we shall step aside, Tang Wanshu suggested, wanting to give them space for the impartation of techniques, as it would be inappropriate for them to observe. No matter, it's not an advanced technique, you may watch without concern, Li Hanzhou waved dismissively. Since Li Hanzhou had permitted them, the couple settled back down, curiosity piqued as they turned to observe him. Little Shiming, watch closely, Li Hanzhou, slightly tipsy, slowly raised his hand, initiating the first stance. He then began to execute the set of boxing techniques at a leisurely pace. Shiming watched intently as the movements unfolded. The boxing technique was indeed slow, exceedingly slow. Tang Wanshu and Lang Xiaoyun initially assumed Li Hanzhou was merely toying with Shiming, but as a few moves passed,
their initial indifference transformed into astonishment.
The technique remained slow, yet as Li Hanzhou's motions grew increasingly fluid, they began to perceive an enigmatic essence within the boxing form. This was wild horse splitting mane, white crane spreading wings, grasping the sparrow's tail, and Tai Chi cloud hands. Even Li Hanzhou himself was unaware that his display of Tai Chi was subtly conjuring the forces of nature,
each movement resonating with the essence of the universe.
The variations were limitless, as if sealed and enclosed. Closing. With the final command, Li Hanzhou completed his last move. As the boxing technique concluded, the forest fell into a brief silence, only to be broken moments later by the sounds of insects.
Tang Wanshu and her husband were left in a state of astonishment. What profound boxing techniques!
They considered themselves gifted in martial arts,
having reached a transcendent realm at a young age. Tang Wanshu had been a prodigious disciple in the Tang clan, yet after witnessing Li Hanzhou's performance, she realized she could only comprehend a mere fraction of it.
The depth of this technique was staggering, a veritable treasure among martial arts, capable of ranking among the top 3 in the Tianxian realm. Sir's abilities are truly unfathomable, Tang Wanshu remarked, her intoxication dissipating. Chapter 57. The High Priest of Yunhuang. This set of martial arts truly left them utterly astonished.
Xiao Shiming, did you comprehend it? Li Hanzhou inquired, directing his gaze toward Shiming.
I didn't understand it, Shiming replied candidly. That is all right, take your time to grasp it, Li Hanzhou said as he approached, patting Shiming on the shoulder.
I'm feeling weary, I shall retire for now. Master Uncle, what is the name of this martial art? Shiming hastily asked. Tai Chi. Li Hanzhou uttered those two words before entering the carriage and promptly falling into a deep slumber.
Shiming quickly ascended the carriage, covering Li Hanzhou with a blanket, then exited and apologized to Tang Wanshu and Lang Xiaoyun. I apologize.
My master uncle has had a bit too much to drink and is somewhat unruly.
It's quite all right, both replied, shaking their heads. We wouldn't dare take offense. Shiming moved to a nearby open space and began to recall the punches Li Hanzhou had just executed, practicing them according to his memory.
Each move appeared to resemble the original.
Tang Wanshu observed Shiming practicing, but he could discern that Shiming's Tai Chi was no match for Li Hanzhou's.
It seems Shiming's talent is rather lacking, Lang Xiaoyun couldn't help but comment.
I heard we need to go to Tianxian Academy to find the everlasting spring,
Tang Wanshu remarked, rising with a smile.
Since our master showed us the punches without concealing them.
Does that not imply that if the two of us learned this set of moves, he would not be angered?
That should be the case, Lang Xiaoyun pondered. I shall give it a try.
Tang Wanshu took a deep breath and began from the initial stance, slowly executing each move. Lang Xiaoyun watched closely. After Tang Wanshu completed the entire Tai Chi sequence, he noticed Lang Xiaoyun's puzzled expression and couldn't resist asking, "What do you think?"
Your execution is even inferior to Shiming's, Lang Xiaoyun replied, bewildered.
Ha!
Tang Wanshu was taken aback, glancing at Shiming, who was still diligently practicing.
Am I truly worse than him? Could it be that Shiming possesses an innate talent for Tai Chi? The following morning, as Li Hanzhou awakened from the carriage, he realized he had indeed overindulged the previous night. It seemed prudent to utilize spiritual energy to mitigate the effects of alcohol in the future. Last night had simply been a celebration. Upon exiting the carriage, Li Hanzhou immediately spotted Shiming, who had risen early and was practicing his punches on the grass. This lad is quite diligent, Li Hanzhou thought. Among the disciples of Changxing Temple, Shiming was the most hardworking. Aware of his lack of talent, he sought to compensate through perseverance. However, it was a pity that he possessed a natural affinity for stone, resulting in a much slower cultivation speed compared to others. Perhaps his 3 months of hard work could be matched by Yun Qiansa's in the time it took to sip a cup of tea. Suddenly, Li Hanzhou sensed something amiss. Is Shiming practicing Tai Chi? Where did he learn that? Master Uncle, you're awake, Shiming said upon noticing Li Hanzhou's consciousness returning, ceasing his movements. Sir, you are up. At that moment, Lang Xiaoyun and Tang Wanshu had also awoken. Shiming, where did you learn your Tai Chi? Li Hanzhou asked with curiosity. You taught me, Master Uncle, Shiming replied, surprised. What? I taught you? Li Hanzhou was bewildered. When did this happen? Last night, after you had a few drinks. You taught me Tai Chi, Shiming explained. Brother Tang and the others can attest to it. I blacked out? Li Hanzhou felt somewhat embarrassed. At this moment, Tang Wanshu and Lang Xiaoyun exchanged worried glances. Li Hanzhou had inadvertently imparted such an impressive martial art to Shiming. Although Shiming belonged to Li Hanzhou, the two of them had also witnessed and learned the technique. Would Li Hanzhou be angry upon discovering this? Sir, we also saw your martial arts last night. Tang Wanshu cautiously broached the subject. Oh, you saw it, so what? Li Hanzhou yawned, indicating his indifference. Tai Chi, after all, is something everyone practiced back on Earth. The elderly in parks executed it splendidly. There are countless videos online teaching Tai Chi. What does it matter? Seeing that Li Hanzhou showed no intention of pursuing the matter further, they all breathed a sigh of relief. They then boarded the carriage and continued their journey. In Yunhuang, there existed an ancient town.
The surroundings were densely forested and marshy, making conditions exceedingly harsh, yet, the townsfolk diligently toiled. Rows of houses resembled a vast mountain village. At this moment, within the largest building of the ancient town, a figure in black robes sat quietly, encircled by several formidable experts wielding swords aimed at him. Yet, the figure remained composed, exuding an air of tranquility as if the sharp blades posed no threat.
What brings the Grand Master of the Blood Sacrifice Pavilion to this desolate place? A hearty voice suddenly rang out. In the next moment, as if swept by a gust of wind, an elderly man appeared before the robed figure. His gaunt frame resembled a skeleton, instilling a sense of dread. His sunken eyes seemed capable of piercing through the souls of others. Upon sighting the old man, those surrounding him sheathed their weapons and respectfully uttered, "Great priest, leave us." The great priest waved his hand, and only then did the others withdraw. The great priest of Xinglua Kingdom truly lives up to his reputation. The Grand Master glanced at the great priest. "Speak plainly, Grand Master. I presume your visit to this forsaken land is not merely for idle chatter," the great priest stated as he took a seat. "Let us get straight to the point," the Grand Master replied coolly. "It seems your hands in Yunhuang have stretched a bit too far lately." "What do you mean?" The great priest furrowed his brow. Without elaborating, the Grand Master waved his hand, producing a corpse from his storage bag, which fell to the ground. "What does this mean?" the great priest inquired. "Examine his wounds." The Grand Master gestured. The great priest approached, observing the severed ribs and the gaping hole in the chest of the assassin. The great priest's expression shifted. The great celestial technique. Still wish to claim that it has no connection to Yunhuang? The Grand Master continued nonchalantly. "Leaving aside the matter of Zhao Xianxiu, your blood sacrifice pavilion's elite assassin has once again fallen to the great celestial technique. Yunhuang must provide me with an explanation." Dripping rain becomes sword, the great priest replied gravely. "To achieve such skill capable of slaying experts in the transcendence realm, this individual must have mastered the great celestial technique to at least the 7th level. However, within Yunhuang, there are only 4 individuals who comprehend this technique, and I, the oldest among them, barely grasped the 6th level. Do you truly believe this matter has any connection to Yunhuang?" The great priest sighed wearily. Chapter 58, The Lost Grand Celestial Technique. The Grand Celestial Technique is originally the exclusive skill of your Star Luo Kingdom. Now, 2 members of the Blood Sacrifice Pavilion have perished beneath its power. If you claim that this matter bears no relation to your Yunhuang, it is simply implausible. The Grand Master of the Pavilion furrowed his brow. He replied, "Whether it is related to us or not, what of it?" The High Priest chuckled, his skeletal visage grinning in a particularly unsettling manner. "The Blood Sacrifice Pavilion is fundamentally engaged in the business of killing and trafficking. Your assassins should be prepared for the possibility of death upon accepting their tasks. If they die, then they die. You, the Grand Master of the Blood Sacrifice Pavilion, have come to Yunhuang to stir trouble over such a trivial matter." At this point, the smile on the High Priest's face gradually faded. "Do you think you can deceive Yunhuang so easily?" In the face of the High Priest's sudden shift in demeanor, the Grand Master of the Pavilion showed no fear. Instead, he smiled and rose, clasping his fists. "Since this matter is of no concern to you, I shall take my leave." With that, the Grand Master turned to depart. The High Priest silently observed the retreating figure of the Grand Master of the Pavilion. It would not be easy to hold on to such a dangerous individual, and moreover, antagonizing the Blood Sacrifice Pavilion would yield no benefits for Yunhuang. However, the situation was rather amusing. As the Grand Master reached the door, he suddenly halted and remarked blandly, "The most formidable practitioner of the Grand Celestial Technique is not even from your Star Luo Kingdom." Ha ha ha. With that, he laughed heartily and strode away. Though the High Priest's expression remained impassive, he understood well that the Grand Master's words were intended not only to insult him but also to vex Yunhuang. They didn't even take the corpse away. He turned his gaze towards the lifeless body of the assassin, which indeed bore the unmistakable marks of the Grand Celestial Technique. And its might was formidable. Since the passing of the monarch, no one had demonstrated such a powerful Grand Celestial Technique. It was truly strange. Could it be that the technique had spread beyond its original confines?
The high priest pondered this with considerable curiosity. Yet, it should not be so. The Grand Celestial Technique was a closely guarded secret of the Star Luo Kingdom. After the fall of the kingdom, its inhabitants fled to Yunhuang. And the manuscript of the Grand Celestial Technique remained in his possession. Presently, only 4 individuals in Yunhuang comprehended the Grand Celestial Technique, besides himself. There was the former supreme commander of the Star Luo Kingdom, Meng Wei, who had received the technique directly from the emperor, and the second princess, Zhu Jiao. The final person was the last surviving prince of the Star Luo Kingdom, now the young master of Yunhuang, Zhu Xinghe. However, Meng Wei, considering the implications of the royal lineage, had hardly practiced the technique, while Zhu Jiao, with her average talent, had only reached the second stage of the Grand Celestial Technique. Zhu Xinghe had only achieved the third stage, and neither had transcended to the realm of true power. How could they possibly have slain a master of the blood sacrifice pavilion? Regardless, since this incident had occurred, it required addressing. Thus, the high priest summoned the 3 individuals for a meeting. Meng Wei was the first to arrive. Dressed in coarse linen, his legs caked in mud, and his face similarly soiled, he appeared as an unkempt farmer rather than the esteemed commander of the Star Luo Kingdom. A figure once feared on the battlefield by countless generals of the Divine K Kingdom. Seeing Meng Wei in such a state, the high priest could not help but grimace. "Meng Wei, cannot you clean yourself up a bit? I was just in the fields. If I don't plant the seedlings now, it will be too late. I rushed over as soon as I heard you called for a meeting. Speak quickly, I have work to do." Meng Wei replied, exuding urgency. "Preposterous!" the high priest exclaimed, nearly glaring in exasperation. "Meng Wei, do not forget that you are the commander of the Star Luo Kingdom. Our presence in Yunhuang is but a temporary solution. We shall eventually retaliate against the Divine K and reclaim our homeland. Are you so close to forgetting our mission that you now conduct yourself as a mere farmer?" In response, Meng Wei rolled his eyes. "I have not forgotten. I always remember that I am the commander of the Star Luo Kingdom. I remember the Emperor's grace towards me, and I hold it dear. But if I do not farm, what shall you eat? What shall the young master eat? Do you know how troublesome it is for us to procure supplies from Yunhuang?" The high priest was momentarily at a loss for words. Indeed, the food supply in Yunhuang relied heavily on farming. From the commander down to the former officials, even the deputy minister of military affairs was now moonlighting as a blacksmith. Just then, a languid voice interrupted, followed by the entrance of a young man and woman. "Young master." "Princess." The duo greeted politely. Zhu Jiao, donned in a flowing purple gown, exuded an air of tranquility, her striking dark eyes captivating. She respectfully saluted, addressing Meng Wei and the high priest. "Uncle Meng Wei." "High priest." Enough. What has transpired?" "The young master has matters to attend to," Zhu Xinghe, the young master of Yunhuang, remarked nonchalantly. "What matters could you possibly have?" the high priest retorted, exasperated. As the young master, Zhu Xinghe squandered his considerable talent daily, preferring to dabble in trivial pursuits rather than proper cultivation. Whether it was learning blacksmithing from the deputy minister or experimenting with various materials, he refused to dedicate himself to serious training. Were it not for the necessity of preserving the royal bloodline, the high priest would have considered replacing him. "My invention is about to succeed," Zhu Xinghe declared proudly. "With my invention, farming and irrigation will no longer be such a laborious task." The high priest could only think, alas, the hope of restoring our kingdom seems bleak. Suppressing his frustration, the high priest recounted the recent events. "Is there someone who possesses the Grand Celestial Technique? How could that be possible?" Meng Wei exclaimed in astonishment. "High priest, the manuscript of the Grand Celestial Technique is still secure, is it not?" Zhu Jiao inquired, equally shocked. "The manuscript is indeed safe," the high priest affirmed, turning to retrieve a storage pouch from a hidden compartment in the wall. "The Grand Celestial Technique of the Star Luo Kingdom is closely guarded by me. No one can approach it. Thus, the issue cannot lie with the manuscript." As he spoke, the high priest produced a book titled "The Years I Spent Cultivating with My Master and Mistress." Chapter 59, The Decision of Zhu Xinghe. At this moment, the expressions on several faces were nothing short of spectacular.
What on earth is this? The high priest's complexion changed dramatically.
He hastily tossed the book aside and frantically rummaged through his storage bag, only to find it utterly empty. The bag had contained merely the great celestial art. A treasured possession of the Xinglua kingdom, meticulously safeguarded by the high priest himself.
How could it have suddenly transformed into something else? When had it been stolen? The high priest, you actually read such a book? Xu Zhao's face flushed with embarrassment. Ahem. Although the high priest is aged, he is still human, Meng Wei awkwardly remarked. What are you two still discussing? The manual for the great celestial art is lost. The high priest could hardly believe it. When had this manual disappeared? How was he to explain losing the Xinglua kingdom's treasure to the deceased sovereign? Do not panic, high priest.
At that moment, Xu Xinghe stepped forward. Slowly retrieving the book titled The Years I Spent Dual Cultivating with My Master and Mistress from the ground. The loss of the great celestial art was now an undeniable fact. Worrying was futile. Xu Xinghe looked solemnly at the book in his hands, fiddled with it, and frowned. Stating, it was the owner of this book who swapped our technique. The paper is made of Xinguan paper,
which is not commonly used in the Xinglua kingdom but rather in the kingdom of Xinkei. Moreover,
this paper is inexpensive and is unlikely to be utilized in the capital of Xinkei. It is more probable that it originates from a remote area.
As he spoke,
Xu Xinghe opened the book and examined the first page, nodding gravely as he read. The content of the first chapter contains a line that reads, Master and mistress have gone down the mountain, and my little girl is asleep. Why not let us dual cultivate in the master's chamber?
Xu Xinghe remarked, such literature is classified as forbidden in the kingdom of Xinkei, limiting its circulation, for it could easily attract disaster. Moreover,
the term little girl carries regional dialect nuances. With that, Xu Xinghe approached a nearby shelf where a map of the kingdom of Xinkei lay. He gazed intently at the map and casually circled an area, saying, if my deductions are correct, the thief who took our great celestial art resides within this region. The map delineated several towns, prominently featuring Baiyun City. Xu Xinghe's deductions left the three present utterly astonished.
How impressive! Merely by touching the book and glancing at the first page, he could pinpoint the culprit's location?
Observing their astonished expressions, Xu Xinghe smiled nonchalantly. High priest, the loss of the secret art of the Xinglua kingdom is of utmost importance. As a prince of Xinglua and the young master of Yunhuang, it is my duty to recover the great celestial art. I shall see if I can uncover any further clues from this book. After bowing respectfully to the others, he departed. Watching Xu Xinghe's retreating figure, the high priest and Meng Wei were misty-eyed. After so many years, Xu Xinghe's talent has finally emerged. Our young master has truly grown, Meng Wei exclaimed with excitement. The prospect of the Xinglua kingdom's restoration seems promising. The high priest was equally moved, envisioning the moment when Xu Xinghe would lead their Yunhuang people to conquer the capital of Xinkei. Young master! Young master! As Xu Xinghe walked through the ancient town, everyone he encountered bowed respectfully to him. Xu Xinghe nodded in acknowledgement to each. He entered his small courtyard and stepped into his room, where books lay scattered, alongside some wooden pieces, a stove, and various peculiar items. Xu Xinghe slowly closed the door, locked it, and shut the windows. Once assured that no one was around, he hastily retrieved the book The Years I Spent Dual Cultivating with My Master and Mistress from his bosom. Ha ha! I have long heard that this book is thrilling and captivating. It is regrettable that it was not available in the Xinglua kingdom, but now I have finally found it. Xu Xinghe eagerly flipped it open. Wow, how thrilling! Such postures? Indeed, the outside world is fascinating. However, as he read on, Xu Xinghe sensed something amiss. Wait a moment. What the hell, the protagonist is a man. And his master is also male? Silently pulling up his trousers, Xu Xinghe leaned against the bed, feeling somewhat disheartened. But who could be the one who stole our great celestial art? It was at this moment that he began to ponder this question. If the high priest were to discover this, he would likely faint from despair. Yet at that moment, Xu Xinghe made a decision. He resolved to leave Yunhuang. Days later, Li Hanzhou's carriage finally arrived at Tianxiao Pass. Throughout the journey, they encountered virtually no dangers. Upon learning that Tang Wanshu was accompanied by a master well-versed in the great celestial art, the blood sacrifice pavilion was reluctant to act hastily.
Primarily because they themselves had not ascertained Li Hanzhou's background. Reckless action would only ensnare more of their own. Along the way,
Li Hanzhou was curious and asked Tang Wanshu if the blood sacrifice pavilion would seek trouble at Changqing Temple after Zhao Qianxiu's demise at his hands. Although he had laid numerous contingencies at Changqing Temple, he still felt anxious. However, Tang Wanshu reassured him, stating that the blood sacrifice pavilion, being an assassin organization,
would likely not pursue Li Hanzhou for Zhao Qianxiu's death.
The blood sacrifice pavilion does not act without profit.
If there is no financial gain, they would not kill casually, let alone seek revenge for Zhao Qianxiu. No one would pay them to do so.
It is not worth risking their lives for a deceased individual.
This reasoning alleviated Li Hanzhou's concerns considerably.
Upon reaching Tianxia Pass, it was time for the group to part ways.
During their journey, Li Hanzhou had learned much from Tang Wanshu, mastering the Tang sect's poison techniques quite proficiently.
He was pleasantly surprised to find that he had also grasped the essence of Shiming's Tai Chi fist. Ahead lay the ferry. Once they crossed this river,
they would arrive at Lingyan City.
Thank you, sir, for your escort. We shall now take our leave.
We must certainly visit the Tang sect in the future. Tang Wanshu and Lang Xiaoyun clasped their fists in farewell.
Very well, let us part ways here.
Li Hanzhou nodded in agreement. Shiming, it seems I will no longer be able to enjoy your lamb skewers.
At this moment, Lang Xiaoyun felt a twinge of reluctance. She had grown fond of the straightforward Shiming during their time together.
My master once said, "Those who are fated shall meet again in due time." Shiming replied with a smile.
Just then, a bamboo sword soared through the sky, landing in the river, followed by a woman gracefully descending onto the sword, gliding away.
How impressive! Li Hanzhou was astonished. Such a formidable expert resided at Tianxia Pass. Chapter 60, The Past of the Bamboo Sword Immortal. It is she. Both Tang Wanshu and Lang Xiaoyun were taken aback upon seeing this figure. Many bystanders at the riverside dock gasped in astonishment. Most notably, this woman possessed an extraordinary beauty that was difficult to forget after just one glance. Her allure was distinctly different from that of the Heartless Fairy. Hers was more mature and natural, while the Heartless Fairy's beauty was exquisite and commanding. Who is she? Li Hanzhou sensed that the woman possessed formidable strength.
The bamboo sword immortal, Su Nianni, Tang Wanshu explained. She hails from the Heartless Valley and is one of the foremost sword immortals of our time, with exceptional prowess.
Sword immortal?
Li Hanzhou was not unfamiliar with this title and could not help but inquire, does that mean her cultivation has reached the immortal realm?
To his surprise, Tang Wanshu shook her head. One cannot simply be called a sword immortal by reaching the immortal realm.
To be regarded as such, one must also forge their own path. The number of true immortals capable of claiming such a title is regrettably scarce, as many fail to carve their own way.
Li Hanzhou nodded thoughtfully. Entering the immortal realm was a challenging feat, but creating one's own path was even more daunting. Yet, the fact that the woman was indeed a sword immortal intrigued him. Just a fleeting glance allowed him to discern that her strength was on an entirely different level compared to Zhao Qianxiu and Jiang Yishuan. After bidding farewell to Tang Wanshu and her husband, Li Hanzhou, accompanied by Shi Ming, boarded a ship. However, once aboard, they could no longer use a carriage. So he had to find a place to sell their horse. By midday, they finally set sail for Lingyan City. Have you heard? There's trouble brewing in Lingyan City again. A group of passengers engaged in conversation caught Li Hanzhou's attention. It must be those from the Great Zhou. Over the years, there have been continuous skirmishes between the Great Zhou and our Divine K, especially along the borders. This time, it's not a mere disturbance, it almost breached the city. I heard that the bamboo sword immortal was seen heading to Lingyan City this morning. Without the bamboo sword immortal, Lingyan City would have likely fallen long ago, remarked a warrior with a long sword at his side. Intrigued by their discussion, Li Hanzhou leaned in closer. Why does the bamboo sword immortal guard Lingyan City? Was she perhaps from there? Seeing Li Hanzhou's curious demeanor, one of the men chuckled and said, "It seems this brother rarely ventures out." You must not know that the bamboo sword immortal was once the unparalleled genius of the Heartless Valley, named Su Nianni. During the war with the Great Zhou, she participated in the defense of the Divine K as a disciple of the Heartless Valley. It was during this time that she met General Shinzhu.
and their prolonged partnership in battle led them to fall in love. However, disciples of the Heartless Valley are forbidden from falling in love, otherwise
they would lose all progress in their cultivation.
The then leader of the Heartless Valley, who was also Sun Yanni's master, had high hopes for her to represent the valley in the quest for destiny.
Yet, now that she had fallen for a man, how could they allow that?
They sought to sever their bond.
Such melodrama.
Li Hanzhou remarked, thoroughly entertained.
Allow me to continue, an elderly man interjected.
Sun Yanni's master attempted to kill Hanzhou to eradicate her feelings for him and ensure she focused on her destiny.
However,
upon learning that her master harbored murderous intent towards Hanzhou, Sun Yanni shockingly self-destructed her cultivation, completely nullifying her hard-earned mastery of the Heartless Song at the 7th level.
Li Hanzhou gasped in astonishment. What a fierce individual!
To self-destruct her cultivation. That means she effectively relinquished her power at the celestial realm.
Indeed, she was quite infatuated. The elder continued. However, this action infuriated her master to the point of death. Li Hanzhou shook his head in disbelief. What an explosive temper!
Upon witnessing her master's demise, Sun Yanni was filled with regret and ceased her interactions with Hanzhou. Despite his numerous visits to the Heartless Valley, she never showed herself. Later, when war erupted once more, Hanzhou made his final visit to the Heartless Valley but failed to meet her.
He then left for the perilous Lingyan city,
where he valiantly defended it for 47 days, repelling 300,000 soldiers from the Great Zhou, only to exhaust himself and perish within its walls.
After Hanzhou's death, Sun Yanni personally traveled to Lingyan city to retrieve his body for burial. From that moment on,
she embarked on the path of the Sword Immortal with a bamboo sword in hand, earning her the title of the Bamboo Sword Immortal.
Since then, she has always come to aid Lingyan city in times of crisis. The elder sighed, she is indeed a pitiable woman. Li Hanzhou echoed the sentiment with a sigh. Her master is reminiscent of the ruthless teachings of Amei's master Miazhu. Yet, Sun Yanni's talent is formidable. After relinquishing her cultivation,
she still ascended the path of the Sword Immortal alone. Had she not fallen for Hanzhou, diligently practiced, she might have truly claimed her destiny and ascended.
By the time the ship reached Lingyan city, it was already the following morning.
Throughout the journey, Li Hanzhou found the tales shared on the ship quite captivating.
Upon disembarking, the two purchased horses and traveled northward for half a day, finally arriving at Lingyan city.
However, upon reaching the city gates, they discovered that the entire city was in a state of heightened alert. Injured soldiers were scattered everywhere, and chaos reigned within the city. Collapsed buildings bore witness to the devastation, as if it had been ransacked. Master Uncle, it seems those on the ship spoke the truth. Lingyan city is indeed in turmoil, Sherming observed as he looked around.
Noticing many displaced citizens sitting silently by the roadside, clutching their children.
Their eyes were devoid of light, and most were women, clearly mourning their husbands lost in battle.
Li Hanzhou inhaled deeply, feeling the palpable aura of desolation in the air.
In his previous life, he had lived in a nation largely free from war. And this was his first genuine encounter with the brutal realities of conflict.
Chapter 61, Lingyan City after the War Master, how about we lend them a hand? At this moment, Sherming spoke to Li Hanzhou. What do you intend to do to assist them? Li Hanzhou inquired, turning his gaze towards Sherming.
Sherming pondered for a moment before suggesting, perhaps we could provide them with some financial aid.
How could we possibly afford to help them when the population of Lingyan City exceeds 1 million? Li Hanzhou shook his head.
The aftermath of war cannot be alleviated by the efforts of just one or two individuals.
It wasn't that Li Hanzhou was unwilling to help, rather,
he felt powerless in the face of the devastation wrought by war.
Master, why do wars occur? Sherming asked, lowering his head.
Whether it be the Great Zhou or the Divine Threshold, they each have their own citizens and lands.
Shouldn't we focus on living our own lives well? Why must we engage in warfare that leads to the suffering of countless beings, leaving so many displaced and bereaved? What is the reason behind this?
It is due to human greed, Li Hanzhou replied, gently patting Sherming's head.
When you grow up, you will understand. Let us pass through Lingyan City and head towards the Great Zhou. The court will manage the affairs here, Li Hanzhou suggested with a smile. All right. With Li Hanzhou's assurance,
Sherming nodded in agreement. The two traversed Lingyan City over the course of several hours, witnessing scenes that Ming had never encountered before.
Even Li Hanzhou's expression grew increasingly grim.
The extent of the devastation from the recent war was becoming all too apparent. As they witnessed soldiers guarding the borders, some unable to stand, others missing eyes, and some left with only one arm, Li Hanzhou felt a chill in his heart.
In his past life, Li Hanzhou's nation had endured such wars, even more brutal than this.
Although he had not experienced it firsthand,
he was acutely aware that the harm inflicted upon the common folk by war extended far beyond what was visible.
Stop. What is your purpose? Just as Li Hanzhou and Ming were about to exit Lingyan City from the opposite side, they were halted by the guards.
We wish to leave the city,
Ming declared as he approached them.
Leave the city?
The guard furrowed his brow.
Lingyan City has just survived a war,
and the enemies of the Great Zhou have only recently retreated. It is perilous to venture out at this time. You should return and wait until the situation outside stabilizes. Young sir, we have urgent matters to attend to, Li Hanzhou quickly interjected.
What matters could be more important than life itself?
The guard retorted, his tone harsh.
You two appear utterly defenseless. What will you do if you encounter the enemies of the Great Zhou?
We are on our way to the Great Zhou, Ming.
The honest child blurted out their intention.
Upon hearing this, Li Hanzhou knew they were in trouble.
In the wake of a brutal battle between the two nations,
the Great Zhou had caused significant casualties in Lingyan City, and to declare their intention to go there was to tread upon sensitive ground.
Sure enough, as soon as the words left Ming's mouth, several guards surrounded them, their spears aimed menacingly at Li Hanzhou and Ming.
Boldly.
You dare to head towards the Great Zhou? You must be spies. This time, Lingyan City was compromised due to an informant. Do you have any connection to this? Li Hanzhou felt the weight of the accusation. We have only just arrived in Lingyan City, we are not traitors, he explained. Seize them. Conduct a thorough interrogation,
commanded the leader of the guards. The others rushed forward to apprehend Li Hanzhou and Ming. Li Hanzhou furrowed his brow. If they were captured by these men,
it would lead to complications. Who knew what accusations they might face?
As they approached, Li Hanzhou raised his hand and unleashed a wave of energy, sending the 8 surrounding guards flying. I apologize, but I cannot waste time here, Li Hanzhou declared, kicking his mount into motion, intending to ride out of the city.
Stop him! Someone shouted. Spy! Do not let him escape.
Just then, a blade of light descended from above, aimed directly at Li Hanzhou. The killing intent was palpable. Before the blade reached him, Li Hanzhou's steed was cleaved in two by the force.
Stay!
A booming voice resounded like thunder.
A man clad in armor leapt down from the city wall, wielding a broadsword aimed at Li Hanzhou.
This is troublesome, Li Hanzhou thought. Seizing Ming and performing a swift maneuver that transformed him into a wisp of smoke, reappearing right before the soldier. The soldier, astonished by Li Hanzhou's speed, failed to perceive how he had arrived before him despite his own mastery of the mystic realm. Just as the soldier intended to unleash his energy, Li Hanzhou produced a piece of yellow paper.
Spirit seal.
The talisman adhered to the soldier's back, and he felt his inner energy inexplicably sealed, unable to mobilize.
We're leaving, Li Hanzhou declared, but just then, an ominous presence closed in. Every hair on Li Hanzhou's body stood on end as he sensed a danger unlike any he had experienced before.
Whoosh! A sound sliced through the air.
A bamboo sword hurtled towards Li Hanzhou, though it appeared to be an ordinary bamboo sword.
Li Hanzhou felt that it possessed the power to rival the mightiest weapons in existence.
It is the bamboo sword immortal. Without hesitation,
Li Hanzhou summoned a thunderous blade of lightning, clashing it against the bamboo sword in midair.
Boom! A dull thud resounded. Li Hanzhou's thunderous sword shattered.
Yet the bamboo sword was also sent flying, landing atop the city wall. There, a woman stood, her indifferent gaze fixed upon Li Hanzhou, her eyes radiating an icy chill that felt almost piercing.
She extended her jade-like hand and grasped the sword's hilt. In an instant, the atmosphere shifted dramatically,
the air thick with an aura of death. Alone with her sword, the woman seemed to command the very realm itself. The bamboo sword immortal truly lives up to her name, Li Hanzhou thought, shaking his numb hand. He recognized the formidable prowess of the sword immortal. Her mere casual strike had nearly cost him dearly. Great Celestial Phenomenon Technique. You are a remnant of the star Luo, the voice of Sun Yan echoed, devoid of emotion. As if addressing a corpse. Chapter 62, The Strength of the Sword Immortal. Upon hearing Sun Yan's words, Li Hanzhou couldn't help but smile wryly. His cultivation of the Great Celestial Technique had stemmed from mere leisure, and he had found the technique quite effective and convenient. However, this habit had inadvertently led him into trouble. Sun Yan now firmly believed him to be a remnant of the Xinglua kingdom. It appeared that he would need to devote more time to studying the martial arts of the Changxing.
Do you believe me when I say I am not from the Xinglua kingdom? Li Hanzhou inquired.
I do not, Sun Yan replied, shaking her head. With those words of disbelief, she drew her sword. As she unsheathed her blade, the winds and clouds shifted dramatically.
The aura of slaughter enveloped Li Hanzhou.
And he felt there was no escape. Although Sun Yan's sword had yet to reach him, its intent had already locked onto him.
Golden Light Spell. Li Hanzhou invoked his protective incantation.
The golden radiance trembled violently under the weight of her sword intent.
At that moment,
the sword light cleaved through the fabric of the heavens, and a surge of azure sword energy nearly shattered Li Hanzhou's golden light spell. Within that sword energy resided the will of the universe.
Sun Yan executed a step forward, defying gravity, and wielded her bamboo sword with finesse.
As if painting strokes that transformed the very realm into a hellish landscape. Li Hanzhou struggled to maintain his golden light amidst this chaotic abyss.
Suddenly,
several talismans flew from Li Hanzhou's breast, soaring into the sky and emanating an unmatched power.
Taoist talismans?
Sun Yan's eyes widened in astonishment as she watched the talismans rise,
forming an intricate formation that marked the 8 cardinal directions.
In that instant, chains erupted from the talismans with a resounding clatter, racing towards Sun Yan and ensnaring her within their grasp. The chains radiated a formidable energy, crafting a prison that confined Sun Yan. She mused, somewhat surprised. As she felt her internal vital energy becoming uncontrollable, akin to being mired in thick mud.
The 8 gates golden lot formation, Li Hanzhou stated calmly. Bamboo sword immortal. I believe we have a misunderstanding. The soldiers of Ling'an City, witnessing this spectacle, were left dumbfounded.
It was the first time they had seen someone hold their ground against the bamboo sword immortal, even managing to bind her.
Misunderstanding? Sun Yan replied coolly,
her gaze piercing into Li Hanzhou as she slowly raised her sword. At that moment, her azure robes fluttered as if caught by an unseen wind, exuding an aura of unparalleled confidence.
With the sword lifted, Sun Yan conjured a moon in the void.
In an instant, a radiant full moon appeared behind her,
illuminating the world.
Under its glow, Sun Yan's figure appeared breathtakingly beautiful, yet her icy demeanor sent chills down the spine. Moonless, she uttered softly.
Suddenly,
a piercing sound reverberated through the heavens, causing Li Hanzhou to wince in pain.
Sun Yan's figure dissolved into the moonlight, and the next moment, the full moon erupted with blinding brilliance, threatening to engulf the entire realm. Boom!
The 8 gates golden lot formation shattered at once.
The light illuminated was nothing but sword energy.
Li Hanzhou's heart surged as his golden light spell disintegrated before him.
He witnessed countless sword energies barreling towards him, icebound for 1,000 miles.
Li Hanzhou could not afford to be negligent. His spiritual energy surged forth, and he maximized the Great Celestial Technique. Countless droplets of water coalesced before him, instantaneously freezing in an attempt to halt Sun Yan's terrifying strike.
The ice shattered completely, and Li Hanzhou was forced to retreat.
Gripping the autumn burial blade tightly, he slashed several times, the sharp blade transforming into a crescent moon that cleaved a path through the onslaught of sword energy. At that moment, however, the overwhelming sword intent vanished without a trace. Sun Yan appeared at the heart of the dissipating sword energy, her gaze fixed on the blade in Li Hanzhou's hand.
Autumn burial blade? Sun Yan furrowed her brow. You are Li Hanzhou of the Changchang?
Even the bamboo sword immortal recognizes me, Li Hanzhou replied, taken aback.
Yes, Song Yitao is my disciple.
I have learned of your deeds through her, Sun Yan nodded.
It seems this is indeed a misunderstanding.
Li Hanzhou breathed a sigh of relief. He wished he had revealed the autumn burial blade sooner.
Sun Yan's strength was truly formidable.
He had nearly exerted all his effort in their exchange. Had she persisted, he would have had no choice but to resort to his ultimate techniques. However, he could discern that Sun Yanni had not unleashed her full power either. Engaging in a true battle would yield no benefits for either party. With the misunderstanding resolved, there was no need to continue their conflict. Nevertheless, Sun Yanni remarked, "Li Guanzhu, it is not the time to leave the city, you should return for now. I am unaware of your intentions in the Great Zhou Kingdom, but at this moment, you cannot enter." "Why is that?" Li Hanzhou inquired. "Wanshui Prefecture is the only route into the Great Zhou. Currently, it is under the watch of the sword immortal Wu Hong, and you cannot pass," Sun Yanni explained. "The Great Zhou is likely concerned that I might replicate their actions and seek to kill there, so Wu Hang is stationed there, awaiting my arrival. Thus, our people from the divine threshold cannot enter for the time being, you will need to wait a few more days." Sword immortal Wu Hang? Li Hanzhou had heard of this formidable figure. Given Sun Yanni's words, he had no choice but to return to Lingyan City. Those who could be called immortals possessed immense strength, as he had just experienced firsthand in his encounter with Sun Yanni. "Do not worry. Wu Hong will only remain for 3 days before departing. After that, you will be able to proceed to the Great Zhou," Sun Yanni assured him. "I have matters to attend to, so I must take my leave." With that, Sun Yanni departed. Li Hanzhou returned with Shi Ming and found an inn to temporarily settle down. "Master, you are truly remarkable for being able to contend with a sword immortal." Shi Ming gazed at Li Hanzhou with admiration. "I could not prevail," Li Hanzhou admitted candidly. "The sword immortal ranks among the most powerful beings in this realm. It is entirely reasonable that I could not overcome her." The master mentioned that during the zenith of our Changsheng view, whether sword immortal, blade immortal, or spear immortal, they all had to bow their heads before us, Shi Ming remarked. "Is that so?" Li Hanzhou pondered, then smiled as he added. "The strength of this bamboo sword immortal is indeed formidable. If she could accompany me to the Great Zhou, our chances of obtaining the Fountain of Youth would increase significantly." "To have the bamboo sword immortal accompany us to the Great Zhou?" Shi Ming could scarcely entertain the notion. Chapter 63, Do you wish to see Shinju? With the assistance of the bamboo sword immortal, procuring the Fountain of Youth from the Heavenly Profound Academy should not prove too difficult, Li Hanzhou remarked with a smile. "Unlikely," Shi Ming replied, disbelief evident in his tone. "That bamboo sword immortal does not seem particularly amiable, I doubt she would aid us." "How can you know unless you try?" Li Hanzhou rose, resolute. "Come, let us seek her out." Despite his skepticism, Shi Ming followed Li Hanzhou outside. Approaching the city gates, Li Hanzhou spotted Sun Yanni. To his surprise, she was tending to the wounded citizens and soldiers at the gate. Gone was the imposing aura of the sword immortal, instead, she was surrounded by an array of herbs, her sleeves rolled up as she attentively treated an elderly gentleman's injured leg. Her earnestness, devoid of impatience, stirred something within Li Hanzhou. In terms of beauty, Sun Yanni's allure rivaled that of the Heartless Fairy. In status, she was a high-ranking figure from the Heartless Valley. In strength, she was a sword immortal. Each facet of her identity positioned her high above the common folk, yet this scene revealed a striking contrast, grounding her in a relatable humanity. "Shi Ming," Li Hanzhou sighed softly, "I take back what I said earlier." "What do you mean?" Shi Ming asked, puzzled. "Indeed. If one wishes to assist, it is entirely possible to help the people. To feel incapable and refrain from action is merely an excuse," Li Hanzhou observed. His gaze fixed on Sun Yanni. Shi Ming nodded thoughtfully. "Let us lend a hand." Li Hanzhou resolved to join Sun Yanni in her efforts. He began to assist the many citizens in bandaging their wounds. Sun Yanni offered no comment on his actions. As evening approached, their labors finally subsided. Relief provisions arrived in the city, and the townsfolk were able to enjoy their porridge. On the city wall, Sun Yanni sat alone, contemplating the solitary sunset. Her bare feet swinging from the ledge, entirely devoid of her former sword immortal demeanor. Li Hanzhou approached and took a seat beside her. "Thank you for today," Sun Yanni said. "Had it not been for your assistance, we might not have concluded our work so swiftly. So many injured citizens could have perished without treatment. It was but a trifling effort. I too am a citizen of the divine K country, and aiding its people is only natural. Yet, you, bamboo sword immortal,
Traveled a considerable distance from the Heartless Valley to Lingyan City, Li Hanzhou noted purposefully. For the sake of an old friend. I once risked my life to protect this place. I do not wish to see Lingyan City fall. Sun Yanni spoke calmly, her emotions as still as a deep well. As if the person she referred to was a distant memory. You speak of Hanzhou, Li Hanzhou inquired. It seems that Master Li is aware of some details about me, Sun Yanni replied, unperturbed by the mention of the name, for her past had been widely known. However, it has been many years since anyone has dared to mention that name in my presence, she added, a faint smile gracing her lips. Who would dare invoke Hanzhou before the sword immortal? Yet Li Hanzhou was unfazed. From his storage pouch, he produced 2 flasks of wine, offering one to Sun Yanni. Care for a sip? She regarded the flask, took it without pretense, and uncorked it, tilting her head back to drink deeply. I have heard some tales about Hanzhou. Li Hanzhou continued, taking a swig himself. I understand that the last time he sought you out at the Heartless Valley, you did not meet him. Indeed, Sun Yanni replied, narrowing her eyes. It appears Master Li is quite intrigued by this matter. Do you harbor regrets? What do you mean? Sun Yanni's tone grew icy. There are some memories I prefer not to revisit. Detecting the discomfort in her words, Li Hanzhou pressed on, I merely surmise that after Hanzhou's demise. You must have felt a sense of regret, surely there were words you wished to share with him, yet the opportunity has passed. Sun Yanni fell silent, rising to leave. However, just as she took a few steps, Li Hanzhou called after her, raising his flask once more. Would you wish to see him again? Her footsteps faltered as she turned to him, curiosity piqued. What do you mean? If you desire to see him once more, I can assist you, Li Hanzhou offered. You may express all that you left unsaid. To see him? Sun Yanni's heart stirred, yet disbelief lingered. He has been gone for so long. How could I possibly meet him? Through secretive arts, I can accomplish this. Simply tell me if you wish to see him, Li Hanzhou replied. A knowing smile gracing his lips. Sun Yanni bit her lip, seemingly lost in contemplation. Very well. After a moment, she raised her gaze to Li Hanzhou. As if having made a momentous decision. However, it shall not be without cost. I too have a request for the bamboo sword immortal, Li Hanzhou stated. Speak. Sun Yanni urged. I seek your assistance with a particular matter, Li Hanzhou said with a smile. What matter? Sun Yanni raised an eyebrow. What is your objective in the Great Zhou? This matter need not concern you for now. If you agree, I will facilitate your meeting with Hanzhou. Should you refuse, consider our conversation tonight as if it never occurred. Rest assured, I shall not impose anything beyond your capabilities. Li Hanzhou did not reveal his true intentions. Very well. If you will help me see Hanzhou, I would traverse any perilous path you require, Sun Yanni acquiesced. A promise made is a promise kept. Li Hanzhou departed to gather the items needed for the evening. The cycle of life and death had long been disrupted, and these souls remained adrift in the shadowed realm. Li Hanzhou was certain that Hanzhou's spirit lingered nearby. Locating him would present no challenge, but his manifestation required a vessel. Li Hanzhou himself would serve as the perfect conduit. Only a formidable spirit could contain a being as powerful as Hanzhou. Thus, after securing Hanzhou's birth details, Li Hanzhou commenced the drawing of talismans, an endeavor he had never undertaken before, known as the summoning talisman, capable of calling forth souls into one's body. With his preparations complete, Li Hanzhou escorted Sun Yanni to a secluded clearing, devoid of interruptions. It was rare to witness any trace of anxiety on the face of the sword immortal. Chapter 64, The Aftermath of Secret Arts is a painful face. I can only grant you a stick of incense worth of time. Indeed. A stick of incense is a precious opportunity for Sun Yanni. After Li Hanzhou concluded his instructions, he commenced the ritual. Chanting the soul-summoning incantation. A chilling wind began to swirl around them, sending shivers down their spines. At this moment, Li Hanzhou activated his heavenly eye, instantly perceiving the multitude of souls gathered around him. The sheer volume startled him. After all, Lingyan City, being a frontier town, had countless souls that had perished. With a mere beckoning, hundreds of thousands of spirits converged. To locate Hanzhou among such a throng seemed an insurmountable task. Li Hanzhou then retrieved Hanzhou's birth details, channeling his spiritual energy towards the information. In an instant, a soul surged forth from the sea of spirits, racing towards Li Hanzhou. It was indeed Hanzhou. Li Hanzhou observed the figure approaching, resolute, clad in tattered armor, and emanating a potent spiritual presence, unmistakably the essence of Hanzhou. This individual must have been at least at the celestial realm during his lifetime. "Are you Hanzhou?" Li Hanzhou inquired. "It is I," Hanzhou replied. Yet his gaze remained fixated on Sun Yanni beside Li Hanzhou. "I grant you a stick of incense worth of time," Li Hanzhou declared, affixing the summoning talisman to himself. In the next moment, Hanzhou's spirit was drawn into Li Hanzhou's form, causing a slight tremor in his body. Immediately, his demeanor transformed. The incense in the burner had begun to smolder. Upon witnessing the change in Li Hanzhou's gaze, Sun Yanni recognized that the man before her was no longer Li Hanzhou but Hanzhou. The intensity in Hanzhou's eyes was unforgettable to her. "Yanni." Hanzhou spoke softly, "I never expected to see you again." "Indeed, it has been a long time," Sun Yanni responded, her words trailing off as they shared a silent gaze. Time seemed to stand still in that moment. The incense continued to burn, creating an atmosphere that was both tender and eerie. As the incense dwindled, Sun Yanni, devoid of her previous sword fairy composure, resembled a delicate maiden. "When you came to the Heartless Valley seeking me, I secretly watched you but did not step forward to meet you. Please do not hold it against me," Sun Yanni admitted gently. "I do not blame you," Hanzhou replied. "I understood your predicament after the passing of your master due to our circumstances. I never harbored resentment towards you. Even in my final moments in Lingyan City, my thoughts were of you." Upon hearing this, Sun Yanni shivered, staring into Hanzhou's eyes. "I thought I would have so much to say upon seeing you again, yet now I find myself at a loss for words. I cherish this quiet moment with you. I shall protect Lingyan City for you, you can rest assured. As long as I am here, the city will remain unbroken. Once my disciples are capable of standing on their own, I will leave the Heartless Valley and take residence in Lingyan City," Sun Yanni vowed earnestly. "You have suffered," Hanzhou acknowledged, aware of Sun Yanni's unwavering assistance throughout the years, bridging the distance from the Heartless Valley to Lingyan City. "This is a city you have defended with your life, I cannot bear to see it fall into enemy hands," Sun Yanni continued softly. "Thank you, Yanni," Hanzhou said, gradually moving closer to her. Before Sun Yanni could react, he pressed his lips against hers. In that instant, Sun Yanni's pupils dilated, and she instinctively raised her hand, delivering a sharp slap to Hanzhou, leaving him momentarily stunned. "Ah, I am sorry," Sun Yanni exclaimed, realizing her actions. "I did not mean to, it's just. This body is not yours." "Ah, indeed," Hanzhou responded, recovering quickly. "Though I never kissed you while alive. I never anticipated having the chance to do so now." "What nonsense," Sun Yanni retorted, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. However, the incense had nearly burned to its end. "Yanni." "The time has come, I must depart," Hanzhou said, glancing wistfully at the incense burner. "Take care, I will also look after myself," she replied, nodding slightly. Now a sword fairy, she was no longer the love-struck girl of yesteryears, her demeanor had matured significantly, and she had long since reconciled the pain of Hanzhou's death. Thus, she faced him with newfound composure. As the final remnants of the incense dissipated, Li Hanzhou's consciousness awakened. Hanzhou was gone. "Have you finished your conversation?" Li Hanzhou asked Sun Yanni. "Thank you," she nodded. It was merely a transaction of interests, Li Hanzhou smiled, but suddenly winced. "Strange," he murmured, recalling tales from an elder about the aftereffects of invoking spirits, yet he had never heard of experiencing facial pain from such an act. He touched his face, feeling as though he had been struck. Upon hearing Li Hanzhou's mutterings, Sun Yanni felt a twinge of embarrassment. That slap had indeed been her doing. Who could blame her for his sudden advance? If it had been anyone else, she would have dealt with them quite differently, indeed. "You kissed me, and I slapped you. It seems rather justified," she mused. 3 days later, Li Hanzhou departed Lingyan City with Ming. Sun Yanni was supposed to accompany him, but she expressed concern that her presence in the Great Zhou would arouse suspicion. Should Li Hanzhou require assistance, he could send her a letter, and she would hasten to his side. Li Hanzhou pondered this and decided to travel alone with Ming. "Master Uncle," What exactly did you do to earn the cooperation of the bamboo sword fairy? Shi Ming inquired along the journey, curiosity piqued.
It all boils down to mutual benefit. I fulfilled her wish, and in return, she agreed to assist me. It is as simple as that, Li Hanzhou replied, engrossed in a book gifted by Sun Yini, containing essential intelligence about neighboring nations.
To venture into the Great Zhou, understanding its affairs was paramount.
The text also encompassed details about smaller neighboring states and even Yunhuang, rich with cultural insights that captivated Li Hanzhou thoroughly. Chapter 65, The Disappearance of Zhou Qianlin. Li Hanzhou cast a careful gaze upon Yunhuang. For the grand celestial technique he was currently cultivating was indeed Yunhuang's most treasured possession.
He surmised that his presence would undoubtedly attract attention from Yunhuang.
And thus he resolved to observe the happenings in Yunhuang closely. Knowledge of oneself and one's adversary ensures victory in 100 battles.
Meanwhile,
the Great Zhou was not an unyielding fortress. Internal strife ran rampant. Li Hanzhou felt that such discord was a common occurrence in every dynasty, often stemming from an abundance of sons vying for power and the coveted position of crown prince.
The same held true for the divine threshold kingdom,
where those seeking the demise of the ninth prince, Yu Qingyang, were likely his own brothers.
Even as the most formidable foe of the divine threshold kingdom,
the Great Zhou could not elude such a fate.
The heartlessness of imperial families was profound.
Li Hanzhou shook his head, reflecting on how, for the sake of a throne,
brothers who were once inseparable in childhood would inevitably become adversaries in adulthood.
The once tender ties would become ruthlessly severed.
Do you wish to be an emperor? Li Hanzhou inquired of Shi Ming.
Not at all, Shi Ming replied with a shake of his head.
I find contentment in the simplicity of being an ordinary person. Master Uncle, why is it becoming increasingly hot? Shi Ming couldn't help but remark.
The climate here in the Great Zhou differs from that of the divine threshold,
Li Hanzhou explained.
While snow is likely falling in the divine threshold, the Great Zhou still basks in summer. As he drew back the curtains to glance outside, he was met with the relentless sun and a landscape growing increasingly parched.
In the distance, fields lay barren, already dried up. Shi Ming, feeling the heat,
removed his outer garment to reveal a lighter inner robe, feeling somewhat relieved.
We are now at the borders of Wanchue Prefecture, and ahead lies Wanchue City,
where your senior brother awaits us, Li Hanzhou informed Shi Ming. Master Uncle, it has been nearly a month since that letter was sent.
Is my senior brother truly still here?
Shi Ming expressed his doubts. Whether he is here or not, we must go see for ourselves, Li Hanzhou stated, eager to uncover how Zhou Qianlin had suddenly arrived in the Great Zhou, as well as to pursue the clues regarding his senior brother and the treasures unearthed. If they could reclaim the artifacts once belonging to the Eternal Life Temple, it would surely usher in a new era of prosperity for the temple.
After a day and a half, the two finally beheld Wanchue City. The oppressive heat distorted the entire cityscape.
The soldiers stationed at the city gates appeared fatigued.
And as Li Hanzhou and Shi Ming entered, many soldiers were lounging in the shade, too lethargic to inspect them. Wanchue City, as a border town,
was vast and heavily guarded, and Li Hanzhou sensed the presence of formidable figures lurking within its walls.
Following the instructions in Zhou Qianlin's letter,
they made their way to the Wanchue Inn. However, upon inquiring about Zhou Qianlin's whereabouts, the innkeeper astonished them by revealing that he had departed 10 days prior.
Has my senior brother left? Shi Ming asked, bewildered.
Where did he go?
I cannot say, the innkeeper replied, shaking his head. Li Hanzhou attempted to divine Zhou Qianlin's location,
but the intricacies of his calculations could not pinpoint him to a specific location, only that he remained within Wanchue City. Yet, the city was immense, with countless streets.
Finding a single person was akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. With no other option,
Li Hanzhou and Shi Ming decided to lodge at the inn for the time being.
That evening, as they dined by the window on the first floor, the streets suddenly erupted with commotion.
A group of soldiers marched in, escorting a dozen individuals bound and gagged with rags, while cavalrymen kept a vigilant watch.
Surrounded by a crowd of onlookers.
Your wine, esteemed guest, a waiter approached with a jug.
Waiter, what has happened to those people? Li Hanzhou inquired, curiosity piqued.
They are from the divine threshold kingdom, possibly spies. We have captured many of their kind recently, the waiter chuckled.
People from the divine threshold kingdom? Li Hanzhou's expression shifted. It appeared that danger lurked even within Wanshui City, where individuals from the divine threshold could easily be apprehended as spies. Master Uncle, do you think my senior brother? Shi Ming spoke cautiously. Li Hanzhou, uncertain, pondered the implications. If Zhou Qianlin had indeed been captured as a suspected traitor by the great Zhou, their situation would become dire. We must devise a plan, he declared, aware of their unfamiliarity with the territory. What plan? Shi Ming asked, intrigued. As they spoke, a renewed clamor arose outside, and they observed citizens kneeling along the sides of the street. A procession of individuals moved through, followed by a lavish sedan chair, flanked by a formidable guard of elite warriors. From the murmurs of the crowd, Li Hanzhou discerned that the arrival was none other than the fourth prince, Yunqing. From the tome gifted by Sun Yan, Li Hanzhou recognized Yunqing as a formidable contender for the position of crown prince. The fourth prince had come to Wanshui Prefecture to beseech rain on behalf of the populace. A gesture intended to curry favor with the emperor and perhaps secure his future as the heir apparent. Let him assist us, Li Hanzhou smiled. Ah, Master Uncle. He is a prince of the great Zhou, how could he possibly aid us? Shi Ming questioned, astonished. He will assist us, Li Hanzhou assured him with conviction. Though Shi Ming was perplexed by Li Hanzhou's intentions, he nodded in belief. The following day dawned under a blazing sun, and Wanshui City thrived with activity, for today, Prince Yunqing was to lead a rain-seeking ceremony. This was akin to a ritual, yet with Yunqing himself presiding, it garnered much greater attention. Your Highness, noon approaches. It is time to go out to beseech rain, a guard outside the residence announced respectfully. Understood, I shall leave shortly, came Yunqing's voice from within. However, a grave expression clouded his features as he noticed an unexpected visitor silently present in his chamber. How could his guards have failed to detect the intrusion? What brings you here? Yunqing asked calmly, his demeanor betraying neither alarm nor fear. Are you here to take my life? Are you in league with my second brother or my sixth brother? I am not aligned with either, Li Hanzhou replied. I seek to collaborate with His Highness. Collaborate? Yunqing's skepticism lingered. Your Highness seeks rain today, I can facilitate that for you, Li Hanzhou proposed. Chapter 66, The Plea for Rain. Could you assist me in invoking the rain? Yunqing squinted at Li Hanzhou, regarding him as if he were a charlatan. Yet the confidence etched across Li Hanzhou's brow, coupled with his uncanny ability to materialize here unannounced, suggested he possessed remarkable capabilities. However, there was not a trace of true energy emanating from Li Hanzhou. If he were not an ordinary man, it could only indicate that his strength exceeded Yunqing's expectations. Daily, individuals seek my collaboration, yet you are the first to express such a desire, Yunqing remarked. You claim you can summon rain, how am I to trust your words? Whether you believe me or not, Your Highness, is irrelevant today, as you too are seeking rain. Li Hanzhou replied. Wanshui Prefecture has endured drought for 3 months, with not a single drop of rain falling. Your Highness's current endeavor to plead for rain appears to be more about gaining favor in front of His Majesty and winning the hearts of the populace to fortify your claim to the Crown Prince position in the future. In truth, Your Highness is acutely aware that invoking rain is no simple task. After 3 months of drought, your pleas are unlikely to compel the heavens to respond. You have presumably prepared yourself for the possibility of failure, knowing His Majesty would not hold it against you, instead appreciating your concern for the common folk. However, should rain indeed fall, it would signify that your actions have moved the heavens, that the divine has shown mercy upon the people. And your destiny as the chosen one would be further recognized by His Majesty. Li Hanzhou's words stirred something within Yunqing. He understood well that if rain were truly summoned, it would elevate his status as a prince to unprecedented heights. And how do you propose we cooperate? Yunqing inquired, unable to restrain his curiosity. Simply put, I require your assistance in locating an individual, Li Hanzhou stated. Just finding someone? Yunqing relaxed, thinking it a trivial matter. As the fourth prince of the great Zhou, how hard could it be? Indeed, just finding someone, Li Hanzhou affirmed. Very well. Yunqing agreed. What must I do? There is no need for you to alter your plans, simply proceed as you intended, and leave the rest to me, Li Hanzhou said leisurely. Yunqing nodded and then exited. At the altar in Wanshui City, preparations were underway. The townsfolk, having heard that the fourth prince was personally pleading for rain, gathered in droves to witness the spectacle. The city lord and various officials had also arrived early to await the proceedings, creating a bustling scene around the altar. The silver-armored guards of the Great Zhou stood vigil, encircling the altar, their heavy aura of aggression suggesting they were no strangers to bloodshed. Their eyes, sharp as hawks, scanned the vicinity for any signs of mischief. "Your Highness." Upon Yun Cheng's arrival, numerous officials immediately knelt in respect. "Please rise," Yun Cheng said with an air of nonchalance. "Your Highness, everything is prepared," one of his personal guards reported respectfully. Yun Cheng nodded, glancing into the distance where he spotted Li Hanzhou standing atop a stone tower. He felt a surge of curiosity regarding Li Hanzhou's method of invoking rain. The townspeople, too, were filled with anticipation. Having suffered 3 months of drought that left their crops barren, they earnestly hoped for a torrential downpour. "Let it be of use," prayed a burly man with dark skin. "What could possibly come of it?" scoffed a scholar nearby. "It is merely a show." "Silence. The fourth prince is pleading for our rain, and you dare speak thus?" someone retorted. "Do you not see? This plea for rain is nothing more than a fraught to vie for the crown prince position, a performance for our eyes. Should he fail, the current emperor will not blame him, he will simply claim it was beyond his control, and the fourth prince will emerge with a favorable reputation." "You do not understand, the intrigues of royalty run deep," the scholar continued, instilling doubt among the crowd. Hearing this, the townsfolk began to waver, pondering the rationale behind the scholar's words. Meanwhile, in a nearby tavern, a young gentleman clad in white silk observed the scene with a smirk. "Ah, fourth brother. I am quite eager to see how you intend to summon the rain," he mused. "Sixth prince, our agents have mingled among the populace," a young attendant reported. "Indeed. The people are gullibly convinced that fourth brother has come to plead for rain. They must be made aware that this is merely a performance. We cannot allow public sentiment to sway in his favor," the young gentleman asserted. "Rest assured, I guarantee that the fourth prince's efforts will amount to nothing," the attendant chuckled. At the altar, Yun Cheng's rain invocation ritual commenced. After paying homage to the heavens and earth, he stood elevated and proclaimed, "I am Yun Cheng, here today to beseech rain for the people of Great Zhou. O heaven, bear witness, the innocent populace suffers under this prolonged drought, their fields cracked and crops withered, their lives rendered arduous. I am deeply attuned to their plight, and my heart aches for them. I implore you, O heaven, to bestow your benevolence upon us, to send forth nourishing rain to alleviate our suffering and grant relief to the living. I vow my sincerity in exchange for the peace of the people. Should rain fall, I shall lead them in gratitude to the heavens, diligently govern and safeguard the citizens of Great Zhou, ensuring their prosperity and tranquility." With that, Yun Cheng knelt and bowed deeply to the heavens. The gathered populace hurriedly prostrated themselves in reverence. In the tavern, the sixth prince chuckled, "Fourth brother is quite earnest. I am almost convinced myself." However, at that moment, a fierce wind swept through the skies. Dark clouds gathered ominously, thunder roared, startling everyone present. The daylight dimmed abruptly. The townsfolk of Wanchue City were taken aback. "Is it going to rain?" they gasped in disbelief. Just after the invocation, the heavens seemed poised to respond. The agents planted by the sixth prince, who had sown discord, were now rendered speechless. Is it truly this miraculous? Just as we invoke rain, the heavens respond? This phenomenon was, of course, orchestrated by Li Hanzhou, whose mastery of celestial manipulation allowed him to influence the elements. For him, conjuring storms was merely par for the course. What in the world? The sixth prince's expression shifted dramatically as he leapt to his feet, unable to fathom the sight before him. "Your Highness, this..." The attendant stammered, equally at a loss for words. At that moment, raindrops began to gently fall. Chapter 67, Open Struggles and Hidden Conflicts. It began to rain. It was uncertain who was the first to exclaim, "It's raining." But as the droplets cascaded onto the faces of the common folk, the chilling sensation confirmed their belief in the miracle. "Thank you, Your Highness the Fourth Prince." At this moment, the multitude of citizens knelt in unison, expressing their gratitude towards the fourth prince. Witnessing the throng of kneeling citizens, Yun Cheng felt an overwhelming surge of excitement. The surprise brought to him by Li Hanzhou was indeed monumental.
When he proclaimed that it would rain, it truly came to pass.
Everyone, please rise.
This is not solely my achievement, we have collectively moved the heavens, and they have shown us their benevolence, protecting our great Zhou. Junqing addressed the crowd,
who continued to cheer.
The rain fell heavier, and a personal guard approached to hold an umbrella over Yunqing's head.
However, he evaded it, frowning as he declared,
I am currently reveling in the joy of the people, cast aside your umbrella. Yes, your highness, the guard complied, promptly discarding the umbrella. With the prince drenched in rain, he dared not shield himself.
Curse it!
The sixth prince, observing the scene outside, was furious, his face darkening. Recently, their father had shown discontent towards him.
How could he allow his brother to stage such a remarkable turnaround?
The sixth prince seethed with rage. Your highness, do not let anger harm your health. The fourth prince is merely fortunate to have rain at this moment, a servant hastily reassured him.
Preposterous! The sixth prince glared at him, exclaiming, why am I not so fortunate?
The servant, noticing the sixth prince's ire, suddenly had a glimmer of inspiration.
Your highness! Could it be that there are spies of the emperor nearby? Whom?
The sixth prince regarded the servant with surprise, then replied, according to our father's ways.
There are likely one or two of his men surrounding Brother 4.
Not just him, who among us does not have them lurking nearby? They simply conceal themselves too well,
making them undetectable.
It won't be long before news of Brother 4's divine intervention reaches Father's ears.
Your highness, I have a plan.
The servant leaned in and whispered a couple of suggestions into the sixth prince's ear.
The sixth prince's eyes brightened. Quickly, make it happen, he urged. Consider it done,
the servant replied before hastily departing. Meanwhile, around the altar, numerous officials were also filled with joy. The lord of Hanzhou city fervently proclaimed, long live the great Zhou. Observing the jubilant citizens below, Junqing felt a thrill of excitement. He knew that today's events would soon reach the emperor's ears. Not long ago, he had been harshly reprimanded by his father for his failure to gather military funds, but this event would surely earn him newfound respect.
Lost in thought,
a voice suddenly rang out from the crowd. Thanks to His Highness the Fourth Prince, we have successfully prayed for rain. This year we shall not starve.
Instantly, others echoed, indeed, the fourth prince is truly our benefactor.
As the chorus grew, Yunqing's spirits soared. However, soon after, shouts of thank you, Your Highness the Fourth Prince.
Long live the fourth prince!
Erupted from the crowd.
As one person shouted, a second quickly joined in.
Hearing this, Yunqing's expression shifted dramatically.
Long live!
Is a title reserved for the emperor? He was but a prince. If this fervent declaration reached his father's ears,
cease this uproar!
Yunqing's guards rushed to quell the chaos. Yet, the sheer number of citizens made it impossible to contain their enthusiasm. Many, lacking education,
easily followed the lead of others. Their shouts became a cacophony. Yunqing's complexion grew increasingly grim.
Nearby, the sixth prince, observing from an inn,
could not suppress his laughter.
If their father learned that the fourth prince was being hailed, he would surely be doomed.
The first instigator of the chant,
planted by the sixth prince himself, shouted even louder, a sly glint in his eyes, long live the fourth prince.
But just as he proclaimed this,
a thunderous bolt of lightning struck from the heavens.
Boom!
The bolt landed squarely upon him, sending shockwaves through the crowd.
Everyone froze in horror, witnessing the man charred before their eyes. Thud!
He collapsed to the ground. In an instant, an eerie silence enveloped the scene. Even Yunqing was momentarily stunned.
How could a living person be reduced to ashes before him? What transpired? The sixth prince, too, was taken aback,
unable to fathom how his ally had been struck down by lightning. Seizing the opportunity while the crowd was in shock, Yunqing raised his voice, esteemed citizens. In this realm, only our present emperor is worthy of such exaltation. This individual met his fate due to his reckless shouting, a divine retribution for his folly.
Thus, I implore you all, do not follow suit. Gasp! The crowd collectively inhaled sharply, a wave of fear washing over them. They had also shouted. Would they too face the wrath of the heavens?
Yunqing continued, heaven has blessed our great Zhou with rain.
This event signifies that our emperor is the true son of heaven, irreplaceable and recognized by the cosmos.
This is indeed a fortune for our great Zhou.
Long live the emperor!
Yunqing shouted fervently.
Long live the emperor! Long live the emperor!
The citizens, invigorated by his words, began to chant again.
Indeed.
If even the heavens acknowledged the current emperor as the true son of heaven, it implied he was a virtuous ruler.
What could they possibly fear?
Yunqing, however, felt a cold sweat trickling down his back as he scanned the horizon. Hanzhou had vanished from sight.
Yet,
he was certain that the bolt of lightning had been conjured by Hanzhou. Without that divine intervention, he might have faced utter ruin today.
Humph. In the tavern, the sixth prince huffed in anger, rising to leave. What a fool! The heavens are clearly aiding fourth brother. When all was settled, Yunqing returned to his residence. Shortly thereafter, he received word, Your Highness, 2 individuals await at the door, one claims to have business with you. Quickly, let them in.
Yunqing urged. Hanzhou was his benefactor, having just saved his life and possessing the power to summon rain. Such an ally would be invaluable on his path to the throne. Yunqing resolved to secure this influential connection.
Not long after, Hanzhou entered with Shiming. Have you remembered what I instructed you? Hanzhou asked Shiming as they walked along.
I have, Shiming nodded, albeit nervously.
Upon entering the room, Hanzhou smiled and clasped his fists, saying, Congratulations! Your Highness the fourth prince.
Greetings, Your Highness, Shiming said politely. Please, no need for such formalities. Your assistance today has been invaluable, Yunqing smiled, then added.
If I am not mistaken, you employed the grand celestial technique for the rain, did you not?
Chapter 68, This is the young master of Yunhuang. Your Highness possesses keen insight. Hanzhou did not deny this. There was little to fear in the Great Zhou. While the Xinglua kingdom posed a threat to the Shen kingdom, it was not considered an enemy of the Great Zhou.
Indeed, you are from Yunhuang, the elder remarked politely.
This is our young master from Yunhuang, Hanzhou introduced, gesturing toward Shiming, who, though still a bit nervous, nodded in acknowledgement.
Upon hearing this, Yunqing was taken aback. The seemingly ordinary youth before him was, in fact, the young master of Yunhuang?
Chu Xinghe, Shiming introduced himself with clasped fists.
Ah, it is young Master Chu.
I have long admired you, Yunqing quickly responded.
This is our esteemed Grand Priest from Yunhuang, Shiming indicated Hanzhou. I suspected as much. Yunqing remarked, who but the Grand Priest of Yunhuang could possess such profound knowledge of the Grand Celestial Technique?
I had only heard of this remarkable skill before. Seeing it in person today truly confirms its legendary status. Gentlemen, I have arranged for some modest wine to express my gratitude for your assistance today, Yunqing said. His excitement palpable upon realizing he was in the presence of the young master and Grand Priest of Yunhuang. Although the Xinglua kingdom had been defeated and pushed deep into Yunhuang, it still harbored formidable warriors and many remnants of old forces.
If rallied,
they could become a significant power. Thus, if the Xinglua kingdom were to support him, his chances of ascending to the throne would greatly increase.
Hence,
upon learning that the individuals before him were the young master and Grand Priest of the Xinglua kingdom, Yunqing resolved to cultivate a good relationship with them. Your Highness is too kind, Hanzhou replied courteously.
At the Tongyun Tower in Wanshui City, Yunqing hosted Hanzhou.
The tower comprised 7 stories. With only the wealthy and powerful able to access the highest levels, even the first floor was inaccessible to ordinary folk. A banquet of exquisite delicacies adorned the table, filled with dishes of which Shiming could scarcely name. The array left him quite dazzled.
The fourth prince even summoned several enchanting songstresses to accompany Hanzhou and Shiming in their revelries. Come, Grand Priest, I toast to you, expressing my heartfelt gratitude for saving my life today.
The entire top floor had been reserved by the fourth prince, his personal guards stationed outside.
Hanzhou, unfazed by the presence of beauties, savored the grapes peeled by a lovely maiden while sipping wine.
Shiming, however, felt differently.
The Navi and earnest boy was utterly unaccustomed to such an extravagant scene. He felt stiff and tense, flanked by 2 beautiful women who made him particularly anxious. I hear you are the young master of the Xinglua kingdom? One of the maidens inquired with a charming smile.
Yes, Shiming replied stiffly, fabricating a lie.
Pray tell. What does the young master occupy himself with daily?
The other maiden leaned closer to him, resting her head on his shoulder.
I chop wood every day.
Shi Ming stated candidly.
Chop wood? The two women were momentarily taken aback.
Yes, Shi Ming affirmed, nodding.
Even a prince chops wood? They could hardly believe it. Who would have thought the prince of the Xinglua kingdom worked so hard?
The other maiden mused.
I suppose your highness feasts on delicacies different from ours in the Great Zhou? How many dishes do you have each day?
4. As Shi Ming engaged in this incongruous conversation with the two songstresses, Li Hanzhou began discussing serious matters with Yunqing. Your Highness, the person I seek is named Zhou Qianlin. A man from the Shent kingdom.
A man from Shent? Yunqing raised an eyebrow.
Indeed, Li Hanzhou replied calmly, he is an operative we have embedded within Shent. But for reasons unknown, he has recently ventured into the Great Zhou and subsequently vanished. I noticed many individuals from the Shent kingdom being apprehended in the streets yesterday. And it seems there have been numerous captures lately. Thus, I suspect my operative may have been caught, and I kindly request your highness's assistance in locating him.
Rest assured.
This is a trivial matter, I shall assist you with it immediately, Yunqing replied without hesitation.
Yang Hua. Yunqing called out.
Your Highness, Yang Hua, his loyal guard, entered promptly.
Kneeling respectfully.
Investigate if any of the recent captures from the Shent kingdom include someone named Zhou Qianlin, Yunqing commanded, if found. Instruct the lord of Wanshui city to release him immediately, stating he is under my protection.
Yes. Yang Hua replied, swiftly departing to fulfill the task. Grand Priest.
Within half an hour, I will have news of your man, do not worry, let us continue to enjoy our drinks.
Cheers.
Li Hanzhou felt fortunate to have someone so capable assisting him, providing exquisite food and drink while also helping with his predicament. Half an hour later, Yang Hua returned.
Approaching Yunqing and whispering a few words.
Yunqing's brow furrowed, and he waved Yang Hua away.
Your Highness, what troubles you? Li Hanzhou inquired, noticing Yunqing's unusual expression.
I had my men search for the Shent individuals apprehended in recent months, yet they could not locate Zhou Qianlin. It appears he may not have been captured in Wanshu.
Could he have gone elsewhere? Yunqing pondered. Not found? Li Hanzhou quickly calculated and indeed determined that Zhou Qianlin was in Wanshui city. Yet, if he had not been captured, why was he untraceable?
Seeing Li Hanzhou's confusion, Yunqing smiled amiably. Grand Priest, Brother Chu, your journey to the Great Zhou has not been easy.
Why not stay with me for a while?
I shall assist you in your search for this individual, and I will notify you once I have news. I feel it would be an imposition to trouble your highness so, Li Hanzhou feigned reluctance. You are too courteous, the Grand Priest, the Shent kingdom is a common foe. And as the saying goes, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. I have long held great admiration for you, Grand Priest, please, do stay. There may yet be more opportunities for collaboration in the future, Yunqing insisted eagerly. Then, since your highness is so gracious, I shall accept. Li Hanzhou responded with feigned hesitance. I initially brought the young master to the Great Zhou in search of the Fountain of Youth, and as there is no current objective,
it would be prudent to stay for now. The Fountain of Youth? The one from the Tianqian Academy?
Yunqing queried curiously, so you have come to the Great Zhou in pursuit of the Fountain of Youth, how fortuitous.
Fortuitous? What do you mean by that, your highness? Li Hanzhou asked quickly.
There will soon be an auction for the right to enter the Fountain of Youth, Yunqing replied with a smile.
The right to enter? I thought they were selling the water from the Fountain of Youth itself? Li Hanzhou expressed his surprise. Not quite. Yunqing clarified, while the Fountain of Youth belongs to the Tianqian Academy, it resides within a forbidden area. Each auction is for the right to enter this restricted zone. Whether one can obtain any water depends on their own fortune. Chapter 69, Just a Spiritual Treasure. I can manage it. Li Hanzhou was taken aback by the multitude of interpretations surrounding the matter. However, if there was an opportunity to bid, he was resolute in his intent to acquire it. He pondered over the sum of silver required to secure the qualification for the auction of the Everlasting Spring. I recall that during the previous auction, the qualification was purchased by a master from a certain clan for 3 million taels of silver, Yunqing reminisced. Such an exorbitant price. Li Hanzhou exclaimed in astonishment.
The mere right to enter was valued so highly.
It is only natural, Yunqing elucidated. The everlasting spring is a divine entity.
It is said to be the first spring to emerge at the dawn of creation, possessing the power of longevity.
A single sip can grant an ordinary person,
devoid of cultivation, a lifespan exceeding a century, free from ailments.
For cultivators, regular consumption can exponentially enhance their training speed, improve their constitution, and even heighten their comprehension abilities,
which accounts for its immense worth.
Is it truly endowed with such miraculous effects? Li Hanzhou expressed skepticism, feeling that the Tianqian Academy might be engaging in some form of marketing. What distinguishes this from the divine tea that aided the founding emperor of the divine K nation in his ascension?
The only distinction is perhaps that the everlasting spring is genuinely effective, Yunqing replied.
Has anyone ever tested it? Li Hanzhou inquired. Can one truly accelerate their cultivation speed by drinking a sip daily? I am uncertain, Yunqing shook his head.
No one has undertaken such a trial.
Why not? Li Hanzhou pressed.
The everlasting spring is a divine spring, situated within the forbidden grounds of the Tianqian Academy, Yunqing explained.
This forbidden area, known as the Tianqian Forbidden Zone,
is fraught with peril, and obtaining the everlasting spring is no simple task. To enter the Yin-Yang Forbidden Zone, one requires a spiritual treasure known as the life.However. Only with this treasure can one contain the water of the everlasting spring, otherwise, if it is stored in any other vessel,
it will revert to ordinary spring water upon exiting, losing all efficacy. The life.However? Li Hanzhou mused.
I am certain such a treasure is not found in my books.
It must be of a higher grade.
He reflected that the tome on crafting spiritual treasures he possessed was merely a casual purchase by the original owner,
resulting in the creation of only common artifacts. Is the life.However available for purchase? He inquired urgently.
That is not for sale, however. If you wish to commission the Tianqian Academy's spiritual treasure craftsman to create one, it will cost 500,000 taels of silver, Yunqing stated.
In past years, those who acquired the qualification also sought the Academy's craftsmen. That's outrageous. How can they justify such a price? Li Hanzhou's eyes widened in disbelief. Creating a mere bottle costs 500,000 taels of silver.
I might as well attempt it myself, he retorted, exasperated.
Can the high priest craft spiritual treasures? Yunqing's surprise was palpable.
Of course, he can, Li Hanzhou affirmed.
I have successfully created several intriguing items. Is that so? Yunqing's excitement was evident. However,
I do not possess the method for crafting the life.However.
Li Hanzhou lamented, realizing that without the blueprint, he could not proceed.
That is no issue, Yunqing chuckled heartily. The method exists within the palace, I will find a way to procure it for you.
But may I request the high priest to assist me in crafting a spiritual treasure as well?
What spiritual treasure do you wish to create?
The water-repelling pearl. Yunqing replied eagerly. If you can obtain the crafting method, I would be willing to give it a try.
Li Hanzhou agreed, determined not to let Yunqing labor in vain.
Thank you, high priest.
I will procure the necessary materials post-haste, Yunqing expressed his gratitude, his excitement palpable. He needed the water-repelling pearl for significant reasons.
In 2 months,
it would be the birthday of the emperor of the Great Zhou, and as princes, they were expected to present the most sincere gifts.
Rumor had it that a crown, lost for centuries, lay deep within the North Sea, symbolizing the former imperial authority of the Great Zhou. If found, the emperor would undoubtedly express immense appreciation.
The water-repelling pearl was a highly advanced spiritual treasure, one that many craftsmen were incapable of producing due to insufficient skill. The pearls they could create would only withstand a descent of 100 meters before succumbing to water pressure.
Thus, Yunqing required a formidable craftsman to produce the water-repelling pearl.
In his view, given Li Hanzhou's prowess, his capabilities in crafting spiritual treasures should be commendable, otherwise, he would not boast of his ability to create the life.However. The evening's feast brought joy to everyone, except for Shi Ming. He endeavored to portray himself as a prince of the Xinglua kingdom. Yet the questions posed by the two songstresses were exceedingly challenging, leaving him at a loss for answers. Having only recently tasted meat, he could hardly fathom the life of a prince. Perhaps the most he could imagine was a prince wielding a golden axe to chop firewood, enjoying 6 dishes for lunch. Later that night, Li Hanzhou and Shiming were assigned to rest in Yunqing's guesthouse, while the 4th prince hastily returned to the capital to report.
At midnight,
Shiming heard a knock at the door.
"Who is it?" he wondered aloud as he approached.
Just as he opened the door, a figure rushed in,
swiftly covering his mouth before he could react.
"Shoo!" The visitor lowered their hand. It was a young man who, after releasing Shiming, cautiously secured the door.
"Senior brother. What brings you here?"
Shiming gasped in surprise.
"We have been searching for you for several days without success. We thought you had been captured."
"I have known of your arrival since the first day you entered the city," Zhou Qianlin replied, furrowing his brow at Shiming.
"Wasn't my message intended for second junior brother? Why did he not come? Instead, it is you and the master uncle?"
"This is a long story," Shiming hastily explained.
"I shall take you to meet master uncle." "Wait," Zhou Qianlin interrupted. "Why should I meet him?
I am already astonished that he has survived this long. I summoned second junior brother for a matter of great importance and a tremendous opportunity to discuss, yet unexpectedly, you are here." "Very well, it matters not, just follow me."
"Ah? Shouldn't we inform master uncle?" Shiming asked quickly.
"Do not tell him," Zhou Qianlin insisted. "What else does he do besides indulge in food, drink, gambling,
and other vices?
Revealing such a grand opportunity to him would only hinder us.
Just the 2 of us will suffice. And by the way,
I am unsure how you managed to secure lodging here, but this is the guesthouse of the current 4th prince. You are quite audacious, come with me at once. If he catches wind of this, he may very well have you executed. Senior brother, listen to me, master uncle."
"Enough with the chatter, let us leave."
Chapter 70, The Opportunity Supported by the Royal Family. No, senior brother. Before Shiming could utter another word, Zhou Qianlin had already dragged him out the door. Seizing the moment when no one was around, he clutched Shiming and scaled the wall.
Outside, another person awaited. Upon seeing this individual,
Shiming realized he was one of the guards of the 4th prince. No wonder his senior brother could effortlessly enter the side courtyard, it was a coordinated effort. After crawling out through a small hole, they encountered 2 burly men waiting outside.
"Is this your junior disciple?"
one of the robust men inquired in a low voice.
Both men concealed their formidable auras, each possessing at least 9th grade cultivation.
"Indeed, this is my junior disciple, Shiming," Zhou Qianlin replied with a smile.
"All right, let's go."
"The boss is waiting," the 2 men urged.
"Let us depart," Zhou Qianlin said, his excitement palpable.
"Junior disciple, come, your senior brother will take you to seek opportunities." Shiming was taken aback. These 2 hulking figures did not seem like benevolent individuals.
Just then, a voice interrupted. "What opportunities are you seeking? You take your junior disciple along but neglect to bring me? Zhou Qianlin, do you not regard your elder? Who is it?"
The 4 turned to see a Taoist standing there, smiling at them.
"Master uncle!" Shiming exclaimed joyfully.
He had been worried that after being taken away by his senior brother,
his master uncle would be unable to find him.
"Ah, master uncle," Zhou Qianlin said awkwardly.
"This person is your master uncle?" The 2 sturdy men looked at Zhou Qianlin with surprise. One of them asked, "Since your master uncle is here, why not call him to join? Such a fine opportunity should be shared with more talents."
"You do not understand, my master uncle is quite useless and is well versed in gambling and debauchery."
With many debts outside, Zhou Qianlin whispered to the 2. Upon hearing this, they scrutinized Li Hanzhou and realized it was true, he lacked any cultivation. Indeed, he appeared to be a waste. However, his attire seemed relatively new, suggesting he was not destitute. "Since he is Zhou Qianlin's master uncle, let him join us,"
one of the burly men said. "With such a good opportunity, we should certainly bring our own people along."
"Then please, accompany us to meet our boss."
"I assure you will not be disappointed," the 2 men stated, approaching Li Hanzhou.
"Let us proceed," Li Hanzhou replied, glancing at the 2. Zhou Qianlin sighed, conceding.
The 3 followed the 2 robust men through the narrow alleys of Hanzhou city, ultimately arriving at a somewhat dilapidated courtyard.
Though not small,
It appeared a bit worn down and was filled with raucous sounds from within.
Is this the place of opportunity? Li Hanzhou asked in astonishment.
You'll find out once you enter, one of them said, knocking on the door with a sequence of 3 short knocks followed by 2 long knocks. A pair of small eyes appeared through a crack, scrutinizing them. Come in, a thin individual opened the door for them.
As Li Hanzhou stepped into the courtyard,
he felt the presence of dozens of individuals. Despite its size, the courtyard was somewhat cramped with so many occupants.
Some were patrolling, each possessing a degree of cultivation,
while 2 8th-grade experts were drinking inside a room.
"Boss, we have returned," the 2 men announced. Inside, a plump man, seated and sipping tea,
stood up with a grin upon hearing their words.
"You've returned. How did it go? Did you bring anyone?"
Yes, 2 individuals, they replied, gesturing towards Shiming and Li Hanzhou. Li Hanzhou assessed the man before him. His rotund form and feigned smile marked him as a typical smiling tiger. Having wandered the earth for many years, Li Hanzhou had encountered many types of people and could discern that this one was no good. I am Zhang Xiuhu, the plump man introduced himself with a polite gesture.
How amusing, Li Hanzhou thought. No pretense at all.
He decided to play along.
I am Li Hanzhou, and this is my disciple Shiming.
We heard there were opportunities here, so we accompanied my senior disciple.
Might I inquire, Brother Hu, is there truly an opportunity here? Naturally. Zhang Xiaohu replied eagerly. Your senior disciple is here. Do you think I would deceive you?
Upon hearing this, Zhou Qianlin puffed out his chest proudly.
Master Uncle, you are no longer young. Should we seize this opportunity today? Perhaps you might turn your fortunes around.
Otherwise, well, it does not bode well for you. Li Hanzhou, maintaining his composure, inquired.
What precisely is this opportunity you speak of?
Bring it out for this brother to see, Zhang Xiuhu commanded. At his gesture, a nearby person presented a small, red,
spherical object.
Li Hanzhou examined it, unable to identify its nature.
It resembled a walnut, albeit with a peculiar hue.
This is a Qiyan fruit, Zhang Xiuhu explained. It contains a powerful source of flame, a rare fruit unique to our great Zhou.
Consuming one will enhance your comprehension of fire,
potentially allowing you to ascend to the immortal realm and become a supreme powerhouse. Such a grand claim, Li Hanzhou mused. He probed the object with his spirit, only to find it devoid of any fiery essence. It appeared to be an ordinary walnut, merely with an unusual color. The royal family seeks to sell this fruit and has tasked me with gathering righteous individuals from the populace to discreetly peddle it, Zhang Xiuhu clarified.
Ah, Li Hanzhou chuckled. The royal family wishes to sell such treasures and yet must do so covertly? Why entrust it to you? Cannot the royal family sell it themselves? And why the secrecy? Ah, you do not understand.
The purpose of the great Zhou royal family is to support the common folk, providing us with opportunities to earn wealth.
Naturally.
This must be done discreetly, otherwise, would these treasures ever reach us?
Li Hanzhou's understanding began to crystallize. So, I am to pay a sum to obtain the rights to sell this fruit, and if I can enlist others to assist, I might receive a share of the profits?
Zhang Xiuhu looked at Zhou Qianlin in surprise, having assumed it was Zhou Qianlin who had spoken.
Li Hanzhou inwardly cursed Zhou Qianlin for being a fool,
realizing he had been duped into a pyramid scheme. Chapter 71, The Rebirth Disc of Innate Spiritual Treasures. Li Hanzhou never imagined that even after traversing to another world,
he would encounter a scheme reminiscent of a pyramid scheme.
The foolish Zhou Qianlin actually sought to deceive Lu Dongyue into coming here, merely to gather numbers for their cause. It was likely that his previous claims of having found the whereabouts of his master and the treasures of the Changsheng Temple were mere fabrications.
Uncle Master, do you have any money?
Zhou Qianlin questioned Li Hanzhou with a hint of skepticism. To join the association and gain the sales rights for the Qiyan fruit, one must pay 200 taels of silver. Li Hanzhou was acutely aware of his own financial situation. He was in dire straits, with debts still haunting him from gambling. Brother Zhou, Zhang Xiuhu interjected, glancing at Zhou Qianlin, although our membership fee is 200 taels, if you work diligently, I assure you that within a year, you could earn a fortune of 1,000,000 taels.
Indeed, boss, Zhou Qianlin responded humbly. Li Hanzhou, without hesitation,
retrieved 400 taels of silver from his storage pouch and tossed them onto the table.
Excellent! Truly ambitious souls! Zhang Xiaohu exclaimed excitedly. Rest assured. If you follow my lead, wealth will be yours in abundance. With riches, all resources for cultivation will be at your fingertips, allowing your progress to accelerate tremendously. In due time, I shall provide you each with a Qi-Yin fruit, and after consuming it, you might even ascend to the realm of the immortals. Becoming a sword or spear immortal, such possibilities are within reach. As Zhang Xiaohu painted his grand vision, Li Hanzhou felt as though he had dined to his fill. Well then. Having paid our dues, let us retire for the night, Li Hanzhou suggested to Shi Ming. Shi Ming nodded in agreement, and the two turned to leave. However, their path was abruptly obstructed by two burly men. Esteemed guests, this is a secret opportunity supported by the royal family, and we cannot allow any word of it to escape. Therefore, you shall remain here for the night. Tomorrow, designated instructors will come to enlighten you. And staying here will prove more convenient, Zhang Xiaohu said with a smile that did not reach his eyes. Very well, we shall stay. Please arrange a room for us. Brother Hu, Li Hanzhou replied. Absolutely. Zhang Xiaohu signaled to his subordinates to make the necessary arrangements. Li Hanzhou and Shi Ming were assigned to a room shared with Zhou Qianlin, which housed a large communal bed that accommodated over 10 individuals. Li Hanzhou casually produced a talisman, igniting it between his fingers, its emanating fragrance causing everyone in the room to succumb to slumber. What did you just do? Zhou Qianlin inquired, astonished to see all the others fall asleep. Li Hanzhou remained silent, raising a hand to point into the air, and with a swift motion, he grasped the void. Suddenly, tiles from the ceiling shattered, and a figure plummeted before him, a member of the 8th rank. Xionggu. Zhou Qianlin gasped in surprise. You! The 8th rank master lifted his gaze to meet Li Hanzhou's eyes. The cold indifference in Li Hanzhou's stare rendered him immobile, as if encased in ice. Li Hanzhou affixed a talisman to Xionggu's forehead, a golden light surged into his consciousness. In the next moment, Xionggu appeared devoid of spirit, his eyes vacant. Begone! Li Hanzhou said coolly. Xionggu uttered no words, he simply rose and departed slowly. Uncle Master, what happened to him? Shi Ming, accustomed to Li Hanzhou's prowess, asked with curiosity. Nothing of consequence, I merely erased his memory for the time being, allowing him to return to slumber, Li Hanzhou replied calmly. He was sent by Zhang Xiaohu to monitor us. Uncle Master, you. Zhou Qianlin realized he could no longer comprehend the depth of his seemingly inept uncle's capabilities. Li Hanzhou, ignoring Zhou Qianlin's astonishment, inquired, you mentioned in your letter that you had news of a senior brother and the treasures of the Changsheng Temple. Is that true or merely a ruse? Of course it is true, Zhou Qianlin responded, a flicker of trepidation crossing his features under Li Hanzhou's penetrating gaze. As if the man before him was no longer the same as in his memories. I came to the Great Zhou after uncovering clues about my master. I indeed found traces of a treasure, the rebirth disc lost by our Changsheng Temple. The rebirth disc? Li Hanzhou echoed, astonished. An innate spiritual treasure. The third-ranked rebirth disc? Such an artifact belonged to the Changsheng Temple? It was said that the rebirth disc could allow one to return from death, borrowing another's body, making it one of the most formidable treasures among innate spiritual artifacts. Where is it? He pressed. In the Tianxian Forbidden Land, Zhou Qianlin whispered. I asked where your senior brother is, Li Hanzhou clarified. My master has passed away, Zhou Qianlin said, a hint of sorrow in his voice. The senior brother is dead? Li Hanzhou was taken aback. What, the eldest brother and master are gone? Shi Ming exclaimed, gripping Zhou Qianlin's arm, disbelief etched across his face. Yet Li Hanzhou found it hard to accept. If his senior brother had truly perished, his own divination techniques would have surely revealed it. Conversely, if his senior brother were still alive, he would have divined that as well. What could be the truth? Junior brother, do not despair. Although master has died, he found the rebirth disc before his passing and was thus reborn. I have already located him, Zhou Qianlin hastily explained. So, master has died, but through the rebirth disc. He has been reincarnated? Shi Ming asked, unable to contain his curiosity. Indeed, yet his new identity is rather complicated, Zhou Qianlin admitted with a hint of resignation.
I came here to earn money, primarily to gather enough to redeem my master.
Redeem him? Shi Ming inquired. Is master imprisoned? If he is imprisoned,
we could ask the fourth prince to assist in his release, Shi Ming suggested, glancing at Li Hanzhou.
However, at that moment,
Li Hanzhou's expression turned peculiar as he scrutinized Zhou Qianlin, asking, Zhou Qianlin, your master hasn't he been reborn in an inappropriate place, has he?
For instance, a brothel? Cough, cough. Zhou Qianlin responded awkwardly, Uncle Master, it was unavoidable.
The rebirth disc allowed my master's soul to wander. But he needed to find a new body within a limited time. As fate would have it, he encountered a recently deceased courtesan just as time was running out.
And thus, a heavy silence enveloped the room. Chapter 72, Little Sakura read I wish to redeem my master.
But that day the madam of the brothel demanded 50,000 taels from me, a sum I cannot possibly procure, Zhou Qianlin murmured softly.
How is your master? Li Hanzhou inquired, uncertain of how to pose the question, opting for a more delicate approach.
After all, the profession of women in brothels is widely understood.
Well,
he should be fine, Zhou Qianlin replied, lacking conviction, before adding, I told my master I would rescue him as soon as possible. And he said he would steadfastly uphold his principles and strive to resist.
Where is that brothel located? In the divine capital. How far is the divine capital from here? Li Hanzhou asked.
By horseback, it would take approximately 2 days, Zhou Qianlin quickly replied.
Are you planning to rush there to save my master? The fourth prince is currently in the divine capital.
I will write to him, asking for his assistance in rescuing him.
By the way, what name does your master go by now? My master is now called Little Sakura Red. Zhou Qianlin blushed as he spoke, feeling utterly embarrassed.
Li Hanzhou nearly choked on his water. His robust senior brother had the audacity to adopt the name Little Sakura Red.
Enough, we must save him first.
With a single step, his figure vanished from the room.
Zhou Qianlin was left utterly bewildered. Wasn't his master supposed to be a slothful layabout? How had he become so formidable? Junior brother, how has our master become so powerful? Zhou Qianlin could not help but ask.
I do not know, Shi Ming shook his head.
Our master is extraordinarily strong now. The Changsheng Temple is now well known across the Shinkei Kingdom.
After leaving the dilapidated courtyard, Li Hanzhou found a suitable spot to compose a letter, instructing the swiftest courier to deliver it to the divine capital, while he himself hastened towards that destination. Before departing, Li Hanzhou returned to the guesthouse, where 2 of the fourth prince's personal guards remained to attend to him. He ordered them to encircle the shabby courtyard and detain those within. In the divine capital of the Great Zhou, the emperor hosted a family banquet today, attended by numerous princes.
Yunqing was commended by Emperor Zhou for his efforts in invoking rain. Father, this is merely my duty.
The rain in Wanshui City was ultimately a result of heaven's compassion for the people, acknowledging you as the emperor. My contributions are insignificant, Yunqing humbly stated to Emperor Zhou.
The emperor nodded with a smile.
The expressions of the other princes were notably grim, particularly those of the 6th and 2nd princes. You lot should learn more from your 4th brother, the emperor remarked, casting a glance at the other princes.
Yes, father, they all quickly replied. Yunpa.
The emperor turned his gaze to the eldest prince closest to him.
Father, Yunpa immediately stood.
At over 40 years of age, with a rugged appearance and fierce demeanor, he exuded a formidable aura.
Your elder brother passed away early, now, you are the eldest.
I hope you will assist your younger brothers in their endeavors.
The emperor said perfunctorily. I understand, father, Yunpa responded, his mood souring. What did it mean to assist his brothers? Did it not imply that he should support the future crown prince? Did it not suggest that the throne was beyond his reach? Who was the emperor favoring for succession? Could it be the 4th prince? The excessive praise for him today made it quite possible.
The royal banquet concluded amidst a facade of familial affection. The hypocrisy of the attendees laid bare within the court. Upon returning to his residence, Yunqing was approached by a personal guard who respectfully announced, Your Highness.
A letter from the Grand Priest of Yunhuang.
Let me see it. Yunqing eagerly accepted the letter, feeling elated.
Were it not for Li Hanzhou, how could his father have praised him? Upon opening the letter and reading its contents, he curiously inquired, "Is there a place called Tianqing-lu?" The guards nearby quickly responded, "Your Highness, Tianqing-lu is a place of entertainment. There are 4 establishments in the divine capital, each located in a different direction, all thriving, with enchanting women within."
"It seems you all have frequented these places," Yunqing remarked, eyeing them. The guards all hastily shook their heads. "We've only heard tales."
"Help me find someone,"
the 4th prince instructed. "I do not know which Tianqing-lu she is in, but her name is Little Sakura Red.
If found, pay for her release."
"Yes."
The guards promptly departed to seek out Little Sakura Red.
In the estate of the 2nd prince, a cacophony of smashing objects echoed. The servants trembled in fear. Too intimidated to breathe, and even the 2nd prince's consorts dared not enter.
"Why?
Why am I not qualified to compete for the crown prince?" he raged. "I have achieved significant merit on the battlefield, yet I am now expected to assist those incompetent brothers."
Yunpa was nearly driven mad with fury. What was the 4th prince compared to him? Just a mere nothing, daring to contest with him? "When the opportunity arises, I shall eliminate you." As Yunpa fumed,
a soldier approached, hesitating at the threshold, unsure whether to enter.
"Get in here," Yunpa bellowed.
"Yes, yes." The soldier quickly complied.
"Second master," the soldier hastily reported. "There is unusual activity at the 4th prince's side. They are searching for someone and have gone to Tianqing-lu. Tianqing-lu?" Yunpa frowned.
"Who are they searching for?"
"They are looking for someone named Little Sakura Red," the soldier cautiously replied. "It seems the 4th prince is unaware that Tianqing-lu is your domain, and they are anxiously seeking her." "Little Sakura Red?"
Yunpa inquired, intrigued.
"Who is she?"
"Reporting to second master, she was once a songstress. When the madam forced her into prostitution, she refused and even attempted to hang herself, but was saved. Recently, fearing she might take her own life again, the madam prohibited her from entertaining clients. However, for reasons unknown, her singing and playing have become dreadful, leading to multiple complaints from patrons."
In a fit of anger,
"The madam locked her in the basement," the soldier explained.
"Oh?" Yunpa mused, surprised.
"Yunqing is actually searching for this Little Sakura Red.
Could it be they share a connection?"
"Humph, have someone bring Little Sakura Red to my estate, I shall see what secrets they harbor," he commanded. It might be possible to extract some secrets about the 4th prince from this Little Sakura Red, Yunpa contemplated.
In the basement of Tianqing-lu, the atmosphere was damp,
infested with mice and cockroaches. In a corner sat a young woman clad in red, appearing to be in her 20s, with exquisite features that could easily be deemed captivating. Her figure was graceful, voluptuous in all the right places. Sighing softly, the girl released a breath laden with profound sorrow. Chapter 73, The Invitation from the 2nd Prince. Li Qianshou never expected that he would find himself in such a dire situation.
"Qianlin, when will you come to rescue me?" he thought helplessly. To be reborn as a courtesan was one thing, but being confined here for 2 days without food because he couldn't sing or play an instrument was another. Could he possibly die of hunger? In his previous life, he had possessed transcendent skills, yet now all his powers had dissipated. With no inner strength remaining, he had sunk to the depths of the brothel, subjected to countless lewd advances from men. Had he not resisted fiercely, he might have succumbed long ago. The thought made him feel nauseous. He had attempted to escape twice, but each time he was caught and beaten by the guards of the Tianqing brothel. After 2 such experiences, Li Qianshou was genuinely afraid to try again. Fortunately, he had once encountered his disciple, Zhou Qianlin, by chance and called him over, hoping he would redeem him. Unfortunately, Zhou Qianlin was too impoverished, managing to scrape together only 20 taels of silver. The madam refused to let him go. Zhou Qianlin promised to earn more money and urged Li Qianshou to wait for his return. However, Li Qianshou felt that rescue was a distant dream. At that moment, the basement door opened, and 2 guards from the Tianqing brothel descended. "You're in luck today, you filthy woman," one of the guards exclaimed. "Get up, clean yourself up, and come with me." "What do you want?" Li Qianshou asked cautiously. "What do you think?" "Today, His Highness the 2nd Prince wants to see you."
You've struck gold. Hurry up, we can't keep the second prince waiting. The mention of the second prince left Li Qianqiu bewildered. How had he become entangled with him? Stop wasting time. Get up. The guards helped him out of the basement. Li Qianqiu sensed this could be an opportunity, perhaps he could escape. Thus, under the attendant's care, he bathed and dressed. Sister Inghong, should we call a doctor? Every time you bathe, you seem to have a nosebleed, one of the attendants remarked, noticing the blood. It's nothing, really. No need for a doctor, Li Qianqiu quickly replied. Each time he undressed, the sight of the beautiful Inghong stirred something within him, causing him to bleed. Her figure was simply too alluring. Once back, he would let his junior brother see her as well. Being a novice himself, he would surely react similarly. Li Qianqiu chuckled to himself. The attendants exchanged glances, sensing something unusual about him, but said nothing. Soon, he was led downstairs, and upon encountering the imposing contingent of guards, his heart sank. So many? He thought. Escaping from such a formidable group seemed nearly impossible, especially considering the powerful figures among them, including an elderly man with evident transcendent abilities. What now? He pondered. Miss Inghong, please enter the carriage, someone approached politely. Oh, very well. With no other choice, Li Qianqiu reluctantly stepped into the carriage. The ride was surprisingly smooth, and before he could contemplate an escape, they had already arrived. He was escorted into the residence of the second prince. Second master, she has arrived, a guard announced as they brought Li Qianqiu before Yunpa, who was taken aback by the sight of him. My goodness, there is such a beautiful woman in my Tianqing brothel, and I didn't even know. Yunpa exclaimed, astonished. The brothel was his property, and it baffled him that such beauty had gone unnoticed. What were his subordinates doing? Greetings, Your Highness, Li Qianqiu bowed. What is your relationship with Yunqing? Yunpa scrutinized him closely. Yunqing? Li Qianqiu blinked, confused. Was he a customer? No recollection came to mind. I don't know him, he replied honestly. Humph, Yunpa scoffed. You don't know him? I see how it is, you're protecting him, aren't you? Li Qianqiu felt exasperated. He had already stated he was unfamiliar. I understand now, Yunpa's eyes suddenly lit up. You understand nothing, Li Qianqiu thought to himself, bemused by Yunpa's dramatic demeanor. You must have crossed paths with him, and he fell for you. He didn't know your identity until recently. And now he has come to the brothel to redeem you. Am I correct? Yunpa fixed his gaze intensely on Li Qianqiu. Li Qianqiu, confronted with Yunpa's close scrutiny and the unpleasant odor of his breath, felt a wave of irritation. Why don't you try writing a novel? Yet listening to Yunpa's conjectures, Li Qianqiu began to gather useful information. The fourth prince, so this man before him was the second prince, the older brother of the fourth prince. If he claimed to be the fourth princess woman, surely he would be treated with respect, perhaps even pampered, providing him an opportunity to escape and ensuring his temporary safety. With this in mind, Li Qianqiu saw a glimmer of hope. Indeed, since you figured it out, there's no need for me to hide it. What you said is correct, you truly are perceptive. He sighed lightly. Ha 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 ha. I knew the fourth prince was searching for you everywhere. If this gets back to the emperor, I wonder how he would react to his son courting a courtesan. Yunpa laughed wickedly, his face contorting with malice. He had been infuriated by the emperor's public praise of Yunqing earlier, and now, having caught a weakness of his, he felt a surge of satisfaction. You are indeed the fourth prince's woman. Yunpa's eyes gleamed red as he approached Li Qianqiu. I am, what of it? Li Qianqiu sensed something unsettling in Yunpa's gaze. Humph! Yunpa turned towards the wall and retrieved a whip, gripping it tightly with a sinister smile. Now that the fourth prince has displeased me, I think it's only fair that his woman enjoys herself here. Don't you agree? His malevolent grin sent chills down Li Qianqiu's spine. Chapter 74, The Arrival of the Bamboo Sword Immortal. Upon witnessing Yunpa's actions, Li Qianqiu was nearly paralyzed with fear. This scoundrel dared to approach him with such intentions. The sight of his unkempt face made Li Qianqiu feel nauseous, prompting him to exclaim, Wait! Wait for what? I shall take you right now, so that the fourth prince knows the prowess of his elder brother. Yunpa showed no signs of hesitation.
Grabbing Li Changshou's arms,
he found himself futilely struggling against Yunpa, who was a martial artist, while Li Changshou's current form was that of an ordinary woman.
I am a man.
I do not know the fourth prince, I speak the truth. Li Changshou shouted desperately.
A man, you say? Heh, lovely one, even if you are a man.
I shall have you today.
Yunpa laughed heartily, leaning toward Li Changshou's neck. Pervert. Li Changshou realized that this second prince, Yunpa, was indeed a blatant deviant. You belong to me tonight, mark my words. Yunpa declared, tearing Li Changshou's clothing, revealing half of her bosom.
Li Changshou was on the verge of tears.
Help!
Call all you want, even if you scream until your throat is raw, no one will come to your aid.
This is my royal residence. Even if the fourth prince knows, he cannot break in.
Yunpa grinned, struggle all you like, the more you do, the more excited I become.
Fourth prince. You think you are capable?
Today, I shall claim your woman, leaving you utterly powerless. Despair washed over Li Changshou. It seemed he was destined to lose his virtue tonight. Alas, it is all fate, he thought, closing his eyes and trying not to look at Yunpa's rough face, resigning himself to the situation.
At that moment,
with a thunderous crash, the door to the room was shattered. The noise startled Yunpa, nearly causing him to falter. A fierce gale swept through, whisking Li Changshou away.
Who dares? Yunpa exclaimed in shock, realizing someone had intruded upon the prince's estate. An assassin.
The commotion drew the guards of the prince's residence, who quickly surrounded the scene. Outside, by the pond in the rockery, Li Hanzhou, his face obscured by a black cloth, held a stunned Li Changshou in his arms.
His gaze swept over the guards before finally landing on Yunpa. Bold thief, how dare you invade my royal residence? What punishment do you deserve? Yunpa roared in fury. However, the atmosphere was oddly tense.
A personal guard stepped forward, unable to contain himself. Second master, perhaps you should put on your trousers first?
Ha!
Yunpa looked down, realizing in his shock that he had forgotten to wear his pants. No wonder it felt a bit chilly.
Yet, he felt no embarrassment. After all, he was surrounded by men. Junior brother, it is you.
As Yunpa retreated to dress,
Li Changshou could hardly believe his eyes. His savior was none other than Li Hanzhou.
Despite the mask, as his senior, Li Changshou could not mistake him for anyone else.
Senior brother.
Li Hanzhou looked down, and the sight before him caused his nose to nearly bleed. The revelation was overwhelming.
What on earth am I thinking?
This is my senior brother. Seeing Li Changshou's disheveled state, as though he had just been violated, Li Hanzhou could not help but ask, senior brother, he did not
go in, did he?
Fortunately, you came in time, otherwise it would have been too late, Li Changshou exclaimed, tears welling up.
Who could understand such helplessness? Remembering the scene, he leaned on Li Hanzhou's shoulder, feeling a bit of solace. You dare to take my woman. Upon emerging, Yunpa saw Li Changshou resting on Li Hanzhou's shoulder, their intimate posture igniting his fury. Seize them. Kill. Numerous soldiers brandished their halberds, rushing to capture Li Hanzhou.
With a mere wave, Li Hanzhou unleashed a blade of wind, sending dozens of soldiers flying and severing their steel halberds in an instant.
Seeking death. Yunpa, enraged,
drew his sword and charged forward. But at that moment, a stream of sword energy descended from the sky, bringing with it an aura of death that enveloped Yunpa.
Boom!
The sword energy cleaved through the entire prince's residence, leaving all present in shock. Meanwhile, Li Hanzhou and Li Changshou had vanished. Yunpa stood dumbfounded, the residual sword energy instilling a profound terror within him, as if even the slightest wisp could obliterate him. He was merely a transcendent being. How could he provoke a sword immortal? Such a level of cultivation surpassed the realm of humanity, rendering him utterly powerless against it.
Moments later, Li Hanzhou reappeared with Li Changshou in a desolate area of the capital. Junior brother, just now.
Li Changshou was astounded by Li Hanzhou's overwhelming strength.
Thank you. Li Hanzhou replied, ignoring Li Changshou's bewilderment as he gazed skyward. At that moment, Su Nianyi descended gracefully from the heavens, standing before Li Hanzhou.
No need for thanks,
she stated coolly.
Those fools in the prince's residence were never going to keep you, I merely lent a hand. She then noticed Li Changshou in Li Hanzhou's arms, remarking, I did not expect you to be quite the charmer, standing against a prince for a woman.
Charmer?
Li Hanzhou blinked, glancing at Li Changshou before responding, You misunderstand.
It's not what you think. No need to explain, Sun Yanni interjected, shaking her head. I have no interest in the romantic escapades of others. I merely owe you a favor. Speak, what do you wish for me to do? Very well, Li Hanzhou thought it unnecessary to clarify further. I have a request for you, fairy. He stepped closer and whispered a few words into Sun Yanni's ear. Sun Yanni raised an eyebrow, just like that? Chapter 75, The Yin-Yang Fish. Thank you, fairy, Li Hanzhou said politely. I understand, Sun Yanni replied, turning to leave. Once she had distanced herself, Li Changshou approached with curiosity. Asking, Junior brother, who was that beautiful woman? That was Sun Yanni from the Valley of Ruthlessness, Li Hanzhou replied. Sun Yanni? The bamboo sword fairy? Li Changshou's expression shifted. You actually know the bamboo sword fairy? And didn't she just mention owing you a favor? He was utterly astonished. I merely assisted her with a minor task, Li Hanzhou remarked, glancing at Li Changshou. He then retrieved a garment from his storage bag and draped it over Li Changshou, adding, Fortunately, I sensed something was amiss and hurried here from Wanshui City to save you, otherwise, tonight you might. Ah, junior brother, though I am unaware of what transpired. I must thank you for your rescue this evening. As your elder brother, I have little to offer in return. But perhaps I could provide you with a glimpse of my physique to satisfy your desires, Li Changshou chuckled. Li Hanzhou nearly choked, retorting, Elder brother. You're quite the pervert. What's wrong? I find myself rather appealing, Li Changshou replied, playfully pinching his own chest. Look, it's quite soft. Never mind. Let us return, the disciples are waiting, Li Hanzhou said, dismissing him. Li Hanzhou procured a carriage and set off towards Wanshui City. The capital was tumultuous that night, with sword immortals having arrived. The imperial city was under strict lockdown. Li Hanzhou found Yun Chang and requested accommodations, as well as arranging for Shi Ming and Zhou Qianlin to be brought from Wanshui City to the capital. Yun Chang was also intrigued by the evening's events. Li Hanzhou only provided a brief summary, omitting any mention of the bamboo sword fairy. Is your second brother seeking revenge against me? Upon hearing about Yun Pa, Yun Chang's expression darkened. He was displeased to learn that his brother had taken Shi Ming away, intending to sully her, which infuriated him. I had overlooked this. It was only then I learned the brothel was under my second brother's control, Yun Chang stated. Thus, the information leaked and caused you trouble, High Priest. Not a problem, Li Hanzhou replied, intrigued. Your second brother must be quite wealthy, I presume? Indeed, among us princes, he is the wealthiest, Yun Chang affirmed. He has the support of several prominent clans in the Great Zhou, and his holdings are vast, making his financial resources formidable. Ah? Li Hanzhou pondered. Previously, when the emperor had tasked him with raising military funds, these clans had preferred to contribute to his second brother rather than donate anything, resulting in minimal funds raised. Yun Chang shook his head in resignation, finding the emperor's task exceedingly difficult. At that moment, Li Hanzhou recalled the upcoming auction, where he intended to bid for the right to enter the Forbidden Grounds, not only for the Fountain of Immortality but also to retrieve the reincarnation disc that, as Li Changshou had mentioned, was left within the forbidden area. That item belonged to the Longevity Pavilion, and he must reclaim it. On the way back, Li Hanzhou curiously inquired how Li Changshou had accessed the Tianxian Forbidden Grounds. Li Changshou explained that he had been unaware of its nature, having stumbled upon an ancient teleportation array that mysteriously transported him there, only for it to be destroyed upon his arrival. This caused Li Hanzhou to suspect that someone had orchestrated these events behind the scenes, as the teleportation array appeared to have been specifically set for Li Changshou, baiting him with the reincarnation disc. His deductions revealed signs of manipulation, yet he could not identify the mastermind. Logically, they had not offended anyone. So why would someone target the Longevity Pavilion? Regarding the qualification to enter the Forbidden Grounds, Li Hanzhou initially believed he had sufficient funds, but soon realized all his money was in banknotes, valid in the Divine Summit but worthless in the Great Zhou.
He only had a few thousand taels in silver.
Far from enough.
Yunqing could not provide such a sum either, leading Li Hanzhou to contemplate whether to borrow from the second prince.
What is the high priest contemplating? Yunqing inquired.
Nothing much, let us wait until the people from Wanchue City arrive, Li Hanzhou thought, already formulating a plan.
The following morning, Li Hanzhou sought out Li Changshou, instructing him not to disclose their identities. Junior brother, how did you manage to learn the great celestial technique?
Li Changshou still struggled to comprehend how the national treasure of Xinglua Kingdom had fallen into Li Hanzhou's hands.
I'm not quite sure how to explain it, perhaps I merely stumbled upon it? Li Hanzhou replied, equally puzzled.
Li Changshou shrugged, indicating that he was indifferent and would not pursue the matter further.
Are you planning to remain this way indefinitely? Li Hanzhou observed Li Changshou's alluring figure, finding it undeniably tempting. Is there any way to revert you back? What can be done?
Li Changshou sat down, stating, the reincarnation disc is indeed a congenital spiritual treasure.
Yet one can only reincarnate once in a lifetime. It seems impossible for me to reincarnate again unless I find the yin-yang fish.
Legend has it that when the heavens and earth birthed the congenital spiritual treasures, 3 yin-yang fish emerged, possessing the power to reverse yin and yang, resurrect the dead,
and transform genders. If I were to find a yin-yang fish, I would undoubtedly be able to become a man, Li Changshou said earnestly. Li Hanzhou recalled.
700 years ago, the Buddhist sect of the South Sea transformed a supreme relic tainted by demonic energy with a yin-yang fish.
That relic is now enshrined at the South Sea Tianlong Temple.
400 years ago, a farmer discovered a black and white fish in the mountains, made a soup from it. And astonishingly, his dying father returned to youth, marrying a new wife thereafter. Currently, only one yin-yang fish remains in the world, but its whereabouts are unknown.
Let fate decide.
Li Changshou sighed. Junior brother, before master departed, he entrusted me to take good care of you. Should you remain single throughout this life?
I shall accompany you until the end.
Get lost, Li Hanzhou shuddered. At that moment, a guard entered, respectfully announcing, High Priest, the fourth prince requests your presence.
I understand.
Li Hanzhou replied, heading to meet Yunqing. When Yunqing saw Li Hanzhou arrive, he exclaimed with excitement, High Priest, I have obtained the manufacturing methods for the water-repelling pearl and the Bai Luo bottle. Please take a look. With that, he handed over 2 sheets of paper. Li Hanzhou examined them, and Yunqing continued, I have arranged for the raw materials for the spiritual treasures, you need not worry about that.
Excellent.
When the young master and the others arrive, I will begin the process for you, Li Hanzhou promised.
Chapter 76, Re-encounter with Zhang Xiaohu examining the manufacturing process.
Although it appeared that the runes had significantly increased in number and complexity, Li Hanzhou found it merely troublesome rather than difficult.
Thank you, High Priest.
Yunqing promptly expressed his gratitude. 2 days later, Shimeng and Zhou Qianlin arrived in the divine capital from Wanchue City.
Are you my master?
Shimeng gazed in disbelief at the enchanting figure in the narrow alley.
Master, you haven't been, right? Zhou Qianlin exclaimed, brimming with excitement. Silence.
Do not speak nonsense, Li Changshou admonished his disciple, maintaining a semblance of authority, albeit slight, especially in his current guise, which made him appear more like a neighborly elder sister.
Having met, Li Hanzhou sought out Yunqing.
Your Highness, I have some inquiries regarding the captured Zhang Xiaohu.
He stated. Very well.
Yunqing had previously arranged for Zhang Xiaohu to be brought to the divine capital, intending to imprison him, but had yet to do so.
Li Hanzhou, eager to meet Zhang Xiaohu, made his way to the dungeon.
On his journey, he witnessed a soldier from the prince's residence being beaten mercilessly, his body a patchwork of bruises.
Li Hanzhou couldn't help but reflect on Yunqing's ruthless nature, recognizing the man as a guard complicit with a pyramid scheme,
and felt he deserved his fate.
High Priest, the man is inside. Guiding Li Hanzhou to the dungeon, Yunqing was curious about Li Hanzhou's intentions.
Upon encountering Zhang Xiaohu, who lay in a corner, barely clinging to life, his already corpulent frame gasping for breath, he was incredulous. It's you, Zhang Xiaohu stammered, struggling to comprehend. It is I, Li Hanzhou replied as he stepped closer.
I have some questions for you. If you cooperate,
I may plead for your clemency and grant you a chance at survival.
However, should you resist,
I shall have no choice but to let fourth prince take good care of you. I'll speak.
Zhang Xiaohu, seeing a glimmer of hope, crawled to Li Hanzhou's feet, desperation etched on his face. Brother, no, from today onwards, you shall be my adoptive father. Please, don't let them hit me anymore.
I'll tell you everything. Seeing Zhang Xiaohu's state, Li Hanzhou discerned that he had indeed been severely punished. Now tell me, where did you procure the Qi-yin fruit? Father, to be honest, it's not a Qi-yin fruit at all, it's merely a type of walnut from my hometown. Dyed with a special pigment I created, color-fast and meant to deceive, Zhang Xiaohu confessed, tears streaming down his face, divulging everything in a rush.
What a cunning merchant!
Yun Qing scoffed, such a person deserves to be executed 100 times over. Your Highness, he may yet prove useful, Li Hanzhou interjected.
Aren't you seeking to raise military funds? Coincidentally, I wish to auction the opportunity to enter the Tianxian Forbidden Land. Perhaps we could collaborate and profit. How so? Yun Chang was taken aback.
Leave that to me, Li Hanzhou whispered his plan into Yun Qing's ear. As he listened, Yun Chang's astonishment grew,
eventually replaced by a hint of fear.
He regarded Li Hanzhou with trepidation, sensing the danger he posed. Your Highness, he could be of use, let us release him.
Li Hanzhou urged.
Very well, Yun Qing acquiesced.
Upon hearing he would be freed, Zhang Xiaohu excitedly bowed repeatedly. Once you are out, you shall work for me. If you perform well, I shall reward you, if not, I will return you here, and you can be assured the punishment will be tenfold more severe. Li Hanzhou stated calmly. Yes. I shall do my utmost, whatever you command, father, I will comply.
Zhang Xiaohu stammered, looking at Li Hanzhou sheepishly. Just call me master, Li Hanzhou replied.
Yes, master.
Zhang Xiaohu quickly corrected himself.
After their departure,
Yun Chang began organizing matters while Li Hanzhou delved into the spiritual treasure manufacturing diagrams brought back by Yun Chang.
Days later, in the imperial study,
a eunuch approached the Emperor Zhou, announcing, Your Majesty, the High Priest of Xinglua Kingdom has arrived with the young master.
Whom?
The Emperor, engrossed in official documents, was intrigued.
Xinglua Kingdom? What brings them here unexpectedly? The Emperor held no animosity towards Xinglua Kingdom, especially since their enemy, the Divine K, was also the foe of Dezhou.
The adage the enemy of my enemy is my friend rang true, and although Xinglua Kingdom had fallen from grace, its foundation remained formidable.
Prepare a banquet.
Yes. Since representatives from Xinglua Kingdom had come, it would be remiss not to extend them hospitality. The Emperor also summoned his second, fourth, and sixth princes,
as well as some lesser-favored princes to join the feast.
In the grand hall, the princes took their seats along either side. Yun Chang sat calmly, while the second prince, Yunpa, scrutinized him with a wary gaze. After the sword immortal had rescued Li Changshou, Yunpa had grown suspicious of any potential relationship between that immortal and the fourth prince, leading him to remain inactive for days. The young master of Xinglua Kingdom has arrived. At that moment, Li Hanzhou entered, accompanied by Shi Ming.
Greetings, Your Majesty of Dezhou.
Li Hanzhou and Shi Ming bowed in reverence.
Please rise. The Emperor, observing Shi Ming, inquired, Are you the young master of Xinglua Kingdom? I am Chu Xinghe.
Shi Ming replied, having grown accustomed to the role.
Please take a seat, the Emperor invited with a smile. Your Majesty. We have traveled from the Cloud Wilderness and brought some humble gifts.
I hope you do not find them lacking, Li Hanzhou said, clapping his hands,
prompting attendants to bring in several items.
As the boxes were opened, they revealed an array of jewelry and porcelain, seemingly unremarkable.
The Emperor nodded appreciatively. You have been too generous. However, when the final box was unveiled, its contents captivated everyone's attention. It contained 10 exquisitely crafted fruits, housed in an equally ornate box.
This is my first time seeing such items, the Emperor remarked, intrigued. Li Hanzhou exchanged a glance with Shi Ming before elaborating, Your Majesty. These are a unique treasure from Xinglua Kingdom, known as Qi-yin fruit. They are exceedingly rare and, when consumed, can grant insight into the path of flames. With luck, one may even ascend to the immortal realm.
Such marvels?
The princes present gasped in astonishment at the prospect of a treasure that could lead to the immortal realm. The Emperor's eyes sparkled with interest.
Truly remarkable. Chapter 77, The Merchant of Beijue and the Crimson Flame Fruit. Originally, this item was a treasure of the Xinglua Kingdom, long favored by our esteemed Grand Master, who consumed the Crimson Flame Fruit for years before ascending to the immortal realm. However, in the present day, our once great Xinglua Kingdom has fallen to the devastation wrought by the Shenk, forcing us to sell this precious artifact to other nations merely to sustain our existence in the Yunhuang region. Li Hanzhou let out a resigned sigh and remarked, "I could have brought more for your majesty, but not long ago, someone stole nearly all of our Crimson Flame fruits, leaving us with only a few to present to you." "Stolen?" Emperor Zhou inquired, astonished. "Who was responsible?" "It must have been the people of Shenk," Li Hanzhou replied, his indignation palpable. "They pilfered our national treasure as retribution for our previous actions against their ninth prince. My purpose in coming to the Great Zhou today is to seek an alliance against Shenk. Though Xinglua has been vanquished, we still possess considerable resources," he continued. "I heard that the Great Zhou dispatched troops to assault Ling'an City, causing significant losses. Thus, we have come to propose a collaboration to confront Shenk together. We have long been rivals with Shenk and possess extensive knowledge about their strategies, enabling us to offer assistance to the Great Zhou." Li Hanzhou clasped his hands in a gesture of respect. "Excellent." Emperor Zhou responded with a smile. "If we can unite against Shenk, they shall have little to fear." "Indeed," Li Hanzhou added with a grin. "Should we manage to reclaim the Crimson Flame fruits, Xinglua would gladly share the rewards with the Great Zhou. To our alliance." Emperor Zhou raised his cup in a toast. Li Hanzhou and Shi Ming reciprocated the gesture. After the banquet concluded, the emperor invited Li Hanzhou and Shi Ming to stay in the palace for a few days, to which they readily agreed. 2 days later, a merchant, clad in the garb of Beijue, appeared in the capital. Merchants from Beijue were a rare sight, as the distance from Beijue to the Great Zhou was considerable, separated by 2 smaller nations. Yet, this merchant proclaimed his intent to acquire Crimson Flame fruits at an astonishing price of 50 taels each. Such an exorbitant offer drew considerable attention, though many were unaware of the true nature of the Crimson Flame fruit. Gradually, the news reached the ears of the second prince. "Yunpa acquiring Crimson Flame fruits?" Yunpa mused, taken aback. "I have heard of them. Just days ago, the high priest of Xinglua presented 10 to the emperor." "Which I have seen. But is it not a treasure of Xinglua? How could one possibly acquire it after it was stolen by Shenk?" As night fell, Yunpa exited the Tianqing building, burdened by his recent frustrations, particularly the emperor's lukewarm demeanor towards him and his insistence that he assist his younger brother. Seeking solace, he decided to visit the establishment. Upon entering his carriage, he prepared to return home. However, just as they reached a corner, a loud crash echoed as the bearers collided with someone. "Watch where you're going," the bearer exclaimed angrily. "Is it not you who should pay attention? You've knocked over my goods," retorted the young man on the ground. "How dare you? Do you know whose carriage this is?" Hearing the commotion, Yunpa furrowed his brow and lifted the curtain to discern the cause of the disturbance. To his astonishment, a young man was crouched on the ground, gathering scattered items. When Yunpa recognized what lay upon the ground, his eyes widened in disbelief. "Was that not a Crimson Flame fruit? Bring it to me," Yunpa commanded. Several guards promptly rushed forward to apprehend Zhou Qianlin. "What are you doing? Let me go," Zhou Qianlin protested in alarm. "Where did you acquire this?" Yunpa demanded, retrieving one of the fruits and confirming its authenticity. "I was sent by my master to sell these in the city," Zhou Qianlin replied. "You would be wise to release me. Offending my master will not end well for you." "Hoof. Do you know who I am?" Yunpa scoffed. "I care not who you are," Zhou Qianlin retorted defiantly. "My master is a sword immortal." "A sword immortal?" Yunpa gasped, recalling the enigmatic figure who had rescued someone from his estate not long ago. Could this individual's master be the same? It was entirely plausible, after all. It was unlikely that so many sword immortals would appear otherwise. "What is your master's name?" Yunpa inquired. "Is my master's name something you can inquire about?"
Zhou Qianlin sneered. Release me, my master tasked me with selling these fruits, and failure to do so will result in punishment.
How much are you selling these crimson flame fruits for? Yunpa pressed.
30 taels each, Zhou Qianlin replied.
30 taels? Yunpa's eyes sparkled with intrigue.
If he could buy them at that price, he could profit immensely, as the merchant from Beijue was offering 50 taels.
How many do you have?
300.
Zhou Qianlin answered.
What of it?
I'll take them all.
All of them?
Zhou Qianlin exclaimed in surprise.
That amounts to 9,000 taels.
I'll take them.
Yunpa produced a note for 9,000 taels and handed it to Zhou Qianlin.
After counting the bills, Zhou Qianlin nodded and said, "Very well.
The crimson flame fruits are yours.
Now I can return to report to my master."
Wait, do you have more of these fruits?
Yunpa inquired. "Indeed, I have plenty more," Zhou Qianlin affirmed. "My master procured a great number." Yunpa, sensing the opportunity, understood the implications.
Xingluo was a land of formidable experts.
Only a being from the immortal realm could have stolen treasures from Xingluo. It seemed likely that this individual's master was indeed responsible. "Have these fruits delivered to my royal palace," Yunpa instructed, recognizing the potential for profit.
"Very well,"
Zhou Qianlin replied before departing. Once he was gone, a guard approached Yunpa and whispered, "Second master, shall we follow him?" "Absolutely not," Yunpa cautioned. "His master may be watching."
Provoking a sword immortal is a risk we cannot afford. By purchasing his goods, we may forge an alliance with this sword immortal. Should I gain the support of a sword immortal, the position of crown prince will surely be mine.
Furthermore,
summon that merchant from Beijue tomorrow and sell him the crimson flame fruits.
Keep a close watch on him.
Do not allow him to make contact with that individual from tonight.
The guard comprehended Yunpa's intentions immediately. The following morning, the Beijue merchant was summoned to the royal palace.
The rotund merchant was none other than Zhang Shouhu in disguise.
Without unnecessary pleasantries,
he purchased the entire stock of 300 crimson flame fruits at the price of 50 taels each. Thank you, Your Highness, for procuring these crimson flame fruits,
Zhang Shouhu remarked.
Though the quantity is rather limited, and my journey from Beijue was arduous, I have earned little profit.
Should you be able to acquire more? I would be willing to pay 70 taels each. Upon hearing this, Yunpa's eyes gleamed with excitement. 70 taels. Chapter 78, The Curious Water Repellent Peril. Very well. Let us embark on a long-term collaboration.
This prince shall undoubtedly procure more of the scarlet flame fruits for you.
Yun Puo readily agreed. Excellent, I shall await your delivery.
Your Highness, do not fret about the quantity, for I have ample funds at my disposal, Zhang Shouhu boasted confidently.
With that, Zhang Shouhu departed.
Holding the banknotes in his hands, Yun Puo was filled with excitement. Just by reselling, he had already amassed such wealth. Zhang Shouhu was unfamiliar with the individual from last night. As long as they were not acquainted, he could profit from this arrangement.
Additionally,
there was the possibility of befriending the sword immortal. The following evening, Zhou Qianlin arrived at Yun Puo's residence with a storage bag in hand.
Do you still desire the scarlet flame fruits? Upon entering, Zhou Qianlin boldly declared, showing no sign of reverence toward Yun Puo. Yet, the more casual he was, the less Yun Puo felt it was an issue. After all, he was backed by the sword immortal.
Not even the emperor himself could afford to be dismissive.
How many do you have today? Yun Puo hastily inquired. 1,000.
Zhou Qianlin settled down, sipped his tea, and continued, however. My master has stated that the scarlet flame fruits are currently in high demand, they are selling very well elsewhere, and prices are on the rise.
Therefore,
they are no longer 30 taels of silver each, but rather 50 taels each.
You either take them or I shall sell them to others. We are not short of buyers. 50 taels? Yun Puo was taken aback. Had the price truly increased? Why the sudden rise?
Unable to contain himself, Yun Puo remarked. Based on our previous agreement, this was already a fair price. Take it or leave it, if not, I shall inquire at the princess residence in the West District.
With that, Zhou Qianlin stood to leave. The West District? Fourth brother?
Upon hearing this, Yun Puo grew anxious and quickly stepped in front of Zhou Qianlin. I did not say I wouldn't buy, please do not be upset, young brother. Yun Puo chuckled, 1,000 scarlet flame fruits, correct? I will take them all. Regardless of the price increase, he would still profit. Here are the goods. Zhou Qianlin retrieved the 1,000 scarlet flame fruits from his storage bag. Shall I count them? Zhou Qianlin asked. No need, I trust you, young brother. Yun Puo waved his hand grandly, presenting Zhou Qianlin with 50,000 taels in banknotes. Without further ado, Zhou Qianlin took the banknotes and turned to leave. Young brother, do bring more goods next time. Yun Puo called after him. Zhou Qianlin did not respond, merely waving his hand as he exited. Once Zhou Qianlin was out of sight, Yun Puo immediately sought out Zhang Xiaohu. Ah, second prince, you are truly remarkable. I have struggled for days without acquiring a single one, yet you managed to procure so many. Zhang Xiaohu exclaimed, his eyes gleaming at the sight of the 1,000 scarlet flame fruits. 1,000, Yun Puo reiterated. As per our previous agreement, 70 taels of silver each. No problem. Zhang Xiaohu boldly tossed out 70,000 taels in banknotes. Seeing the banknotes brought immense joy to Yun Puo. In just a few hours, he had earned 20,000 taels. What other business could yield such rapid profits? Yet, he still felt it was insufficient. Your Highness, cannot you procure a few more? Zhang Xiaohu inquired, his brow furrowed. I shall do my utmost, Yun Puo replied helplessly. Zhou Qianlin had only brought this much. Your Highness, please assist me in acquiring more. I received word from Beiju that business there is thriving, with a tremendous demand for these fruits. The market is quite empty. If you can bring me more, I am willing to pay 100 taels of silver per fruit. Zhang Xiaohu said earnestly. 100 taels? Yun Puo was astounded upon hearing this. The price had indeed doubled. It had initially been merely 50 taels. Leave it to me, Yun Puo assured confidently. I shall take these fruits with me first. Zhang Xiaohu instructed his men to pack the scarlet flame fruits and departed the imperial residence. After Zhang Xiaohu left, Yun Puo pondered how he could persuade Zhou Qianlin to bring him more scarlet flame fruits. Within the palace, Li Hanzhou and Shi Ming, as visitors from Yunhuang, were treated exceptionally well. The Emperor of Zhou frequently invited Li Hanzhou to dine, to which he never declined. In his past life, Li Hanzhou had been a master of deception, capable of weaving tales that captivated all. Despite his limited knowledge of Yunhuang, he spoke with such flair that it seemed credible. Especially since the Zhou Emperor had never truly visited Yunhuang, thus, he believed Li Hanzhou's words to be true. During these days, Li Hanzhou, having little to occupy his time, began crafting spiritual treasures, specifically the water-repellent pearl promised to Yun Qing. After 3 afternoons of diligent effort, Li Hanzhou finally succeeded in creating the pearl. The walnut-sized orb, as countless runes converged upon it, radiated a brilliant light. It is merely a standard water-repellent pearl. Let there be no peculiar functions, Li Hanzhou silently wished as he gazed at the pearl nearing completion. According to the descriptions in the texts, at the moment of its completion, the pearl would manifest a deep blue hue, reminiscent of the ocean. And one could hear the sound of waves when pressed to the ear. As Li Hanzhou watched with bated breath, blue radiance began to envelop the pearl. It is complete! Li Hanzhou exclaimed with joy. However, gradually, the blue luminosity began to fade, transforming into a deep crimson hue. Ultimately, what appeared before Li Hanzhou was a blood-red pearl, adorned with flickering black patterns that seemed most malevolent. Li Hanzhou. This object appears exceedingly villainous, does it not? Is this truly a water-repellent pearl? What kind of water-repellent pearl looks like this? Perplexed, Li Hanzhou began re-examining his rune codes, but regardless of how many times he checked, he found no errors. Yet, the product was simply not what he had anticipated. Li Hanzhou picked up the pearl and pressed it to his ear, hoping to hear the sound of waves. To his surprise, a sinister laugh echoed from within, reminiscent of a pervert's cackle. Could there truly be a demon inside? Li Hanzhou began to doubt himself. Ah, well. My spiritual treasures often turn out strange, but at least they retain their essential functions. Perhaps they simply come with unforeseen additional traits. Li Hanzhou chose not to dwell on it further. The water-repellent pearl had been created, and whether Yun Qing dared to use it remained to be seen. He would store the pearl and present it to him upon leaving the palace. Li Hanzhou prepared to continue crafting the Bai Luo bottle, an essential vessel for holding the fountain of eternal youth. He diligently studied the manufacturing manual, eager to discern the unique aspects of this Bai Luo bottle.
Chapter 79, Can you consume it?
So it is. Upon reflection, Li Hanzhou realized that the Bilu Oping is a specialized vessel designed to contain unique liquids,
capable of preserving the intrinsic properties of whatever liquid it holds.
Once a liquid is placed within the Bilu Oping, it remains unchanged.
The fountain of immortality,
being a form of extraordinary divine water, undergoes transformation the moment it leaves its spring, reverting to ordinary spring water within half an hour.
Thus, only the Bilu Oping can transport the fountain of immortality, ensuring it never loses its exceptional nature.
However, the creation of the Bilu Oping is a complex process, requiring costly materials. Fortunately, these were prepared by Yun Qing, otherwise, it would have been quite troublesome for Li Hanzhou to gather the necessary components.
Yet,
the Bilu Oping has a significant drawback: its limited capacity, holding merely 1 liter of liquid.
Consequently, each individual who enters the forbidden realm of Tianxian can only extract about 1 liter of the fountain of immortality.
Li Hanzhou diligently set about crafting the Bilu Oping. For 3 days, Zhou Qianlin seemed to have vanished, not making an appearance at the royal residence, which left Yun Ping in a state of anxious distress. He dispatched individuals in search of Zhou Qianlin, but no news surfaced. Meanwhile, Zhang Xiuhu visited daily, pressing Yun Pai to procure the Qian fruit,
even raising the price to 120 taels.
Yun Pai, eager to earn, found himself at a loss without Zhou Qianlin's presence. Observing his soldiers training in the martial arts arena, Yun Pai wore a troubled expression.
Second master.
At that moment, a personal guard rushed over.
Speak your mind. Yun Pai's countenance was decidedly grim.
The merchant selling the Qian fruit has arrived. The guard relayed hastily.
Really?
Yun Pai's frown lifted, and he hurried to meet Zhou Qianlin. Upon finding Zhou Qianlin sipping tea, Yun Pai nearly wept with relief, rushing forward exclaiming, "Brother, you finally returned. You have no idea how I've managed these past few days."
My apologies, Your Highness.
There were some matters requiring my attention these last few days, Zhou Qianlin replied, producing a storage bag. This time, I have brought 5,000 Qian fruits for you, but the price has changed, now it is 100 taels each, as per my master's directive.
Another price increase?
Yun Pai furrowed his brow, yet even at 100 taels, he could still make a considerable profit.
5,000 is still somewhat insufficient. Unable to contain himself, Yun Pai implored, "Brother, could you ask the sword immortal if he can part with a few more?" Still not enough? Zhou Qianlin asked, his brow knitting in confusion. How many do you desire?
As many as you can provide, Yun Pai replied eagerly.
Do you have any idea how many Qian fruits my master has acquired?
Zhou Qianlin chuckled.
I fear you might not be able to afford them.
Do not worry about that, I can manage as many as you can supply, Yun Pai assured, thumping his chest.
If you truly wish for them, I will inquire with my master.
He has at least 300,000 in stock. If you can consume them, I will deliver them to you, Zhou Qianlin remarked nonchalantly.
300,000. Hearing this number, Yun Pai was taken aback.
At 100 taels each, that totals 30 million taels of silver, an amount he simply could not muster.
Though he possessed wealth, it was insufficient for such a sum. Consider this carefully, Zhou Qianlin stated as he stood.
I will be staying at the Sanshan Inn in the city tonight and will depart tomorrow.
If you wish for them, I will bring them.
But be forewarned, should I deliver the Qian fruits and you refuse to purchase them, my master will personally address the matter with you.
Of course not. Yun Pai quickly replied. I will contemplate this and provide you with an answer by tonight.
Once Zhou Qianlin departed, Yun Pai immediately summoned Zhang Xiuhu.
5,000. He declared,
handing over the Qian fruits. Sighing in resignation, Zhang Xiuhu remarked, Your Highness, after this transaction, I intend to leave the great Zhou.
What is the matter? Yun Pai inquired hastily.
News from Beijue indicates that Qian fruits have also emerged from the Ligua region. I plan to investigate, I can hardly procure any here.
So I will see if I can gather more there, Zhang Xiaohu explained, shrugging.
After all this time here, I haven't even managed to collect 10,000.
It's simply too time-consuming. How many can you consume?
Yunpa pressed, fixing his gaze on Zhang Xiaohu.
How many can I consume? Zhang Xiaohu scoffed,
producing a thick stack of banknotes from his pocket. Each note was worth 100,000 taels. This single stack amounted to several million taels. Yunpei's eyes widened with astonishment, even igniting an impulse to seize Zhang Xiaohu's banknotes.
Your Highness, do not underestimate me.
Although I am merely a merchant from Beijue, I hold significant status there. To say I am the wealthiest would not be an exaggeration. Even our emperor treats me with great courtesy. Last year, I contributed half of Beijue's military funding. Whatever quantity of Qiyan fruits you procure, I can consume. Listening to Zhang Xiaohu's words, Yunpa regained his composure.
This man held considerable influence in Beijue, should he perish in the Great Zhou. Conflict between Beijue and Great Zhou would likely ensue. Moreover, it was uncertain how many were aware of Zhang Xiaohu collecting Qiyan fruits from him. Should he die,
Yunpa would surely be the first suspect. If this situation led to war between Great Zhou and Beijue, and his father learned the cause,
his aspirations for the throne would be irrevocably dashed. Would you be interested in 300,000 Qiyan fruits? Yunpa pondered aloud. 300,000?
Zhang Xiaohu's eyes sparkled with interest.
Yes, if your Highness can procure them, I would offer you 130 taels each. How does that sound? Excellent. Yunpa rejoiced, pleased by the 10-tael increase.
Purchasing at 100 taels and selling at 130, he would net 30 taels for each fruit. That meant a staggering profit of 9 million taels from 300,000 Qiyan fruits, more than his entire fortune.
Yunpa's breath quickened at the thought. Await my news.
I will procure the Qiyan fruits for you in the coming days, Yunpa affirmed. Then I shall anticipate your favorable response, Zhang Xiaohu replied, clasping his hands in gratitude. After Zhang Xiaohu departed, Yunpa swiftly instructed his guards to seek assistance.
Such a monumental transaction was beyond his capacity alone. However, he was not without allies.
Several influential clans supported his claim to the throne, including uncles and aunts, all eager to see him ascend as the crown prince. These clans were affluent. If his own funds fell short, he would enlist their aid, promising to repay them later. With this financial backing, he could contribute a portion toward military expenses. Old Fourth, that good-for-nothing, has failed to gather military funds. Let me show father that I can succeed, Yunpa sneered. Old Fourth, just wait. Chapter 80. I am here for cultivation. On that afternoon, the heads of several prominent clans gathered at the residence of the second prince.
Borrowing money?
Upon hearing Yunpa's intention to seek a loan, the clan leaders exhibited expressions of disbelief.
The second prince possessed numerous assets within the divine city. How could he possibly be in need of funds? Dear nephew, what do you require such a sum for? The prince inquired with curiosity. Surely, you are not in dire financial straits?
Yunpa's uncle echoed the sentiment, his face reflecting similar intrigue.
That is of no concern to you, Yunpa replied,
deciding to keep his lucrative scheme to himself.
How could he divulge the details of his plan to quietly amass 900,000 taels of silver? What if they sought to claim a portion for themselves?
This matter was crucial to his aspirations of ascending to the position of crown prince. Yunpa spoke gravely. If you lend me the money, I assure you it will be returned within 7 days. Upon hearing that this could facilitate Yunpa's claim to the throne, the clan leaders exchanged glances. If that were the case, it was indeed worthwhile. Very well, they nodded in agreement. Their efforts were ultimately aimed at securing Yunpa's ascent to power, ensuring they would bask in the ensuing glory. Moreover, it was merely a loan, one that would be repaid. Thus, throughout the afternoon, the clans united, and together with Yunpa's own funds, they amassed a staggering 30 million taels in silver notes. 30 million taels. Such a sum would be considered a fortune anywhere. Yet, the thought of profiting 900,000 and gaining the favor of the sword immortal filled Yunpa with a sense of fortuitousness. He harbored no concerns about the authenticity of the Qiyan fruit. For both the high priest and the young master of Xinglua kingdom had declared it to be a priceless treasure of their realm. With official endorsement, what cause for doubt remained? Meanwhile, in Yunhuang, the high priest scrutinized the confidential report in his hands, his expression darkening. The intelligence indicated that individuals were impersonating the high priest and young master of Xinglua Kingdom within the Great Zhou. He sensed a conspiracy at play and had dispatched individuals to Great Zhou to expose these impostors. After all, the people of Yunhuang had never set foot in Great Zhou. High priest, we have returned. Two figures appeared before the high priest, clad in black and white, the formidable duo known as the Black and White Impermanence of Yunhuang. How could you have returned so swiftly? The high priest questioned, perplexed. The journey from Yunhuang to Great Zhou would typically require several days. Wait. What has happened to your faces? He noticed their battered appearances. Black Impermanence sighed, we were intercepted outside Yunhuang and prevented from leaving. By whom? The high priest asked, astonished. By the sword immortal of the divine threshold, bamboo sword immortal, White Impermanence replied with a wry smile. She insisted on cultivating in peace and instructed us not to disturb her. We attempted to confront her, but were ultimately defeated. Bamboo sword immortal, Sun Yeni? The high priest exclaimed in anger. What is her sudden purpose in Yunhuang? Cultivation my foot, what could possibly be gained here? I shall investigate. With that, the high priest departed from the ancient town. The sole path leading out of Yunhuang was fraught with thorns and marshes, impassable for the average person. Thus the residents of Xinglua had little concern for any potential enemies infiltrating their territory. As the high priest traversed the marshes, the air was filled with the distant roars of unknown feral beasts. At the entrance, a woman sat cross-legged upon a blue stone, a bamboo sword resting upon her knees. Sun Yeni slowly opened her eyes and calmly stated, no one is permitted to leave, return. The high priest appeared before her, his figure surrounded by swirling winds, moving with remarkable speed. Standing with his hands clasped behind his back, a powerful aura emanated from him. Bamboo sword immortal of the Valley of Absolute Emotion. I have long admired your reputation, the high priest declared, fixing his gaze upon Sun Yeni. The great celestial technique, Sun Yeni remarked after assessing her visitor. I presume you are the high priest of Yunhuang? Indeed, the high priest replied, clasping his fists in respect. I welcome you to Yunhuang for your cultivation. However, my people have pressing matters to attend to outside. I kindly request that you permit them to leave. I can arrange a more suitable location for your meditation. That is unnecessary, this place is quite adequate, Sun Yeni shook her head. This area is rife with marshes and insects, surely they will disturb your cultivation. The high priest persisted. They will not approach me, she stated firmly. The high priest frowned, indeed. Sun Yeni's ability to emanate a sword domain rendered her impervious to such nuisances. Is there no room for negotiation? He narrowed his eyes. I shall depart when the time is right, Sun Yeni replied, closing her eyes once more. Until then, no one from Yunhuang may leave. Should they attempt to do so, they shall face dire consequences. You! The high priest seethed with fury, pointing an accusatory finger at her, at a loss for words. Should you truly wish to leave, you may summon your slumbering ancestor. If you can defeat me, you may proceed, Sun Yeni stated nonchalantly. Humph. The high priest scoffed, turning away in frustration. While it was true that a slumbering ancestor resided within Yunhuang, awakening him for such trivial matters would risk exhausting their foundational strength. As the high priest departed, Sun Yeni resumed her meditation. Her presence in Yunhuang was a directive from Hanzhou, tasked to ensure no one from Yunhuang would depart for a period of no more than 2 months. Sun Yeni regarded the task as simple and readily agreed. Believing that cultivation could be pursued anywhere, the high priest, fully aware of the impostors in Great Zhou, found himself incensed by his inability to intervene. High priest, why not join forces and break through? Black Impermanence suggested. Absolutely not, the high priest dismissed the idea. The one outside is a sword immortal. Even if we band together, while we might force her back, should she choose to retaliate, we would likely suffer devastating losses. Chapter 81, a second deception awaits at this moment. Someone rushed in, breathless, exclaiming, the young master is missing. What? The high priest was taken aback. The young master has not left the house these past few days. I was somewhat concerned and went inside to check, only to discover he had vanished, leaving behind a letter. As he spoke, the visitor handed the letter to the high priest. The high priest hurriedly tore it open. Absurd! He exclaimed in anger after reading it. The young master has secretly gone in search of the one who possesses the grand celestial technique. What if something were to happen? High priest! Let us go find the young master, Black and White Impermanence urged quickly. How can you go out? The high priest glared at the two. Sun Yan is stationed there. And he won't let you leave. The two exchanged worried glances. Let us hope the young master is safe, the high priest could only pray at that moment. Later that evening in the Great Zhou, Junpa sent someone to find Zhou Qianlin, agreeing to purchase 30,000 scarlet flame fruits. Zhou Qianlin promised to deliver them the following morning. This news thrilled Yunpa, causing him to lose sleep that night. The next morning, Zhou Qianlin indeed arrived, bringing with him a storage bag filled with 30,000 scarlet flame fruits, nearly burying the entire room. Your Highness, all the scarlet flame fruits are here. You may have someone verify, Zhou Qianlin stated. The total is 30 million taels of silver, everything the master has is here. And he expressed his gratitude for your assistance in clearing his stock. He shall visit your residence whenever the opportunity arises. Upon hearing this, Yunpa eagerly replied. I welcome the Sword Immortal's esteemed visit, I shall ensure a warm reception. There is no need to count, I trust the Sword Immortal, Yunpa declared, handing over the 30 million taels in banknotes to Zhou Qianlin. Very well, Zhou Qianlin replied, examining the banknotes. The master is in the city for business today. I will inquire if he is available. If we do not arrive before noon, it means he is occupied, and we must depart from the capital. Understood. I shall await your return, Yunpa responded promptly. Once Zhou Qianlin left the palace, Yunpa quickly instructed his servants to store the scarlet flame fruits and prepare a banquet. Your Highness, let me summon Zhang Xiuhu, one of his personal guards suggested. Wait. Yunpa pondered for a moment. Not yet. The Sword Immortal may come to visit, if he discovers that I am profiting from his presence, he might be displeased. We shall wait until the Sword Immortal departs the capital before seeking out Zhang Xiuhu. Yes, Your Highness. However, Yunpa waited and waited. Yet the entire morning passed without the arrival of the Sword Immortal. Second Master, the time has passed noon, and no one has come. It seems the Sword Immortal will not be visiting, the guard reported. Indeed, Yunpa replied, somewhat disappointed, realizing he would miss the opportunity to meet the esteemed Sword Immortal. Go find Zhang Xiuhu. Half an hour later, several guards rushed back in a panic, saying, Second Master, Zhang Xiuhu is missing. Missing? Yunpa jumped to his feet in shock. How can he be missing? Did you search thoroughly? We did. We inquired around the courtyard where Zhang Xiuhu resided. They said he left in the morning and has yet to return. What? Yunpa shouted. Go search for him again. Yes. That day, the guards of Yunpo's residence scoured the capital for Zhang Xiuhu. As night fell, they returned without having found a trace of him. It was as if he had vanished into thin air, no one had seen where he had gone. What shall we do? Yunpa sat in despair, unable to locate Zhang Xiuhu. Who would he sell the 30,000 scarlet flame fruits to? The money had been borrowed from several clans. If he could not sell the fruits, how would he repay the debt? Second Master, could it be that Zhang Xiuhu deceived us? One of the guards cautiously suggested. Humph. Yunpo's anger surged. We cannot let this merchandise rot in our hands. Immediately use your connections to contact merchants from Beijue. Find Zhang Xiuhu and inquire if anyone is willing to buy the scarlet flame fruits. I can offer 100 taels of silver for each. At this point, Yunpa was no longer interested in profit, he merely wished to break even. Understood. In the fourth prince's estate. Laughter echoed through the dungeon as Yun Qing examined the bundles of banknotes in his hands, grinning from ear to ear. 30 million taels. Such a vast sum. I have never encountered before. The high priest truly possesses remarkable skills, he has swindled second brother out of so much with merely 30,000 walnuts. Yun Qing laughed heartily. The cost of 30,000 walnuts was merely a few hundred taels, yet he had gained 30 million taels in return. Your Highness, about the matter you promised me. At that moment, Zhang Xiaohu cautiously addressed Yun Qing from the dungeon. Do not worry, I shall honor my promise to spare your life. Once the situation is resolved, I will ensure your release, Yun Chang replied nonchalantly. He glanced at a stack of banknotes beside him, picking one up to inspect. Did you create these counterfeit banknotes? They are quite convincing. If one does not examine them closely, they could easily be mistaken for real. Second master did not have the opportunity to scrutinize them carefully. So deceiving him was rather simple, Zhang Xiaohu admitted. Very well, stay put until the matter is settled, and I will release you. Yes, yes. Yun Qing departed the dungeon with the 30 million taels in hand. He had long since agreed to share this bounty with Li Hanzhou, dividing it 70-30. Yun Chang would take 10 million taels, while the remaining 20 million belonged to Li Hanzhou. Although Yun Chang briefly entertained the notion of keeping the entire sum for himself, he quickly dismissed it. He sensed that Li Hanzhou was a formidable individual. Should he offend him, he might end up with nothing, or worse, lose his life. If mere walnuts could swindle second brother out of 30 million taels, the major clans supporting him had also been outmaneuvered. Such a person was not to be trifled with. Meanwhile, in the palace, Li Hanzhou received news of Yun Qing's success and smiled, responding with a message encouraging Yun Qing to remain patient. After all, second prince had already been deceived once, there was still the potential for a second deception. Upon receiving Li Hanzhou's letter, Yun Qing nearly suffered a heart attack. Second brother had just been swindled out of 30 million taels, yet there was talk of a second scheme? Could one continue to fleece the sheep indefinitely? What enmity lay behind such a scheme? However, upon reflection, Yun Qing realized that Yunpa had nearly seduced the high priest's woman, which likely explained Li Hanzhou's intense animosity towards him. Chapter 82, The Temptation of Yunpa. In the following days, Li Hanzhou roamed the capital daily, purchasing numerous items with Shi Ming. Li Changshou longed to join them, but Li Hanzhou refrained, fearing that Li Changshou might be spotted by Yunpa's people. Leaving Li Changshou to languish in the residence of the fourth prince, Zhou Qianlin had been secretly sent out of the Great Zhou by Yun Qing, returning to the divine threshold. After being away for such a time, Li Hanzhou grew concerned for his family and dispatched Zhou Qianlin back to convey reassurances to Lu Dongyue and Yun Qianzu. While Li Hanzhou enjoyed a leisurely time, the situation for Yunpa was dire. He found himself consumed by anxiety, losing his appetite and unable to focus. Zhou Qianlin was nowhere to be found, nor was Zhang Xiaohu. Guarding the 30,000 qi-yin fruits, he was plagued by sleepless nights, as the day of reckoning approached when the various clans would demand repayment. To settle these debts, he required a staggering 30 million taels of silver, of which 23 million were borrowed. Even if he liquidated all of his assets and treasures, repaying such a sum seemed impossible. Second master, we have received news from Beijue. A personal guard rushed in, urgency in his tone. Let me see. Yunpa exclaimed, snatching the letter with crimson eyes. As he read the contents, his eyes flared with anger. A fraud, he shouted, tearing the letter to shreds. There was no merchant named Zhang Xiaohu in Beijue, and all claims of favorable relations with Beijue's emperor were mere fabrications. The guard stood by in fear, silent. It was over. Completely over. No one in Beijue had heard of the qi-yin fruit, and selling it there was no longer an option. Yunpa sank to the ground, despair etched across his face. How could he possibly fill this gaping hole? Second master, I find this matter quite peculiar, the guard mused thoughtfully. Of course it is peculiar. Yunpa shot back. Is it not strange for a man of my intellect to be so easily deceived? No, what I mean is, you mentioned that the qi-yin fruit was brought by those two individuals from Xinglua Kingdom, claiming it to be their secret treasure of immense value, which was then stolen. Is that correct? Indeed. What is your point? Yunpa frowned. However, it appears that no one in Beijue has ever heard of the qi-yin fruit. Thus, I suspect that these two from Xinglua Kingdom may also be involved in this scheme, the guard suggested cautiously. Yunpa paused, contemplating the guard's words. There seemed to be merit in his reasoning. The qi-yin fruit had originated with them, only to be inexplicably sold by another. This had cost him a significant fortune. Yet, they were indeed from Xinglua. The high priest of Xinglua had performed the grand celestial incantation before the emperor, surely that could not have been a ruse?
How could anyone not from Xinglua master such a technique? Yunpa inquired.
That, I cannot say. Yet, I still believe those two are suspicious. You could put them to the test, the guard suggested with a smile.
Elaborate, Yunpa urged eagerly. Did not the people of Xinglua claim to have lost the Qiyin fruit? They insisted it was their secret treasure, correct? They must desperately want it back.
If you invite them to your residence and show them our abundant Qiyin fruits, offering to sell them, if they agree, then all is well.
If they refuse, it indicates their involvement in this scheme, and we can apprehend them. Surely, the emperor would reward you for such a service. Indeed, Yunpa's eyes sparkled with realization.
If they desire this so fervently, I shall say I acquired it from elsewhere and offer it to them.
Even if I cannot sell it at a high price. Recovering my debts would suffice. Well said, Yunpa clapped the guard on the shoulder.
I did not anticipate your cunning. Should this succeed, a promotion awaits you.
Thank you for your support, second master. The guard replied, excitement evident in his voice.
I shall see what kind of person the high priest of Xinglua truly is.
Yunpa stated coldly.
Should he refuse to buy, let him not blame my blade for its ruthlessness.
In the palace, Hanzhou was concluding his work on the Bai Luo bottle.
At the moment the bottle was completed, he gazed at what should have been a vibrant green vessel,
now marred with black and white.
Yet, Hanzhou felt no surprise, he had grown accustomed to such peculiarities. Just then, there was a knock at the door.
Enter,
he called nonchalantly. Your Excellency, a eunuch entered respectfully.
I have come to deliver an invitation. An invitation?
Hanzhou accepted the card from the eunuch's hands. The second prince invites you to his residence this evening, claiming to have prepared something of great interest for you, and requests that you bring the young master along.
Understood.
Please relay to the second prince that I shall attend, Hanzhou smiled.
Very well, Your Excellency.
I shall take my leave, the eunuch said, retreating and closing the door behind him. Hanzhou looked at the invitation, a smile gracing his lips. It seemed they were coming to offer him money. At the residence of the second prince, Yunpa had arranged everything meticulously, preparing a lavish banquet and secretly positioning 300 guards. He had also invited 2 formidable martial artists,
both possessing profound mastery. For Hanzhou, Yunpa had crafted an intricate web of intrigue.
The young master of Xinglua has arrived, a voice announced from outside. Yunpa stood and adjusted his attire before stepping out to greet them. Greetings to the high priest of Xinglua and the young master, Yunpa welcomed with a courteous bow. Second prince, you are too kind, Hanzhou smiled, responding, I am honored by your hospitality, I hardly expected an invitation to dine.
There is no need for formality. The relationship between Xinglua Kingdom and our great Zhou is one of friendship.
With your long journey to our capital? My father is occupied with affairs of state and cannot attend to the high priest properly. As his son, I must alleviate some of his burdens.
Yunpa replied with a genial smile. Please, allow me to offer you a modest refreshment.
Then we shall not be polite, Hanzhou said, leading Shiming inside.
Master.
There are many hidden within this residence, Shiming whispered suddenly.
Really? Hanzhou asked, surprised. How did you discern that? I can't quite explain it.
Shiming scratched his head, I just sensed it inexplicably.
Chapter 83, very well, I shall purchase it. Hanzhou was somewhat astonished. Could it be that Shiming possessed a talent for this?
Master Uncle, Shiming whispered to Hanzhou, it seems the second prince intends to act against us.
Do not speak nonsense,
Hanzhou chuckled in response. The second prince is a good man, he summoned me today to bestow gifts upon Master Uncle.
Ah?
Shiming's eyes widened in disbelief. Please, take a seat, the second prince said courteously to both Hanzhou and Shiming.
Present were several of his generals, each wearing forced smiles as they regarded Hanzhou and Shiming. Hanzhou paid no heed to their demeanor,
boldly taking a seat and casually plucking a grape from the table to indulge in. Quite sweet, he remarked, popping another grape into his mouth. The high priest truly was a magnanimous individual.
The second prince settled down as well, introducing Hanzhou to his officers. Hanzhou nodded at each introduction. Isn't the second prince the only royal among all the princes who wields military power? Hanzhou inquired nonchalantly. Upon hearing this,
The second prince proudly puffed out his chest, feigning modesty as he replied, "The high priest jests, this is no military power, merely a small escort. My father has permitted me to lead a small squad for training, and I am in command of only 3,000 soldiers."
Quite impressive, Li Hanzhou acknowledged.
3,000 soldiers was no small number, though it was still insufficient for rebellion.
Yunpa was exceedingly cordial, toasting repeatedly to Li Hanzhou alongside his troops. As for Shi Ming,
the young master of Yunhuang, they completely disregarded him, as it was evident that Li Hanzhou was the true authority of Yunhuang, while this young master was merely a puppet. After several rounds of wine and delicacies, Yunpa finally shifted the conversation to the main topic.
"Previously, the high priest mentioned that your Xinglua kingdom lost many Qian fruits, correct?" Yunpa inquired with a smile. "I wonder if the high priest still desires those Qian fruits." "Of course I do, they are treasures of my Xinglua kingdom," Li Hanzhou sighed.
"What a pity, we rely on those items for our livelihood."
"May I ask how much the high priest sold them for previously?" Yunpa casually probed.
"At their peak, they could fetch around 100 taels each," Li Hanzhou replied, raising his cup for a drink.
"Excellent!" Yunpa exclaimed. "To be honest,
I have purchased a considerable quantity of Qian fruits from others. Upon hearing they were Qian fruits, I suspected they might be the batch lost by the high priest. So I spared no expense to acquire them. If the high priest is interested, I can let you take them all for a mere 90 taels each, allowing you a profit of 10 taels.
Though this was not a substantial gain, it would still provide some income for the Xinglua kingdom, wouldn't it?" Yunpa gazed at Li Hanzhou with a smile, eager to gauge his reaction.
If Li Hanzhou agreed to buy, it would be ideal. Even if selling at 90 taels would incur a significant loss, at least it would settle some debts owed to various clans.
However, if he refused, it would indicate trouble, prompting the 300 axe wielders and 2 formidable experts to seize Li Hanzhou and Shi Ming immediately. Li Hanzhou's expression gradually turned frosty as he quietly lifted his cup to take a sip.
"Second prince, you say you encountered someone selling them, and thus purchased them all.
Is that correct?" Li Hanzhou inquired.
"Indeed, considering they belong to your Xinglua kingdom, I bought them all," Yunpa observed Li Hanzhou's expression keenly.
"Very well, indeed." Li Hanzhou clapped his hands together.
"Second prince, before his majesty, I have already stated that all Qian fruits of our Xinglua kingdom have been stolen. This implies that the individual selling these Qian fruits is likely the very thief responsible for their theft."
"Why did you not inform us upon encountering such a person?"
"Perhaps we could have apprehended that little rogue, yet you chose to purchase the items instead and now seek to sell them back to me?
What is the reasoning behind this?" Upon hearing this, Yunpa was taken aback, realizing the inconsistency in his own words. However, he could not show weakness before Li Hanzhou. "The high priest has misunderstood," Yunpa hastily clarified.
"The individual who sold me the Qian fruits possesses formidable strength, he is a mysterious sword immortal. I am aware that the high priest's cultivation is not insignificant, yet facing a sword immortal could lead to considerable peril. Hence, I refrained from notifying the high priest, for I was concerned for your safety. Thus, I took it upon myself to purchase the fruits, hoping the high priest would not take offense."
"Oh, I see," Li Hanzhou said, enlightenment dawning upon him.
"So it is a sword immortal, no wonder he could pilfer treasures from our Xinglua kingdom."
"Indeed.
While I do not know the specific identity of this sword immortal, he is indeed a sword immortal," Yunpa affirmed. "This sword immortal even came to my estate a few days ago to abduct someone, and many in the divine city witnessed it."
"If you do not believe me,
the high priest may inquire further."
The second prince jested, "How could I possibly doubt you?"
Li Hanzhou replied with a smile.
"Then, high priest, what do you say to these Qian fruits? Will you purchase them?" Yunpa inquired, fixing his gaze on Li Hanzhou. "Of course, why would I not?" Li Hanzhou responded.
"The second prince has gone through the trouble of retrieving the Qian fruits for me and is even willing to sell them at his own expense. I am exceedingly grateful and will certainly report to His Majesty to reward the second prince handsomely."
"Excellent." Upon hearing Li Hanzhou's intention to purchase, Yunpa's smile broadened.
As long as Li Hanzhou made the purchase, he was willing to incur a loss.
"How many do you have, second prince?" Li Hanzhou inquired. 300,000.
Yunpa suppressed his excitement and stated, "The high priest need only provide me with 27 million taels of silver.
Very well, no problem, Li Hanzhou replied,
retrieving a stack of silver notes from his storage bag. Each note was worth 100,000 taels. The thick stack was enough to make Yunpa swallow hard.
After counting for a moment, Li Hanzhou remarked, "The second prince has truly aided me greatly. I am immensely grateful. Where are the goods?" "They are all here." With that, Yunpa directly handed over his storage bag to Li Hanzhou.
Inside were 300,000 Qiyin fruits, none missing.
Chapter 84, You are inferior to your fourth brother. Excellent.
Li Hanzhou retrieved a crimson flame fruit from his storage bag and placed a stack of silver notes on the table.
Great priest, it seems our business is settled,
Yunpa remarked, reaching for the silver notes, which were ample enough to repay the clan's debts.
However, just as his fingers grazed the notes, Li Hanzhou abruptly seized Yunpo's wrist. Great priest, what is the meaning of this?" Yunpa inquired, noticing the ominous expression on Li Hanzhou's face. "Your Highness."
Stone Fate, who had remained silent until now, finally spoke up.
"The second prince is deceiving us."
This phrase had been imparted to Stone Fate by Li Hanzhou, who believed that if Stone Fate was present, he should not merely partake but also feel involved in the matter of tricking the second prince.
"What do you mean?" Yunpo was perplexed. "Is this a crimson flame fruit?"
Stone Fate carelessly tossed the fruit into the wine bowl before him. As it made contact with the liquid, the vibrant color of the fruit suddenly dissipated, revealing the dull hue of a walnut, with the pigment floating in the wine.
Witnessing this scene, everyone present was left dumbfounded. "Your Highness, observe closely."
"The crimson flame fruit from our Xinglua kingdom does not lose its color," Li Hanzhou declared coldly, producing another crimson flame fruit and tossing it into the wine cup. The fruit floated serenely, maintaining its vibrant hue, while Yunpo's fruit had nearly lost all its color.
Li Hanzhou pinched the walnut between his fingers and scoffed, "Your Highness certainly has a knack for jesting. How could this be?"
Yunpa exclaimed in a panic, hastily retrieving a large handful of crimson flame fruits and pouring wine over them, only to find that they all lost their color,
revealing nothing more than a pile of ordinary walnuts. "Great priest, do you believe this is merely a misunderstanding?"
Yunpa lamented, his spirit crushed. "A fine misunderstanding indeed."
Li Hanzhou squinted and replied,
"I shall inform His Majesty about this misunderstanding, his beloved son attempting to deceive our Xinglua kingdom of 2,700,000 taels with a mere collection of walnuts.
The Emperor of the Great Zhou must provide our Xinglua kingdom with an explanation for this incident.
Although we have been forced into the cloud wilderness by the divine threshold,
we are not to be trifled with by anyone."
With that, Li Hanzhou declared his intent to leave with Stone Fate.
"Wait, Great Priest!" Yunpa exclaimed, panicking.
This matter must not reach the Zhou Emperor. If it did, he would find it impossible to explain, for upon reflection, it appeared as though he himself was attempting to swindle others for their money, only to claim he had been deceived.
Who would believe such a tale?
Zhou Qianlin had fled, and Zhang Xiuhu was nowhere to be found.
He had no evidence to present.
His father would surely scold him severely, leaving him utterly disappointed. And the position of crown prince would be forever out of his reach.
Li Hanzhou halted. "Does the second prince have more to say? Do you intend to secretly summon 300 assassins to eliminate us? You may certainly try. And no, Great Priest, you misunderstand." Yunpa was taken aback.
This made his explanation even more difficult.
"Great Priest, what transpired tonight truly is a misunderstanding.
I hope you can forgive me."
Yunpa awkwardly approached Li Hanzhou,
gritting his teeth and producing a stack of silver notes. "This is merely a token of goodwill for the losses caused to the Great Priest.
Consider it my apology. And I implore you not to inform my father of this incident."
Li Hanzhou glanced at the stack of notes, estimating it to be around 100,000 taels. After contemplating, he surmised that Yunpa likely had little wealth left, and this was probably his last resort. "Very well, in light of His Majesty's favorable treatment towards me, I shall not make it difficult for you. I hope the prince will act wisely." Li Hanzhou accepted the notes and placed them in his storage bag.
"You, indeed.
Pale in comparison to your fourth brother.
In my opinion, your fourth brother is far more suited to be emperor." With that, Li Hanzhou took Stone Fate and departed from the second prince's residence.
Yunpa stood there, his fists clenched tightly, the murderous intent in his eyes barely concealed.
Second Master.
Several soldiers cautiously approached him from behind.
Leave.
He barked.
Yes, yes. The group hurriedly dispersed, aware of Yunpo's foul mood. Once outside the second prince's residence,
Li Hanzhou strolled leisurely down the street with Stone Fate. You must be hungry, Li Hanzhou smiled.
There's a noodle stall ahead. Let us indulge in a bowl of noodles.
All right, Stone Fate nodded, indeed feeling peckish.
Boss, 2 bowls of noodles.
Li Hanzhou called to the stall owner as they sat down.
Coming right up. The stall owner, an elderly man, warmly greeted the two, wiped the table, and then turned to cook the noodles diligently.
Master Uncle, you are truly remarkable, Stone Fate praised. You had Zhang Xiuhu prepare 2 types of crimson flame fruits long ago, one that loses color and one that does not.
Zhang Xiuhu is quite the talent. Indeed. The pigment blending was well executed, Li Hanzhou replied. However, Master Uncle, why did you mention the 4th prince?
By saying he is more suited to be emperor. You might put him in greater danger. Foolish child, Li Hanzhou ruffled Stone Fate's hair. While we currently maintain a close relationship with the 4th prince,
do not forget our true identity. The Great Zhou is our enemy. You witnessed the devastation in Lingyan City, so many families were torn apart and lives destroyed.
All by the hands of the Great Zhou. If they descend into internal strife, it would benefit us at the divine threshold.
Our current alliance is merely temporary, bound by mutual interests. Once this matter concludes, we shall inevitably confront the Great Zhou. I understand, Stone Fate nodded. At that moment,
the stall owner approached with 2 steaming bowls of noodles, placing them on the table with a smile.
Take your time eating, it's hot. Thank you, boss. Li Hanzhou took a mouthful of noodles, relishing the piping hot broth, which was exceptionally delicious.
Yet, Stone Fate sat silently, gazing at his bowl.
Why aren't you eating? Li Hanzhou inquired.
Stone Fate, lost in thought, replied, Master Uncle, if a war truly breaks out between the Great Zhou and the divine threshold,
it will be the common people who suffer, right?
A bowl of noodles this delightful might never be tasted again after the war.
Can we not avoid the conflict? Stone Fate looked earnestly at Li Hanzhou.
It is possible, Li Hanzhou responded, meeting his gaze. If you diligently cultivate your skills, when you possess the power to dictate outcomes, you will naturally influence whether the 2 nations go to war. As long as you are strong enough, they will heed your words and not dare to oppose your will. Thus, the conflict can be resolved. Chapter 85, the second burial feng shui site. Listening to Li Hanzhou's words, Shi Ming was taken aback for a moment, and then fell silent, merely bowing his head to silently eat his noodles.
The following day, Li Hanzhou took his leave from Emperor Zhou,
stating that his young master had developed a good rapport with the 4th prince and intended to stay at the prince's residence for a few days. Naturally, Emperor Zhou consented, remarking that it was beneficial for the youth to interact. Li Hanzhou and Shi Ming made their way to the residence of 4th Prince Yunqing with an air of propriety. Upon seeing Li Hanzhou, Yunqing was filled with excitement, for he was finally to receive the water-repellent bead that Li Hanzhou had promised him.
My water-repellent bead should be ready, right?
Yunqing invited Li Hanzhou to sit down and eagerly inquired. Yes, it should be ready, Li Hanzhou replied slowly, retrieving the water-repellent bead from a cloth bag and handing it to Yunqing, his gaze wandering elsewhere, unable to meet Yunqing's eyes.
Let me see, Yunqing exclaimed as he excitedly opened the cloth bag.
When the blood-red water-repellent bead appeared before him, he was rendered speechless.
What is this? It's a water-repellent bead. This color seems off, doesn't it? It's one of a kind. Yunqing was almost amused to the point of laughter by Li Hanzhou's response. He scrutinized the blood-red bead,
which appeared to be something sinister no matter how he looked at it.
Regardless of its color, my water-repellent bead will certainly repel water. If you don't believe me, Your Highness, you may try it out,
Li Hanzhou asserted with dignity regarding his spiritual treasure. While one could claim that his treasures were unconventional,
one could never question their utility.
Not only were they effective, but they also possessed inexplicable additional functions compared to others. Although Li Hanzhou was unsure of any other capabilities of this water-repellent bead, He had previously conducted a secret test, discovering that apart from repelling water,
it seemed to have no other function.
This made Li Hanzhou suspect that this water-repellent bead was nearly different in color, yet functioned the same as an ordinary one.
Well, I shall go and test it now,
Yunqing declared, taking the water-repellent bead with him to find a suitable place to ascertain its efficacy.
For only with its powerful function could he venture to the North Sea in search of the crown. Junior brother. At that moment, a delicate voice echoed from outside the door.
Shortly after, the exuberant Li Qianqiu dashed in from outside. Li Qianqiu's appearance nearly caused the guards in the prince's residence to lose their composure.
Clad in a sheer garment that left little to the imagination, he looked strikingly pale and fierce, causing even Li Hanzhou to nearly lose his composure. Senior brother, what are you doing? Li Hanzhou pointed at Li Qianqiu's attire. What sort of clothing is this?
Oh, it's nothing, Li Qianqiu replied nonchalantly, plopping down in a chair.
If it weren't for this skin, I wouldn't even wear clothes. The weather in the Great Zhou is simply too hot. By the way, when are we going back?
I miss Lu Dongyue and the others.
If you wish to return, you may do so.
I still have matters to attend to in the Great Zhou.
Li Hanzhou poured a cup of tea for Li Qianqiu.
Li Qianqiu gulped down the tea in a few swigs and then asked, I heard from Shi Ming that you intend to seek the Fountain of Youth.
Is that true? That fountain is located in the Tianxian Forbidden Land, which is quite perilous. Fear not.
If the opportunity arises, I shall bring back the reincarnation disc as well, for it belongs to our Changsheng temple, Li Hanzhou replied earnestly.
Junior brother.
I know you are quite powerful now, but the Tianxian Forbidden Land is truly dangerous.
Li Qianqiu pondered. Moreover, over the years,
I have sensed that our Changsheng temple seems to be targeted by someone.
My accidental entry into the Tianxian Forbidden Land may have been orchestrated. The reincarnation disc seems to be a bait deliberately left there. I've already become like this, I do not wish for you to take risks. If luck runs out, you may very well perish there. With even worse luck, by the time you return, we might end up as sister flowers. Enough. Li Hanzhou retorted irritably.
The target is likely not our Changsheng temple but the Taoist lineage.
Li Hanzhou explained to Li Qianqiu. The entire Tianxian continent has been ensnared in a burial feng shui formation, preventing the absorption of spiritual energy. I have already unraveled one of its sites.
Once I completely resolve the burial feng shui formation, our Taoist lineage can be restored.
I know, Li Qianqiu shrugged. The phoenix tree at our Changsheng temple is one of the burial feng shui sites. Ah, you know? Li Hanzhou was taken aback. Why didn't you mention this to me? Did I mention it to you? Li Qianqiu looked at Li Hanzhou curiously. Do you do anything besides eat, drink, and gamble? Would I even have a chance to tell you? Well, Li Hanzhou conceded.
Furthermore, Li Qianqiu continued solemnly. There is indeed another burial feng shui site within the Tianxian Forbidden Land.
The Tianxian Forbidden Land is quite lively, it seems. Li Hanzhou squinted his eyes.
I still advise you, junior brother, to refrain from getting involved. I know Shi Ming has average talent, but everyone has their destiny.
Now that you possess great power,
even if you do not interfere with that burial feng shui formation, our Changsheng temple can still thrive, Li Qianqiu urged Li Hanzhou. Senior brother, stop. I promised the old man that I would resolve the burial feng shui formation, Li Hanzhou declared resolutely.
The old man? Li Qianqiu was taken aback. Who is that? Li Qingfeng.
It was not until evening that Yunqing returned, his face alight with excitement as he exclaimed, High priest, your water-repellent bead is indeed remarkable.
It works better than any I have used before.
Naturally, Li Hanzhou said with a huff. The effectiveness of my treasures is beyond question.
By the way, aside from repelling water, nothing else occurred, right? Li Hanzhou inquired, still feeling uneasy. Yunqing was momentarily taken aback by the question.
No, nothing else happened.
Just checking. Li Hanzhou thought to himself, relieved that all was well. High priest, I shall set off for the North Sea tomorrow. I have also inquired about the upcoming auction.
It will take place in half a month, and the qualification auction for entering the Tianxian Forbidden Land will be held in Tiangu City.
I will not accompany you. Yunqing informed Li Hanzhou.
Very well, Your Highness, tend to your own matters.
I shall handle the auction alone. The next morning,
Yunqing hurriedly departed with his entourage for the North Sea in search of the crown. At the second prince's residence, a cloaked figure approached Yunpa respectfully and reported.
Second master, fourth prince has already set off.
Yunpo's gaze was filled with murderous intent.
Inform the others to act once they reach the North Sea.
Understood. Yunpa replied slowly, For you, old fourth, I have hired a celestial killer from the blood sacrifice pavilion. It seems only fitting. Chapter 86, The Rules of Tianqian Academy. On the day Yunqing departed from the divine capital, Li Hanzhou, accompanied by Shi Ming and Li Changshou, also took his leave. Remaining here held little significance. They aimed to reach Tiangu City sooner to await the commencement of the auction.
Furthermore, it was rumored that the renowned Tianqian Academy resided in Tiangu City,
and Li Hanzhou was eager to witness the grandeur of the institution hailed as the foremost academy in the Tianqian realm, curious about its teachings. The trio set out from the divine capital, riding towards Tiangu City. The journey required traversing 3 cities and would take at least 7 days.
However, with ample time at their disposal, Li Hanzhou hoped to observe the local customs and culture of the Great Zhou along the way. Meanwhile, Yunqing's journey from the divine capital to Beihai would consume a similar duration, albeit in an entirely opposite direction. After 6 days of travel, Yunqing finally arrived at Beihai City, the closest town to the vast Beihai Sea. The inhabitants of Beihai City largely depended on fishing in the sea for their livelihood.
Your Highness, we have reached Beihai City, announced one of Yunqing's elite guards from the carriage. For safety, Yunqing had brought along numerous skilled warriors, including 2 formidable practitioners of the Tongxian realm. As Yunqing sat within the carriage, he meticulously examined the water-repelling pearl gifted to him by Li Hanzhou. Before his departure, Li Hanzhou had assured him that this pearl was unlike any other. Beyond its ability to repel water, it possessed other functions that required personal exploration and discovery. Yet, after 6 days of travel, Yunqing had yet to discern any additional capabilities of the pearl, leading him to suspect that Li Hanzhou might have been jesting. Dismissing the carriage, Yunqing sought refuge in an inn while his guards vigilantly maintained their watch.
Across from the inn,
a man clad in black with a conical hat cast a fleeting glance in their direction, a dagger hanging at his waist. He exuded an aura of repressed menace,
seemingly blending into the background.
Even the 2 Tongxian warriors shadowing Yunqing remained unaware of his presence.
Once Yunqing entered the inn,
the black-clad man continued to sip his tea, making no move. He was, in fact, a celestial assassin from the blood sacrifice pavilion, hired at a high price by Yunpa to eliminate Yunqing.
However, he refrained from acting within Beihai City,
having just discovered the presence of another formidable practitioner of the celestial realm concealed within this seemingly insignificant town. Uncertain of the individual's identity and wary of potential repercussions from official forces, he resolved to strike when Yunqing departed Beihai, planning to slay him amidst the waters of the sea. If Yunqing were to perish in the ocean, the ensuing bloodshed would attract ferocious beasts, leaving no doubt in anyone's mind that his demise was not the result of foul play.
Meanwhile, Li Hanzhou and his companions arrived in Tiangu City.
The grandeur of the vast city left them awestruck. Upon entering, they realized that Tiangu City was unlike any other they had previously visited. The streets were filled with scholars, and the architecture emanated an ancient charm, reminiscent of a bygone era. Uncle Master, this city possesses a unique and gentle ambience, remarked Shi Ming, gazing curiously at the sky.
Is there a trace of spiritual energy in the air?
Li Hanzhou extended his hand, sensing the faint presence of spiritual energy permeating the atmosphere. An ethereal essence, albeit subtle,
was undeniably present. It was indeed spiritual energy.
Li Changshou, equally astonished, suggested, if my conjecture is correct, this spiritual energy must be leaking from the Tianqian forbidden ground. Such a delicate essence enveloping the air explains the abundance of powerful individuals associated with the Tianqian Academy.
It seems we must pay a visit to the Tianqian forbidden ground. Determined, Li Hanzhou resolved that their first destination should be the Tianqian Academy. He casually hailed a passerby, "Excuse me, could you direct us to Tianqian Academy?" The young man surveyed Li Hanzhou and his companions before responding with a smile, "Are you 3 intending to lodge at Tianqian Academy? Just ahead, turn left at the street, and you will find a square. Proceed south, and you will arrive at the academy. Is lodging available at Tianxian Academy? Li Hanzhou inquired, surprised at the prospect of saving on accommodation costs. Certainly.
However, many seek to stay there, and few are truly granted entry. The young man replied with a chuckle before departing.
The trio exchanged glances, their curiosity piqued as they made their way toward the academy. As they approached, the spiritual energy in the air grew denser, though it remained insufficient for effective cultivation. The sound of scholars reciting texts filled the air, uplifting their spirits. Upon reaching the entrance of Tianxian Academy, Li Hanzhou's gaze fell upon the grand plaque inscribed with the 4 characters Tianxian Academy,
radiating an aura of righteousness that seemed capable of dispelling malevolent forces. A crowd had gathered at the academy's entrance, and the trio approached, intrigued.
Coincidentally,
a young scholar emerged from within, surveying the crowd before announcing, "If you wish to lodge at Tianxian Academy,
let me reiterate the rules. We will assign you a corresponding disciple based on your cultivation level. If you can surpass our disciples in any aspect, you will earn the right to stay. It is as simple as that. Let us begin. I can hardly wait."
A man in the crowd exclaimed with enthusiasm.
Such a unique rule? Li Hanzhou pondered, realizing the comprehensive nature of the academy's teachings and the confidence displayed by its members.
"You first." The scholar beckoned to the excited man.
"All right." The man eagerly approached the scholar, following him into a building, the specifics of the assessment unknown to those outside. After a while, the man emerged, his earlier excitement replaced by dejection. "How did it go?"
his friend inquired, rushing to his side. The man shook his head in resignation. "I am at the 5th rank, and their disciple is also at the 5th rank.
I lost in a single move." Chapter 87, What do you wish to compare?
The two friends were incredulous. Despite both being at the 5th rank, the disparity was astonishing.
"Next, I shall go." At that moment, an elderly man approached. "Please, sir." The scholarly disciple courteously invited the elder into the room. After a while, the old man emerged, utterly bewildered.
Observing his expression, the others deduced that he had surely lost.
"Thank you for your graciousness," the scholar said, clasping his fists. "Your chess skills are commendable. With a few more years of practice, you will certainly achieve great success."
Only then did the others realize that the elder had been playing chess inside and had lost.
The consecutive defeats left the remaining individuals feeling quite daunted. "Master, what shall we do?" Ming asked anxiously, glancing at Li Hanzhou. "What is there to fret about?"
"When soldiers come, we shall block them. When water flows, we shall use earth to dam it," Li Hanzhou replied, unfazed. With no true energy to speak of, he appeared merely as an ordinary person. If a contest were to arise, he would likely be matched against another commoner.
Defeating an ordinary individual would be akin to child's play. "Master." Ming looked again at Li Changshou. "First inquire of your uncle, then ask your master? You traitor, find your own way."
Li Changshou huffed lightly. The next participants emerged.
Nearly all of them dejected. Li Hanzhou counted, 46 individuals had entered the examination, yet only 2 had succeeded. His curiosity piqued about the Tianxian Academy. It was said that even skilled artisans had lost when competing against its students in basket weaving. Next, this gentleman, the scholar politely addressed Li Hanzhou. "This is for you."
Li Hanzhou retrieved a cloth bag from his storage pouch and handed it to Ming, saying, "I shall enter and await your return." Ming's eyes lit up as he felt the contents of the bag. It seemed his uncle had managed to bring this item out.
Upon entering, Li Hanzhou discovered that,
despite its ordinary exterior, the room contained a vast space.
"This gentleman is merely an ordinary person, so we shall send forth an ordinary disciple from Tianxian Academy. What shall we compare? Chess? Calligraphy and painting? Fishing? Or perhaps basket weaving?" The disciple inquired curiously. "Combat," Li Hanzhou chuckled. "My studies are lacking.
But I possess some knowledge of martial arts. Simply find someone capable to compete with me."
"Combat?" The scholar was taken aback. Having never witnessed someone without any cultivation requesting a martial contest. How shall that work? Will the two simply tug at each other's hair? Very well, the scholar conceded, preparing to fetch a slightly skilled ordinary disciple.
There is no need for a contest, you have already passed. At that moment, a resonant voice echoed from somewhere.
Yes.
Vice Dean, the scholar respectfully bowed towards the source.
Hanzhou smiled and clasped his fists in gratitude.
The scholar, however, was perplexed. It was a rare occurrence for the Vice Dean to personally declare someone exempt from competition.
He couldn't help but glance curiously at Hanzhou, wondering if this individual might be a relative of the Vice Dean. What was so special about him that warranted such an exemption? Meanwhile, by a lake at Tianxian Academy,
an old man fished quietly, appearing as an unremarkable elder, yet he seemed to blend seamlessly with the surrounding nature, as if he embodied the very essence of the world. In this era, it was rare to encounter someone with such pure spiritual energy.
The elder chuckled, shaking his head. What is there to compare? I shall enter first.
Hanzhou stepped out and said to Li Changshou and Shiming, you two, do your best. This young lady here, the scholar remarked, glancing at Li Changshou.
Very well.
Li Changshou stepped forward, eliciting gasps of admiration from the crowd due to her remarkable beauty.
Upon entering, the scholar addressed Li Changshou, what would you like to compare? Young lady?
I shall compete with you, Li Changshou declared, fixing her gaze upon the scholar.
Compete with me?
The scholar was taken aback, then chuckled, young lady. I am the chief of the literary gate at Tianxian Academy. Though I am but a scholar, my cultivation is at the 9th rank.
You are merely an ordinary person. Regardless of the contest, it would be you who suffers a disadvantage. The literary gate?
Li Changshou appraised the scholar, then inquired with a smile, pray tell.
What is your name, young scholar?
I am Su Haoren, he replied.
A fine name indeed.
But, young scholar, I have yet to declare what I wish to compare.
Would it not suffice for you to simply allow me to pass?
Li Changshou suggested, casting a flirtatious glance at Su Haoren.
To her surprise, Su Haoren remained unaffected. Chuckling lightly, young lady, such tactics will not work on me.
We, of the literary gate, maintain our integrity, we can even withstand the charms of the Harmony Valley. Then there is no other option. Li Changshou unexpectedly tousled her hair, disheveling it, then tore part of her clothing, revealing a glimpse of her décolletage. I have warned you, this will not assault.
Li Changshou cried out, dashing towards the door. Su Haoren's expression changed drastically.
The members of the literary gate placed immense value on their reputation. If Li Changshou were to exit shouting accusations of assault, it would be impossible for him to redeem himself. Without hesitation, Su Haoren stepped forward, transforming into a blur that blocked Li Changshou's path, covering her mouth with his hand. Panic etched across his features.
Young lady, must I declare you have passed?
Oh, Li Changshou replied blandly as she dressed herself.
Thank you, sir. As she exited, Su Haoren's heart raced. Who was this person? He had nearly been ruined. If word of this spread, how could he maintain his position as chief? Sighing, he noted that the previous individual had been granted an exception, and now this one as well. Exiting, he cast a curious glance at Shiming,
pondering if the three were indeed companions, noticing that the first two were anything but ordinary. This young fellow appeared quite docile, surely he must be normal.
Young brother, please enter, Su Haoren beckoned. All right, Shiming jogged forward. The crowd murmured among themselves, these three are extraordinary. To come together and have two succeed is truly impressive. What could they have compared that allowed them to pass so effortlessly? How bizarre, did I just hear someone shout assault? Surely I must be mistaken. One individual with keen hearing mused, scratching at his ear. Chapter 88, The Ancient Crown. Upon entering the room, Shiming was greeted by Su Haoren, who said, Little brother, since you possess the cultivation of the 3rd rank, I shall summon a fellow disciple of the same rank to compete with you. It is our tradition. All right. Shiming replied, nodding obediently. Finally, he had encountered someone reasonable. Su Haoren let out a sigh of relief and then inquired, what would you like to compete in?
In chopping wood, Shiming stated earnestly.
Let us see who can chop faster. Su Haoren nodded, deeming the request acceptable. After all, there were even competitions for basket weaving. Chopping wood was hardly unusual.
Within a short while, Su Haoran summoned a young man, whose dark skin and axe indicated he too was of third-rank cultivation. This is a disciple from our Tianqian Academy's Strength Division, also at the third rank. I have arranged 50 wooden stumps for you. Whoever finishes chopping first will be the victor, Su Haoran announced, gesturing towards the stumps before them. The stumps were dark and appeared to be far from ordinary wood, their hardness exceeding that of typical timber.
Shall we begin?
The young man asked Shi Ming. Certainly, Shi Ming nodded and retrieved his axe from his bag.
Initially,
both Su Haoran and the young man maintained neutral expressions. However, as Shi Ming unveiled his axe, their faces transformed from calm to astonishment.
The Prajna axe. Su Haoran and the young man exclaimed in unison, their jaws nearly dropping.
I have misjudged him, none of these three are normal, Su Haoran muttered in disbelief.
Who uses a divine weapon to chop wood? What sort of competition is this?
The young man, frustrated, threw down his axe and departed.
Using the Prajna axe for chopping wood was akin to slicing through tofu. How could he compete with that?
All right, you've won by default, Su Haoran sighed,
recognizing that even his disciple conceded.
There was no need for further contest.
You should have mentioned you were using the Prajna axe. I wouldn't even bother moving the wood. Shi Ming expressed his gratitude politely before seeking out Li Hanzhou and Li Changshou.
As Su Haoran watched Shi Ming's departing figure, he felt inexplicably fatigued by the day's tasks. A weariness that was unusual. Upon entering Tianqian Academy, the disciples arranged accommodations for Li Hanzhou and the others,
allowing them to rest and informing them that most areas of the academy were accessible. They could also attend lectures conducted by the academy's instructors. This piqued Li Hanzhou's interest. The academy was divided into 4 divisions: the literary division, the strength division, the martial division, and the mysterious division. Each division encompassed a variety of subjects, providing an opportunity to learn an array of knowledge. Li Changshou remarked to Li Hanzhou, however, attending Tianqian Academy is quite costly, and there are requirements for one's aptitude. Yet, many formidable figures have emerged from here. Sword immortals, blade immortals, wine immortals, spirit treasure masters, renowned artisans, and alchemists abound. Isn't the great Zhou incredibly powerful then? Li Hanzhou asked, astonished. Not quite, Li Changshou shook his head. Tianqian Academy is neutral, though it is located within the Great Zhou. It does not belong to it. The academy welcomes all, including non-human entities. How fascinating, Li Hanzhou mused, finding the academy intriguing. He resolved to explore the academy the following day after resting, eager to discover the intriguing subjects they taught. The following morning, Yun Qing, accompanied by his subordinates, rented a boat and ventured onto the northern sea. It was not until noon that Yun Qing finally located the spot as described in the ancient texts. Your Highness, that is the deserted island mentioned in the ancient texts. The crown should be beneath it, a loyal guard pointed to a distant island. Indeed, it is here, Yun Qing replied with a smile. Today, with this water avoidance pearl, I shall surely retrieve the ancient crown. Your Highness, the underwater dangers are considerable. Allow me to go in your stead, a concerned warrior stepped forward. No need, Yun Qing shook his head resolutely. I must retrieve it myself. Be cautious, Your Highness, his companions urged. With the water avoidance pearl, there will be no issue, Yun Qing assured them, hanging the pearl around his neck before leaping from the boat. As he descended, the surrounding seawater parted, creating a space around him, ensuring that not a single drop touched his garments. Soon, Yun Qing reached the seabed. The immense water pressure posed no issue whatsoever. He surveyed his surroundings, chuckling, a high priest's water avoidance pearl is indeed remarkable. At that moment, Yun Qing noticed a massive sunken ship in the distance, rumored to contain the ancient crown. However, he was oblivious to the fact that a black-clad swordsman had been waiting on the nearby deserted island for quite some time. Initially, the swordsman had intended to slay Yun Qing as he entered the sea, but after receiving a message from Yunpa the previous day, he was instructed to wait until Yun Qing retrieved the ancient crown before striking. Thus, he could only wait for Yun Qing to resurface. Yun Qing searched the sunken ship for a considerable time before finally discovering the ancient crown, adorned with 5 dazzling gemstones. Remarkably, even after so long underwater, the crown continued to gleam with radiance, a true treasure. Yun Qing envisioned presenting this treasure to his father on his birthday and imagined the immense joy it would bring. Surely, the title of Crown Prince would be secure. Up I go.
Yun Qing exclaimed, lifting the crown as he ascended to the surface.
Your Highness.
As the guards saw Yun Qing emerge from the water, they hurriedly called out, relieved at his safety.
I found it. Yun Qing declared excitedly. Who goes there? Suddenly, the guards were taken aback, drawing their weapons in alarm.
Yun Qing turned, startled, and found a black-clad swordsman standing not far behind him on the water's surface.
An overwhelming aura of murderous intent pressing down upon him like a storm. An assassin. Two powerful warriors of the Xian realm swiftly leaped onto the water's surface,
using their lightness skills to hover above the waves.
Protect the prince!
Some guards drew their bows, aiming arrows at the black-clad swordsman, releasing them with haste.
However,
before the arrows could reach him, they twisted mid-air and plummeted into the sea.
In an instant,
the entire ocean seemed to fall into a serene stillness as the black-clad swordsman spoke slowly. Your Highness, the fourth prince, someone seeks your life.
I am here to claim your head. Seeking death. The two Xian realm warriors erupted with fury, preparing to strike. Yet, in the next moment,
they felt an overwhelming weight bearing down upon them, as if they were being suppressed by an unseen force.
A domain. It's the Tiangang realm. Chapter 89, The Collapse of the Killer's Mentality in the Realm of Tiangang. Yun Qing's complexion changed dramatically. He had never anticipated that a formidable master from the Tiangang realm would come to take his life. Was he doomed? The two experts he had summoned from the Tongxian realm were utterly incapable of contending with a Tiangang powerhouse. I have offended the fourth prince, the cloaked assassin declared, raising his hand to deliver a deadly strike aimed directly at Yun Qing's head. The speed was akin to a lightning bolt, leaving even the two Tongxian experts unable to react. Swish! The blade's energy sliced through the air, cleaving a deep trench across the sea surface.
Yun Qing braced himself for death. However, upon opening his eyes and examining his body, he was astonished to find himself unscathed.
He instinctively touched his neck, realizing he was entirely unharmed. He could not help but gaze incredulously at the assassin.
The assassin mused. I never expected that the fourth prince possesses such skill to evade my strike. He furrowed his brow, perplexed, for Yun Qing's cultivation had not yet reached transcendence.
How had he managed to evade the attack?
Yun Qing was equally bewildered.
Did I do that? Am I truly that formidable?
The onlookers sighed in relief upon seeing the fourth prince unharmed. They had genuinely believed he was about to perish.
Your Highness, flee!
The two Tongxian experts felt an overwhelming weight in their bodies, utterly powerless, urging Yun Qing to escape.
Realizing this was not the time for hesitation,
Yun Qing turned and sprinted across the surface of the sea. The water avoidance pearl allowed him to plunge into the depths without getting wet,
enabling him to dash effortlessly on the water's surface. Yet, witnessing the fourth prince attempting to flee, the assassin remained unfazed. To him, a quarry like Yun Qing was not capable of escaping. In the blink of an eye, the assassin was upon Yun Qing, his blade striking with the force of thunder. This blow was even more terrifying than the last, producing a sonic boom as it sliced through the air. The speed was unprecedented. Your Highness, your head shall be mine. The assassin began, only to be astonished as Yun Qing once again evaded his lethal strike, continuing his flight. Even Yun Qing could hardly believe how he had escaped this time. It felt as if his body had instinctively dodged the blade's path. Could it be that his martial arts had awakened? Was he a rare prodigy, a child of destiny? Die! The assassin, unwilling to accept this humiliation, could not fathom how a mere insect, not even at the transcendence level, could evade his two strikes. It was an affront to his honor. If word got out that a prestigious gold medal assassin from the blood sacrifice pavilion had failed to kill an insignificant being after 3 attempts, he would become the subject of ridicule, tarnishing his reputation. With renewed determination, he unleashed his full domain, his blade energy darkening the sky. Each strike seemed to plunge the world into darkness, a tempest of energy bearing down upon the sea, as if intending to obliterate this expanse of water. Yet, no matter how many strikes he unleashed, Yun Qing slipped past each one like a nimble eel. Get over here! The assassin decided to abandon his blade.
extending his hand to seize Yunqing. However, just as his hand was about to make contact, Yunqing's body instinctively evaded his grasp.
Impossible. The assassin thought nothing could be more absurd than this.
Yunqing himself was bewildered.
How could a Tiangang master struggle so greatly to kill him? Why did his body continuously evade the assassin's attacks? Your Highness, run! Get to North Sea City, where General Beihai stands guard. The onlookers shouted. Indeed.
Yunqing suddenly recalled that General Beihai, a Tiangang master, was stationed in North Sea City, making it unlikely that this assassin could contend with him.
The assassin understood that if Yunqing reached North Sea City, his chance would be lost forever.
The formidable Tiangang expert there was nearly on par with the Transcendence realm.
Binding immortal rope.
The assassin resorted to using a spiritual treasure. Casting a rope intended to ensnare Yunqing. Yet, as the binding immortal rope neared him, Yunqing once again evaded its grasp with astonishing agility.
Thunderous bell.
The assassin gritted his teeth, producing a bell crackling with arcs of lightning. He struck it fiercely, summoning dark clouds above as golden lightning rained down.
Boom!
Numerous fish perished in the depths, yet Yunqing still managed to evade the onslaught. He continued to run and ultimately reached the edge of the North Sea. With North Sea City within arm's reach, the assassin also arrived at the shoreline, having unleashed countless strikes and spiritual treasures, his breath coming in labored gasps. Yet, he had not grazed a single hair on Yunqing. Yunqing, equally breathless, was not exhausted from exertion but from sheer terror. To be pursued by a Tiangang assassin and remain unscathed was a feat he deemed worthy of commendation.
Nonetheless,
he remained baffled as to how he had evaded every attack.
How on earth did you accomplish this?
The assassin glared fiercely at Yunqing, feeling as though his career had been ruined. A prestigious Tiangang assassin failing to kill someone below the transcendence level, and being left in such a disheveled state, was a disgrace.
If this news spread, how would he find work in the future?
I don't know, Yunqing replied helplessly.
Stop chasing me, North Sea City lies ahead. You cannot kill me.
The assassin glanced at North Sea City behind Yunqing, realizing he had no chance left. I, Lin Shishue, will remember this debt.
One day,
I shall kill you. With that, he leapt away, vanishing from Yunqing's sight. Only after he departed did Yunqing collapse to the ground. So, his name was Lin Shishue. Suddenly, a realization struck Yunqing as he glanced at the red water avoidance pearl hanging from his neck, blinking in disbelief.
Could it be?
He recalled Li Hanzhou's words echoing in his mind, my water avoidance pearl not only repels water but possesses other special functions.
Just wait for your highness to discover them. The water avoidance pearl. Not only does it repel water, but does it also allow one to evade attacks from those with water in their names?
Yunqing was flabbergasted.
No way, is that true? If so,
this pearl was indeed a treasure.
This ability was so unique that even Li Hanzhou, far away at Tianxian Academy, remained oblivious.
He only knew his water avoidance pearl had some special use, but the specifics were beyond his knowledge.
Even if he were to learn of its capabilities now, he would undoubtedly exclaim, what a ridiculous notion.
Chapter 90, The Master of the Mysterious Sect. The Tianxian Academy was bustling with activity. Li Hanzhou and his companions wandered through the academy, observing a myriad of disciples engaged in various pursuits, leaving them in a state of bewilderment.
Indeed,
there seemed to be a plethora of teachings available. Among the 4 sects of Tianxian Academy, Li Hanzhou found himself particularly intrigued by the mysterious sect.
Eager to discern the nature of its teachings. Could it be that they delved into the profound and esoteric?
When Li Hanzhou suggested they visit the mysterious sect,
he was met with opposition from Li Changshou and Shiming.
Shiming expressed a desire to explore the strength sect, curious about the skills possessed by its practitioners.
Meanwhile,
Li Changshou showed little interest in the mysterious sect, preferring to observe the martial arts being practiced in the martial sect. Ultimately, Li Hanzhou ventured to the mysterious sect alone. Upon arrival, he immediately noticed a stark contrast in atmosphere. The mysterious sect appeared significantly quieter than the others. As he strolled along the streets, he caught a whiff of peculiar scents wafting through the air, accompanied by the distant sounds of heated debates among the disciples. The students paid him little heed. accustomed as they were to the presence of numerous visitors at the academy, as long as they were not disturbed in their studies.
In the mysterious sect's library, Li Hanzhou's eyes brightened at the sight of a building dedicated to books. Surely, he could peruse its contents. A bibliophile at heart, he yearned to uncover the essence of the mysterious sect's teachings and thus entered the library. To his dismay, the collection was rather modest, confined to a single floor. Numerous disciples were engrossed in their reading, prompting Li Hanzhou to tread lightly as he selected a tome from the shelves. The book, titled The Ecology of All Things, piqued his curiosity with its unusual name. As he leafed through its pages, he was taken aback to find it contained descriptions of various animals and plants, alongside their medicinal properties, resembling a comprehensive encyclopedia of natural life. He soon picked up another volume, which similarly discussed the insects of the Tianqian realm. Venturing into another section, he stumbled upon yet another book. To his astonishment, its contents detailed the reactions produced by the amalgamation of various materials. Some theories even speculated that humanity's ability to breathe without suffocating stemmed from the presence of essential substances within the air. Others proposed that air might be composed of countless minuscule particles. This was chemistry class. Perplexed, Li Hanzhou continued to explore, discovering books that discussed the boiling point of water being 100 degrees Celsius, yet noted that at higher altitudes, water could boil at lower temperatures. Further readings suggested that forces acted reciprocally. After perusing several volumes, he realized that the mysterious sect primarily imparted knowledge in physics, chemistry, and mathematics. However, as he delved deeper, it became apparent that the material was rather rudimentary, akin to the level of a middle school student, with many inaccuracies present. Yet, Li Hanzhou felt a sense of admiration for these individuals from another realm who had managed to study physics and chemistry. He pondered the practicality of their findings, noting that the world around him seemed to remain entrenched in antiquity. Transportation relied on foot, communication was achieved through shouting, and warmth was derived from shivering. What use was such knowledge if it could not be applied? With a light chuckle, he shook his head. The mysterious sect held little allure for him, and he prepared to depart. Suddenly, a voice trembling with indignation reached his ears from behind. Turning to investigate, Li Hanzhou was taken aback to find an elderly man clutching a book, visibly agitated as he pointed an accusing finger at him. "How dare you claim that our mysterious sect's knowledge is worthless?" Li Hanzhou was momentarily stunned and quickly replied, "I did not say your teachings are without merit. You lie. I just heard you." The elder glared fiercely at him. What transpired next was a gathering of mysterious sect disciples who, upon seeing the elder, bowed respectfully, greeting him as master. Li Hanzhou regarded the elder with surprise. He was indeed the master of the mysterious sect. "Who are you? Who permitted your entry?" the elder demanded, his eyes narrowing. "A visitor, merely here to read," Li Hanzhou stated candidly. "Humph." A disciple scoffed. "Shouldn't you be reading in the scholarly sect? What do you expect to glean here? Our texts are forbidden to outsiders and, frankly, you wouldn't understand them anyway." "Exactly. Pretending to read is an affront to our scholarship." Another disciple chimed in disdainfully. "You dare to belittle our scholarship?" The elder stepped closer, his gaze haughty. "We are devoted to uncovering the truths of this world. A pursuit far beyond the comprehension of someone like you. Leave now and do not return." Hearing their remarks, Li Hanzhou felt a surge of frustration. "Is that all you have to offer, a smattering of superficial knowledge? What is so impressive about that?" "Even children grasp such concepts," he retorted, turning to leave. "Stop." The elder's anger flared. "You dare suggest that my scholarship is child's play? Very well, I have not encountered such obstinacy in years. I shall teach you a lesson." The elder's blood pressure seemed to rise. "Master, teach him a lesson. Shall we fight?" Li Hanzhou mused, observing the elder. Despite his advanced cultivation, it was clear he was no match for Li Hanzhou. "Fight? That is the realm of the martial sect." The elder sneered. "Instead, I shall pose you a question. If you answer correctly, I shall reward you with a spiritual treasure. Should you fail, you must publicly apologize to our mysterious sect before all 4 sections." "Oh?" Li Hanzhou's eyes gleamed with interest. You think your middle school level knowledge can challenge me?
How about this? If I answer correctly, I will pose a question of my own. Should you succeed, I will apologize. If not, you shall grant me an additional spiritual treasure.
What say you?
Arrogant. The elder barked. If I fail to answer, I shall relinquish my position as master of the mysterious sect to you.
Chapter 91, Thought-Provoking Questions. Oh, there is no need for that.
I have no interest in occupying the position of the sect master of the Shinmen, Li Hanzhou replied, shaking his head.
You. The sect master of the Shinmen was nearly apoplectic with rage.
As the leader of the esteemed Tianqian Academy, he held a significant status, yet Li Hanzhou disregarded it, which made him wish to demonstrate the reason behind the vibrant hues of flowers immediately. Very well, I shall pose a question now, so listen carefully. The sect master forced himself to regain composure. The other disciples, filled with righteous indignation, cast sympathetic glances at Li Hanzhou, knowing that the sect master's questions were notoriously challenging.
Guaranteed to leave Li Hanzhou questioning his own existence. Pray tell, Li Hanzhou responded nonchalantly.
Sometimes, near graveyards, one can observe green flames, commonly referred to as ghost fire.
Do you know the reason for this?
The sect master inquired, a glint of cunning flashing in his eyes. This was a topic he had diligently researched over the past few years, and only last month had he finally grasped the explanation. The ignorant populace often believed that ghost fire was the manifestation of souls after death, leading to a deep-seated fear of it.
The sect master assumed Li Hanzhou would share this misconception. Oh? Ghost fire? Li Hanzhou expressed mild surprise, not anticipating that the sect master would pose a question of such intellectual caliber. Given the technological level of this world, understanding the origins of ghost fire was indeed an impressive feat. Struggling to answer, are we? The sect master sneered. You wagered, and now you must lose. Go to the plaza of Tianqian Academy and apologize to us in front of all 4 sects. Apologize?
The other disciples echoed in unison.
What are you all shouting about? Li Hanzhou replied lazily.
The question was somewhat challenging, but hardly beyond comprehension.
It's merely ghost fire. What is so difficult to understand? Then enlighten us, old man.
The sect master said with arrogance. It is simply that the bodies of the deceased contain a substance known as phosphine, which reacts with the oxygen in the air,
resulting in flames.
Phosphorus has a low ignition point, around 38 degrees, hence the ghost fire we frequently observe.
Li Hanzhou casually explained the phenomenon. Upon hearing this, the sect master's expression shifted from casual indifference to utter astonishment. Why? How could he possibly know? After years of research, he had only just uncovered that a substance within the human body reacts with air to produce flames. He hadn't even had the chance to name this substance yet. Phosphine?
No, that is not the crux of the matter. What is crucial is how Li Hanzhou came to this knowledge. One disciple scoffed, he is just spouting nonsense.
What is this phosphine he speaks of? Exactly.
Master, he is merely fabricating names, he should apologize to us.
Another disciple chimed in. How about that? Am I correct?
Li Hanzhou asked, regarding the sect master, whose face had turned a deep shade of crimson.
Although the sect master was loath to concede,
he ultimately had no choice but to nod reluctantly, stating, You are indeed correct.
What? The other disciples gasped in disbelief. Li Hanzhou had been right?
Where is my spiritual treasure? Li Hanzhou extended his hand, eager to reclaim it, lest he worry that the old man might renege.
Here. The sect master, visibly unwilling,
retrieved a spiritual treasure from his storage pouch. This is a treasure personally crafted by the vice president of Tianqian Academy. When utilized properly, it can contend with formidable adversaries at the celestial realm. As he spoke, he presented a scroll to Li Hanzhou.
A painting? Li Hanzhou observed with curiosity,
unrolling it to reveal a landscape depiction.
This is the ink rain in the mortal realm painting, the sect master lamented. It can seal living beings within its confines. A splendid treasure. Li Hanzhou's eyes brightened at the revelation of its sophistication. Now, must I still pose a question? Li Hanzhou regarded the sect master. Having taken one of your treasures, it seems somewhat improper to claim another. Arrogant. The sect master erupted once more. Do not presume that answering one of my questions grants you the right to question me. You may inquire, and should I fail to answer, I shall concede anything. Li Hanzhou relished this reaction. The sect master, being the leader of the Xianmen, undoubtedly possessed numerous treasures. Very well, I shall ask. Li Hanzhou contemplated for a moment before posing a question that left everyone speechless. He casually took a book from a nearby shelf and, releasing it, allowed it to fall to the ground. Then, with all eyes upon him, he asked, "Why did this book fall to the ground instead of soaring into the sky? What kind of question is this?" One disciple retorted, dumbfounded. "When you throw something, it naturally falls to the ground. How could it possibly fly? Is this even a question?" Another disciple laughed, "Isn't this common sense? You are mocking me." The sect master fumed. If it doesn't fall to the ground, where else could it go? Li Hanzhou shrugged. Indeed, it falls to the ground. But have you ever pondered why? Why does it fall rather than float into the heavens? While it may be common knowledge, what is the underlying principle? The principle is. The sect master began to respond but faltered, his mind blanking. Indeed, why does an object fall to the ground instead of ascending? This phenomenon has always existed, leading to a natural assumption of its normalcy, yet what is the principle behind it? Such a question had never crossed his mind before. The other disciples exchanged puzzled glances, similarly stumped by the inquiry. "I refuse to believe you know," one disciple stubbornly asserted. "I certainly do, but I shan't divulge it for free." Li Hanzhou extended his hand. "Since you have lost, you must provide another spiritual treasure." The sect master's face flushed with embarrassment. "I have no more spiritual treasures." "Ha?" Li Hanzhou was taken aback. "You, the esteemed sect master of the Xianmen, possess no spiritual treasures? Just that one? How is it possible for you to be so impoverished?" "Well," the sect master cleared his throat, "among the four sects, we Xianmen are, in fact, the most destitute, as we require substantial funds for numerous experiments. And we lack any means of income. Thus, I find myself in this predicament." Chapter 92, The Great Scholar of the Book Gate. Enough, sighed Li Hanzhou, feeling a sense of helplessness. "It seems I am simply out of luck." With that, he prepared to leave. However, at that moment, the leader of the Xianmen grasped his arm firmly. "What is the matter?" Li Hanzhou turned back in surprise. "So why is it that objects fall to the ground rather than float in the air?" The Xianmen leader gazed at Li Hanzhou with a look of yearning, while the disciples behind him watched intently. This question, which initially seemed absurd, began to take on a deeper significance upon reflection. "Very well," Li Hanzhou conceded, observing their eager expressions. "Let me explain, it is called gravity." "Gravity?" The Xianmen leader's eyes flickered with confusion. "In our world, there exists a force known as gravity, which keeps us grounded on the earth. Hence, all things fall to the ground instead of ascending into the air," Li Hanzhou elaborated. "That cannot be right," a disciple interjected. "Willow's fluff floats in the air, and birds soar through the sky." "Indeed, this force has varying strengths," Li Hanzhou explained. "Birds defy gravity by flapping their wings. Yet should they cease, they would inevitably descend. Furthermore, willow fluff, being light, relies on the wind to rise, but ultimately, it too returns to the ground, does it not?" The crowd fell silent, momentarily at a loss for words. "How did you come to discover this?" The Xianmen leader was now visibly trembling with excitement. Li Hanzhou hesitated, contemplating mentioning Sir Isaac Newton, but fearing the leader might inquire about his identity, he instead replied, "One day, while napping under a tree, a durian fell on my head, prompting me to ponder this question. Now, may I take my leave?" Upon hearing this, the Xianmen leader exclaimed in exhilaration. "You deduced the concept of gravity from merely a durian falling on your head? Might you be the chosen one of our Xianmen? I implore you, allow me to pay my respects." With that, the leader bowed deeply before Li Hanzhou. Seeing their leader bow, the other disciples promptly followed suit. "We hope you will join our Xianmen and help rejuvenate its glory," the leader pleaded earnestly. Li Hanzhou responded, "What? I merely came for a stroll. Why would I wish to join your Xianmen?" I have no interest in that. Farewell. He turned to leave. Master! The Xianmen leader suddenly cried out, dropping to his knees in fervent excitement. If you refuse, I shall not rise from this position. I beseech you to stay. The other disciples quickly knelt beside him. Goodness! How old are you to be engaging in such antics? Li Hanzhou was taken aback. The leader, despite his age, was kneeling before him, begging to be his disciple. He had not anticipated encountering such absurdity during his outing. Just as he was about to ignore this absurdity and depart, a voice rang out from outside, "Lu Zhenan. What are you doing? Why are you kneeling before a junior?" Following the voice, he saw another elder standing at the entrance of the library, exuding an aura of righteousness and scholarly dignity. With white hair and youthful features, he radiated an impressive presence, far surpassing that of the Xianmen leader. It is truly laughable that the leader of the Xianmen kneels before a junior. If this were to spread, it would be a disgrace to our Tianxian Academy. The scholar remarked disdainfully. The Xianmen remains as inept as ever. The disciples behind the scholar erupted in laughter. The Xianmen leader's face flushed with embarrassment, and he stood up, retorting, "The learned are to be respected. This gentleman's knowledge far exceeds mine. What is wrong with my kneeling to learn from him? Just him?" A disciple from the scholars group couldn't help but glance at Li Hanzhou. "It merely indicates the lack of knowledge within your Xianmen," the scholar shook his head. "Defaming my mentor." Lu Zhenan shouted angrily. "Hu Dongru, you must apologize to my mentor." Li Hanzhou was perplexed. When had he become the mentor? Yet, seeing this pompous old scholar, he felt a surge of irritation. Who was he to look down upon anyone? "Are you so grand? What makes you special?" Hu Dongru chuckled and shook his head dismissively. "Let us return to the matter at hand. I have come with my disciples because we heard you at the Xianmen developed an easily dried ink. We wish to acquire some to assess its quality." "Not a chance!" Lu Zhenan retorted angrily. "You insult my mentor and expect us to share our ink? Leave at once. If you do not apologize today, our Xianmen will not share any of our inventions with your bookgate in the future." "You old fool, are you deliberately trying to provoke us?" Hu Dongru shot back, anger rising. "Your Xianmen has been at the bottom year after year, lacking both funds and talent. If it were not for our bookgate's willingness to purchase from you, your disciples would be left starving. And yet, you show no gratitude, turning against me for the sake of a foolish young man. Lu Zhenan, it seems you have grown too comfortable and seek trouble." "Wait a moment," Li Hanzhou interjected, unable to remain silent any longer. He was the one directly involved. And yet he found himself inexplicably drawn into the conflict. "Moreover, who are you calling a foolish young man?" He pointed at himself. A disciple behind Hu Dongru chuckled before saying, "This man is our bookgate leader. When he calls you ignorant, do not take offense, before him, all are deemed uninformed." "Nonsense!" Lu Zhenan stepped forward, bristling with indignation. "I cannot abide your arrogant demeanor, claiming all before you are ignorant. Tell me, do you know why objects fall to the ground instead of soaring into the sky?" The question momentarily stunned Hu Dongru. His disciples, too, were taken aback, before bursting into laughter. "Are you daft? Objects fall to the ground because they have no wings. How could they possibly fly?" Chapter 93, Have the books been swallowed by a dog? A cacophony of laughter erupted among the disciples of the Xianmen. With inflated chests, they proclaimed, "While you may grasp the surface of truth, you remain oblivious to its depths. We, however, possess that knowledge. You understand that objects fall to the ground and that hunger befalls those who neglect sustenance, yet you fail to comprehend the principles underlying these truths. Thus, it is you who are the truly foolish ones." "Indeed," echoed the Xianmen disciples, unwilling to yield, as they engaged in a heated quarrel with the Shumen disciples. "You speak nonsense," retorted a Shumen disciple, indignant. "What use are these so-called principles? Do they feature in the imperial examinations? These so-called truths will only lead you to poverty. You treat them as treasures." "Indeed. In the Shumen, we excel in poetry, prose, and all forms of literature. Dare you to compare yourselves?
A Schumann scholar scoffed. Time will reveal whether the disciples of the Schumann earn greater respect than your Xianmen fools. The disciples of the Xianmen flushed with embarrassment. For the Schumann scholars' words rang true, their counterparts indeed garnered more esteem. Yet, they pursued the essence of this world. Were the Schumann truly superior? At that moment, an incongruous voice pierced through the din. Hu Dongru glanced at Li Hanzhou, his eyes glinting with coldness. It seems this young brother holds our Schumann in disdain. I harbor no contempt for the Schumann, Li Hanzhou stepped forward, speaking calmly. I merely believe you have read your books to no avail, thinking yourselves superior. Is this what the sages have taught you? Impudent! Hu Dongru fumed. Our Schumann disciples do not require your judgment. Who are you to comment? You, with no inkling of scholarly depth, merely consort with the likes of the Xianmen. How could you comprehend the intricacies of literature? Indeed, apologize to us, shouted the Schumann disciples. How dare you insult us scholars? Does the Tianqian Academy now admit any lowly person? Master, I believe we should expel this individual. Do you dare? Lu Zhennan stepped protectively in front of Li Hanzhou. My teacher possesses unparalleled wisdom, far beyond your mundane comprehension. He speaks the truth, your literature has been wasted. Old fool Lu, this person has insulted the disciples of our Schumann, not even you can shield him today. Otherwise, I shall report him to the dean. Hu Dongru pointed at Li Hanzhou, declaring, Young man, it is not too late for you to apologize. Why should I apologize? Li Hanzhou stood firm, feeling that the Schumann had gone too far. He was determined to stand his ground today. Lu Zhennan's protective stance touched him. He sensed the elder had often been bullied by the Schumann and wished to assist in restoring dignity. Since you claim I lack scholarly depth, let us compare our knowledge and see who truly lacks substance. Li Hanzhou fixed his gaze on Hu Dongru. Ha! Lu Zhennan was taken aback. He turned to Li Hanzhou and whispered, Master, what do you intend to compare? What do you wish to measure? Hu Dongru inquired, his expression peculiar. If it pertains to the disorganized knowledge of the Xianmen, there is no need, we Schumann hold no interest in such matters and have conducted no research. Ha! Li Hanzhou chuckled coldly, to compare knowledge of the Xianmen would be to bully you. Since you Schumann pride yourselves on your vast learning, let us compare poetry. Gasp! The disciples of the Xianmen collectively inhaled sharply. Had Li Hanzhou lost his sanity? The Schumann disciples initially froze, but soon erupted into laughter. Ha ha ha! To compare poetry with us Schumann is utterly ludicrous. Do you dare? Li Hanzhou asked them calmly. What are the stakes if you win or lose? Hu Dongru regarded Li Hanzhou, if you win, I shall apologize to your Schumann and depart the Tianqian Academy, never to return. Should you lose? Your Schumann must apologize to the Xianmen in front of all four factions. Very well. You have spoken, and it is not we who force you into this. A Schumann scholar stepped forward, clasping his fists. Master, allow me to compete against him. Hu Dongru nodded. This disciple, Qian Wanshu, possessed considerable talent in poetry, having composed several well-regarded works. Hey, I will compete with you, Qian Wanshu declared boastfully. I shall not take advantage, let your Xianmen propose a topic, and we shall see who can compose the better poem. Are you brave enough? Go ahead, Li Hanzhou replied, then turned to Lu Zhennan, you propose the topic. Ah! Lu Zhennan's expression soured, he felt Li Hanzhou was being reckless. While the Schumann were indeed insufferable, they possessed genuine talent. Particularly Qian Wanshu, who was quite renowned among the Schumann disciples, with several poems that had gained widespread acclaim and attracted many admirers. Competing with Qian Wanshu in poetry was a daunting prospect. Yet, the die was cast, and he had no choice but to proceed. Lu Zhennan hoped that Li Hanzhou would not embarrass himself too severely. As the great Zhou faced turmoil, having recently engaged in battle with the divine K, Lu Zhennan suggested a poem with a theme of war. Then I shall go first. Qian Wanshu stepped forward, contemplating for a moment before reciting. Beacons blaze across the heavens, the clash of arms shakes the earth. The general wields his sword. Heroes display their valor. Blood spills upon the battlefield, loyal souls inscribed in history. Victory shall eventually come, as peace reigns across the seas. Upon hearing Qian Wanshu's verses, the Shumen disciples erupted into applause.
Excellent!
Hu Dongru nodded in approval. A fine line, the general wields his sword. Heroes display their valor, beautifully captures the spirit of the soldiers on the battlefield.
Thank you, Master, Qian Wanshu beamed, then turned to Li Hanzhou. It is your turn. Do you have enough time for an incense stick?
Li Hanzhou had not anticipated Qian Wanshu's prowess. He had indeed composed a poem on the theme of war.
In terms of poetry, Li Hanzhou felt he could not compete with Qian Wanshu. Yet, while he may not be adept at composing poetry, he was skilled at memorization.
Having learned numerous poems in his past life, he could easily recall a masterpiece, making victory a simple task. There's no need for an incense stick, I can compose.
A poem right now, Li Hanzhou declared, unperturbed. Chapter 94. A spirit crystal so soon?
The disciples of the Shumen stared at Li Hanzhou with skepticism. Qian Wanshu was able to produce a poem because he was a prodigy of their sect.
How could Li Hanzhou possibly compose a poem in such a short span of time?
Well, recite it for me, Qian Wanshu said, shaking his head.
It mustn't be nonsensical, that wouldn't qualify as poetry. Teacher Lu Jinan and the others looked at Li Hanzhou with concern.
Listen closely, Li Hanzhou cleared his throat. Took a couple of steps, feigned contemplation, and then began to speak. The nation shattered, the mountains and rivers remain. In spring, the city is thick with grass and trees. In these times, flowers shed tears, and parting from loved ones startles the heart. Upon hearing the first two lines, the expressions of the disciples, who had been anticipating a spectacle, shifted to one of astonishment.
Li Hanzhou could truly compose poetry. Moreover, those initial lines were exquisite.
Even Hu Dongru displayed a look of shock.
Li Hanzhou continued with the following lines. Beacons of war stretch for 3 months, a letter from home is worth a fortune.
With white hair, I scratch my scalp shorter, feeling as if I cannot bear a hairpin.
As the poem concluded, silence enveloped the scene.
Li Hanzhou observed the disciples of Shumen, their jaws dropped in disbelief, and couldn't help but smirk inwardly.
Competing in poetry?
With a mere flick of my wrist,
I could crush you all like insignificant insects. Beacons of war stretch for 3 months, a letter from home is worth a fortune. Hu Dongru murmured, his expression dazed.
The images of war flooded their minds, the plight of the common folk, soldiers falling on the battlefield.
Even the desire to send a letter home became a distant luxury.
War brought despair to the people. In every regard, Li Hanzhou's poem surpassed Qian Wanshu's by countless degrees.
It was a true masterpiece. Impossible, how could I lose?
Qian Wanshu did not even need to wait for others to judge, he knew he had lost. Li Hanzhou's poem was undeniably superior to his own, by an unfathomable margin. Yet, the more he realized this, the deeper his despair grew.
Had he truly lost? As for Shumen, Hu Dongru found himself powerless, and he, too, had to concede defeat. Just as he was about to speak, a disciple stepped forward and declared, I refuse to accept this. I demand another match. Brother Zhou.
Upon seeing the newcomer, Qian Wanshu felt a tinge of shame.
You have already lost. Why should I compete with you? Li Hanzhou shook his head. I can place a wager.
Zhou Qilua produced a radiant stone from his pocket, saying,
I wager the spirit crystal against you. The others looked at Zhou Qilua in astonishment. Had he truly brought out a treasure from the bottom of the chest? A spirit crystal? Li Hanzhou's eyes brightened.
Although he was unfamiliar with the item, he could sense the powerful spiritual energy contained within it.
If he could absorb it, it would greatly benefit his cultivation. Fine, if you lose, you will hand over the spirit crystal to me.
And your sect will apologize to the Shinmen in front of everyone, Li Hanzhou declared.
And if you lose, you will depart from the Tianxian Academy. Zhou Qilua retorted, glaring at Li Hanzhou. Hu Dongru glanced at Zhou Qilua, wanting to speak but holding back. Zhou Qilua's knowledge surpassed that of Qian Wanshu, and among the disciples of Shumen, he would undoubtedly rank first in composing lyrics.
With him taking the stage, victory seemed assured.
Hu Dongru hoped Zhou Qilua would win, losing a wager was trivial. But apologizing to the Shinmen would be far more humiliating than death. Let us compose lyrics.
Zhou Qilua proposed first, since the previous theme was war. Let us continue with this topic, crafting a piece centered on generals.
Do you dare?
Whatever.
Li Hanzhou was nonchalant.
His gaze fixed upon the spirit crystal in Zhou Qiluo's hand.
Brother Zhou, go for it. Show him the might of our Shumen.
The other disciples tensed with anticipation. Zhou Qiluo played it smart. He had fortuitously crafted a lyric about generals recently, which he felt was rather commendable, hence he chose this subject.
Indeed. Li Hanzhou's previous poem made Zhou Qiluo wary of underestimating him.
Cold moon at the frontier, dim lights in the tent. The sound of iron hooves and metal clashing shakes the earth, with swords pointing to the sky, a spirit fierce and cold. The general faces countless battles. His blood, still warm and uncooled, loyal souls, as bright as crimson. With lofty ambitions to vanquish foes, what fear of dying 1,000 deaths on the battlefield? Timeless brilliance. As Zhou Qiluo recited his lyrics, the other disciples erupted in applause, confident of their victory. Even Hu Dongru nodded in approval, believing Zhou Qiluo's piece to be quite impressive. The disciples of the Xianmen appeared less than pleased. Although their knowledge was limited, they too recognized the merit in Zhou Qiluo's lyrics.
There were no faults to be found.
Their gazes turned toward Li Hanzhou, who remained entranced by the spirit crystal. He pondered how he might inquire about its origin later.
It's your turn, Zhou Qiluo said, looking at Li Hanzhou. Ha? You finished already? Li Hanzhou snapped back to reality. Were you even listening?
Zhou Qiluo was infuriated, feeling insulted.
All right. It's my turn now. Li Hanzhou cleared his throat and began.
Drunkenly, I light a lamp to inspect my sword, in dreams.
I hear the bugle call resonating through the camps.
800 miles divided under my command, 50 strings echoing the sounds beyond the frontier.
On the battlefield. Autumn calls for soldiers. Horses fly like the wind, bows twang like thunder.
Settling the kingdom's affairs, winning renown both in life and death.
Alas, my hair turns white. Li Hanzhou's piece sent shockwaves through the crowd. Hu Dongru's eyes widened in disbelief, his lips trembling. What kind of talent was this?
After merely a moment of contemplation,
he unleashed a matchless composition?
Settling the kingdom's affairs, winning renown both in life and death, alas, my hair turns white. As Hu Dongru savored those lines,
he envisioned an unrecognized general.
This piece encapsulated a general's life, evoking profound reflections. Even if Hu Dongru wished to favor his own disciple, he found himself unable to declare victory for Zhou Qiluo in light of such brilliance. The disparity was insurmountable.
What do you think? Li Hanzhou asked Zhou Qiluo.
Zhou Qiluo's face drained of color. He approached silently, hesitated for a moment, then bowed respectfully to Li Hanzhou, offering the spirit crystal with both hands. The others remained silent, including Hu Dongru, who took a step back and respectfully bowed to Li Hanzhou.
This formality took Li Hanzhou by surprise. Such solemnity? This gentleman is correct. Our knowledge has been squandered.
Today, meeting you has opened my eyes to the vastness of the world.
Your poem and lyrics have greatly enriched my understanding,
Chen Wanshu stated reverently. Let us accept our defeat and prepare to apologize to the Xianmen.
The disciples of Shumen departed.
Li Hanzhou gazed at their disheartened expressions, refraining from inquiring about the origin of the spirit crystal.